Imagine being an SSS-rank Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, but you're stuck on a literal barbecue grill. I'm supposed to be a god who controls the weather and has zero-diff defense when I'm older. But right now, I'm just a dragon egg that hasn't even hatched yet. Just as I'm thinking my fate is a total joke, I hear two girls talking, and what they say makes me want to give up on life. Sister Xian, look at how big this goose egg is. It's probably enough for both of us to eat. Right, I'm speechless. I want to cry, but I don't even have tear ducts yet. Cooked and eaten right at level 0. This egg is heavy. It's got to be at least 1 pound. Huang Ziqing picks me up. She's starting to doubt it's even a goose egg. But why would the villagers lie? Ziqing, didn't you hear them? This is the king of goose eggs, man. I'm panicking here. This is tragic. But wait, Ziqing and Jian. Why do those names sound so familiar? Oh, they're the top girl group in the country. The one with all the supermodels with long legs. Next thing I know, I'm being tossed onto the grill, but the fire feels weird. Why can't I feel the heat? It's a trippy feeling. My soul knows there's fire, but my body doesn't feel the burn at all. I know I'm supposed to be a grilled egg right now, but I can't give up. I start wiggling like crazy to make some noise. Maybe they won't eat an egg that's about to hatch. Huang Ziqing sees it and jumps back. Sister Xian, the egg is moving. Li Xian panics too, finding a hatching egg. People say they're super nutritious, but actually eating one is just straight up gross. Thankfully, the girls aren't that cruel. They pull me off the grill. Huang Ziqing pouts. She's fuming. Those villagers are the worst, selling us an egg that's already hatching. Finally, Li Xian notices something is off. This isn't a goose egg pattern. Let's go find Teacher Wang and get an incubator. I want to see what actually pops out of this thing. Soon, I'm taken to the girl group's filming set. After the crew hears the story, they send someone to grill the fisherman who sold me. Turns out the guy just found me on the beach and lied about the king of goose eggs thing. While everyone is crowded around me, I start scratching at the shell with my claws. Snap, a tiny crack appears, and then it spreads across the whole egg like crazy. This is my chance. I start wiggling and shaking inside to break through the rest of the shell. A few minutes later, I break a hole through the shell and poke my head out. I try to climb to the top, but I slip on the smooth shell and slide right down into a cardboard box. I land flat on my back with my legs in the air. I struggle to roll over and look up at the top of the box. I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. Suddenly, I hear a soft, super cute voice. The little guy hatched. Look at him on his back. He's so cute. Huang Ziqing's motherly instincts just went into God mode. She reaches down and picks me up, holding me gently and looking right into my eyes. What are you looking at? Little guy. Are you scared I'll grill you again, Sister Xian? What kind of animal do you think this is? Li Xian takes a close look and shakes her head. It looks like a lizard, but way cuter than any lizard. I've never seen anything like this before. Huang Ziqing reaches out and pets my head. Wait, are those horns? When he grows up, they'll probably be huge. Maybe then we'll know what he is. Little guy, I'm going to take care of you from now on. Seeing Ziqing's face, I can tell she actually cares. It feels pretty wholesome. I try to say thanks, like, please take good care of me. But right now, I'm just a little creature. All that comes out is a tiny roar. Ziqing loves it even more. Sister Xian, look, he's calling out to me. He's so smart just then. Someone comes rushing over. He looks into the box. What is this thing? Scales and whiskers must be some unknown new species. Or maybe something super rare. I see it's some mid-looking middle-aged guy, so I totally ignore him. I just yawn and go back to sleep in the box. This kills Ziqing. Teacher Tang, look, the little guy won't even look at you. But when me or Xian look at him, he gets so excited. The crew is actually really nice. Everyone helps out, and in no time, they built me a legit home. It's a wooden house about 4 feet tall and 2 feet wide, with a little nest inside. But they lined it with super smooth silk. I crawl up there like a boss, soaking up the sun, smelling the scent on the silk. Man, this is the life. Just vibing and doing nothing is the way to go. Seeing this, Tang Yongzhen is shocked. This little guy's actually cracked. He's way too smart. I suggest we let him join the shoot. Huang Ziqing was stunned. Is he really up for it? Duh, absolutely. I'll even get him an appearance fee. Every cent will go toward his food and stuff. Hearing that, I was instantly hyped. But I knew the deal. I had the rights to the money, but I couldn't exactly go shopping myself. Ziqing would have to be the one to buy my groceries, which basically makes them my personal servants. Total win. After acting all tough, I nuzzled Ziqing's palm. Man, her hands are so soft. But all she heard was a little "awoo. He's so precious." Zeking was officially obsessed with me. Then they took me out for the stream. Zeking held me up to the lens. "Yo, everyone. Meet the newest member of our squad. I found this little guy on the beach this morning, and he finally hatched. Since he hatched right here with our crew, it's like it was meant to be. I hope he grows up big and strong with our team." Once they finished speaking, the whole crew started hype clapping. I couldn't care less about the applause. I gave the camera a massive side-eye, found a box on the table to use as a pillow, and just started vibing. Just sunbathing and chilling. "New member, please. You're all just my minions now." The chat was watching me lounge around. Tang Yongjin accidentally blocked my light, so I literally pushed my box over to stay in the sun. The viewers were stunned. This little guy is actually built different. He's so smart. I was straight up loafing like a pro. Someone in the chat asked, "What do you even feed something this cute? How is he this adorable?" That's when the crew finally realized I hadn't eaten a single thing since I hatched. They rushed over with dried fish grass and cabbage to see what I'd pick. I took one look at that junk and went right back to my nap. Not interested. The crew was lost. Is he too young? Maybe he needs his parents to show him the ropes. I was so done. Like, bruh, I am not eating raw food. I looked at the grass, and for some weird reason, I tapped it with my paw and pushed it toward one of the guests, Zhang Yixing. The chat lost their minds. This move was goated. How did he know Yixing was the one who should eat the grass? Even this baby knows Yixing is the little sheep of the group. Yixing looked absolutely shook. He was so embarrassed. Was that a diss from Yixing's perspective? I was straight up staring him down. Since I wouldn't eat, they gave up. They wanted me to carry the stream's views, but I was just being a total couch potato. I wasn't even trying to flex for the camera anymore. So the crew just started chatting and telling jokes on the other side. I crashed on the table, but then I smelled something fire coming from the kitchen. I looked up and saw Tang Yongjin whipping something up. I'd heard this guy was a total genius, smart, talented, and a beast in the kitchen. That smell was insane. I hesitated for a second. Then I dragged myself up, grabbed my dried fish, and scrambled off the table toward the kitchen. I looked like a kid racing to the cafeteria when the bell rings. Everyone stopped. They were dying to see what I was up to. Tang saw me climb onto the stove with the fish and chuckled. "What's up? You want me to slice that for you?" Too big to swallow. But then I did something that made millions of people go absolutely feral. I didn't let him touch it. I held the fish right over the open flame. Tang freaked out. "Whoa, little guy, what are you doing?" "Don't put it in the fire," but I literally swatted his hand away with my other paw. I totally shut him down. Tang was speechless, and millions of people in the chat were losing it. The comments were flying. Is he for real right now? I didn't even care that millions of people were staring. I was just flipping my fish over the fire, getting a nice char. My paw hit the flame, but it didn't even hurt. It actually felt pretty cozy. Tang Yongjin was just standing there with his jaw on the floor. In all his years, he'd never seen anything this crazy. An animal actually grilling its own food. "Wait, are you actually making a barbecue?" "If you ask nicely, I'll help you." I just gave him a massive side-eye and ignored him. Humans are such NPCs. They really think they're the smartest things around. Suddenly, Tang had a massive brain blast. He grabbed the stir-fried pork he just made, put a few slices into a tiny bowl, and set it right in front of me. "Want to eat this?" I knew he was just messing with me, so I gave him another massive side-eye. "Arm's a bit short, huh? I'll move it closer for you." Tang Yongjin laughed. He pushed the little bowl toward me. I totally despise this guy, but man, I can't handle this hunger. I couldn't help it. My eyes were glued to that stir-fried pork in the bowl. Then Tang Yongjin got a brilliant idea. He put raw slices and cooked meat right in front of me just to see what I'd do. He's clout chasing for sure. "Little guy, if you can tell cooked meat from raw, I'll be your personal chef forever." Watch this, my next move was absolute God mode. Looking at the pork Tang Yongjin served up, I didn't care about anything else. I put on a little show acting like I was choosing. Finally, I plopped my paw on the cooked meat, grabbed a slice, and started feasting. The live stream chat went absolutely ballistic when they saw that. Is this even real? No way this has to be edited or rehearsed, right? Normal animals aren't supposed to be this cracked. After I finished, I smacked my lips. Not starving anymore, but I could definitely go for round 2. I grabbed the edge of the big bowl and glared at Tang Yongjin. "Hey, idiot, give your master some more meat." But obviously I can't speak human. All he heard was a little "awoo," so he figured I was still hungry. In that moment, he thought I was the cutest thing ever. Bringing me onto the film crew was the best move he's ever made. But then he got another great idea. He literally mixed the raw and cooked meat all together, putting it all in one bowl. I was speechless. How is this guy so bored? Without missing a beat, I reached out my little paw and pushed those gross raw slices aside. I snatched up the cooked ones and stuffed them in my mouth. Once those 5 slices were gone, I dug around, but the good stuff was all out. I saw a few pieces of lettuce, though, so I grabbed those too. Eating too much meat is way too greasy anyway. A balanced diet is fire. It's better for digestion. This little guy is straight up OP. He'd rather eat lettuce than raw meat. Tang Yongjin tried to test me, but he just got his IQ gapped. Now he's just standing there looking awkward as heck. He thought I just got lucky the first time. But even after he mixed it with lettuce, I still picked the cooked meat. The chat was right. I totally flexed on him. Soon I was stuffed. I started walking away with that I own this place energy. I crawled out of the kitchen, treating Tang Yongjin like he was just my waiter. Everything I did started blowing up online. I was literally trending. Some newspaper even interviewed a biological expert. This guy was basically like, "Don't panic, everyone. This isn't a dragon. It's just a species we haven't discovered yet. Probably lives in the deep mountains or the ocean. As for the high IQ claims, I don't buy it. Telling raw meat from cooked is just about smell. A dog could do that. This level of intelligence is normal for animals. Stop spreading rumors." Once that article dropped, everyone agreed. I mean, he's an expert, right? Total authority. Meanwhile, I just walked around the house for a bit, getting that post-meal cardio in. You know what they say, a walk a day keeps the doctor away. Even as an animal, I haven't forgotten my roots. After my walk, I crawled onto the table to soak up the sun. Honestly, being an animal is the life. In my past life, I was a total slave to my pets. Now, I finally get to feel what it's like to be the boss. No weekend overtime, no worrying about bills or rent. Don't even have to worry about marriage prices. I just eat, sleep, and cuddle with superstars. Just a happy little guy living that lay flat life. Huang Ziking saw me napping and didn't want to bother me. She just gently stroked my tail, but for some reason my skin is super sensitive now. That tiny touch woke me right up. Li Xian was right there staring straight into my eyes. This little guy loves us so much he only stares like this when we're around. I wanted to roast them so bad, like, "Hello, you're the ones who woke me up. Besides, why wouldn't I look at you? I'm an animal. Now, I can stare all I want and nobody can call me a creep. If you're awake, let Big Sister give you a hug." Huang Ziking leaned over and reached out. "Well, if you want a hug, come and get it." Like, I could even say no. I acted all nonchalant, but I still ended up letting out a little ah-woo. Ziking totally thought I was agreeing with her and acting cute, so she immediately pulled me into a hug. "Ziking, this little guy really loves you." "Of course he does, Xian. I'm the one who found his egg and brought him back. Plus, I'm the first person he saw when he hatched." Yixing was standing nearby and joked, "You don't actually think he sees you as his mom, right?" Hearing that triggered me. How could such a cute girl be my mom? No way. "This is so cringe, I can't let this slide. Put me down right now." I started struggling like crazy in Ziking's arms. She realized I didn't want to be held anymore, so she finally set me on the ground. Everyone waited to see what this little guy was up to. As soon as my feet hit the floor, I bolted out of the room and headed straight for the sheep pen outside. I hopped into the pen and caught a whiff of the sheep droppings. These dumb sheep have zero class, just leaving a mess everywhere. I carefully dodged the landmines and grabbed a clump of green grass in my mouth from the trough. One of the sheep actually had the nerve to glare at me for stealing its food. I gave it one look, and for some reason the whole flock got terrified of me. Pure alpha energy. With the grass in my mouth, I hit that boss walk looking absolutely cracked as I climbed out of the sheep pen. I crawled back toward the group, and in that moment, Yixing felt like something bad was about to happen. He was right to be worried. I dropped the grass right in front of him and even patted his foot with my paw. The film crew was stunned again. They thought I went to get food for myself, but I was actually bringing a snack to Yixing. What a precious little animal. He's already full and rested, but he still didn't forget Yixing. Poor Yixing didn't know how to react. He just awkwardly crouched down and rubbed my head. "Little guy, I don't eat grass, but thanks anyway." Suddenly, a powerful, mature voice rang out from outside the tent. It sounded exactly like a voice actress playing a queen. It was equal parts alluring and bossy. "Ziking, Xian, where did you guys go?" Then a pair of long legs stepped through the entrance. She was wearing sexy black stockings and red-bottomed high heels. Looking up, she had a perfect tiny waist. She was wearing a crisp white shirt, and I recognized her instantly. It was the girl group's star main vocal, the new queen, Shangguan Shui. Everyone started greeting her and crowding around. After the small talk, Shui finally noticed me. "Is this the animal you guys were talking about?" Ziking pointed at me, standing on the table, and said, "Yep, this is the little guy. But Shui, it looks like he really likes you. He hasn't taken his eyes off you. It really does look like he's staring at me." A soft smile spread across Shui's face, the kind filled with motherly warmth. She crouched down to get a better look at me. Ziking giggled and picked me up, handing me over to Shui. Want to hold him, he's super well behaved. Ziking really is the best teammate. I tried to say thanks, but it just came out as another awoo. It sounds like he wants you to hold him. All right then, come here, Shui said as she took me into her arms. She held me close against her chest. When the audience saw this, they absolutely lost it. Being held by Shui, the literal peak of beauty and body goals in the industry. I'd trade 20 years of my best friend's life to be that animal right now. Shui looked down at the little guy, resting comfortably in her arms. The scene was so aesthetic and beautiful that nobody wanted to look away. She poked my back and said, "They tell me you're quite the performer, but I'm not so sure I believe them. Why don't you say hi to everyone?" I looked at her goddess tear face and lazily lifted my head. I raised my little paw toward the camera and flashed a peace sign. Instantly, the screen was flooded with question marks and exclamation points. I only gave Shui that much respect because her perfume smelled amazing. It was a light, refreshing scent that made me feel so relaxed, not to mention the warmth of those mountain peaks. If it weren't for these humans acting like my servants, how else could I live like a king? I lay there peacefully in Shui's arms, enjoying the view. Ziking is still young and has some growing to do compared to this. But Ziking seemed to catch the look in my eyes. What's with that? The little guy just looked at her chest and then had this look of total pity on his face. Ziking is so clueless. I just ignored her, changed my posture, and got even more comfortable in Shui's arms. Soon Shui and the others carried me back to the main living room. It was time to eat, but the observant Shui noticed something was off. Is there a dish missing today? There were usually 5 plates on the table, but today there were only 4. So Tang Yongjin explained exactly what just happened to Shengguan Shui from start to finish. Shengguan Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. He really tried to make Yixing eat grass like that. Right now, I can only feel those mountain peaks squeezing me tighter and tighter. Seriously, stop laughing, or we are going to have a literal landslide here. Tang Yongjin just smiled and said, "Shuir, if you do not believe me, we can try it again right now." Shengguan Shui looked down at me with those gentle eyes and asked, "Are you really that much of a troublemaker? Let us do it then. I want to see for myself if what they are saying is actually true." This time, Tang Yongjin brought out another spread. He had green vegetables, grass, and raw meat tree leaves, and cooked meat. There was only a 1 in 6 chance I would pick the cooked meat. He told me, "All right, little guy, time to choose." Tang Yongjin set the tray down in front of me with a smirk on his face. But honestly, I did not even want to deal with them. I just gave them a look of pure disgust and did not move a muscle. "You guys are just servants. This king does not take orders from you bums." Tang Yongjin looked totally embarrassed. He was just bragging to Shengguan Shui about how smart I was, and now I was giving him absolutely nothing. He looked like he wanted to disappear. First, he got outsmarted by a little animal, and then he got his face slapped by the truth. Now I am straight up ignoring him. Tang Yongjin's street cred with the audience just hit 0. From now on, do not believe a single word this guy says. But nobody expected what I was about to do next. Everyone was about to be stunned all over again. I crawled out from Shengguan Shui's arms and walked right up to that tray. I pushed aside the vegetables and the raw meat, picked out the cooked meat, and shoved it toward Tang Yongjin. I looked him in the eye and tapped the tray. Then I took it a step further. Since he wanted to play games, I straight up fed the cooked meat right to his mouth. Everyone there was shocked. This little guy is way too human. He even knows how to share the good stuff. Tang Yongjin felt like his bad mood instantly vanished. This was the first time he had ever felt cared for by an animal. Hearing these people guess why I was doing this made me want to roll my eyes. Humans really are creatures that love to overthink and make up their own stories. I was just full and did not want to eat the stir-fried meat, so I gave it back to him. They really turned that into a whole drama. Then I nudged Shengguan Shui's arm. "Goddess, give me a hug." But all she heard was a little awoo sound. She told the others, "See the little guy, just loves it when I hold him. Little guy, are you not hungry? If you are, how about Sister Shuir feeds you herself?" She picked up a piece of cooked meat and held it right to my mouth. To everyone's surprise, I actually opened my mouth and ate it. Everyone's eyes went wide, like what is even happening right now? Jiang Yixing muttered from the side, "Okay, so he only eats if Shuir feeds him. This little guy definitely only likes girls." But the second I swallowed the food, I turned around and gave Yixing the deadliest glare. Then I started squirming in Shuir's arms. Shangguan Shui frowned a bit, but she eventually set me down on the ground. I picked up that grass from before and hit him with a total boss walk, swaying side to side like a savage crocodile. I dropped the grass right in front of Yixing. Everyone was floored. This little guy is doing this on purpose, right? They say lightning does not strike twice, but Yixing just got played for the third time. He is officially cooked. After dropping the grass, I went right back to Shengguan Shui. Goddess picked this king up again. Shuier heard my awoo and immediately knew what I wanted. She scooped me up and I just laid there like a total boss resting in her arms. The group kept chatting and the whole conversation was about me. Except for Yixing feeling awkward, everyone else was having a blast. The next morning, I was still resting in my nest when I saw Shangguan Shui walk out. This episode of the show was about experiencing the life of a fisherman. They had to go to the beach, catch fish, and sell them to make money for food. As soon as I saw her, I jumped onto her leg and held on for dear life. She picked me up by the scruff of my neck, pulled me off her leg, and tucked me into her arms. I think the little guy wants to come with us. Let us just bring him along. On the way there, Ziking and Xian took turns carrying me. A female staff member, who was not very pretty, tried to hold me, but I struggled like crazy until they gave up. Once Shangguan Shui carried me onto the fishing boat, I looked out at the endless ocean. Something inside me started stirring. I had this sudden, intense urge to just jump in and swim through the deep blue sea. Tang Yongjin looked out at the massive horizon. He started reciting poetry about how the vast river flows into the sea and the mountains touch the sky. The ocean really makes you feel like your soul is free. The more he talked, the stronger that instinct in my body became. Suddenly, Shangguan Shui let out a piercing scream. The little guy is gone. One of the crew members quickly spoke up. I think I just saw the little guy jump overboard on his own. The entire production crew went into a total panic. The girls from the group were just getting ready to take a group photo when they realized the little guy had completely vanished. They just put the little guy on the deck and he straight up jumped off. No way. The show's traffic just peaked again after a couple of days. Basically, he's the one carrying the views. If he drowns now, we're cooked. Meanwhile, as soon as I hit the ocean, it felt like being a man who worked all day finally crashing onto a premium mattress. So cozy and comfortable. I could even feel my body being nourished by the seawater. My body was literally starting to change. And why are all these fish and shrimp dodging me? A big half-meter fish saw me and bolted. Broken. Up on the boat, Huang Ziking was scanning the waves when she spotted me. Quick over there, he's right there. But wait, this little guy looks like he's having a blast. He can actually swim. Look, he's even doing the backstroke. Seeing how worried everyone was, I felt a bit bad, so I started paddling back toward the boat. As soon as I thought about it, this weird invisible force started pushing me forward. To the crew on the boat, the water around me looked alive. It was like the ocean itself was clearing a path for me. MC Diff. Seeing this, the production crew was completely stunned. An older staff member muttered, "A dragon really is a dragon." He wasn't loud, but everyone heard him loud and clear. Tang Yongjin immediately stepped up to explain. It's probably just some underwater buttons we can't see causing this. This is a natural phenomenon. Stop talking nonsense. The three girl group members didn't dare say much either. As public figures, they have to watch what they say. After the crew scrambled to help, they finally hauled me back onto the boat. Shangguan Shui saw I was okay and started scolding me like a naughty kid. "You little brat, why did you jump into the sea? What if a big fish ate you?" But as she wiped me down with a tissue, she realized my scales weren't even wet. Everyone was shook again. These weird vibes were making the whole crew terrified. Even if they had doubts, they couldn't say it on the live stream. They had to use science to explain it away. It's because these scales are waterproof, like seals, penguins, or polar bears, and all those birds that dive into the water, they don't get wet either, right? Honestly, even Tang Yongjin was confused as heck. But he had to say it. The experts said not to spread rumors until we figure things out. The crew headed back after fishing for a bit. Dinner wasn't ready yet because they had to wait for Tang Yongjin to sell the catch and buy some roast duck to celebrate. But Auntie was worried I was hungry, so she gave me the only bit of beef they had. That tiny bit of beef didn't even hit the spot. I didn't feel a thing. I looked around, snuck off the table, and crawled to the kitchen to find more food. Suddenly I saw a tray on the floor. There were actual eggs on it. I was so hungry I couldn't stand it, so I grabbed one and cracked it open. I tilted my head back and downed it. In no time I'd inhaled over 10 eggs. Nothing left but a pile of shells. Still not full, I aimed for the fridge. I hooked my claws on the door, yanked it open, and dove inside. I didn't care if it was raw or cooked, I ate everything, but even then I was only half full. After that ocean trip, my appetite has gone crazy. I snuck back to Shui's feet and she immediately picked me up. "Where did you run off to? Everyone's looking for you." Just then, Tang Yongjin rushed back with a bunch of bags. "Everyone hungry? I'll start cooking right now." But as soon as he hit the kitchen, Tang Yongjin froze. Eggshells everywhere, and the fridge was completely empty. He screamed, "What the heck?" Did a thief break in? The crew outside heard him and came running. They were all confused. It looked like a straight-up robbery. Everyone started guessing if some wild animal got in. Hearing that Auntie picked me up while I was sleeping on the table. She started rubbing my belly. "Goddess, what are you doing? You can't do that. Any lower and things are going to get awkward?" I let out a little growl. "Look, the little guy's belly is bulging. He must have eaten it all." Shangguan Shui looked at me in shock. His appetite is way too huge. No way, that's so much food. He didn't eat like this before. Tang Yongjin wasn't buying it. Shangguan Shui suddenly lifted me up and I saw her gorgeous face. Coming closer and closer. Is the goddess going to kiss me? I'm actually hyped for this. I wonder what her lipstick tastes like and if it's lead-free. But then, he didn't kiss her. He just sniffed. Ugh, that fishy smell. This guy definitely ate raw eggs. Shangguan Shuier was positive. He definitely snuck some food. Oh my god, like more than 10 raw eggs. Plus all that stuff in the fridge. That's at least 1 kilogram of food. That's a full meal for a grown man, and he ate it all by himself. Tang Yongjin felt like things were going south. He said urgently, "Quick, we need to make him throw up." Small animals don't know when to stop eating. They can literally eat themselves to death. But how do we make him throw up? Shangguan Shuier looked at Tang Yongjin. Soap water, obviously, Tang Yongjin said, without a second thought. "What the hell, you're gonna force feed me?" Soap water. Are you kidding me? I'm a literal human being. Do you really think I'd eat until I died? Tang Yongjin, you're a straight-up demon. Luo Feng was fuming. If I swallow that, I'm gonna lose my whole feast. You guys are actual monsters. I gotta get out of here. When Luo Feng saw the crew prepping the soap water to force down his throat, he actually started to panic. "Don't worry, little guy. It'll only hurt for a second. If you keep all that food in you, you're gonna explode." Shangguan Shuier realized Luo Feng was trying to bolt and grabbed him tight. "Damn it, goddess, let me go. I'm not gonna die from eating too much." "Why are you guys worrying about nothing?" Luo Feng was speechless and just started howling. But they completely ignored him. "Fine, I'll bite you," Luo Feng thought. He opened his tiny mouth, showed his fangs, and lunged toward Shangguan Shuier's arm. "He's gonna bite Shuier, watch out," Huang Ziking screamed a warning. Shangguan Shuier jumped back and let go. Luo Feng hit the floor and sprinted straight for the exit of the tent. "I'm out. I'm done playing with you psychos. Trying to force feed me soap water out of nowhere. Tang Yongchen, you're such a quack." As soon as Luo Feng hit the ground, he turned into a blur. He was fast as lightning. No way that little thing is cracked. How is he so fast? The cameras can't even track him. Does he have rockets on his feet? Holy crap, he's like a literal Pikachu. This is insane. Experts, you seeing this? He's definitely worth keeping an eye on. He's so fire. After coming back from the sea, his appetite exploded and his speed is on another level. He's only like 2 days old. Imagine how OP he'll be in 6 months. Is he actually a dragon? The comment section was losing its mind. He might not be as fast as a cheetah, but he's definitely flying. Listen to me, guys. If he can run like that, there's no way he's overstuffed. We might have gotten it wrong, Huang Ziking said suddenly. Tang Yongjin scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's about to pop. He must really hate the idea of soap water. That's why he faked the bite to scare Shangguan Shuier. For real, I actually thought he was going to sink his teeth in. He's clearly a high-level spiritual animal. Shuier treats him so well, there's no way he'd actually hurt her. It's like my dog. When she had puppies, she was super protective. When I went to touch them, she'd growl and snap at my hand just to scare me off. But she'd never actually bite. Same vibes here. Honestly, this is kind of wholesome. What a grateful little guy. Shangguan Shuier saw the comments and felt touched. She yelled, "Hey, little guy, come back. We won't make you drink the soap water anymore." Behind the scenes, the director, Zhao Yubao, was panicking. He started screaming into the headset. "Tang, what the hell is wrong with you? Your trash analysis almost cost us the star. This little guy is the only reason people are watching. If he's gone, you're finished. Everyone catch him. Don't let him get out of the tent. If he makes it into the wild, we'll never find him." Tang Yongchen rallied everyone to chase after Luo Feng. "Little guy, we're sorry. Stop running and be a good boy. We threw the soap water away. Come back and we'll give you some meat." The crew scrambled all over the tent. "I'm actually leaving this time. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never stop acting so self-righteous. Drink soap water." In your dreams, Luo Feng was determined. "I'm escaping for real. I'll disappear for the whole night and scare the life out of them. That'll teach them." Luo Feng targets the tent door. He sees it closing, but he doesn't give a damn. He bursts into a sprint and flies right through that tiny gap the second before it shuts. Man is like an Olympic pole vaulter. No way that jump was over 1.8 meters pure fire. What kind of animal is this even? This is cracked. Where are the experts? We need answers. Seeing the little guy bolt Shengguan Shui, panics. Quick, open the door. Everyone after him. Don't let him escape into the wild. They swing the door open, but right now Luo Feng is just staring at the massive dark clouds filling the sky. Ever since Teacher Wang left to buy fish, Luo Feng was worried it would rain. The storm was running late, but it finally showed up. Did I give you permission to rain? I'm trying to stay outside today, and you're going to rain on me? Luo Feng just barked it out loud. It came out as a howl anyway, so there was no point in just thinking it. But to the viewers, it looked like he was just roaring at the sky in pure rage. His tiny body against the massive sky was kind of cute, but he looked legit tough. Haha, look at this little guy. Why is he screaming at the clouds? Does he think he can just bark the bad weather away? This is the first time the little guy has acted this aggressive. That's what you get for feeding him soapy water. Now he's going to leave for good. If he actually leaves, I'm done with this show. For real, Tang Yongzhen is such a hack doctor. Shangguan Shui sees Luo Feng outside staring at the sky and screams, "Little guy, please come back. I'll protect you from now on. I won't let anyone force feed you soapy water ever again." But just as she says that, crack. A sudden gust of wind starts howling, blowing Shangguan Shui's hair all over the place. The next second, those dark clouds actually start to vanish. By 6:40, you could even see the sunset glowing through the clouds. The sky is clear and the wind is calm. This is absolutely insane. The whole film crew is stunned. Not just them, the entire livestream chat is losing their minds. I mean, everyone saw it. It was about to be a massive storm and then boom, sunny again. They say summer weather is unpredictable, but this is on another level. It doesn't change that fast. And oh my God, is he actually a dragon? He just roared at the sky and the rain instantly stopped. That's a real dragon, 100% stop capping. It's obviously just a coincidence. Where's the dragon? If he howls again and it starts raining immediately, then I'll believe it. LOL stats show millions of animals howl before it rains. Are they all dragons now? Screw your stats, but honestly, he's got a point. You can't be a dragon just because you scream at the sky. Tang Yongzhen is shaking right now. He's been using science as an excuse this whole time, but even he's starting to doubt it. The little guy has been acting way too weird lately. He's just praying this rain clearing up is a fluke. Bottom line is, the higher-ups said no spreading rumors. The crew definitely can't start calling him a dragon. What the hell just happened? The rain actually stopped. Even Luo Feng is confused as hell. I just complained for a second, and the clouds vanished. Wait, am I actually a dragon? Luo Feng is hyped. If it's true, what should I do? Honestly, he's more excited than anyone else right now. Is the Empire going to kidnap me for experiments? Now that I think about it, since I regressed, I'm immune to fire and water fish are terrified of me and I look like this. Haha, if I'm really a dragon, I'm going to be so... OP Luo Feng decides not to leave. It looks like they finally realized they messed up. If you guys ever try to feed me soapy water again, I'm gone. You'll never find me again. Feeling himself, Luo Feng starts strutting toward the woods like he owns the place. He just stops and takes a pee right there. No way did he run out just to take a leak. After he finishes, he just waltzes back into the tent. Shangguan Shui is completely speechless. What kind of move was that he went through all that drama just to go to the bathroom? Is it possible he's just marking his territory, Tang Yongzhen suddenly suggests. That comment has the chat dying. Ha ha ha, let's go. You guys better remember this. This whole area belongs to the boss now. Talk about a power move. He just claimed the crew's land. You're all his servants now. I guess there are cat servants, dog servants, and now whatever he is. Guess we're simping for dragons now, LMAO. Dragon simp has a nice ring to it. If only it were a real dragon, bro. But for real, even if it's not a dragon, this thing is S-tier rarity. And that sudden clear sky, no way that's a coincidence. Was it really just luck? Plot twist gotcha? The second Luo Feng gets back, Shangguan Shui pulls him into a massive hug. She even starts wiping him down with a tissue. Bro is losing it. Like, damn it. I can wipe myself. This is pure cringe. Luo Feng is literally dying inside. Getting hugged by the goddess like this, he's cooked. Totally embarrassing, man. Haha, look at this little guy. Getting all shy. Those expressions are gold. No way he's basically human at this point. He's literally next level. Oh my God, I'm actually speechless. This thing is way too damn adorable. But for now, Luo Feng's just going to wait and see. Since even the experts can't figure out his true identity, he'll just chill until they reach a conclusion. One night passed and Luo Feng was up with the sun. Just one man vibing in his massive villa, catching some rays. Luo Feng lost track of time while sleeping. He crawled over to check the alarm and saw it was already past 10 o'clock. Wait, look, why is the little guy staring at the alarm clock? Huang Ziqing walked into the room and caught this wild scene. Haha, no way, he's actually checking the time. Can he even understand? Tang Yongzhen stepped into the tent and said, "Our little guy is literally a genius." "Maybe he actually gets it," Shang Guanshui said, while scooping him up like she always does. Wait, she felt it immediately. This little guy grew a ton and he's way heavier now. Shang Guanshui spends the most time holding Luo Feng, so she'd know better than anyone. Everyone else just stood there, totally stunned. What the hell, he gained weight in just one day. Why is everyone acting like it's weird? My puppy gained weight every single day after he was born. Little animals just grow super fast. Li Shen isn't wrong. Puppies can literally double in size in 2 weeks. But humans, no way. Humans barely grow that much in a whole year. Whatever is going on, this little guy is built different. Teacher Wang looked dead serious. He said, "Look, yesterday, Luo Feng was only 68 centimeters tall. But now he's already almost 1 meter. That growth speed is absolutely cracked. Everyone was losing their minds. No way. Is this guy actually a dragon?" Suddenly, Shangguan Shui let out a scream while holding him. "Look. Everyone look at this. Wait, is that a little bump or a horn? No way, it's a horn. It's actually a horn. Oh my god." Everyone is losing their minds right now. The whole chat is stunned. Holy crap, did it seriously just grow a horn? If this isn't a dragon, then what the hell is it? You experts need to stop capping and do your damn jobs. Get out here and say something screw that don't spread rumors, garbage. This is really a dragon. No way for real. The stream is blowing up about Luo Feng growing a horn. The world went absolutely insane in a split second. Luo Feng was already viral, but this just broke the internet. The hype is literally exploding. Wait, Zikin mentioned a little bump on his head earlier, didn't she? Nobody cared back then, but now even Li Xian's voice is shaking. If it is a real dragon, things are about to get wild. Over at the Imperial Bio-Institute in the capital, the old geezers saw it too. Even academician Lu Changfeng was there. "Boss, you are the head here. Right now, the netizens, the media, and even the foreigners are all watching us. What are we supposed to do? If we don't say something soon, the public's rage is going to boil over. Just looking at its features, this little guy is a perfect match for the dragons in the ancient legends. Shouldn't we take action now?" Lu Changfeng just gave a bitter smile. "Honestly, I have just been waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. The big shots. Yeah. Haven't you heard the saying, the true dragon is the son of heaven?" Lu Changfeng said it with a dead serious face. Damn, those words sent chills down everyone's spines. Remember, this is the capital we are talking about. In the past, the dragon was the emperor. No wonder the big shots kept telling us to just say, "Don't spread rumors, don't believe rumors." But how are they actually going to handle this? We can't just ignore it forever. Lu Changfeng heard them and laughed helplessly. "What else can we do? They just told us to keep observing it. It has only been out for a few days. We will step in once it grows, but we can't just leave it on a movie set. What if another department snatches it first, or what if some thugs try to steal it?" That is a good point. Lu Changfeng thought about it for a second and then made the final call. "We gotta move fast and strike first before the other departments try to steal the spotlight. Let's get our team out there right now. Whether it is for research or just to track the little guy's growth." Thinking about that, Lu Changfeng decided to hit up the higher-ups himself. He wanted to see if they could move in to protect and study the little guy up close. Back with the film crew, everyone was still shook after seeing Luo Feng sprout those tiny horns. Things eventually chilled out. You could see Shangguan Shui and Huang Ziqing sitting side by side at the tent entrance. Luo Feng was passed out in their laps. His head was pillowed on Shangguan Shui's thighs while his tail rested with Huang Ziqing. Here's the thing, Shangguan Shui was just a guest star. She was supposed to head out today. She was soaking up every second with her favorite little guy because she thought this was her last chance. Mr. Wang, does your crew need any more permanent guests?" Shangguan Shui suddenly asked, sounding a bit shy. She is a literal A-list icon, top of the food chain in the industry. For someone like her to guest on a show like this, and then not want to leave, it was kind of awkward for her to even bring it up. Director Wang was stunned. You are trolling right. He knew her status was way out of their league. Having her on the show would be fire, but why would she stay? She is usually busy with movies and massive brand deals. I am dead serious. I will talk to the producer myself. I will join for free, no paycheck needed. He won't say no to that, right? She stroked Luo Feng's head. She really could not bear to leave him. No way Shui Shui isn't leaving, and she's doing it for $0. Free, that is wild. This show is about to be peak. The little guy and Shangguan Shui are the best duo ever. How long is this show airing? I am watching until the very end. Seeing those legs every day, say less. LOL, too bad. Those legs are just a pillow for the little guy right now. I am so jealous of this little dude. Not only is he napping there, but he is even scratching her legs with his claws. Legend. The news spread instantly. An A-list star staying on a show for free just for an animal. Of course, this just sent Luo Feng's hype through the roof. Hey, little guy. Now Big Sister can stay with you every day. You happy? She looked down at the tiny creature sleeping on her lap. Pure love. Luo Feng looked up at her and thought, glad the goddess is staying. I love your hugs. Mwah. He nuzzled his head against those incredible legs again. So well behaved, you are just too cute. I really wish I could just take you home and keep you. Just as she said that, a huge group of people started getting off a boat on the beach near the tents. Who are these people? Director Wang looked over. This was a private island in Jiangnan. The crew basically rented the whole place out. Who are these randoms crashing the set? Director Wang sent security to talk to them. From a distance, you could not hear much, but the guards suddenly got super polite. They actually started leading the group over. There were 7 of them in total. 5 guys, 2 older, 3 younger, plus 2 women under 30. They were dressed super casual, so you could not really tell who they were. Director Wang, these people say they are from the Jiangnan Wildlife Protection Association. The guard came up to brief him. The Protection Association. The smiles on the crew's faces vanished. Everyone got serious real fast. The group reached the main tent. An old guy around 60 led the way. He put on a fake smile and said, "Hello, everyone. We are with the Jiangnan Wildlife Protection Association. I am the vice president. My name is Gao Kuanyi." He reached out to shake Director Wang's hand. "Nice to meet you." Director Wang forced a smile back. "Nice to meet you, President Gao." Shangguan Shui stepped up to shake hands too. She let go quickly. She took one look at this guy and just knew he was bad news. The way he looked at her, he had that creepy, greasy old man vibe written all over him. Mr. Tang Yongzhen, Miss Huang Ziking, Miss Li Xian. Hello to you all. Gao Kuanyi obviously knew the crew. They were all massive stars. Even if he did not know them, he definitely did his homework before showing up here. And hey there, little guy. After the small talk, Gao Kuanyi turned his eyes toward Luo Feng. What is up with this old geezer's eyes? Luo Feng felt a chill. The guy looked at him with pure greed, like he wanted to claim him for himself. For some reason, Luo Feng felt like his intuition was crazy sharp. Maybe it was because he was an animal now. He could read human intentions like a book. Animals are just wired to be way more alert than humans ever could be. This Gao Kuanyi guy was giving him a major case of the ick. He felt super uneasy, even though the guy looked polite enough. He's probably a total two-faced hypocrite. Luo Feng wasn't 100% sure if his gut was right, but it was screaming at him. "Get away from me, you old creep." Luo Feng shouted it in his mind. Obviously, he couldn't actually speak human words. To the people watching, Luo Feng just bared 2 massive fangs and snarled at Gao Kuanyi. He looked like a lion king protecting his turf. He was marking his territory against an enemy. Wait, what's the deal? Is the little guy actually mad? Everyone was totally confused. Usually, even when meeting strangers, Luo Feng never got this triggered. Usually, he just ignores people he doesn't like. But this time, he's straight up aggressive. What's his problem? Huang Ziking saw things were going south and rushed over to grab Luo Feng. She was terrified he might actually bite someone. Those fangs were the real deal. Gao Kuanyi looked pretty awkward. Why was the beast so hostile toward him? "Sorry, Chairman Gao. It's probably just a reflex because you're a stranger." Shangguan Shui tried to explain it away. "Oh, is that it?" Gao Kuanyi didn't seem to mind and just laughed it off. "Is this just animal instinct?" Showing hostility when a stranger enters their territory is just basic biology. It's a natural reaction. Gao Kuanyi gave a casual smile and looked at the people behind him. He started the introductions. "This man behind me is our honorary expert from the Jiangnan Animal Protection Association, Professor Zhang. He's a big deal nationwide." Everyone looked at Professor Zhang. He looked to be at least 65 years old. His hair was already turning gray. Based on how Gao Kuanyi introduced him, he clearly held the man in high regard. He was definitely a heavyweight in the association to have an honorary title like that, and these people behind me, they're a bit younger. They're staff members from our association. Gao Kuanyi pointed them out. There were 3 guys standing next to 2 girls. All 5 of them looked under 30 on average. Chairman Gao and Professor Zhang. Tang Yongzhen looked at the 2 leaders and asked, "I didn't know you were coming. Did you have some business with our film crew?" Honestly, Tang Yongzhen had a pretty good idea why they were there, but he had to ask anyway. They even brought a local expert. If it was just a regular expert, it'd be fine. But why are they straight from the Protection Association? A normal expert wouldn't make them so suspicious, but the official association, that just made everyone feel uneasy and super on edge. Gao Kuanyi let out a small smile. He looked at Tang Yongjin. His tone was flat, but his words were heavy. Mr. Tang. And everyone else on the crew, do you actually realize what you're doing right now? That one sentence made Tang Yongjin freeze. A literal shiver went down everyone's spine. What does that even mean? Why would he ask that? Tang Yongjin knew exactly what they were getting at, but he didn't mention Luo Feng. Instead, he asked Chairman Gao, I don't think our crew has crossed any lines, have we? Did we do something wrong? Hagao Kuan-yi chuckled softly before dropping a bombshell that left the whole place shook. You think you haven't crossed a line? Gao Kuan-yi smiled coldly and said, Does this crew even realize? You guys are literally breaking the law. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Tang Yongjin's body went stiff. The live stream was still running and the viewers were losing it. Oh my God. What is this old man's deal breaking the law? Don't just throw accusations around or I'll sue you for slander. Facts, sue him. This is wild. Since when did the crew become criminals? What is he even talking about? Of course, because of Luo Feng, the crew had a massive following now. They had so many loyal fans who would defend them no matter what. Hearing someone say the crew broke the law, there was no way they were going to sit still. They started flaming these guys. Are these people just bored? I seriously doubt they're even from the Real Protection Association. They don't look like good people at all. Do they even have ID? Did the crew check if they're faking being from the association? They're going to be in huge trouble. The viewers couldn't imagine it. Everything was going so well. How could they suddenly be accused of breaking the law? Gao Kuan-yi saw how confused and shocked everyone was. He was totally looking down on them. Like, do they even need to explain the shady stuff they've done? Pure cringe. And of course, Gao Kuan-yi was losing his patience today too. He originally had a date with a new girl from the association at a cafe to discuss professional knowledge. Yeah, right. But Professor Zhang, the big shot honorary professor at the Protection Society, dragged them all the way to the set of Keep Running Bro. So he missed his date with the young girl. But hey, being here meant he got to see top-tier babes like Shangguan Shui, Huang Ziqing, and Li Xian. They were like 1,000,000 times hotter than that random office girl. Total eye candy. Pure fire. But Gao Kuan-yi knew he had zero riz with these A-listers. He didn't stand a chance. They're young, gorgeous, and famous. The gap between them was just too huge. So right now, Gao Kuan-yi just scanned the crowd with a look of pure annoyance. He could barely hide his attitude when he spoke. Mr. Tang Yongjin, you're literally breaking the law. Are you really that clueless? Hearing that again, the crew's faces went pale as ghosts. They were absolutely shaking. But Professor Zhang knew exactly what was going on. This little guy, or little thing the internet is obsessed with, it's a gold mine. After seeing the viral videos this morning, the professor was certain this creature looks exactly like the dragons described in ancient records. Even if it's not a real dragon, it's definitely some legendary ancient beast. It's got that dragon energy for sure. That's why he brought his squad from the Protection Society here today. He's trying to snatch this magical creature before any other departments can make a move. Total speed run. He heard the Imperial Bio Institute already sent a team, so they're basically racing them now. Like I said, even if it's not a real dragon, this thing is priceless. Its research value is cracked. Even if they don't find anything, other big shots will be knocking on their door to buy it. If they want to take this thing, they need the crew to say yes. Or rather, this little guy is their literal cheat code for a promotion and a fat paycheck. There's no way they're letting it go. Tang Yongjin heard all that illegal talk, but he wasn't born yesterday. He's not scared at all. Don't let the fact that Luo Feng always bullies him fool you. He just doesn't care enough to fight back. His family's from Beijing and his mom's side is from Shanghai. And in Shanghai, everyone is absolutely loaded. There's an old saying, if you haven't been to Beijing, you don't know how much power officials have. Throw a rock and you'll hit a rank 7 official. No cap. But in Shanghai, they say, if you haven't been there, you don't realize your bank account is actually trash. Someone driving a $1 million supercar over there. They probably still can't afford a house. They're renting because some of those mansions cost hundreds of millions. It's insane. Growing up in Beijing, Tang Yongjin is actually super smart and well-educated. His family has serious bank. Back in the old streets of Beijing, any one of his neighbors could be a top government official by now. So these old guys from the Protection Society, Tang Yongjin wasn't scared of them one bit. Opening with "you're breaking the law" really ticked him off. Like, if you want to talk, then talk normally, bro. You think you can scare me? Not today. Tang Yongjin couldn't hold back anymore and gave Gao Kuan-yi the coldest look. He glanced at Professor Zhang and said, totally unfazed, "Gentlemen, if we really broke the law, I don't think the Protection Society should be the ones talking to us. Shouldn't the big hats be here? You know what I mean? the guys who actually maintain order. When Tang Yongjin dropped that, the livestream chat went wild. Even Luo Feng was stunned. He always thought Tang Yongjin was just a clueless airhead. But now facing these hostile guys, Tang is standing on business with so much confidence. Luo Feng did not see this coming. Gao Kuan-yi's face twitched. He was getting heated. He realized this guy wasn't going to be an easy target. He forced a fake smile and said, "Mr. Tang Yongjin, and to the rest of the crew, let's put everything else aside and take a real look at this little guy." He sounded polite, but his tone was totally condescending. He was trying to bully them. He was basically giving orders without even asking the crew. These guys are definitely up to no good. Tang Yongjin glanced at the group and immediately felt the bad vibes, especially from that Gao Kuan-yi guy. The way he was staring at Luo Feng was pure greed, and honestly, animals are way more sensitive to that kind of danger than humans. The little guy flew into a straight-up rage the second he saw them, which was all the proof needed that these dudes were bad news. "You want to see our little guy?" "Yeah, no shot." Tang Yongjin shook his head, shutting that down immediately. Tang was done being polite. This guy was just some random official from the Protection Society. Thinking he can just walk away with Luo Feng after a few words, not happening. Professor Zhang heard this, and his face completely soured. He started catching a major attitude. How dare they be so bold? You gotta realize in this coastal island region, it is a small circle. For years, nobody had the guts to talk to him like that. He was an honorary professor. Even high-ranking government officials showed him nothing but respect. Besides, the Zhang family was a literal powerhouse in this area. Most of his relatives held major positions in the government. And now, this nobody guest on a reality show was actually being rude to him. But Zhang was a seasoned pro. He was not about to just blow his top right there. Instead, he spoke up. "Mr. Tang, let me be clear. About this creature you call little thing, we don't know exactly what it is yet, but it is likely a brand new species with ancient bloodlines. You guys should know how important an animal like this is. A film set like this, it is not safe. You are not allowed to keep it here." Professor Zhang finished his piece. Then Gao Kuan-yi jumped in to back him up. If you are still confused, let me put it in simple terms. This little guy's status is basically on the same level as a giant panda. If you kept a panda as a private pet, wouldn't that be a massive crime? Gao Kuan-yi finished speaking and glared at the crew. The look in his eyes said it all. Today, you either hand over the little guy, or you are going to court. Your choice. These guys were unbelievable. Tang Yongjin's face went pale. He knew exactly what they were doing. Finding this little guy really did bring trouble. If it is a wild or protected animal, then it is covered by the law. Keeping it privately would be a straight-up felony. But just as Tang was about to lose his cool, Shangguan Shui stepped forward and fired back. "What are you even talking about? Our little guy is probably a divine dragon. Which law in Dongsheng says it is illegal to raise a dragon?" That one line hit like a literal nuke. It was too shocking. The entire livestream chat exploded instantly. Nobody saw this coming. Shangguan Shui actually dropped that line. "Is it illegal to raise a dragon?" Oh my god. Cracked. Did the crew just low-key admit it? Is this little guy actually a dragon that was so cold? Haha. Is raising a dragon illegal? You do not get it twisted. Who said the crew admitted anything? Shangguan Shui said it is likely a dragon. He is saying as long as it is a dragon, then it is not a crime. Because there is not a single law on the books about dragons being protected. Ha ha ha, Shangguan. Shui is straight up abusing a loophole. The law never saw this coming. Let's see how they respond to that. Actually, do not bother. This fake Professor Zhang and that Chairman Gao are completely stunned. Raising a dragon is illegal. Can I get a phoenix then? If you are built different, you could raise a T-Rex, and it wouldn't be illegal. It is not on the protected list either. LMAOA T-Rex. Bro, your monthly salary could not even buy it a snack. One T-Rex probably eats as much as 10 tigers. Either way, this little guy looks just like a dragon to me. He definitely is. Yeah, I agree, but let's be real. If it were a real dragon, it would control the weather and fly through the clouds, right? This little guy cannot do any of that. Exactly why talk so much? Show us some proof. I could say I am a supermodel, but talk is cheap. Where is the evidence? Haha, a supermodel. More like a supersized snack. Even though the viewers were joking around, they were still shook by that "is raising a dragon illegal" line. After all, nobody expected Shangguan Shui to basically claim it on the live stream that this thing is a dragon. You got to remember, at first, everyone on the crew, everyone was avoiding the dragon topic, trying to keep it all scientific and professional. But now they just straight up admitted it. Talk about a massive plot twist. Big Sis Shui, Huang Zikin looked at the leader of the girl group, her voice shaking with nerves. She had no idea what to do next. Is the little guy really leaving them today? Tang Yongjin scoffed under his breath. He felt like Shangguan Shui should have kept her mouth shut. I mean, think about it. These guys from the Protection Society, even if they suspect the little guy is a dragon, so what, they have zero authority to take him, they aren't the law. Basically, something this big needs a way higher authority to handle it. Even if they have 10,000 excuses, they can't just force Luofeng to go. He's an unknown species, not some regular protected animal they have rights to. But as soon as Shangguan Shui said he might be a dragon, everything changed. The little guy's status went from cute pet to legendary and super sensitive. Tang knew Shui only blurted it out because he couldn't find the right words to clap back in time. She's just a real one, you know. She couldn't just stand there and let these guys frame the film crew for some fake crime. But for real, though, Tang Yongjin knew exactly how these trashy experts worked. They love scaring people and making up random charges out of nowhere. They bully people with treasures or antiques until they get scared and just hand them over for nothing. They always pull the same lines about how everything belongs to the Empire, saying what's allowed and what's illegal, making up a million excuses just to scare the life out of everyone. But it's simple. If you follow the rules and don't cross the line, there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. These guys trying to snatch Luofeng with a bunch of empty threats, that's just straight-up pathetic behavior. Gao Kuan-Yi heard what Shangguan Shui said. He took a glance at her incredible figure and immediately found a way to flip the script. He smiled and said, Miss Yang, let's look at it this way. You're right, there's no specific law against raising a dragon right now. But if this little guy really is a dragon, the Empire will pass a new law banning it immediately. Does your argument even matter now? That is so shameless. Seriously, what a loser. Shangguan Shui couldn't believe he actually said that. Does this Protection Society have zero morals? Nobody expected Gao Kuan-Yi to be this low. He's a snake, but he's not wrong. Since dragons weren't real until now, the Empire obviously never made any laws to protect them. It would have been a waste of time. If there's a law for dragons, why isn't there one for T-Rexes? You don't make laws for things that don't exist or are extinct. But if this little thing is the real deal, as soon as the Empire makes the rule, he becomes protected property. At that point, the film crew keeping a dragon would be a straight-up crime. The viewers were losing it. They started roasting these two shameless guys in the comments. What kind of trash logic is this? This guy's a total embarrassment, a professor. He's saying they'll just change the laws on the spot. That's comedy gold. He's a scumbag, but he kind of has a point. If the little guy is actually a dragon, the Empire has to protect him. You can't just let a film crew keep him like a pet, right? If he's a real dragon, he's basically a god. He has his own spirit and should be able to choose for himself. Facts. That comment is a big W. If he's a dragon, is he even an animal anymore? Laws protect animals because they aren't smart enough. But a dragon, that's a whole different level of intelligence. The funniest part is them trying to make up a rule just to target our crew. The Empire wouldn't move like that, right? That's like making cash illegal today and then arresting everyone who used it yesterday. LOL, that guy's right. This professor's just a meme at this point. You can tell this professor's a snake. So disgusting, everyone in the live stream was popping off with their opinions. Most people thought these professors were total frauds, but a lot of them also felt that if Luofeng really is a dragon, he shouldn't be a pet. A creature like that needs the Empire's full attention. Not gonna lie, if this gets confirmed, his status would be way, way higher than a giant panda. He would be in a league of his own. You people, Shangguan Shui was absolutely fuming after hearing that they would literally rewrite the law just to win. That little ball of fluff was squirming around nonstop. Shangguan Shui wasn't exactly a legal expert, so she didn't know much about all that jargon. She couldn't find a way to clap back yet, but she knew one thing for sure. The Empire has to have some sense of justice, right? They were straight up throwing the book at them. Professor Zhang saw they weren't easy to rattle, so he shifted his tone. He started playing the good cop and said, Mr. Tang, Miss Shangguan. I think Chairman Gao is spitting facts here. This little guy is definitely built different. Keeping it with your film crew is just asking for trouble. If we take him back, we'll give him 5-star treatment. We're just doing some pure academic research. He was trying to play it safe and back down a bit. He needed to chill out Tang Yongjin and Shangguan Shui first since they were both tough nuts to crack. If this little guy was actually a dragon, then his research value would be 10,000 times higher than any ancient beast. Dragon legends have been around forever. They are the literal symbol of our nation and what people believe in. Everyone calls themselves descendants of the dragon. If they could just secure this little guy today, even if it was just a corpse, Their association would be set for life. They would rake in so much research funding. Once it's in their hands, it's all glory and massive profits. Professor Zhang and Gao had done this kind of shady stuff before. They'd handled plenty of rare treasures and animals and pulled some real dirty moves. They were all about their own gain, or maybe they'd get even bolder once they got a hold of the little guy. They could low-key sell him to some billionaire and then swap him for a fake to cover their tracks. Those so-called experts are always scaring farmers into giving up antiques. Most people have no idea how deep the rabbit hole goes. The water is seriously deep here. Tang Yongjun heard their pitch and didn't believe a single word. These experts might be able to bait some clueless farmers or young kids who are scared of trouble. That might work on others, but it wasn't going to fly with Tang Yongjun. They thought they could just talk their way into taking Luofeng. Absolute cap. If this little guy actually ended up in their hands, they'd be the ones calling all the shots. They'd do whatever they wanted. Tang looked at the adorable little guy and thought about it. After all the vibes and joy he brought to the crew, there was no way he was just handing him over to these snakes. That would be totally irresponsible. Mr. Tang, do you not trust our association? Professor Zhang gave a little smirk and pulled out his phone. Fine if you don't trust us. I guess I'll have to make a call. And what kind of call he was going to snitch and have them arrested? This was a straight-up threat. No sugarcoating it. It was their move now. Give up the goods or get sued into oblivion. Hey everyone, Teacher Wang here. I think we're going to end the stream for today. Teacher Wang saw things were getting messy and quickly told the viewers. With things popping off like this, there was no way they could keep streaming. No way. Why are they stopping the stream? This is trash, bro. We need to see the ending. Is the crew really going to fold like that? They're calling the cops and the crew is already shook. What's there to be scared of? Their department isn't even that tough. If you're so big, bring some fighter jets. Seriously, the crew better not be like that. I hope they don't get scared of trouble and actually hand him over. Not to these disgusting professors. Man, they're calling the authorities. I think the crew is actually cooked. Such a big crew with so many superstars and they're scared of a few old professors. Chill, bro. Even celebs are just regular citizens. Everyone's equal before the law. Who wouldn't be scared? Just don't turn off the stream. We need to see what happens next. This is so frustrating. Is this the last time we'll see the little guy? Everyone was super down and disappointed in the crew. They were all blaming them for folding. Those professors are clearly up to no good. They better not hand him over. But the stream was definitely going dark. Maybe they really were scared. Then the screen went black. The stream had officially stopped. No video, no audio, but most of the viewers didn't leave. They stayed in the dark chat room typing away and roasting everyone. This drama blew up on the internet and Weibo instantly. The hype and the tea were off the charts. Lol. Gao Kuan-yi saw teacher. He shut down the stream and started laughing internally. To him, this move meant the crew was folding. He figured they were finally ready to hand over that little thing. These big stars might look all high and mighty, but it is all just for show. As public figures, they are actually terrified of trouble. One wrong charge and their entire career is over. It would be a total wrap for them. Meanwhile, the crew head Zhao Yubao saw everything from the back and rushed over immediately. Zhao Yubao got to the scene and tried to be polite. Chairman Gao, Professor Zhang, nice to meet you. I am the one in charge here. About this little creature, let's just talk this out calmly. He wanted to negotiate. In Zhao Yubao's eyes, these association guys were probably just looking for a payday. He thought they were just trying to shake them down. You know, scare them a bit to squeeze out some cash. Pay them off and the whole thing blows over. Then the little creature could stay with the crew. You are the one in charge, Gao Kuan-yi looked him up and down. Yes, sir, I am Zhao Yubao. Zhao forced a smile, but Gao just gave him a fake smirk back. His tone turned ice cold and hostile. Let me make this clear to your crew right now. If you don't hand over this creature, I am calling the authorities to handle this personally. Zhao Yubao froze. Seeing how aggressive the guy was being, he had no idea what to do. Wait, they aren't looking for a bribe. Is their real goal actually just the little creature? But just as things got awkward 1 minute after the stream went dark, a group appeared in the distance. There were about 7 or 8 of them, all wearing yellow uniforms. Who the heck were these guys? The crew was lost. They had no clue what department these new people were from. But one thing was for sure, they were official. And looking at Gao and Zhang's faces, they definitely weren't on the same team. Should we stop them? Don't be reckless. Let's see what they want first. The crew's guards were ready to step in. They wanted to block them, but the leader quickly flashed a badge from his pocket. The second the guards saw it, their eyes filled with pure terror. They stepped aside and let them in immediately. Those 2 words on the badge were glowing. Imperial Security, the highest level of law enforcement in the Empire. Who are you? What's your department? Gao Kuan-yi started to get nervous. He wasn't scared of the law, he was just worried another agency was trying to steal his prize. Gao Kuan-yi Wright, vice chairman of the Protection Association. The man in the yellow uniform laughed and held up his ID. Listen up. You are involved in a case that seriously threatens the empire. You are coming with us right now. Of course, if you resist, we will treat it as resisting arrest. Then the man pulled out a handgun. Click. He racked the slide. Gao Kuan-yi nearly jumped out of his skin. He was terrified. And you, Professor Zhang, you total fraud. All these years as a professor, you've been busy threatening and bribing people. How many artifacts and smuggled animals have you stolen by now? The leader barked. The 7 or 8 guys behind him swarmed in, pinning Professor Zhang and Gao Kuan-yi to the ground. They said it was an investigation, but they were treating them like straight-up criminals. This was a total power move. Everyone knows what the Imperial Security Bureau is capable of. Even Luo Feng was completely blindsided by this. What is even happening? What did we do? We just followed Professor Zhang here. Why are we being arrested too? The young assistants from the association were panicking. They were just following orders and hadn't done anything yet. But the Imperial Security Bureau doesn't do talk. They are all action. Lock them up first, ask questions later. That's just how they roll. They are total savages. Teacher Wang, Teacher Tang. Huang Ziqing, who was hiding behind them, asked the 2 main guys with a trembling voice, "Are we going to get dragged into this?" They didn't say anything to us yet. Li Xian was also shaking with fear. The atmosphere turned sub-zero instantly. No one expected these experts to get busted by the Imperial Security. Zhao Yubao was dripping with cold sweat, too scared to say a single word. The arrogant Gao Kuan-yi now looked like a ghost. This sudden twist made one thing crystal clear. The value of this little creature was way higher than anyone ever imagined. Don't sweat it. I am calling it now. We are totally fine, but those other guys, yeah, they are in huge trouble. Tang Yongjin flashed a smile, chilling Huang Ziqing and Li Xian out. Suddenly, Shang Guanshui just loses it and starts laughing, as Ziqing was so confused, asking, "Wait, sis, what is so funny? I finally see what is going on here." Shang Guanshui's grin got even wider. "If I had to guess, the feds from the Security Bureau have been camping here the whole time. They were just waiting for these clowns to show their true colors so they could swoop in and bag them. That is why they showed up at the perfect moment. No questions asked, just straight to handcuffs." After that explanation, everyone realized why she was laughing. I mean, how can you not laugh? Gao Kuan-yi and his buddy were still trying to act tough and stare everyone down like they were big shots. They had no idea they were walking straight into a trap. Total NPCs. They did not know a thing. Still talking about calling the cops and threatening the crew to hand over the little guy. Man, what a joke. An animal as broken as this little guy was bound to catch the government's eye. It is way bigger than just some viral internet trend. Huang Ziqing looked down at Luo Feng. Right now, our MC was feeling all kinds of ways. The second the feds showed up, he knew for sure the Empire has been watching him, but they probably did not want to make a move yet. If these idiots from the association had not tried to kidnap him, the secret agents protecting him would have never stepped out of the shadows. It is just like what Lu Chengfeng from the Bio Institute said, keep observing. Luo Feng started cooking up a plan. In his past life, Luo Feng was not a genius, but he definitely was not stupid either. Now that he is an animal, he sees things even clearer than when he was human. This island where the crew is staying, it has probably been surrounded by agents for a while. Otherwise, with how much hype Luo Feng has, there is no way Zero reporters or media outlets showed up. The feds must have been intercepting everyone. I mean, he looks exactly like a dragon. How could the higher-ups not notice? No way they would just sit idly by. They were not doing nothing. They were just operating in the shadows, but why did they let Gao Kuan-yi and the professor in? They probably knew these two had a sketchy history. So they let them walk right in just to catch them in the act. That has to be it. These two are so unlucky. Anyone with a brain knows a creature that looks this much like a dragon is a big deal. And yet, they had the nerve to threaten the film crew. Plus, the president did not even show up, just the vice president. That president probably knew this was a trap. He did not want to risk it, but did not want to give up either, so he sent a fall guy. Too bad these two were just pawns and did not even realize it. But wait, am I actually a dragon? The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more hyped he got. In a place like Dongsheng, the status of a divine dragon is god tier. Back when Luo Feng was still a human in his past life. He was so proud to call himself a descendant of the dragon. Now he has regressed and might actually be one. Sure, no one has hard proof that he is a dragon yet. But with his insane powers and the way he looks, yeah, he is starting to believe the hype himself. Luo Feng guessed. The big bosses are probably just waiting for solid proof. That is why they are telling everyone not to spread rumors for now. If they claim he is a dragon and he is not, the empire becomes a total laughingstock. The Western countries would never let them live it down. The empire has its own plan, and honestly, having their protection is a huge win. I am a lot safer now. Luofeng knew being watched by the government was a double-edged sword. On one hand, his safety is guaranteed. On the other hand, there is the risk of being studied. We are talking needles, blood samples, or even getting sliced up. Those are the risks. Back with the film crew, everyone watched Gao and the professor get hauled away. They were still pretty shaken up. Everyone was whispering about who Luofeng really was, but after a few quiet comments, they shut up. Director Zhao even just took the crew and left. Now that the feds are involved, they do not have to do anything. Places like the Security Bureau are on another level. You saw it. They just flash a badge and the conversation's over. No one even gets a chance to talk back. They dragged Gao Chuanyi and his partner out right then and there. By the time Gao was being hauled off, he had literally pissed his pants. But nobody was laughing at him for being a coward. Facing a situation like that, anyone would have been shook. The Imperial Security Agency, that is the one department that makes everyone's blood run cold. They only handle cases involving the Empire itself. Think about it. If the regular cops take you, you can still pull some strings. You can hire a lawyer, talk about the 24-hour evidence rule, or claim they have no right to hold you. But the ISA is different. They do not care about your logic or your excuses. If you get caught in their net, you are lucky to even come out alive. You are basically cooked. Thank God these guys showed up. Otherwise, I would not have known how to handle this mess, Teacher Wang said, finally letting out a huge sigh of relief once they left. They were literally trying to rob us. For a second, I thought it might be better to just hand the little guy over. Li Xian said, his face still pale. He did not expect a second group to show up out of nowhere. He was not the bravest guy, and a scene like that was terrifying. Honestly, even with millions of fans, seeing the ISA in person for the first time was next level scary. He had heard stories before, but he never actually crossed paths with them. And usually, if you are crossing paths with those guys, it is because you did something world-shaking. If you are just a petty thief or a scammer, they will not even look your way. Anyway, if these guys hadn't appeared today, things would have been a nightmare. Both sides would have just been stuck in a deadlock. There would have been no way to end it. Everyone listen to me, Shangguan Shui said, stepping forward. I am guessing the higher-ups' plan is pretty clear. They didn't ask too many questions about the little guy, and they arrested the people trying to steal him. And what does that mean? Teacher Wang asked curiously. It means they want us to keep raising him while they watch from the shadows, Shangguan Shui said with a playful smirk. We basically have a royal decree to raise a dragon now. The crew definitely was not going to hide Luo Feng's identity anymore. Before, they were scared of breaking imperial taboos. They didn't want to be accused of spreading rumors, but now that things have reached this point, there is no need for secrets. Haha, Shui, you're the best. A royal decree. Huang Ziqing laughed, her bad mood vanishing instantly. But everyone else totally agreed with Shangguan Shui. Since the higher-ups were protecting him but not taking him away, they obviously wanted the film crew to keep looking after him. With the ISA protecting them from the shadows, the crew basically had a god-tier shield. They didn't need to worry about anything ever again. Oh, there's one more thing, Li Xian suddenly spoke up. Earlier, Teacher Wang thought things were going to get ugly, so he shut down the live stream. Right now, I bet there are tons of people still waiting in the room. They must be dying to see what happened next. Oh, true. Shangguan Shui got excited, hearing that. We definitely need to give them an update, but how do we explain it? We probably shouldn't go live until we have a solid plan. Of course, if the crew said something out of line, or if the ISA felt it was inappropriate, they would just cut the signal anyway. So basically, they could just be as bold as they wanted. At that moment, Li Xian opened his phone. He saw that the internet, especially the trending tags on Weibo, was absolutely exploding. Trending at number 1, the Keep Running Bro film crew. Strange species found on the beach. High IQ, very human-like. Unique appearance, loves the ocean, immune to fire and water. What kind of animal is this? Number 2, based on long-term observation. This little guy's intelligence is at least that of a 5-year-old child. With that kind of spirit, he really might be a dragon. Number 3, is the Jiangnan Animal Protection Association official or private? Why are they trying to snatch him by force? Are they abusing their power, or are they just corrupt? Why are these so-called experts and professors acting like straight-up thugs? Countless trending posts and news articles were all about Luo Feng. Luo Feng's hype had reached an entirely new level. The comment sections under those posts were pure fire. Damn, seeing that Gao Kuan-yi and Professor Jang made my blood boil. If the little guy really is a dragon, then these guys were literally trying to pull a heist on a legend. Gao Kuan-yi and Professor Jang trying to snatch a national treasure. These people are literal trash. Can we dox them? I know Jang's family, not a single one of them is legit. Gao Kuan-yi is garbage too. Total snakes. I already did a deep dive on them. Their group isn't even the real Animal Protection Association. It's some private small animal knockoff. A private association for real, usually these are either government-run or just private clubs for animal lovers. No way, I really thought they were government officials this whole time. So gross. Flexing those professor titles just to scam people everywhere. A private club. Wow, one word makes a huge difference. Wait, so the little guy on set is actually a legit dragon. Is that even a question? Our Queen Shangguan Shui literally confirmed it. It's a dragon. LMAO, the way she said that was so alpha. Is it illegal to raise a dragon? That's an instant classic. But seriously, we need to study that little guy as soon as possible. The research value alone is insane. The bone structure, the scales, the blood, the DNA sequence, everything. It's a goldmine for science. Does our empire really have a living dragon? Obviously, we're the descendants of the dragon for a reason. It's not just a saying. Who's down to raid the set and steal some dragon poop? Bro, you're unhinged. You want to study poop. You probably want to eat it and try to live forever, don't you? Actually, the little guy peed right by the tent earlier. Run there now, it might still be wet. Dragon pee has got to be a legendary buff. Netizens are absolutely wilding out. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was just chilling in Shangguan Shui's arms. He watched her scroll through the comments on her tablet, and honestly, he was losing his mind. These people were beyond weird. Some guy suggested injecting themselves with stuff to get hyped and then crossbreeding with a snake. Pure brain rot. Completely speechless. Just why someone wanted to cross a dragon with a pig to make a dragon pig. Said if they made 7 of them, they'd have the 7 dragon balls. Bruh. Another one wanted him to breed with a bird to make a flying snake. Luo Feng was literally sweating reading this. If anyone actually tried that, it's a hard pass from him. Netizens are terrifying. They're scarier than the experts. Sister Shui the hype is getting out of control. Everyone's spamming us. They want to know why we cut the stream if we handed over the little guy and what he actually is. Huang Ziking was seeing all the trending posts on Weibo too. If this keeps spiraling without a new live stream, she won't be able to handle the mob. Yeah, if we go live now, the pressure is going to be insane. We can't even film like this. Li Xian nodded while Mr. Wang thought for a second. He stepped up and said, "What if we just tell everyone the National Security Bureau has taken over? Wouldn't that fix it?" But Tang Yongzhen immediately shut that down. That's not going to work. Think back to how those agents acted. They only came for Gao Kuan-yi and Zhang. They ignored everything else. Tang, what are you getting at? Huang Ziking asked. You mean they won't help us clarify anything? Exactly. I bet they're dodging the question until they're 100% sure what the little guy is. Tang Yongzhen gave a faint smile. The higher-ups are playing it smart. By doing this, they've dumped all the heat on our crew. They don't have to face any of the public backlash. The netizens will come for us while the Empire just watches from the sidelines. Think about it. If the government officially protects him and makes a huge deal out of it, but he turns out not to be a dragon, the Empire becomes a total laughingstock. The West would never let us live it down. So there's no way they're making the first move. Even looking at it from 10,000 steps back, if they show up, they won't be doing it publicly. A top-tier department like the Bureau of Earth Security might send a biology professor. What then? Huang Ziking was stressing. Tomorrow's stream is going to be wild with all those curious netizens. Everyone is dying to know what the little guy is. Is he a dragon or not? What's the move? And what about the drama with Gao and Professor Chang? How do we even handle that mess? Did the crew just hand him over? Are they really that trash, but if they didn't cave? How is this getting settled? The crew needs a real explanation since they cut the live feed. The Bureau snatched those 2 up, but the public has 0 clue what happened next. It's a mystery. The whole crew is lost. Everyone is low-key terrified for tomorrow's stream. A simple film crew trying to handle the pressure of an actual dragon. Even the Empire wanted no smoke with this. It's enough to make anyone choke. But look at Luo Feng just watching them struggle. Chilling in Shangguan Shui's arms, he just flicked her arm with his tail. Total casual flex. What are you doing, little guy? She wasn't hurt, but the move was totally unexpected. She looked down, and Luo Feng hopped out of her arms and onto the ground. He gave a little howl at her, then ran off to his own private luxury tent. That's the villa the crew built just for him. Does he want us to play? Shui wondered. Play teacher Wang is speechless. We're out here facing massive S-rank pressure. We can barely breathe, and this little guy is just vibing. He's completely unbothered. No worries, just pure animal vibes. But then Tang Yongjin's face shifted. He's cooking. He's got a plan, and he's not gatekeeping. Listen up, everyone. We can do this. Do what Zeking asked. The fans are obsessed with the little guy, right? We just film his daily life and drop it on the socials. Content is king. It'll calm the fans down and take some of the heat off us. Tang is playing chess, a distraction play. Zeking realized the vibe, but it's more than just shifting the topic. We keep the hype on him. Think about it. If a movie doesn't drop, fans get toxic. Everyone is mad waiting for the release, but the company won't give a date. So you drop some trailers to keep them fed and lower the stress. Tang's got the vision. Ha ha, it's the only way. Tang looked down at the little guy in the garden. Maybe he's actually the one giving us the moves. You never know with him. Oh my god, he's actually cracked. He's way too smart. Shui was stunned. She leaned down to pet him. Are you really dropping hints for us? Of course he was. Before, no one would believe it. But now his high IQ is basically legendary. Luo Feng is thinking, glad you guys aren't total NPCs. You really thought I just wanted to play. He heard Tang's analysis and realized the guy actually understood his plan. Major respect to Tang. The guy's actually smart for a human. He saw them stressing and threw them a bone. Communicating is hard when you can't talk. He got lucky that Tang caught the vibe this time. Next time, it's a coin toss. Now, Luo Feng wants to bring Shui Lixian and Ziking into the mix. He walked up and scratched at their shoes with his claws. Main character energy. Hopefully Tang gets this too. Haha, you only want to play with those three. Tang read him perfectly. Luo Feng's hyped. Niece, you didn't disappoint this dragon. Wait, am I even a dragon yet? Why am I already using that title? I'm already used to it. Whatever, nobody can hear me anyway. Who's going to stop me? I could call myself the Emperor for all I care. 1 hour later, everyone's socials were fire. Zeking Xian and the rest of the crew just dropped the new updates. It's going viral. And the new updates, those were 4 short videos. Once those dropped, all of Weibo straight up exploded. Right now, at a hospital, there is an intern elementary school teacher named Fang Ting. She just graduated not too long ago, so she is in full grind mode. Her work schedule is absolutely maxed out. Even though she is a teacher, the school basically treats intern homeroom teachers like glorified nannies. She has to stress over every little thing for the students. You only get to relax once you actually have some status. Once you have experience, they finally let you breathe and save your energy. But for now, all that extra work falls on the intern teachers. Day in and day out, she has to look after dozens of kids. It is exhausting, but she has to pay her dues. Once she makes it through this, everything will be fine. This is what everyone calls the Iron Rice Bowl, a stable career. So many people are taking impossible exams all over the place just to get it. It is super hard, obviously. Whenever she actually gets a break, she watches that show Keep Running, Bro. For her, a busy intern teacher on the grind does not have time to chase those mid-super long dramas. She does not have the time, so variety shows are perfect. Even if she misses the live stream, she can just watch the highlight reels. The videos are usually less than 1 hour long, which is perfect for chilling and watching while she eats. She does not have many friends or hobbies. Besides watching variety shows, she basically has nothing else going on. Of course, the reason she loves a show like Keep Running is because of that outdoor lifestyle. She dreams of the blue sky and the ocean, but reality is hitting hard, so she has to keep working. She can only do those things once she is finally set financially. Every time she sees Tang Yongzhen, seeing Teacher Wang and the crew out in the fields, the woods, or on fishing boats, she is beyond jealous. Honestly, this season of Keep Running Bro is Fang Ting's absolute favorite. The crew found an egg out of nowhere, and this insanely cute and smart little guy actually hatched from it. Even though he acts tough sometimes and is a little bit of an ugly cute mascot, he is still adorable. Everyone online is hyped and saying this little guy is probably a dragon. She looked at him closely, and yeah, he really looks like a dragon. But Fang Ting is a little skeptical. Is the show just chasing clout with some marketing scheme? But with this much hype and so many people watching, the crew would not dare lie to the audience. So Fang Ting thinks the little guy is legit. Even if he is not a dragon, he has to be some ancient, unknown creature. Anyway, the Empire has not officially confirmed what the little guy is yet. Fang Ting is just like most netizens, constantly guessing and waiting for the reveal. But if this is not some camera trick and his IQ and reactions are the real deal, then he really might be a dragon. And check this out, just today at noon, some animal association tried to take the little guy away. Fang Ting was fuming. Netizens leaked that it was just some private animal protection group. She is hoping they did not catch him. The Empire better not let those people get away with this. Fang Ting still remembers. When those people were forcing the crew to hand him over, Shangguan Shuang just dropped the line, "Is raising a dragon illegal?" Fang Ting remembers that clearly. Absolute legend move. She was watching the live stream when it happened. She was so stressed just waiting to see how that Gao Kuan-Yi guy would respond to her. But the worst part was that Teacher Wang straight up killed the live stream. Just like Fang Ting, so many viewers were raging when the screen went black. But there was nothing they could do. They were just the audience. They could not do anything to stop those people from taking Luofeng away. All the fans could do was flame the crew's Weibo to vent their frustration. Or they just went off on every platform to curse the whole situation. But then, out of nowhere, Fang Ting saw a brand new update from Shangguan Shuang in the news. She was already hooked on the crew anyway. Seeing Shangguan Shuang's update, she had to click the video link. But as soon as she went in, things got wild. She literally could not look away. In that video, everyone thought that the little guy had already been taken away by Gao Kuan-Yi and Professor Zhang. But there he was, back in the crew's tent. He was even in that villa they built for him, playing around with Shangguan Shuang and Huang Ziqing. After playing in the garden, they hit the beach for a race to see who was faster. He is him. At the finish line, there's some cooked beef waiting. First place gets the prize. But honestly, trying to outrun this little guy? No way. Even those two long-legged goddesses don't stand a chance. The moment the ref Tang Yongzhen put him on the starting line, he basically vanished. His speed is absolutely cracked. Just like last time, he's basically an electric mouse. He's grown a lot since then, and he's even faster now. Total lightning mode. We're talking professional 100-meter sprinter levels. Fang Ting couldn't believe her eyes. This is insane. The little guy is getting faster by the second. And of course, the comments under Shangguan Shui's Weibo video are absolutely exploding. Holy crap. Seriously, what else can I even say besides holy crap? Oh my god. The little guy is still with the crew. What's the deal, bro? Is this an old video or what? Didn't those guys Gao Kuan-Yi and Professor Zhang force them to hand him over already? I thought they gave in when the stream cut out. Lowell, you think this is an old video? No shot. Shangguan Shui posted this right now for one reason, only to prove a point. He's saying the little guy is still being raised by the crew. It's a stay calm message for the fans, but how did they dodge those two trash professors? Didn't they threaten to call the cops? Those two should be the ones getting locked up. Locked up. On what grounds? Even if they aren't official, they're still part of a private animal protection association. Asking them to hand over an animal like that to the association so the crew doesn't get in trouble. Technically, there's nothing illegal about that play. But they faked being official, faked it. They never actually said they were the government. They just said they were from the Jiangnan Animal Association. Damn, they're playing word games. That's low. Of course, these people missed the later stream, so they don't know the cops already bagged those two. So my question is, how did the crew manage to keep the little guy? Did they see through those two fake professors? And who knows, either way, the little guy's still there, so we can still watch him. That's all that matters. Yo, listen up. I just came from Teacher Wang's Weibo, and Huang Ziqing and Li Xian's pages too. They've got videos over there too. Are they all videos of the little guy? You bet they are. Damn, this is the crew's ultimate clapback to everyone calling them soft. LOL, the crew cut the stream? You think they just threw hands with those two fake professors? Maybe it got too bloody for us to see, haha. I low-key hope they beat those trash professors down, but probably not. He's already trending at #1. The hype for this little guy is unreal. For real, though, as soon as these lifestyle videos dropped, tons of people were like Fang Ting instantly clicking to watch. After watching, they were hit with more breaking news that left them speechless. The real dragon baby is still on the move. When you click the trending topic, it tells the whole story, from being found to his life with the crew to nearly being snatched by those two professors. And of course, the end of the article leaves the audience with a big question. It's the classic play to get the comment section fired up. The final question is, since this magical creature might actually be a dragon, shouldn't he be sent to a more professional facility? People were more than ready to dive into that debate. Some fans were like, no hesitation, hand him over to the national authorities. They want the government to set up a massive sanctuary for him, give him a huge environment, and figure out exactly what he is. But another group is saying there's no need for all that drama, because this little guy is only 1 or 2 days old. So far, he hasn't shown any crazy superpowers or anything. He might just be a creature that looks like a dragon. If the government makes a huge deal out of it, and it turns out he's just a new species, the whole world will laugh at us. Everyone will be saying, our country is so thirsty for attention that we lose our minds over one new species. It's just not a good look. This thing is a literal dragon that's as OP as it gets. If this turns out to be some huge joke, the whole world's going to be clowning on us for years. Those Western media outlets, they'll definitely say we're descendants of the dragon who can't even recognize our own ancestor. Pure disrespect. No cap, they're going to use this as bait. Right now, everyone's split between these two main theories. Weibo is popping off right now. It's a total war zone between both sides. But the good news, the little guy's still with the crew. He hasn't been bagged yet. Those two trash professors are definitely up to no good. But just then, the Imperial Bio Institute dropped a bomb. They posted an official statement on Weibo, and the internet literally broke. Again. Luo Feng is adding fuel to the fire. He's going viral. The Bio Institute has been busy lately. We've been keeping an eye on that mystery creature with the Keep Running crew. It looks exactly like the ancient descriptions of a dragon. Sure, these creatures are usually just myths and legends that people believe in, but after checking the ancient records, our scientists think dragons might have actually existed back in the day. So as the top biological authority in the Empire, we've decided to send a pro team to the set to check out the little guy's habits. We know he might be wary of strangers, so we'll make sure our research doesn't ruin his vibe. The post was only about 200 words, but the message was loud and clear. The Bio Institute is moving in to investigate. And the main rule, don't mess with the little guy's peace. As soon as that post dropped, millions of people went absolutely feral. The hype was real. Weibo and half the internet literally exploded. No one saw this coming. Even the Imperial Bio Institute is standing the little guy. But that's not even the best part. The real question is, does the Institute actually think this little guy is a real dragon? Back at the set, the crew saw the chaos on Weibo and immediately ran to tell the boss, Zhao Yubao. Zhao was hyped. This is huge, he shouted. His assistant replied, huge boss, this is massive. The assistant was shaking with excitement. I just got the call. Jiangnan TV is sending a crew. They're going to collab with the experts from the Bio Institute to film a documentary of the little guy's daily life. This is getting crazy. Zhao couldn't keep his cool. I bet the higher-ups want some hard proof before they tell the whole world he's legit. The assistant nodded. I mean, let's be real, the little guy has already been doing some crazy stuff. That's why the experts are going all in. Basically, our film crew just got drafted for something way bigger. Haha, let's go. Zhao finally lost it and started celebrating. The fact that they're letting the crew stay involved is a huge W, and it's pretty obvious. The government knows exactly how much weight a dragon carries. This is going to change everything. If the scientists were just reckless and treated him like some common lab rat, then a real dragon might actually get pissed off, and that would be a straight-up disaster for everyone. So we've got to keep the little guy happy, let him chill where he wants, and keep the people he hates far away. I mean, who in their right mind would want to beef with a literal dragon? Even the Empire wouldn't risk it. Assistant, go tell Mr. Wang and the team the news. From now on, forget all that other random stuff we were filming. We're going full documentary mode on the little guy. Zhao laughed as he spread the word. But the assistant wasn't finished. Hold on, there's more to it than that, he said. We need to hit up our sponsors and let them know they need to pay up the appearance fees for this little guy are going to be insane. We need to upgrade everything on set, right? And that takes cash, Zhao laughed. Oh, for sure, for sure. With this much clout, if they want their name on our show, they're going to have to cough up some serious bags. They'll pay, trust me, Zhao smirked. And every cent is going toward taking care of the little guy. Ha ha ha, Zhao was absolutely losing his mind with joy. This was the ultimate win. We've done so many episodes of Running Man Bros. It was fire at first, but by the 6th and 7th episodes, it was totally falling off. They brought in big stars, but even those cameos couldn't save this dying variety show. But now, because of that little legend, the show just had a massive comeback. It's a total 180. Looking at the situation now, the crew thought this was the final episode, but now there will definitely be an episode 8, 9, and 10. They're going to keep filming forever, as long as there's clout and people are watching. You'd be a clown not to keep going. Of course, a creature like a dragon, how long does it even take to grow up? Who knows? As long as he's here, the production will never run out of views. Even though the little guy was just born, he's growing so fast he's already doubled in size. But a dragon is a living being. When he lifts his head or dives into the sea, he's more OP than a whale. Legends say a divine dragon can reach over 1,000 meters in length. Who knows how long his growth phase lasts, but there is one problem. If he keeps getting bigger, the amount of food he'll eat is going to be terrifying, but we don't even need to worry about that. With this much hype, sponsors will line up to feed him, spending tens of thousands or even millions on Meat Easy. He can be as big as he wants. He can eat as much as he likes, right? Suddenly I feel like calling him little guy or little thing isn't right anymore. Zhao Yubao spoke up. Assistant director, did you think of a new name for the little guy? Yeah. After all, he's not that small anymore. Calling him little thing all the time feels off, Zhao Yubao said with a smile. So what's the new name you want to give him? Actually, Zhao Yubao already had a name in mind. But right at that moment, the assistant director saw a news report and got hyped. He shouted, "No, Director Zhao. You don't need to change the name anymore." What do you mean? I don't need to. Zhao Yubao was pretty annoyed. He finally thought of a cool name, and now his assistant is telling him to scrap it. Who's the boss here? But a second later, Zhao Yubao was stunned. The Empire had just given him an official name. What the heck? The Empire actually gave him an official name. Zhao Yubao really didn't see that coming. He thought. The assistant was just disagreeing with his name choice, but it turns out the Empire stepped in. What does the news say? Zhao Yubao asked urgently. Is it really an official name? It's not exactly a formal decree, but a reporter interviewed the director of the Imperial Bio Institute, Lu Chengfeng. They were chatting, and the topic of the little guy's name came up. Hearing this, Zhao Yubao interrupted. So does Director Lu have a problem with the names little guy or little thing? You could say that. The assistant director gave a forced smile. Director Lu said, if the little guy really is a dragon calling him those names is kind of disrespectful. Then what did the reporter say? Zhao Yubao asked. The reporter just laughed and said those names were cute and fitting. It didn't seem that disrespectful, right? But Lu Chengfeng replied that since he might be a dragon, if you want to sound close but respectful, I think the name Little Ancestor works. Of course, he was just joking. But the name is actually pretty good. It's got deep meaning. Anyway, it was just casual talk with the reporter. There's no forced name change, but he's an imperial academician. Even his casual talk is a huge hint for the production team. Hearing the name Zhao Yubao froze, then burst out laughing. That's a fire name. Usually, grandparents or parents call a naughty kid Little Ancestor. And this little guy has been a troublemaker since day one. Plus, he's likely a dragon. We're the descendants of the dragon, so he literally is the ancestor. This name is way more fitting. Yeah, it's perfect. We'll call him Little Ancestor. It shows he's loved, without losing any respect. The assistant director locked it in immediately. Soon, Zhao Yubao spread the word. The names Little Thing and Little Guy were officially changed to Little Ancestor. The girls in the idol group started giggling. Haha, Director Zhao. This name is a vibe, right? He's basically the little ancestor of our whole crew. In modern terms, Little Ancestor just means he's the ultimate precious cutie. And if he's really a dragon, calling him Little Ancestor is a total flex. And it was basically given by director Lu Chengfeng himself. Damn, does this count as an Empire-certified name? Haha, I guess. So Luo Feng was napping in his backyard. Hearing everyone call him Little Ancestor one by one, it definitely sounded way better than the old names. For sure. But because Gao Kuanyi and Professor Zhang came to cause trouble, the crew's dinner was delayed. It was already past lunchtime, and since Luo Feng hadn't eaten a single thing all morning, bro was absolutely starving. Little boss, I brought you some premium stuff today. Suddenly, Zhao Yubao walked into the tent holding a few cans. Good stuff. What kind of good stuff? Shang Guanshuang rushed over to him. Director Zhao, are you talking about those cans in your hand? You bet I am. This is peak nutrition for carnivores. Zhao Yubao teased her, keeping the secret for a second. Does that mean our crew doesn't have to grind for cash to buy the little guy food anymore? Huang Zikin asked, looking hyped. Like I said, the plan for everyone to live like fishermen is canceled. All we gotta do is take care of this little guy and keep our little boss happy. Zhao Yubao set the cans on the table and flashed a victory sign to everyone. Our first big bag is here. 5 major sponsors and partners signed contracts worth $10 million. And every cent is for the little boss's food and drinks. No way 10 million. That's insane. Isn't that overkill? How much does he have to eat to blow through that much cash? Sponsor daddies are truly cracked. They're loaded, no cap. To the guy saying he can't finish 10 million, I gotta disagree. If they feed him caviar, bluefin tuna, and giant spicy prawns every day, with the little boss's appetite, I bet that money won't last long at all. Haha. If he eats like that every day, even the Empire would go broke trying to raise him. If it's just normal food, 10 million should last for years, right? Bro, he's only a few days old and he's already eating 7 to 8 pounds a day. Imagine his appetite in a month. If he really is a dragon, he's going to bankrupt the country once he's thousands of meters long. But if he's a dragon, he'll bring us perfect weather and prosperity. Even if it's hard, the Empire has to keep him fed. Exactly. Let him eat whatever he wants. You think a whole nation can't handle one little dragon? Over 10 million people had already tuned into the stream early this morning just to watch Luo Feng. That wasn't just hype traffic, that was 10 million actual people watching him. Meanwhile, Luo Feng saw Zhao Yubao bringing over the cans and got excited for a feast. But the labels were all in English. Or maybe French Luo Feng couldn't read them, but he figured it had to be the high-end stuff. Pop Zhao Yubao opened a can. Chunks of meat appeared right in front of Luo Feng's eyes. Looks fire. It's probably delicious. Zhao Yubao grabbed a plate and served the meat to Luo Feng. Dig in, little guy. Shangguan Shuang realized what it was. That smell. Is that canned crocodile meat? You got it. It's all farm-raised stuff. Nobody would dare turn a wild crocodile into a can of food. This stuff is packed with nutrition. For a growing boy like Luo Feng, this is a rare treat. Plus, this brand is crazy expensive. One box costs 199 pounds. Of course, some people say it's not that pricey, but lol, you're probably buying the knockoffs or the trash brands. The real deal is pricey. Ugh, this smells so fishy. Luo Feng took a sniff. What kind of meat is this? It smells mid. Why isn't the little guy eating? This will help you grow up healthy and strong. Shangguan Shuang knew that crocodile meat definitely smelled a bit funky. But the taste is actually pretty good. It just depends on the person. It might be weird at first, but now it's a gourmet meal. All right, fine, I'll give it a shot. Luo Feng remembered the first time he tried durian in his past life. It smelled like trash, but he ended up loving it. He figured he'd just have to pull a meme moment and admit it's actually fire later. But the second Luo Feng took a massive bite, his cute little eyes widened in shock. He spat it out instantly. Holy crap, this is freaking disgusting. Luo Feng felt like everything he ate yesterday was about to come back up. He absolutely could not handle this food. No way. Why won't the little guy eat it? Shangguan Shuang was stunned, even though they gave him a name. Everyone was still in the habit of calling him the little guy or the little thing. It was a hard habit to break. Does he seriously not like crocodile? Huang Ziqin stared at him, feeling helpless. Crocodile meat. No wonder it tastes like trash. Luo Feng looked totally dead inside. In his past life, a friend brought some crocodile meat back from abroad. Luo Feng tried it, and man, he basically couldn't eat anything for 3 days after that. He didn't expect that trauma to follow him into this life, too. This is straight-up soul-level disgust. For Luo Feng, eating cooked meat is a demand from his soul, not just some physical instinct. He actually won't eat it. Zhao Yubao is speechless. He literally ordered over 1,000 boxes of this stuff. That means over $100,000 is basically down the drain. No. If the little ancestor won't eat it, can the crew have it instead? No shot. The crew can't touch it. This is specifically for animals. It's got additives that humans definitely shouldn't be eating. Damn it, $190,000 over 1 million yen just wasted like that. The sponsors are going to be bawling when they see this. This Zhao Yubao is an absolute piece of trash. Luo Feng almost hurled. He had to chug a ton of water just to wash the taste out of his mouth. He was cursing Zhao Yubao in his head for being so brainless. Like, bro, maybe check if I even eat crocodile meat first. This is literally disgusting. I'm a literal dragon. You guys are straight up abusing a baby dragon. I'm going to sue you. This is animal cruelty. Zhao Yubao could only laugh helplessly while they grabbed some beef jerky for him. The imported canned beef hasn't arrived yet, but it's close. It should be here later tonight. Nothing else to do. Shangguan Shui felt so bad seeing Luo Feng looking like he was about to puke. She picked him up and carefully started feeding him the beef jerky that Huang Ziqing handed over. Eat up, little guy. You gotta eat well. This is the beef jerky you like, not that nasty crocodile meat. Shangguan Shui fed him so gently. It's all Director Zhao's fault for not checking if you liked it first. Beef jerky is definitely the move. Crocodile meat can stay far away from me. Luo Feng munched away happily with his cute little mouth. With the beef going down, that nauseous feeling finally started to fade. Little guy, when Big Sis Shui isn't around, you have to be a good boy. Don't go running off. If you run away and meet bad people, you're going to get cooked. Shangguan Shui really didn't want to leave him. Even though she could stay for now, it wasn't forever. She'd have to leave eventually. Plus, if this little ancestor really is a dragon, he's definitely going to a research lab eventually. Wait, what does Shangguan Shui mean? Why is she being so emotional? Is she actually leaving? Luo Feng started to wonder. Or maybe she knows she can't keep him because he's destined for the lab or something. Luo Feng decided right then he wasn't letting her go. Huang Ziking, Li Xian, and even that Uncle Tang Yongzhen, Luo Feng vibed with all of them. He actually loves this crew. He really likes these 4 people. Whether it's the Imperial Research Institute or National Security, Luo Feng isn't letting anyone take him away. Want to catch me? Keep dreaming. Worst case, I'll just swim out into the deep sea. Remember that last time at the beach? When Luo Feng jumped into the ocean, he realized he could dive crazy deep. That's his ultimate trump card. If he hits the deepest ocean trenches, even the Empire won't find him. But for now, he's happy chilling with the crew, getting pampered by a top-tier girl group. Say less. Shangguan Shui is a literal goddess, Ziking is a total cutie, and Li Xian is a badass with a heart of gold. He can't leave them. Luo Feng finished the bag of jerky and took a nap on a rock in the garden. His appetite is massive now, so that bag was basically just a light snack. Luo Feng knew the truth. That was Shangguan Shui's private stash, and now she was out. Suddenly, Tang Yongzhen walked in. Shui Ziking, you guys, playing with the little guy. Tang Yongzhen had just arrived. Yeah, the little dude was grossed out by that crocodile meat. We're feeding him jerky, but we're out of food now, just waiting on the canned beef from the sponsors. Shangguan Shui patted Luo Feng's head. Poor little thing, she said. Everyone scout around, collect everything, even our own snacks. Let's have Teacher Tang whip up some veggies for the little guy. Turns out his favorite is definitely cooked meat. No problem, I'll rally the whole crew and get everyone to chip in their snacks. Tang Yongzhen nodded firmly. He was even thinking about hitting up the local fishermen for some food. No matter what, we can't let this little ancestor go hungry. This is so wholesome. Honestly, I'm not even that picky. I'd even eat cooked cabbage if I had to. Luo Feng was touched that they'd give up their own food for him. He was 100% sure he wanted to stay now. Most people here just see him as a clout farm, but the girls in Tang actually care about him. Suddenly, Tang shouted, "Great news! Huge news!" Mr. Wang walked in holding a massive steak in his hand. Behind him, the staff were carrying a huge string of pork liver and trays of farm eggs. Talk about a feast. Where did this beef come from? Pork liver and belly, too. Oh my god. I thought we were out of food and waiting for a shipment. Yeah, the little guy's appetite is insane. The crew was literally cleaned out. Everyone was stunned by the sight, but Mr. Wang just laughed and said the fishermen gave it to them. What they just gave it away. Voluntarily, Shangguan Shui asked in disbelief. Yeah, once they found out this little guy might be a dragon, and heard the crew was running low on food, they just started bringing stuff from their own homes. Mr. Wang continued. They said this part of the ocean is legendary for being protected by a divine dragon. These are all offerings for the little guy. Of course, when they handed the stuff over, the villagers set up an altar, burned incense, and even bowed down. I couldn't even stop them. They insisted on finishing the whole ritual before giving us the food. They said anything less would be disrespectful to the little guy. The chat went absolutely wild when they heard the word offerings and saw the ritual. Holy crap, he's actually getting offerings now. I'm dead. I mean, it's not even confirmed he's a dragon yet, but these villagers are so wholesome, and they haven't forgotten their traditions. Good thing this is the modern era, though. Seriously, if this was ancient times, the Dragon King would be the ultimate authority. They'd probably be tossing maidens into the water as brides for him. LOL, just give the water to our little ancestor. This is fire. Our little guy's out here collecting tributes. Respect. It wasn't just the viewers who were speechless. The crew was shocked, too. Giving food is one thing, but offerings and bowing. If this little guy turns out not to be a dragon, everyone's going to be so disappointed, especially with these offerings. No way Luo Feng was stunned too. He felt like he was a literal god. But seeing all that food made Luo Feng instantly hungry. He looked at the feast with anticipation. Chef Tang, you've got plenty of ingredients now. Time to go god mode in the kitchen. Li Xian laughed. For real. Before I was basically trying to cook with nothing, I was seriously stuck. Tang Yongzhen smiled and led the staff toward the kitchen. Cooking the whole meal took about an hour. 10 pounds of beef and pork, 15 boiled eggs, and a pound of pork liver. That's about 13 pounds of food total. Luo Feng was only about half full after eating it all, so Tang Yongzhen had to head back to the kitchen. After another hour of grinding, another 10 pounds of food were served. Only when they heard Luo Feng was finally full did everyone sit down to rest. 23 pounds in one sitting. Good lord. Tang Yongzhen slumped down in the kitchen near the firewood. He was exhausted, but he was happy. It looks like the little guy's appetite is between 20 and 30 pounds per meal. With breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that's 100 pounds of meat a day. He eats so much. If he's not a real dragon, I don't know what is. Clang. Soon the staff pushed open the kitchen door, bringing in a ton of ingredients and canned goods. Chef Tang, the canned stuff is just for snacks. Just keep a few ready. We'll be delivering 100 pounds of meat every day. The staff member greeted Tang Yongzhen as he walked in. What does that mean? It's simple. Exactly what it sounds like. You're the little ancestor's personal chef now. He likes your cooking, so you're staying on the job. That's what Manager Zhao said. The staff member gave a harmless smile, but Tang Yongzhen was about to have a mental breakdown. He loved cooking for the little guy, but if the appetite kept growing every day, he'd work himself to death. He stared at the massive basins of beef and pork. 50 pounds. That must be for the little guy's afternoon snack and late-night meal. Thinking about Luo Feng right now, he was probably surrounded by sexy idol girls peeling eggs for him. Tang Yongzhen wanted to scream at the sky, "Who's the human here and who's the animal?" A dragon slave. He was a total dragon slave. "No way, I protest. I need more staff or I'm quitting." This time Tang Yongzhen was dead serious. "Whatever happens, happens. Cooking over 100 pounds of food a day is going to kill me. We can get you more help," but Manager Zhao said, "You have to be the head chef." Haha. The staff member laughed with another innocent smile. It wasn't just Tang Yongzhen who became a dragon slave. The regular staff had to break their backs hauling all those ingredients in. Aren't they all dragon slaves too? But since this heavy labor was way beyond their original jobs, the sponsors decided to double their pay. They're putting in work. They'd serve this little boss for life, if they could. I mean, 20,000 a month, say less. Where else in the world are you going to find a bag like that? For real, just send more backup. Tang Yongzhen is literally sweating. Is he really becoming the head chef of Dragon Castle Scratch that he definitely is now? Meanwhile, over at Shangguan Shui's side, everyone's talking about Tang's situation. He's looking at over 50 pounds of raw meat for dinner, and honestly, he's about to cry. The girls in the idol group are just straight up vibing and laughing at him. Shangguan Shui peels his last egg and smirks. "Our job is light work. We just got to make sure this little guy eats well." Facts compared to Teacher Tang, we're literally in heaven right now. Li Shan starts rubbing Luo Feng's belly, making sure he's digesting all that food. Ultimate care mode. But then some guys in white lab coats show up outside the tent. They hop off the boat and head straight for the film cruise area. Who are these guys, doctors or something? What's the move? Luo Feng's senses are cracked. He sees them from a mile away. He just got rid of those two snakes, Gao and Zhang. Now who's this? Who are these people? Tang Yongzhen peeks out from the kitchen, wondering what's going on. But Zhao Yubao isn't playing around today. No more slacking. He's on full guard duty for the crew. He doesn't recognize them, so he grabs his team and goes to intercept. As they get closer, Zhao suddenly starts grinning out of nowhere. His assistant is totally lost. He asks Boss Zhao, "What's up?" "Don't worry, these are experts from the Imperial Bio Institute. Big brain energy." Zhao is beaming. He didn't think they'd show up so fast, but he still plays it professional and checks their IDs, no mistakes allowed. Once the IDs check out, everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief. Lu Changfeng leads the pack and greets him first. "Yo, Director Zhao." He introduces the squad professors Zhao Chen-sun and Li. It's like the ultimate dream team of surnames. Tang Yongzhen wanders out of the kitchen to see the commotion. Right away, his gut tells him these guys are different. Unlike that loser Gao, these guys actually have an aura of justice. You can just feel it. "Yo, the little guy's head chef is here, Teacher Tang." Lu Changfeng gives him a friendly nod. Then he asks, "Can we see the little guy just from a distance?" Professor Zhao jumps in. "We won't bother him. We're outsiders after all. We might be carrying germs and we haven't even disinfected yet. We'll just watch from afar. Talk about being extra." The whole crew is stunned. Like, for real. The message was loud and clear. They're treating this little ancestor like a literal god. He's way too precious to even touch. They probably don't even treat their own grandkids with this much hype. The youngest one, Professor Li, can't help but chime in. "Director Lu, Professor Zhao, isn't this a bit much?" "Old Li, if you don't know about germs, just keep your mouth shut, okay?" Lu Changfeng snaps at him. "A creature like this was just born a few days ago. He's fragile as heck. The world is full of bacteria. Who knows what his immune system can actually handle? The film crew has been with him, so he's used to their germs. He's already adapted to them, but we're new. If we bring in some random bacteria, he might be cooked. You get it now." Lu Changfeng's dead serious look completely silences young Professor Li. No more talking. Professor Zhao tries to kill the tension with a laugh. "Haha, don't mind him, Director. Little Li is a nutrition guy. He doesn't really get the germ stuff. He's always been like this, just talks before he thinks. A total airhead. He's clumsy with his kids and clumsy at work, too. I honestly don't know what my daughter Xinyue saw in him," Lu Changfeng grumbles. "Don't mind us." Wait, plot twist. Director Lu and Little Li are actually father-in-law and son-in-law. No way they're just roasting each other. But for real, these two are actually super close. It's all love. Professor Zhao smoothed things over again before getting straight to the point. He looked at Tang Yongzhen and said, "Professor Tang, here's what I am thinking. Have that young lady inside bring the little guy out here. Then we will just keep our distance maybe 7 or 8 meters and observe him. Does that work for you?" Tang Yongzhen thought this was totally unreal. No way. Look at who he was talking to. These were the 4 legendary honorary professors from the Institute of Biology. In the world of bioresearch, these guys were the absolute goats, the experts of experts, and the ultimate authorities. But compared to those clowns from the Animal Association earlier, these guys were 10,000 times more polite. Those other guys showed up barking about the law and threatening to call the cops, but these professors, they actually had class. Tang Yongzhen was still hesitating to answer, but Luo Feng, the little guy, saw everything from inside the tent. He hopped right out of Shang Guanshui's arms and crawled out of the tent, moving exactly like a baby crocodile. With everyone watching, he walked right up to Professor Zhao and gave him a little sniff to check his scent. Then he looked up and let out a tiny awoo at the professor, just like that. No one knew what he was up to. But then, plot twist, everyone was straight up shook by what happened next. Professor Zhao froze for a second, then suddenly burst into tears. It is him. It looks just like the stories he sobbed. Now Professor Zhao was one of the oldest and most respected legends in the entire institute. Seeing a legend in his late 70s or 80s just break down like that, everyone was speechless. He knelt down immediately. He started checking out Luo Feng's skin and feet up close, being super careful and detailed. He looked at his head and whiskers like an emperor who had just found his lost crown jewels. He finally found his treasure. He was so hyped and emotional. "Old Zhao, calm down, man. Do not get so worked up here," Lu Changfeng said, trying to settle him. The film crew was still totally confused. Why was this prestigious goat professor losing his mind? That is when Professor Chen, who had been quiet the whole time, finally spoke up. "Listen, everyone. The reason Professor Zhao is so emotional is because his son was a dragon believer. Most people have never heard that term. Basically, it refers to someone who is 100% convinced that dragons actually exist. The rest of the world usually thinks people like that are crazy or totally out of their minds. It is like people who hunt for aliens or those who think the Earth is flat and all those space photos are just a big scam. There really is a community of dragon believers in this world, but hardly anyone knows they exist. They are also called dragon chasers. They spend their whole lives trying to find a real one," Professor Chen continued. He loved telling everyone that dragons were real, but because he kept pushing that view, he lost all his friends at the academy. Everyone thought he was losing it, and he could not get along with his colleagues anymore. So he just quit and started traveling everywhere to find any trace of a dragon. And eventually he actually found something. He heard a story about someone seeing a dragon rising from the ocean. Professor Chen thought back to that time. There were no photos, just the stories from the fishermen. They said the dragon looked something like this. It had scales covering its back, a visible spine with ridges, and a tail that tapered off at the end. It was a perfect match for the ancient legends. The fishermen said it was a dark, stormy night with lightning everywhere. A massive golden dragon was spiraling in the sky, thrashing around and disappearing into the clouds. Its head would poke out of the clouds every now and then, and it was terrifyingly huge. From far away, its head looked like a giant lantern hanging in the sky. They estimated it was at least 1,000 meters long. Then it dived into the sea and never came back. After finishing the story, Professor Qian looked heartbroken. Just because of those stories, Professor Zhao's son became obsessed. He went out to that sea to see for himself, but a massive storm hit. He never came home. After hearing this story, everyone finally understood the reason. Why did Professor Zhao break down? Because dragons were the one thing his son never let go of. His son literally died looking for a dragon. It is just tragic. You raise a kid for 20-odd years, and then he is just gone. It is too much to handle. Luo Feng, listening to the story, he felt it deep in his soul. He could tell the way the professor looked at him was pure and sincere. Ever since he turned into this beast, his instincts have been totally cracked. He can feel everything. Luo Feng has a sharp eye for what is hidden in the human heart. Whenever someone gets close to him, his weird sixth sense kicks in instantly. He knows if they are good people or just straight-up trash. Earlier, Gao and Professor Zhang gave him a majorly shady vibe. That is why he would not let them anywhere near him. But with these old guys from the Imperial Bio Institute, that sus feeling was totally gone. Instead, he felt a warm vibe, so he just walked right up to them. Before anyone could even process the news, Professor Chen spoke again. Apparently, the fisherman said a massive golden dragon was thrashing in the clouds. It looked like it was in total agony. Then something white and mysterious fell from the dragon tail. It was round, but it seemed too tiny to be a dragon egg compared to that giant beast. The fisherman said it looked like a little white flea. He figured he just saw it wrong since it was so far away. This sudden intel had the film crew looking pale. If this is true, if Luofeng really is a dragon, then was that little white flea actually him? Did he drift in the ocean for a long time before ending up on this beach? Did his mother actually die? Professor Chen, when exactly did Professor Zhao Sun go missing? Shang Guanshuir caught a key detail. You want to know when he vanished? Professor Chen said it was about 10 or more years ago. Wait, 10 years? Shang Guanshuir was speechless. They only found this little guy egg a few days ago. But maybe dragon eggs take 10 years to hatch. He could have been drifting all alone for a decade. My God, a golden dragon thrashing in the sky in pain. And then it fell into the ocean. Luofeng thought if that white round thing was not a dragon flea, but an egg instead, could that have been him? No wonder he did not have a mom. Do dragons have a hard time giving birth? The fisherman mentioned lightning. Was the dragon facing a lightning tribulation? Maybe that is why she died. But Luofeng could not dwell on it. This was just a story from some fisherman. Who knows if it is even real? Does something from 10 years ago even matter to him? Right now, Luofeng felt that Professor Zhao Sun was a real one for dying in the pursuit of truth. He looked at the old professor. The old man was probably feeling down thinking about his kid. Luofeng gently lifted his little claw and tapped the man leg. He was trying to comfort him. The live stream caught the whole thing and the chat went wild. No way, look at his face. Is he actually comforting Professor Zhao? I am literally crying right now. He is definitely comforting him. This little guy is so spiritual. He is truly the divine dragon. He can actually feel human sadness. Nobody better say he cannot understand us anymore. For real, he definitely understands every word. If this is not a dragon, then what is? Everyone in the chat was hyped. Luofeng was winning everyone over with his warm vibes. Even Dean Lu Changfeng and the other professors were completely stunned. Did this little guy really just hear what I said and understand the meaning? Professor Chen said it was unbelievable. Does he have some special power to sense good and evil? Lu Changfeng used to be a skeptic, but seeing Luofeng looks and his high IQ, his world was shaken. He used to think dragons did not exist, but aren't dragons supposed to be the ones who judge good and evil? Dragons definitely have that power. Professor Tian nodded. They are divine spirits after all. Sensing good and evil is light work for a real dragon. Professor Sun and Professor Li both agreed. They got right to work cataloging all of Luofeng features. They started grilling Tang Yongzhen for more details. Luofeng just chilled in Shangguan Shuir arms. He let them talk and judge him however they wanted. Professor Zhao had some tears at first, but he pulled it together and got back to work. They wanted to avoid the virus issue at first, but since Luofeng ran straight to them, they had no choice. They just had to hope for the best. Hopefully, Luofeng's immune system is built different. Professor Zhao stroked his head while checking him out. Suddenly, the professor's hand stopped. He felt a weird bump on Luofeng's head. What is this thing? Professor Zhao looked down at Luofeng with total shock. Did Professor Zhao find anything wild? Shangguan Shui asked while holding Luofeng. Not really, his head is just built different. It's incredibly hard. Professor Zhao just smiled, thinking to himself that those scales must have formed specifically to protect his head. Either that, or he's got a super reinforced skull. All right, everyone, listen up. That's enough for today. Let's head back and get some rest. Lu Changfeng checked the sun. It was about time to pack it in. We need to sit down and pool our data together. Soon, the professors from the biology department said their goodbyes. They took off, and naturally, they didn't try to take the little guy Luofeng with them. Luofeng stayed behind with the girl group from the film crew and Tang Yongzhen's team. Since there was no more drama to watch, Tang Yongzhen went straight back to the kitchen. He started prepping a massive feast for Luofeng's dinner. Seeing a legendary figure like Tang Yongzhen turned into a hard-working personal chef was hilarious. Everyone started laughing. Of course, Zhao Yubao was the real culprit here. He was the one who insisted Tang personally cook for the little guy. Zhao was actually being pretty sweet, staying by Tang's side to help him open all the seasoning jars. He made things easy for Tang while constantly gassing him up with compliments. He told Tang to kill it in this role, promising him some sick antiques and even a rare breed of dog from his own collection later. Basically, since Luofeng only liked Tang's cooking, Tang was stuck with the grind. Once Lu Changfeng and the experts left, Luofeng finally realized what the Empire was planning. An institution like the Imperial Biology Department belongs to the state, but it's not super high profile. Sending them to investigate while the Security Bureau protects them in the shadows was a galaxy brain move. It kept things low-key. If it turns out Luo Feng isn't a dragon, those Westerners waiting to talk trash won't have anything to say. If the East Province saw a dragon and immediately sent the Security Bureau or the military, it would be a huge scene. But sending biology professors for a new species, that's just standard procedure. The next morning came around. Lu Changfeng and the professors showed up again, but they just watched from a distance without coming over. Around 11 o'clock, Luo Feng was sprawled out under the sun, enjoying some solo tanning time. Tang Yongzhen was, of course, busy cooking for him. Xian Ziking, have you noticed something? Our little ancestor seriously loves sunbathing. Shangguan Shui and the others had just checked the kitchen and saw Luo Feng under the sun. Goddess Hug Luo Feng saw Shangguan Shui and knew what to do. He crawled over, acting all cute, and let out a little ah-woo. Shangguan Shui's heart straight up melted. She immediately scooped him up. But then Luo Feng's next move was even more extra. Luo Feng pointed at Shangguan Shui's small bag. "Little guy, I seriously don't have any food in there," she said, pouting. "Isn't your personal chef, Mr. Tang, already making your lunch?" Luo Feng just thought, "Open it, you dummy." He pointed at the bag again. Shangguan Shui had no choice but to unzip it. "See, no snacks. Didn't you already finish them all?" Luo Feng just smirked internally. He reached out a claw and pointed at a bottle of sunscreen. Wait, what? Shangguan Shui was confused. What did he want? Was he trying to eat sunscreen, or was he actually afraid of getting a tan? But with scales that thick, did he even need it? "Ha-ha, little guy. That's not for eating. Don't be a glutton," Huang Ziking said, stepping up to rub his head. Luo Feng was speechless. "You guys are so slow. I want you to put on sunscreen so you can sunbathe with me." He decided to show them. Luo Feng grabbed the sunscreen and placed his claw on it. He actually unscrewed the cap? No way. This was even more cracked than the time he grilled that fish. Have you ever seen an animal unscrew a bottle? And he didn't even look like a monkey doing it. His movements were as smooth and practiced as a human's. Of course, once you remember this little guy might be a dragon, everyone calmed down a bit. "Little guy, seriously, don't eat that. What are you doing?" Li Xian saw him open it and tried to grab it, but Luo Feng swiped her hand away. So slow. "You guys are definitely not as smart as Tang Yongzhen." Luo Feng roasted them in his head, dipped a claw into the sunscreen, and smeared it on Shangguan Shui's arm. Does he want us to put on sunscreen? Shangguan Shui finally realized. Is he asking us to sunbathe with him? And he's worried about our skin getting dark. Li Xian and Huang Ziking looked at each other, totally stunned. This is absolutely wild. It's so wholesome how much he actually cares about them. "Oh, my sweet boy, you're way too good to us." Shangguan Shui was totally losing it with excitement. She leaned in and nuzzled her face against Luo Feng's cheek with a smile. "Like you should have just said so. We don't even need sunscreen to vibe in the sun with you. It's no big deal." And it wasn't just them feeling that way. Look at those Imperial experts. I mean, Dean Liu is top tier, right? Even he was too scared of catching some virus and stayed way back to watch. No matter what happens, they are going to make sure Luo Feng gets whatever he wants. Man, it all finally clicks. For some reason, Luo Feng has been obsessed with the sun since day one. Eventually, soaking up those rays just became his whole personality. It's actually crazy. Every time Luo Feng feels exhausted, a little bit of sunlight makes him feel so much better. It even takes the edge off when he is starving. Luo Feng started wondering if creatures like dragons just work differently. They have got to be able to tap into nature right. Slowly but surely, Luo Feng felt it in his bones. He is definitely a dragon. Since he is a dragon, sunbathing is probably just his way of absorbing energy from the sun and moon. LOL, is this literally biological solar charging? Before long, Shangguan Shuang and the other two girls started slathering on sunscreen. They had zero chill about it. 3 absolute smoke shows were right there in front of Luo Feng. These ladies were rubbing down their long legs and silky arms right in his face. Luo Feng was internally screaming, "Big sisters, please. Leave those long legs to me." "Haha, hey little guy, what are you staring at?" Shangguan Shui looked up. "Wait, do you want some too?" Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she reached out and dabbed a bit of it right on Luo Feng's tail. "No way, I am busy soaking up every bit of this sunlight." Luo Feng looked down at his tail. He hated the feeling of that goop on him. He flicked his tail and swiped the lotion right back onto her calf. "Take it back. A dragon using sunscreen, please." But just like that, Shangguan Shui looked like she found a new toy. "Little guy, your tail is so flexible. Why don't you keep helping me rub this on?" The chat went absolutely wild when they heard that. "No way, no way." Sister Shui put me in coach chat. "I am literally built for this task. No cap, nobody's better for this than your boy Wang Long. I'd rub that on inch by inch, super slow and careful. LMAO, little guy, just say yes already. Bro's really turning down these buffs. Luo Feng was straight up speechless. He'd thought about it for a second, but that was just a what-if moment. I am a literal noble dragon. You expect me to rub sunscreen on a human bee for real? Nah, do it yourself. Luo Feng let out a little roar at her. Oh, little bro's got an attitude. So all that love was for nothing, Shengguan Shui acted all mad, giving Luo Feng the side-eye. No way. Do you know who I am? Absolute L. Luo Feng was being such a diva. Come on, little guy. There are thousands of people watching the stream. You're really going to leave your big sis hanging. Shengguan Shui was basically begging at this point. Low voice. Fine. Since you're being so sincere, I guess I'll help you out. Then Luo Feng flicked his tail, dipped it right into the sunscreen bottle, and started rubbing it on her. Yes, exactly like that. Spread it out evenly. Wait, that kind of tickles. You're actually a genius. Shengguan Shui was smiling like a queen, totally impressed. But Luo Feng wasn't complaining. His tail basically felt like a human hand. The sensory input was insane. I am crying. I'm so jealous of this little dude. Yo, what's the haptic feedback like? It's got to be fire. Honestly, seeing this, I'm convinced some lucky player already regressed and took over that body. Fam, if you want this treatment, step 1 is finding a truck kun. Then what? You just lie down and let fate handle the reincarnation. LOL, but look at this little legend. Is he getting chunky again? For real, he's leveling up every day. He's a dragon cub. Obviously, he's cracked. If he grew like a normal pet, he'd never hit that 1,000-meter mark. At this rate, it would normally take like 500 years to reach those insane sizes. I think he just loves the sun. It literally looks like he's farming solar essence or something. Perks of being a dragon, I guess. Luo Feng and Shengguan Shui were just out here vibing while Lu Changfeng and his squad, the Biology Institute crew, rolled up with all this crazy gear. The film crew had no clue what any of it was and couldn't even name the equipment. Everyone's saying the little guy's out here sunbathing to soak up the spiritual energy of the universe. Director Liu, what do you think Professor Zhao and his team literally jacked Director Zhao's seat and were sitting right in front of the camera? In my opinion, if he really is a dragon, then using the power of nature is a total given. That makes sense. Let's keep watching. Lu Changfeng's answer was totally half-hearted, because even he wouldn't dare drop the truth bomb that Luo Feng is out here absorbing spiritual energy. That'd be like admitting Luo Feng is a dragon. Only a dragon could pull that off. Aside from that, our main priority right now is 24 hours and 1 minute a day. Every single move this little guy makes needs to be recorded. Of course, 24 hours and 1 minute was just their code for full time, but we still have to play it safe. Whatever happens, we cannot let him get a bad vibe from us. Facts. This thing is basically a god. We can't just treat him like some regular animal and ignore his feelings. Take giant pandas, for example. Humans spoil them, but they don't exactly have rights. But Luo Feng, these professors are giving him the full VIP treatment. That's the difference between Luo Feng and a panda. We already know who's more OP. Also, old Zhao, look at this island. Lu Changfeng suddenly spoke up. Professor Zhao was confused and asked, what is it? Does this island have some special history? The first thing Professor Zhao thought of was a legendary dragon vein. Where are you going with that? It is not about feng shui or dragon veins. Lu Changfeng just chuckled. Look, I am saying this little guy hasn't hunted once since he was born, right? This island is the perfect place for him to learn how to hunt. Even a dragon needs to be a predator. Lu Changfeng looked at the island again. It is still a bit small, though. Director, what are you planning? Professor Zhao forced a smile. Too small. There are too many residents here. Luo Feng barely has any room to move around. I think we should relocate everyone living on the island. Then this whole place can become a private nature reserve for the little guy. As soon as Lu Changfeng said that everyone was stunned, they literally gasped for air, gifting an entire island just for a nature reserve. Zhao Yubao was totally dazed. This little guy is literally him. No other animal on Earth gets this level of treatment. And what many people do not realize is that Peach Blossom Island is huge. In the village, there are about 2,000 people and 500 households. Just relocating all those fishermen is going to cost a massive amount of money. If they actually do this, who is even going to foot the bill? Zhao Yubao agreed with the idea, but he could not help thinking these professors were crazy. Millions of square feet just to raise one animal. I think it is doable. Professor Zhao was the first to nod in agreement. But we have to take it slow. Let's apply for approval from the higher-ups first. The relocation is the most important part. We have to make sure the locals are happy with the deal. But Professor Zhao looked around and paused. But what? Professor Sun asked. We need the island, and we also need to claim the surrounding sea. We will turn it into a complete land and sea sanctuary. Professor Zhao almost blurted out that a real dragon would definitely be able to fly. Not just the land and sea, we need the airspace too. No planes can ever fly over this area again. No way. The C2 Zhao Yubao. The show's manager was shocked and hyped at the same time. This is insane. Lu Changfeng wanting to move an entire village was already wild. But Professor Zhao is even more cracked. The surrounding sea is even bigger. It is probably millions of square meters. Are these professors going too far? Can they even pull this off? Will the government even allow it? Xiao Yubao could not help but jump in. Maybe we should rethink this. I mean, what if... Lu Changfeng knew what he was going to say and smiled warmly. Director Zhao looked at it this way. Even if this little guy is not a literal dragon god, he is still a legendary ancient beast that is incredibly rare. There is only one of his kind in the whole world. He is worth way more than any panda. So whether he is a dragon or not, giving him a massive sanctuary is just common sense. At first, I was going to have your crew move the show to our research base so we could watch him in secret, but I have changed my mind. This place has the mountains and the water. A dragon needs the land, the sea, and the sky to truly thrive. This is the perfect spot for him to grow. The place was honestly fire after Lu Changfeng said that Zhao Yubao didn't have anything left to say. Anyway, since you're the one paying, don't cry about the money. If he doesn't turn out to be a dragon later, little guy, put your back into it. Suck harder. Come on, give it everything you got. Tang Yongzhen had just finished making breakfast and was coming to invite the little ancestor to eat. But he froze the second he heard Shangguan Shui's voice. He was totally stunned. What on earth are they even doing? Look at you, your technique is trash. Suck harder and get serious. Yeah, just like that. Keep it up, not bad at all. Tang Yongzhen heard it again, and his face went pale. What exactly is he sucking? This dialogue is absolutely out of pocket. What are they actually doing? Is Shangguan Shui making the little guy suck on her toes or something? No. I mean, those girls are total queens with legs for days, basically. Waifu bait for every basement dweller out there, but this is honestly so unhygienic. Just as Tang Yongzhen went over to get a better look, he realized it wasn't at all what he was imagining. He saw Shangguan Shui standing right in the sun, hitting Tai Chi poses and taking deep breaths like she's literally inhaling the sunlight. Her palms lowered slowly as if she were actually channeling power. She's acting straight out of a cultivation novel like some high-tier immortal. My God, Xianzi King, what are you guys even doing? Tang Yongzhen walked up, dying of curiosity. We are teaching the little guy how to absorb sun essence and the spiritual energy of the world. For real, Tang Yongzhen almost face-planted when he heard that. But, wait, this little guy is a dragon, right? Maybe he actually has those OP abilities. Haha, Shui'er, can you even absorb the essence of the universe yourself? And you're calling him the little guy. Tang Yongzhen rolled his eyes at Shangguan Shui. Our dragon baby probably knows how to do this naturally. Your novel-style cultivation is probably just going to confuse him. What if he forgets his instincts because of you? Everyone knows that breathing stuff in cultivation novels is total cap. All that talk about the way of heaven and balancing nature, it is all complete nonsense. If you train like a character in a book, you are just going to end up losing your mind like a villain who went insane. Yeah, Teacher Tang is right. Li Xian nodded her head. Shui'er, stop with the fake lessons already. He is a dragon. Absorbing natural energy is a literal cheat code built into his DNA. He does not need a teacher for that. Even though Shangguan Shui decided to stop the fake lessons, she was still stubborn. She picked up Luo Feng and said, "Little guy, you just absorbed a ton of sun essence like I taught you." Now fly for them. Luo Feng was literally sweating. He was so done with her. This woman is on another level of delusional. How is he even supposed to fly? He would have done it already if he could. Because right now, Luo Feng wants to prove to the whole world that he is a real dragon more than anyone else. He heard Shangguan Shui and the others talking. Apparently, some haters on the internet are talking mad trash and laughing at the whole situation. When the news hit the West, the comments were straight up roasting them. LMAO, dragons in Dongsheng. What even is a dragon? Never heard of it. It is just Dongsheng totem worship. They treat an animal that doesn't exist like a treasure. It only lives in fairy tales. For real, if Dongsheng has dragons, then does the West have centaurs too? Haha, I want to see a 3-headed hellhound. That would be fire. Dongsheng's dragon is just a myth. Are there people brain dead or something? What are they even thinking? Thinking dragons are actually real. Luo Feng was fuming last time he heard this. If he could fly, he would have flexed on them already. LOL, looks like Sister Shui's breathing exercises were totally useless. Li Xian giggled softly. She put Luofeng on the table and asked Teacher Tang, is the little guy's food ready? Tang Yongjin nodded. Yeah, we have food. The second Luofeng heard the food was ready, his head popped right up. That was the face of a total foodie, no doubt about it. LOL, I am dying. Our dragon baby. This foodie look totally reminds me of my dog. Facepalm. Honestly, same. My dog hears the bowl clink, and his reaction time is cracked. Doesn't matter if he was sleeping or chasing roaches. So cute, so cute. I am going to lose it. I want to raise one so bad. I am so jealous of Shui and her crew. LMAO. The real question is if you can even afford him. Facts. This little guy needs top-tier celebrity maids to wait on him. You gonna hire them? Haha, I am broke, say no more. Let's check the live stream's main control. On the other side, Professor Liu Changfeng and his team had already reported their nature reserve plan to the top brass. Professor Sun, what did they say? Did they greenlight our proposal? Take it easy, Dean Liu, there's no official answer yet. I literally just sent the report in. Is something wrong, Professor? Look, it's not like the higher-ups can just say yes instantly. We're talking about the livelihoods of 500 families, over 2,000 people. If this were some deserted island, they probably would have signed it off without a second thought. But we're talking about a literal dragon here. You can't just treat this like anything else. Honestly, even if we gave it an island 10 times bigger, or even 100 times bigger, it still wouldn't be enough. Let me pull some strings and make a few calls myself. Of course, Liu Changfeng knew the drill. Some of these departments move at a snail's pace. If a report like this got approved in 10 days, that would be lightning fast. Sometimes your project might sit around for 6 months before you even get a result. The other two professors, along with Liu Changfeng's son-in-law, Professor Li, caught Liu's vibe immediately. They all whipped out their phones and started hitting up their own high-level contacts. Giving them a heads up would definitely speed things up. Director Gu, it's Liu Changfeng. Is this Director Fan from that office in the capital right? This is Professor Chen. Are you at the Imperial Palace office? Man, as Professor Chen and the others made their calls, the titles they were using left Zhao Yubao, who was standing right there completely floored. You could literally see his Adam's apple jumping as he kept swallowing hard. This was terrifying. The positions of the people on the other end of those calls, normal people wouldn't even get close to them in 100 lifetimes. Forget normal people, even a guy like him wasn't important enough to even have their numbers, let alone ask them for a favor. These old guys, their connections at the Imperial Bio-Institute are the real deal. They are seriously cracked. And that last one, the Imperial Palace office, I don't even need to tell you what kind of place that is, right? That's where the real power players work, right inside the Forbidden City. These old gentlemen are incredibly passionate. Are they really in that much of a rush? Zhao Yubao couldn't help but chime in. Hi, you're not wrong. To be brutally honest, some places in Dongsheng move way too slow. Professor Li glanced at Zhao Yubao. Don't sweat it, though. These guys are all legends in their fields. This whole thing should be settled pretty soon. Zhao Yubao didn't say anything, but he looked at the guy in charge next to him, totally speechless. Moving the population of an entire island is a massive deal, yet these professors talk like it's no biggie. If some billionaire tried to turn this place into a resort, you think it'd be easy. Without connections, you'd be stuck running paperwork for 3 to 5 years. It's worth mentioning that a lot of people online, when they see what scientists contribute, always start complaining, saying stuff like, look at how much celebrities make, then look at these scientists. Man, shut up with that. So what if celebrities have money? Compared to the status of a scientist or an academician, they're literally nothing. Let's be real, those guys have money and status. Celebrities are just rich. I'm not defending stars, some of them have zero talent and make way too much. But those scientists have given everything to the Empire, and the Empire treats them right. Why are you regular folks even worrying about them? And do you really think the Empire would mistreat its heroes? Even someone like Zhao Yubao, who's a big shot in the entertainment world, was losing his mind. Just looking at these professors' connections shows you the massive power gap between a celebrity and a scientist. Wait, are they eating? Liu Changfeng finished his call and checked the monitor, then asked, Our little ancestor, he only eats cooked meat, right? Has he never had raw meat? Faced with that question, Zhao Yubao just shook his head. I've only heard rumors, I don't know the details. You'd have to ask Teacher Tang or those 3 girls like Shangguan Shui. Dean Liu, the view is too far. We should take the gear and get a closer look. Professor Li suddenly suggested. Besides, the little guy has already seen us. He shouldn't be afraid of us. Don't be ridiculous. He can feel fear. We can't do that, especially not with all that equipment. Lu Changfeng glared at Li, his eyes snapping with intensity. What do you mean fear Zhao Yubao was lost? That can't be right, can it? The little guy didn't even flinch when he faced a crowd last time. Plus, you guys have already met him. The issue is the equipment, Dean Lu continued. Mr. Zhao, it seems like he caught on to what Lu Changfeng was saying. It's not that he's scared of people, but he has a straight-up phobia of certain things or objects. Lu Changfeng spoke up. Wait, you mean he's actually terrified of the equipment? Zhao Yubao was totally lost. Why on earth would he be afraid of those devices? From what I observed this morning, the second a camera or any precision instrument gets close, the little guy gets visibly uncomfortable. It's definitely a deep-seated fear of these tools, Lu Changfeng added. But why would that be? Professor Li wasn't an expert yet, so he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Let me tell you guys about an experiment done by a foreign expert, Lu Changfeng said, glancing at the camera. As the broadcast showed Luo Feng still eating, Lu continued. A scientist once conducted a study on fear in infants. Basically, this scientist gave a baby a super cute white plush rat to play with. The baby loved it and immediately tried to grab the toy. But every time the baby reached for the white rat, the scientist would immediately blast a deafening noise right next to him. The second time they gave him the toy he still wanted to play, but they triggered that massive noise again to create a connection. After doing this over and over, the baby didn't dare touch the plush rat anymore. He even developed a phobia of anything white or fluffy. Lu Changfeng finished, and Professor Zhao finally got it. So you're saying this little guy might have been traumatized by similar equipment before. That's why he looks so terrified of the gear. That's got to be it. But he was literally just born. He shouldn't have even seen this kind of tech yet, so why the trauma? Lu Changfeng was stumped too. I've been thinking, since his IQ is so high, is it possible he sees these machines and thinks they're weapons meant to hurt him? That would explain the anxiety. But the real kicker is, even if he is a dragon and a total genius, he's still just a newborn. How could he possibly know that modern tech is used for researching him? Yeah, it's just too hard to understand. Of course, these professors are pros, but they have zero clue that Luo Feng actually has a modern human soul inside him. The real reason he's bugging out. He's terrified of being sliced and diced or becoming a lab rat for blood samples. The professor's logic was basically this. Since Luo Feng hasn't been messed with by these machines since birth, he shouldn't have an object phobia. Which means if we want to observe him up close, we can't just shove cameras in his face, Lu Changfeng said. Exactly. If he's constantly stressed out, he might just dip and leave this place. Professor Chen added, Professor Zhao, Professor Chen. I have an idea. Let's use the same method researchers use to track wild gorillas. We'll just use biomimicry cameras, Lu Changfeng suggested. Biomimicry cams. Professor Zhao knew the drill. Those are the ones hidden in fake rocks and tree stumps to record gorillas in the wild. Perfect. I'll get my team to prep fake birds, drone cams, tree stumps, and stones immediately. Our craftsmanship is top tier. It looks exactly like the real thing. Zhao Yubao was floored hearing their conversation. This is what you call professional. Truly on another level. Soon the four people who had already met, Luo Feng, Lu Changfeng, Professor Qianzhou, and Li headed out. They went straight to the kitchen where Luo Feng was eating. They didn't bring a single piece of equipment, terrified of making the little guy feel uneasy. The four professors arrived. Wait, they look a little different today. What changed? Did they get a glow-up? Haha, no, they're just empty-handed. They came with nothing. What's the deal? Are they visiting the little guy like they're just dropping by a neighbor's house? Where are the gifts? Can't they just hang out? Haha. But seriously, don't these guys usually have cameras and massive scanners glued to them? They literally brought nothing. Lol, maybe they're just here for the vibes. These professors look way more chill, way friendlier than that jerk Gao and Professor Zhang from before. They've got that wholesome energy like some kind-hearted grandpas. Exactly. They aren't like those fake animal rights groups who only care about clout. Look at them checking the place out. They're actually paying attention to the environment. So professional. They're even checking out what the little bro's eating. Good eye, everyone. The live stream chat is totally vibing with these four professors right now, but they absolutely despise Gao Kuan-Yi's squad. It is pretty obvious why the professors are not trying to kidnap the little guy while Gao's crew was all about that grab-and-go life. Everyone thinks they look kind or whatever, but that is just the psychological effect of them not being villains. Those four professors, they are the real deal. They are doing it for the science, not the clout. Shang Guanshuer noticed them and gave a quick shout-out. Professors, you guys heading to the kitchen? Just taking a look around. Lu Changfeng replied, Do not mind us, just keep doing your thing. Lu Changfeng checked out Luo Feng, who was busy devouring his meal. Man, this little ancestor's appetite is getting insane. Looks like you guys did not prep enough food today, he noted. Actually, for meat, we should be focusing more on internal organs, Professor Lee chimed in. He is a pure nutritionist, so he kept going. For animals, organs are packed with protein and blood, which helps them hydrate and bulk up fast. Their digestion is super efficient, but you are only feeding him regular muscle meat. That is not ideal. Tang Yongjin did not even know what to say. If these guys were not famous professors, he would have clapped back already. If the little guy actually wanted to eat organs, they would have cooked them ages ago. What are you even yapping about? Lu Changfeng said, totally done with his son-in-law. Listen, animals eat organs in the wild because it is easier to digest raw. But we are cooking the food. If it is cooked, there is no reason to force the organ meat on him. Stop treating this little ancestor like some lab animal. Treat him like a person. Well, maybe half person, half beast. He is a dragon, so he has got those animal instincts, but with high-level human intelligence. Professor Lee got shut down so hard he could not even reply. He realized he totally brain farted on that one. Luo Feng was eating his heart out while listening, and he secretly gave Lu Changfeng a massive W in his head. Now that is a real professor. This dragon only likes stir-fried pig liver. Everything else, hard pass. If these people tried to force-feed him organs every day, he would probably just pack his bags and dip. You look at that expression. Did you see that look in his eyes? Why is everyone in the chat freaking out? Wait, what happened? But look, bro, he saw Professor Lee getting roasted by Director Liu and was straight up gloating. He is loving the drama. No way, seriously. I need a screenshot of that immediately. New meme template dropped. He really is the most expressive animal on Earth. A whole new facial expression. What did it even look like? I am dying to see it. Someone described it as you guys seen that old war movie. It is like that one guy who stole supplies and then walked around flexing his new boots. That smug energy is off the charts. I can see it already. Luo Feng could not care less about the chat. This giant bowl of stir-fried pork was straight fire. He kept his head down, eating like an absolute unit. He basically buried his face in the bowl, just shoveling food into his mouth. By the way, Mr. Tang, has he always eaten this much? Lu Changfeng asked with a smile. He must have been pretty small when he hatched, right? He probably did not eat much back then. Huang Ziqing was the first person to ever meet Luo Feng, so she is the expert here. At first, it was just a few ounces, but his appetite grew fast. Especially after he came back from the ocean, he seemed to hit a massive growth spurt then. So he started eating like crazy after the sea trip. Lu Changfeng scratched his head. The little guy's habits and quirks were even stumping the world's top biologists. They just could not wrap their heads around it. But hey, that is just dragon things. If some professors could figure him out that easily, he would not be a legendary dragon, would he? Their textbooks did not have any data on dragons, so they were basically playing on hard mode. It looks like his appetite does not follow a set pattern, Professor Zhao said, analyzing the data from the past few days. Even if there is not a pattern, we have got to find one. If we look hard enough, something will turn up. Lu Changfeng nodded. Then he remembered something and asked, Huang Ziqing, you were the first one to see the little guy, right? Yes, Director Liu, she replied with a nod. In that case, was the eggshell preserved? Lu Changfeng asked eagerly. The eggshell teacher Wang jumped in. There was a lot of sticky fluid everywhere, so I think we just tossed it out. What, you tossed it? Lu Changfeng's face went pale. How could you be so careless? That is high-tier research material right there. Everyone went silent. Now that they knew the little guy was built different, they were majorly regretting their life choices. Suddenly, Huang Ziqing spoke up and said they actually did not throw it away. Good thing, too, because Lu Changfeng almost collapsed on the floor when he thought it was gone. After all, as biologists, they knew that an eggshell is crucial for research, like super important. But the second he heard Huang Ziqing say she didn't throw it away, his bad mood vanished. He asked, totally hyped, you didn't toss it. Positive. I'm 100% sure. Huang Ziqing nodded and kept going. Back then, everyone said the shell was all slimy and gross, but I already decided I was going to adopt this little baby. So obviously, I kept his shell as a specimen for a souvenir. I stashed it away in secret. Nice, good girl. Lu Changfeng immediately started beaming with joy. Seeing this, the annoyance on Professor Zhao and Professor Qian's faces disappeared too. With that shell, the research on whether Luo Feng is a real dragon can finally level up. Young lady, your name is Huang Ziqing, right? We'll definitely mention this to the higher-ups. Professor Zhao liked her more and more. If you're interested in joining the Bio Institute later, I can personally recommend you. Huang Ziqing didn't know what to say. She couldn't really say no, but she wasn't about to say yes either. "Hey, Uncle Zhao, why are you even asking that?" Professor Lee whispered. "She's a massive pop star idol. Why would she go to some bio institute?" Professor Zhao laughed awkwardly when he heard that, but he didn't let it get to him and kept asking. "Miss Shangguan has this little guy refused to eat raw meat since the very beginning." "That's actually pretty wild." Shangguan Shuir nodded. "I heard from Ziking and Xian that she wouldn't touch raw meat or raw fish at first. She even tried to grill it herself." "Write that down," Lu Changfeng barked, giving Professor Lee the side-eye. "You're in charge of nutrition analysis. These are the details you need to focus on." "So Huang Ziqing, where is that eggshell you kept?" Lu Changfeng finally got to the point. "How about we go check it out right now? No problem at all. Actually, I kept it in the tent where the little guy stays." Huang Ziqing smiled and said, "No need for you all to go yourself. I'll just go grab it." With that, Huang Ziqing rushed out of the kitchen and headed straight for the little guy's villa tent. She came back a moment later with a wooden box. "Professors, this is the shell the little guy broke through when he hatched." Huang Ziqing thought back to that day. "I still remember. The little guy must have worked really hard to bust out because this shell was incredibly tough." Lu Changfeng looked at the fragments in the box. Even though it was just a bunch of large and small pieces, you could tell from the shards that the egg wasn't as massive as they imagined. It was probably only 2 to 3 times the size of a duck or goose egg. Professor Zhao analyzed it. "It's really not that big. About the same as a crocodile or a bird egg." Professor Zhao added, "Yeah, at first we just thought he was some kind of little lizard. But he was so thin. A lot of people online were calling him the skinny lizard." Huang Ziqing laughed. "I guess dragons are just that small when they're babies." Professor Chen spoke up. "If they're supposed to grow to thousands of meters long, the myths say it takes hundreds of years to reach adulthood." Lu Changfeng heard his old partner actually bringing up myths. In the past, he definitely would have told him to trust the science. But now, with so many things they don't understand, it seemed like they really had to look for answers in legends. Actually, a lot of giant animals are super tiny when they're born. Professor Zhao said, "Take giant pandas, for example. A newborn panda only weighs several hundred grams. Baby elephants are tiny too, and so are giraffes. Some sea turtles are about the size of a fingernail, but they grow fast later on." Meanwhile, the live stream chat was exploding because of Lu Changfeng's expression. Everyone was LMAO. When Professor Chen mentioned the dragon from the myths, Director Lu's face was priceless. "Haha, I saw that too. He wanted to roast him so bad, but then he realized something and just looked depressed instead." As a scientist, he definitely wanted to call out his partner for using myths as research material. But then he remembered, damn, there's a literal mythical dragon right in front of him. So he just shut up. "Haha, I feel for these scientists. They spent their whole lives hating on superstitions and only believing in science. And now they're forced to study stuff straight out of a fairy tale. But these professors are adapting fast, being able to pivot from pure science to mixing it with myths and still analyzing things seriously. It's not easy. They're being really thorough about it. Even now, they still haven't officially said the little guy is a dragon. Scientists can't just drop a bomb like that without 100% hard proof. These old heads are actually pretty chill and funny. They aren't the stiff types I expected. Professor Lee is straight-up comedy gold. Every time he opens his mouth, Dean Liu roasts him. Haha, well, he is the son-in-law, so getting flamed a bit is just part of the job. Bringing a joker like Professor Lee along to study a literal dragon, Dean Liu must have been under massive pressure to make that happen. For real, though, the second Professor Lee starts talking, it is nothing but sus jokes. Is making dirty jokes a specific dialect thing where he is from? Down south, it probably just means telling big jokes or being unreliable. I thought he meant the other kind of dirty talk. Man, the professors have been at it for 1 or 2 days and still no hard proof. Is he a dragon or what? We just got to be patient. Don't even sweat it. I just can't stand those Western haters who keep calling our people trash for believing. They think believing in dragons is a joke. Humph, those clowns are about to get face-slapped so hard. Just you wait. Of course everyone understands these professors. They represent the Empire since they are from the Imperial Bio Institute. Without 100% certainty, they won't confirm Lo Feng is a dragon. But trust me, they are dying for that hard proof too. A dragon is way too important for the Empire. In the legends, they are the ones who bring perfect weather and prosperity. That alone is enough to make the Empire go wild. Miss Huang Ziqing here is what I am thinking. We want this eggshell, but not as a gift. We just want to keep it safe and take it back with us for research. If we study this shell carefully, it will lead to a massive breakthrough in revealing exactly what this little guy is. Is that okay with you? Lu Changfeng asked, kindly, then added, And you should probably ask the little guy himself, too. It was obvious that Lu Changfeng's words were full of respect for Lo Feng. He was treating him like a real person. Like a person with his own rights. What is an eggshell to him? To a person, it is basically like a part of their body. You have to ask before taking someone's organs. Yeah, I wanted to say that too. It all comes down to the little guy. If he is down for it, then I do not have a problem. Hearing how much they respected the little guy made Huang Ziqing respect them even more. That is just how society works. You respect me, I respect you. Those greedy officials who showed up first with their robber vibes were honestly disgusting. Meanwhile, Lo Feng was being served hand and foot by Shangguan Shui. He just finished his last slice of beef. Now Huang Ziqing is using a napkin to wipe his mouth. Seriously, who else in Dongsheng gets this kind of VIP treatment? The girl group's boss is a total boss lady named Sister Chin. Thanks to her protection, Shangguan Shui and the others have stayed pure and haven't been corrupted by the entertainment industry. You full yet, you little ancestor? You ate so much you know that Shangguan Shui was speechless, looking at that huge empty basin. If she didn't know he was a dragon, she would have been terrified. Yeah, I am stuffed. Lo Feng let out a cute little roar at Shangguan Shui. He nuzzled her soft hand. You are full, huh? Want to go out and play in a bit? Li Xian, the little cutie, came over too. It seemed like rubbing Lo Feng's belly after a meal had become a habit for her. Obviously, I want to go out. Why even ask? Lo Feng let out another roar. Soon after finishing the meal, Shangguan Shui carried Lo Feng out of the kitchen. You could tell it was starting to be a struggle for her. It wasn't that she couldn't lift him, but he definitely wasn't as light as he was at the start. Shangguan Shui was low-key stressed. How was she supposed to carry him when he grows to be thousands of meters long? But if she can't carry him, maybe she can ride him. Haha, she will be a literal dragon rider then. As soon as Lo Feng left the kitchen, he saw Lu Changfeng and the others holding a bag with a wooden box inside. It was probably holding his eggshells. Lu Changfeng walked over toward Shangguan Shui and Lo Feng. He crouched down to look at Lo Feng and said kindly, "Are you all full now? I have something to tell you this time. I want to see if you agree or not. Spit it out. You want the eggshells." Lo Feng gave him a casual look and let out a roar. Bro is definitely cracked. He's so sentient. Is he telling me to go ahead? Lu Changfeng laughed and said, "It is actually nothing major. We just want your old roundhouse. Now that you have a much bigger house, I figured you didn't need it anymore. Little guy, if you agree, just give us a little roar." Huang Ziqing rubbed Lo Feng's head and spoke softly. But is Lo Feng the type of guy to just follow the script? Not a chance. But is Luo Feng the type to play by the rules? No way. Man, you guys are so boring. You really think Luo Feng cares about that eggshell? He doesn't want it at all. Right at the start, he regressed into that shell and it was just pure darkness. It was full of that sticky egg fluid. Just thinking about it makes Luo Feng sick. Whoever wants that shell can have it. Seriously, just smelling it makes him want to puke. Of course, Luo Feng doesn't play by the rules. He's not just going to roar to show he agrees. First, he leaned down to sniff the shell, made a totally disgusted face, and then wham, one tail whip sent the box flying. Watch out. Lu Changfeng was stunned. What's the deal? Why did he flip the box? Luckily, the shell didn't spill since the box was deep enough. Did he just not get what we meant? Li Xian spoke up saying maybe he thought it was food, but after a sniff, he wasn't interested. So he just got mad, smashed it, and walked away. Luo Feng was speechless. Man, this Li Xian is so mid. I don't care about this trash. I don't want it, okay? Meanwhile, the live stream chat saw this whole thing go down. They were dying laughing. Haha. He thought it was food and realized he was being played. A stinky eggshell. This dragon only eats yolks. He's not touching the shell. Is he thinking these idiots are trying to feed me eggshells and got triggered? Haha, baby dragon doesn't care about anything except food. This little guy is such a vibe. That tail whip wasn't even full power, but he was definitely flexing his anger. Why eat shells when you can have beef? Haha, this little guy's IQ is cracked. I bet he's at least as smart as a 5-year-old. Honestly, probably higher. Looks like some cultivator regressed. Come on, regressed. No way. We have a literal dragon now. Is regression really that big of a deal? Haha, you guys are too much. You guys are just salty. If you want to regress, go find a speeding truck and lay under the tires. Anyway, Luo Feng's shell was taken away. It wasn't with Lu Changfeng. It was sent straight to the capital. There's a whole squad of scientists waiting for that shell. I mean, it's a real dragon's eggshell. It's worth way more than any T-Rex fossil. The experts over there are freaking out. They're so hyped for it to arrive. By the afternoon, Tang Yongzhen, the busy bee, spent over 2 hours working his tail off just to get Luo Feng's lunch ready. Suddenly, Lu Changfeng found Tang Yongzhen and gave him a kind smile. Mr. Tang, thanks for the hard work. Making so much food for the little guy every day. Hard work. No way. It's nothing. I just love the guy. Tang Yongjin laughed. Haha, we love him too. I'd be the first one to volunteer to help him out, Lu Changfeng said, and he meant it. I mean, it's a dragon cooking for a dragon and watching him grow every day. For a biologist, that's a literal gift from heaven. Sometimes Lu Changfeng wonders, how did dinosaurs even go extinct? How are there none left? If he could see a live one, he'd die of happiness, especially seeing those movies where people recreate dinosaur DNA. They even bring them back and feed them. He knows it's fake, but he's still jealous. Basically, as a biologist, nobody craves rare and ancient creatures more than him. But anyway, let's talk business. Lu Changfeng looked around the kitchen. The whole film crew was there helping out. No problem, Director Lu. What's on your mind? Tang Yongjin knew it was about the little guy. His face got serious. The rest of the crew was just as shocked, sitting around waiting for the tea. Mr. Tang, Ms. Huang, you two were the first to encounter the little guy, right? Lu Changfeng asked. Yeah, Huang Ziqing was actually the very first one, Tang Yongjin said. What are you trying to ask, Director Lu? Huang Ziqing asked curiously. I want to know, can we confirm if the egg was first found here on Peach Blossom Island? Lu Changfeng asked. He remembered Professor Zhao's son finding a real dragon thousands of miles away in a different sea 10 years ago. Is there a connection? If that dragon was in trouble, would the egg really drift that far? Or maybe, were there other creatures protecting the egg and bringing it to safety? This was his last shot to figure out the truth. The plot thickens. These are all just mysteries for now. The first place that egg was spotted, definitely on the beach of our very own Peach Blossom Island. But as for where he was before that, we have zero clue. Huang Ziqing says it with total conviction. Fine, I get it. Lu Changfeng didn't get any real answers, so he didn't bother asking anymore. Meanwhile, over at the Royal Garden Villas in the capital, there is a traditional courtyard surrounded by mountains and water. Inside a room that looks like a high-tech briefing hall, about 20 or 30 heavy hitters are sitting together. The projector is showing every single piece of footage they have on Luofeng. All right, the footage is finished. That is the general situation. A woman in a suit standing by the projector taps on her laptop. The last video ends and the screen freezes. Then the woman starts speaking again. Based on the preliminary research from Dean Lu Changfeng Professor Zhao Professor Chen and young Professor Li, they found that the creature nicknamed Little Thing Little Ancestor, Little Guy Dragon Lord or Baby Dragon, his physical features are a 90% match for a real legend, a true dragon. We haven't seen his other powers yet, but one thing is absolutely broken. His appetite and growth speed unmatched. He is leveling up way too fast. There has literally never been a creature like this in history or even the ancient world. Maybe we just haven't found every ancient species yet, but out of every animal we know, nothing eats this much or grows this fast. The woman gets hyped as she speaks. In my personal opinion, this creature is legit enough to be called a dragon, but we do things by the book, so we need hard evidence. We need more research. But even if this little guy isn't a real dragon, he has to be one, right? Suddenly, an old man sitting under the projector sipping tea starts laughing. When he speaks, everyone turns to look at him. Their eyes are filled with straight-up awe and respect. Even that woman in the suit, who was acting like a total boss earlier, she was talking so loud and confident, but the moment she sees this old man, she tones it way down. It is clear. This man is him. He is the most powerful person here. For real. This speaker is the 5-star elder of Dongsheng. He has his own thoughts on this dragon situation. Right now, the little guy might not look as flashy as those CGI dragons in movies. Those movie dragons with all the special effects look cool. But he looks mostly the same. Maybe he is just a bit ugly because he is still a baby and hasn't grown up yet. But who cares? Like we said that growth, speed, and appetite, no other creature can even compete. He is on a whole different level. At most, this little thing just doesn't fly or breathe mist like the legends. Yet. And when he said he has to be a dragon even if he isn't, his meaning was crystal clear. Whether Luofeng grows up or not, or even if research says he is not a dragon, Dongsheng is going to treat him like one. That is a fact. Who says a dragon needs superpowers anyway? That is just the worst case scenario. Besides, it already looks like the little guy has some hidden powers. 5-star elder. Are you saying that, regardless of the research, we should start prepping to make the whole world believe he is a dragon? Another old man sitting next to the elder asks. Exactly. No matter what, he is a dragon. The 5-star elder smiles. But I actually believe it. A creature this magical. If it is not a dragon, what else could it be? By the way, Elder Huang, there is something I should tell you. Since the elder's last name is Huang, those close to him call him Elder Huang. What is it? Dean Liu Changfeng wants to apply to turn Peach Blossom Island into a nature reserve, a special place for the little guy to grow, to hunt, play, and just live his life while they record everything he does. The man continues saying they also want about 4 square kilometers of the surrounding sea. Is that even a question? Approved Elder Huang doesn't even blink. He says, "You guys know what a dragon represents to us, right? If he really can control the wind and rain, it is worth any amount of money to raise him." Honestly, talking about profit is just trashy. This is our national symbol. Even if there was zero benefit, we would still take care of him. Actually, calling it feeding is wrong. We are looking after him. It is clear that Elder Huang sees Luo Feng as more than just an animal. He has rights. We are not just feeding him, we are taking care of him. This just proves Luo Feng has zero human rights. He is treated like a protected animal, spoiled, rotten, but with absolutely no say in his own life. It does not matter what you want. Just look at giant pandas. Do they get a vote? The caretaker's word is law. If it is time to sleep, you sleep. If you need a shot for your own safety, you are getting that needle, whether you like it or not. Of course, the only reason Elder Huang is bringing up the nature reserve is because those 4 professors begged him to. Without them, even a big shot like Elder Huang would not have known about the application. With how slow the government usually moves, there was no way they would take good care of Luo Feng on their own. But now, the Empire has officially made its move. Everyone is hyped to see Luo Feng act like a real dragon and show off that legendary god-tier power. Once the serious talk was over, Elder Huang flashed a kind smile and looked at his assistant, Xiao Gu. "Xiao Gu, I need you to do something for me. Go find some books." Xiao Gu was confused. "You want books, Elder Huang?" Xiao Gu was baffled. With Elder Huang's status, what kind of book could he possibly not find? He could literally just ask the Imperial Library for anything. Ancient texts, modern records, he has access to everything. I want folk tales about dragons. Everything you can find, especially stories about their special abilities. Elder Huang continued. Stories about his powers. Xiao Gu was stunned. Yes, like controlling the weather, bringing good luck, protecting people, or breathing fire and water. Basically every single legendary power he is supposed to have. I want to know them all right now. Honestly, when Elder Huang found out about this, he was beyond hyped. A true dragon, a creature with endless broken abilities. He has been obsessed with this his whole life. It is just a shame that the little guy has not actually flexed those powers for real yet. Normally, a guy at his level is super chill and patient. But facing a literal dragon, even Elder Huang is losing his cool. He wished he could just teleport to Peach Blossom Island right now. "I am on it, Elder Huang." Xiao Gu nodded. Xiao Gu is basically the chief secretary. Once he got the order, he headed out immediately to get it done. Elder Huang wanted every single book on dragon lore ever written. Official history, secret records, or even just local rumors, he wanted the whole collection. If this was ancient times and an emperor started asking for urban legends, the scholars would have lost their minds. They would have roasted him for not being proper. Because back then, those old school scholars thought only Confucianism was worth anything. Everything else was just useless tricks and nonsense. But since Elder Huang gave the green light, the plan to build Luo Feng, a massive mega mansion, was approved by every department instantly. The demolition office signed off. The land management office signed off. The local officials stamped the documents so fast it would make your head spin. The paperwork was flying. Meanwhile, at the film set, Tang Yongjin arrived. He was about to give a cup of tea to director Liu Changfeng when he overheard a phone call. Wait, what? The nature reserve is actually happening. That fast even Liu Changfeng was shocked. He knew he asked Elder Huang's assistant for a favor, but this is insane speed. But Liu Changfeng totally underestimated how much Elder Huang loves this dragon. Why else would the old man be so desperate to hunt down every secret record and folktale about dragon powers? He wanted to know exactly what this dragon could do before anyone else. Sure, dragons are symbols and totems. That is all fine. But in Elder Huang's eyes, symbols are just for show. They do not actually get things done. To put it simply, if Luo Feng is a real dragon but does not have those legendary powers, isn't he just a glorified mascot? The powers are the only thing that matters. That is the real deal. Controlling the weather, making it rain or thunder, those are things humans can only dream of doing. As a 5-star elder, he is a realist. He needs things that will actually help the Empire. Everything else is just small talk. Tang Yongjin set the tea down in front of Liu Changfeng, his voice shaking slightly. "Director Liu, did I hear you say something about a nature reserve?" Liu Changfeng hung up his eyes, crinkling with joy. "Oh yeah, the reserve was just approved. Every single permit is signed and ready to go. It is finally official. Everything is set in stone. Everyone is waiting for Luo Feng's next move. They want to see him flex that true dragon energy and show the world he is him. Looks like they are moving the residence soon. I only heard some rumors a second ago. But now it is officially confirmed. Tang Yongjin literally gasped. This is straight up broken. Thinking about how this plan went from talk to action in less than 1 hour, are these professors really that cracked? If you didn't know better, you would think these guys are emperors or something. It is actually wild. But it is not the professors who are wild. It is actually Luo Feng that is insane. Think about it. If Luo Feng was not this magical, no matter who Lu Changfeng pulled strings with, the higher-ups would never agree, especially not this fast. Meanwhile, that elementary school teacher, Fang Ting, was on her break. She was still watching the Keep Running live stream. Seeing the professors being nice to Luo Feng made her so happy. These professors are actually good people. A divine dragon is just too shocking once this is actually proven. It is going to be a total game changer. Even though the professors haven't said it yet, they definitely think that the little guy is a real dragon. They just need that hard evidence to shut everyone up. This is so good. I am literally addicted. I am going to forget to prep my lessons at this rate. There is no way. Fang Ting tried to stop watching. If she kept going, it would ruin her life. Well, it is already ruined. To watch the stream today, she had to push back so much work. Now she is going to have to stay up all night. Just turn it off. Turn it off. Stop watching already. Even though she really didn't want to, Fang Ting reached out to close the computer. But right at that moment, suddenly a piece of news popped up in the bottom corner that left her shook. No way, no way. Is this for real? Fang Ting's hand just froze right there. It stopped midair. She couldn't even blink as she stared at the corner of the screen. Because the news was about Peach Blossom Island. They were building something called the Huateng Reserve. The article said that in the second half of 2022, an expedition team from the Imperial Academy of Sciences entered Peach Blossom Island to do research. They realized with great concern that the local environment was trashed. It was directly affecting certain river basins. Not just that, but the ecological safety of the entire Jiangnan region was at risk. Later, the village chief Luo Xiaofang said that once the team got back to the capital, they quickly proposed developing and protecting the island. The Imperial Forestry Department and the Jiangnan City Hall gave it their full support. With the air pollution being so bad and the environment destroyed, things had reached a breaking point. A series of plans will start immediately. All 500 households on the island will be properly relocated. Stay tuned. Wait, isn't that where the show's filming? I thought the environment there was amazing. How did it suddenly get polluted? And how is it threatening all of Jiangnan? Fang Ting was totally lost. What is even happening? She didn't understand any of it. All she knew was that the Empire was making a nature reserve, and everyone had to move out. This news obviously blew up on Weibo in seconds. I mean, it is Peach Blossom Island. It is easily the hottest place on the internet right now. Knowing a reserve is being built there. Of course, everyone is freaking out. What is the deal? Can some pro explain this? Peach Blossom Island is polluted. The ecosystem is dying. Oh my God. But our little guy is still there. He can't stay. We have to tell the professors right now. The crew needs to move him. Our little ancestor is a dragon. He can't live in a dump like that. Didn't we see the clips in the stream? The place looked fire. It must be a filter. It is probably a wasteland in person. Oh, please, a filter. Why don't you just say it is photoshopped? Are you going to say the background is fake next? I am done. Yo, bro, do you actually know something? If you do just say it, why are you being so mysterious? Can't you see what's happening? This place was always beautiful. The scenery was top tier. Now the Empire says they need to protect it because it is too bad. You guys actually believe that this is a total island clearance. They are clearing the whole island for that little guy, but think about it. If they called it a dragon reserve, they would basically be admitting he is a dragon. What's the difference? The Empire never makes official announcements for stuff this major. It's way too high stakes. You've got to be careful, seriously. Guys, look at the name of the sanctuary. It's called the Huateng Sanctuary. That basically means the totem of the East. In other words, he's a freaking dragon. If I'm right, once the world realizes our little guy is legit a dragon, they'll rename it the True Dragon Sanctuary immediately. But once he reaches his full potential and grows thousands of meters long, they're going to need a way bigger island. Peach Blossom Island will just be his birthplace or his old home. Damn, this bro's analysis is actually fire. That's got to be it. No doubt this was built just for the little guy. I mean, that place is basically paradise. Ha ha ha. Finally, I was so jealous of those villagers getting to sneak peeks at the little one every day. Now they all have to pack up and leave. Every single one. The Empire is absolutely cooking with this move. Big W for the government. If there's a donation link, I'm willing to skip my instant noodles for a whole month just to fund this. I knew it. How could a place like Peach Blossom Island have serious pollution that scared the life out of me for a second? So even though the Empire is dead serious about this and building a whole sanctuary, it doesn't matter if those people in the West try to clown us. Our official stance is that we're just cleaning up pollution. It has absolutely nothing to do with our little guy. Ha ha ha, exactly. The environment is just bad, right? Is it a crime to build a sanctuary? Not at all, fam. The Empire's play is absolutely flawless. Even if the West knows the Empire is doing this for the dragon, they have zero excuses to talk trash on the surface. I just hope our little ancestor grows up fast and stays healthy. Can't wait for the day he reveals his powers and face slaps the entire world. Our legendary dragon finally has his own sanctuary. Think they'll ever turn the sanctuary into a tourist spot so we can all go visit? You're dreaming, bro, unless the little guy moves out. Then maybe we can go sniff where he used to hang out. Ha, let's go. Either way, this little guy needs to grow up fast. When he's thousands of meters long, he can just slap those foreign warships away with his tail. Ha, our divine dragon will fly up and literally knock their fighter jets out of the sky. This whole thing is blowing up on social media. The hype is insane. What's hilarious is the Empire is still playing dumb, trying to debunk the rumors. They're claiming the new sanctuary has absolutely nothing to do with the videos of the supposed baby dragon. They're saying it's purely for environmental protection. Of course, the smart ones are just playing along. Only the clueless people are still asking questions. Is Peach Blossom Island really that polluted? Within 30 minutes, this topic hijacked the top of the trending charts. It hit #1, completely burying the news about some idol getting caught acting up. Honestly, half the news about those pretty boy idols is just paid promotion anyway. But this time, no matter how much money they spend, it's completely useless. No cap, Lo Feng's clout is so high right now that even if he just took a dump, it would trend harder than any celebrity. He is literally him. Meanwhile, Luo Feng doesn't care about any of that drama. He's got zero worries, just focusing on the food in front of him. That giant bowl of fruit is the freshest stuff from the island, all hand-picked and double-checked. No bruises, no pesticides, just pure natural honey peaches. Grapes, watermelon, pineapple. It's not just a fruit bowl anymore, it's a straight-up feast. Honestly, for a few days now, Luo Feng hasn't even doubted that he's a dragon. Even if he hasn't shown off any insane powers yet, so what? Sooner or later, he'll be flying and controlling the weather. Man, the little guy is really feasting. It looks like his favorite is the pineapple. Lu Changfeng observed him closely. Director Lu, if the sanctuary is built, all the villagers have to move. What about our film crew? Zhao Yubao asked. When Lu Changfeng heard this, he knew exactly what Zhao was worried about. He reassured him, don't worry, Zhao. Even with the sanctuary, we're not ending our partnership. You guys will still be the ones raising the little guy. Lu Changfeng didn't want to kick the crew out. All he wanted was for Luo Feng to grow up in a better environment. No distractions, no strangers, just peace. No cars, no machines, everything here is just pure nature. Honestly, Luo Feng is just one step away from confirming his identity. He just needs to show everyone his true powers. If he can actually summon lightning, make it rain, or fly into the sky, then it is officially confirmed. No cap. But for now, talk is cheap. The Empire's strategy is simple. Just let Luo Feng grow up. They are just waiting for him to flex his abilities. Once that happens, the Empire won't care about any haters. They will tell the whole world that East Victory really has a dragon. I didn't mean it like that, I was just talking. Zhao Yubao saw that the crew wasn't leaving, which made them all super happy. As they kept chatting, Professor Zhao shifted the topic. He asked everyone, have you guys noticed anything special about the little thing lately? Anything that felt a bit weird? Anything special? Weird things. As soon as Shangguan Shui heard that, she immediately remembered something huge. She used to think it was just a total accident, that it was impossible. But if this little guy really is a dragon, then that moment actually makes sense. Thinking about it, she started getting hyped. Miss Shangguan, what is it? Lu Changfeng noticed she was acting strange and frowned. Do you have something to share with everyone? Actually, there is one thing. It fits exactly what Professor Zhao called weird and special. Shangguan Shui spoke up. Since everyone already basically thinks the little thing is a dragon, there was no harm in sharing. No one was going to call him a monster, a special thing. Professor Zhao's face changed instantly. Miss Shangguan, tell us. Fast hearing this, the other professors whipped out their notebooks and clicked their pens, looking totally locked in, seeing them so hyped. Shangguan Shui felt a bit awkward, but it seemed like these professors were desperate to know every little detail about the little guy. It's pretty simple. A few days ago, she started explaining, We saw the little thing eating way too much, and we were terrified he might literally explode. Then Teacher Tang suggested we feed him some soapy water to make him puke it up. But he's way too smart. He wasn't touching that stuff, so he just bolted. He ran outside the tent. I remember the sky was covered in thick black clouds. It looked like a massive storm was about to hit. But then the little guy just roared at the sky. Suddenly the clouds cleared up so fast it was insane. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng, Professor Zhao, Professor Chen, and even young Professor Li were all completely stunned. They couldn't believe it. Wait, so you're saying the rain just stopped? Lu Changfeng asked, looking dazed. Yeah, but it wasn't just the rain. The main thing was how fast the clouds disappeared. It was unnatural. I've never seen the sky clear up like that. Back then, Teacher Wang said it might just be a coincidence. Oh my God. Director Lu, if this isn't a dragon, then what is? Professor Li was losing his mind. Exactly. Director Lu, if he's not a dragon, how could he have that kind of power? Professor Chen's heart was pounding. This was way too intense. He's literally broken. Everyone stay calm, Lu Changfeng said, trying to keep his cool. This doesn't necessarily prove a connection. Not a connection. Shang Guanshui frowned. Exactly. The clouds clearing up. No one can prove that it was because of the little thing. So we can't count this as hard evidence yet. Lu Changfeng continued, even if we had video footage showing the little thing roaring and the clouds clearing right after. There are plenty of videos online of animals barking at the sky right when the weather changes. If we put this out, the West will just use it to debunk us. They'll ask, does that mean every animal that barks at the sky is a dragon now? If we release this news, we'll just get roasted. It's not enough. Of course. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a bunch of new viewers had just joined and didn't know about that day. Yo, no way is this for real. He can actually stop the rain, one roar, and the clouds dip. He's definitely him. He's a dragon. Look at these professors. They are literally glitching right now. LOL. I've never seen them look so shook. Little thing is fire. That's my dragon baby right there. But Professor Lu Changfeng is right. One tiny detail isn't enough to shut up all the haters out there. And by haters, we're talking about the local trolls and the Westerners just waiting for us to fail. People are thinking if someone can actually control the wind and rain like this, what else could he be but a dragon? This kind of god-tier power only exists in myths, but now it's actually becoming real. This is absolutely cracked. For real though, this little guy just keeps hitting us with surprise after surprise. Professor Chen crouched down to check on Luo Feng while he was napping, but the second he tried to pet him, Luo Feng flashed a mischievous smirk, snapped his eyes open, and lunged like he was going to take a bite out of him. That roar and the sudden move scared the life out of the professor. Then Luo Feng actually gave him a smug gotcha look. Oh my God, what is this little guy even doing right now? I seriously thought he was mad about his nap being ruined and was going to bite the professor, haha. And then he gives that smug look. He's literally trolling a world-class professor. He's built different. This little dude isn't afraid of anyone. Even top professors are on his people to troll list now. Professor Chen was totally speechless. He was shook. The little guy's teeth are no joke anymore. That long face and those jaws, they aren't exactly crocodile level yet, but it's definitely a massive mouth you don't want to mess with. Man, I wonder if we'll ever see something like that again. Lu Changfeng looked at the clear sky, not a drop of rain. He wished the little guy could try again. Right then, Luo Feng, who was lying next to him, suddenly propped himself up and screamed at the sky rain now for another weather control flex. Of course, all the humans saw was the little guy letting out a loud awoo toward the clouds. Then something impossible happened. The clear blue sky started changing fast. Thick black clouds started rolling in from the horizon. Those clouds were aggressive, like the sky was literally about to collapse on the city. It was terrifying, straight out of a scene where a legendary monster is about to appear. It felt like it could pour at any second. Everyone on the scene, including Shang Guanshui and the others who had seen this once before, turned pale as ghosts. They were frozen in shock and disbelief. What was the deal with those massive storm clouds suddenly appearing? Is it really about to rain? Lu Changfeng was breaking out in a cold sweat. He had just complained about it not raining, wishing the little guy could show off and call it off. He thought he had missed his chance to see the weather control god mode in person. But now the little guy is doing a live encore. He just stood up, howled at the sky, and the clouds actually showed up. This was so sudden, anyone with a weak heart would be calling 911 right now. The live stream exploded. 10 million viewers were watching, and every single one of them was losing their mind. New viewers missed the first time he flexed his powers, but now he is giving them a show. This is insane. No way. Is he actually controlling the weather right now? Is this a script? Is it CGI? That sky looks too wild to be real. Director Liu just mentioned he missed the last flex and the little guy literally spawned a storm. He's the GOAT. Can some weather expert explain what's going on here? He's a real dragon, period. What more proof do you need? I'm a believer for life. If this isn't a dragon, I'll wash my hair upside down. Haha, someone said there's 5 million guys here. You're being too savage. I'm literally on my knees. All hail the true dragon. Why did they move the fisherman anyway? Those guys already knew he was a dragon and were bringing him offerings. Rumor has it, those fishermen were planning to build a dragon temple for him on Peach Blossom Island. Too bad they have to move now. All those plans are cooked. But wait, why build a temple? The real deal is right here. The Empire is smart. Forget a temple, they just turned the whole place into a nature reserve. Our country has a real dragon. He's literally God mode, controlling the wind and rain. The chat was moving at light speed, and you already know the clickbait writers were scrambling to get the story out. Do you think they'd ever pass up on this news? The traffic is absolutely insane. Articles with titles like that are literally everywhere on the internet right now. It's not like they have to take any responsibility for what they post. Just for the clout, they're out here confirming that Luo Feng is a real dragon. They know that's the only kind of clickbait that'll get everyone to swarm in. Calling them shameless is honestly a compliment. These editors who just chase clout for the sake of clout are seriously pathetic. Looks like it's about to pour. We should probably head into the tent for now. Tang Yongjin glanced at the sky, still feeling a bit shook. This wasn't just some normal rain, this was straight from the Dragon Palace. Everyone jumped in to help, quickly grabbing the beach chair stools and everything else to pack them away. Come here, little guy. Big sister will carry you. Wait, where's Shangguan Shuang? She's definitely off taking care of Luo Feng. Man, this little guy is a total unit. Even though I wish you could stay this small and cute forever, I still want you to grow up fast. Luo Feng thinking Shishi. You've definitely got some nice mountains there, but yeah, I want to grow up too. Luo Feng was low-key thinking to himself. Watching everyone hustle to pack up while he was being held by the industry's #1 goddess felt amazing. He wouldn't trade this life for anything, not even for a billionaire's bank account. The old Luo Feng used to be so jealous of people like that, but now there's no need. All right, everyone get inside. Once everything was packed up outside, everyone filed into the main tent. The 4 professors were still trying to process everything. In their hearts, they knew this was a real dragon. I mean, how else do you explain someone controlling the weather twice in a row? Honestly, before they even set foot on Peach Blossom Island. Even after Lu Changfeng and the other professors saw the videos of Luo Feng, they didn't really believe a creature like a dragon could actually exist. Their goal was basically just to study the little guy and figure out what kind of ancient species he was. Basically, they came here expecting a fossil, but then all these supernatural events started happening around Luo Feng. They're seriously starting to doubt their old logic. Lu Changfeng is now convinced that dragons are definitely real. It's very likely the people in ancient times weren't just making stuff up. They probably actually saw a dragon, drew what they saw, and passed it down through generations. Of course, those legendary powers might have been exaggerated by common people over time. In other words, no one knows what a real dragon's special abilities actually are. Everything depends on this little guy to reveal the truth to the world. Gradually, a light rain started pitter-pattering against the outside of the tent. It tapped against the sand and the tent fabric. Inside the main tent, everyone was quiet, still stuck on the scene they just witnessed. Is it actually raining on Peach Blossom Island, fam? Someone please slap me awake. This isn't CGI, and it's not a green screen. Stop talking trash. Are you blind or what? A fake background, lol. You're way too blunt, bro. Damn, man, you really flamed me. Didn't you literally ask me to... Breaking news. I checked the weather report, and it's actually raining on the island. No duh, tell us something we don't know. We already saw it on the live stream. I've got the screenshots. This is absolutely insane. If you post this on TikTok, it's going viral for sure. I already put it on my feed, and I've got 99 notifications already. Our divine dragon is invincible. Is our country about to enter its God mode era? Haha, it's totally possible. This dragon is seriously too OP. Now we just need to take good care of the little guy and let him grow up. I bet as he gets bigger, even more supernatural powers will be leaked right. That shouldn't be a problem, for sure. At first, the little guy probably didn't know anything, but that bloodline power is starting to wake up. It's definitely coming out. I low-key suspect the guy above is talking about something else, though. Haha, now what are those trolls going to say? The ones talking about trust, the science, and saying he just looks like a dragon. They've got to be real quiet now. He roared at the sky twice, and it went from raining to clear skies just like that. What else is there to say? Actually, people will still say there's no hard proof, unless it happens 10 times. Bro, even if he summoned a storm 10 times, some trolls would still call it a coincidence. What can you even do? Haha, those haters make zero sense. Back on set, Shangguan Shuang held Luo Feng and looked at the comments. She said, "Hey, little guy, they're saying your reign was just a coincidence. Just tell Big Sis, do you really have superpowers?" Luo Feng was totally speechless. He couldn't even be bothered with her. He felt completely wiped out, and he wasn't even sure why. Ever since he let out that roar at the sky, it felt like his body was hollowed out, like his soul just left the building. Wait, did that roar use up some hidden energy in my body to make it rain? And now I'm just flatlined. Luo Feng was just guessing at this point, since he had no clue what was actually going on. He started thinking it through, doing a mental recap of everything. He realized that when he's in the sun, it feels amazing, like his skin is literally absorbing power. It's a total trip. Basically, he's like a plant photosynthesizing. Usually his little noises are just whatever. They don't really mean anything special. But the second he actually wants to control the weather and lets out a roar, this insane energy surges from deep inside him. It blasts out into nature and then boom, instant crash. He feels like trash afterward. Clearing the clouds last time was light work, but making it actually rain. Luo Feng could tell the drain was way higher this time. Is our little cutie getting sleepy? Seeing him look so listless, Li Xian leaned in to check his eyes. Looks like it. This little guy probably played all day and finally hit a wall. Time for a nap. Sister 12, we should probably be careful. Should we tell the professors about this? And Li Xian suggested they give them a heads up. This little ancestor is the goat. Honestly, he's the most precious thing in the whole country. Shangguan Wan laughed. She reached out to the professor. Hey, Miss Shangguan says the little guy is acting weird. Is he sick? Please come check him out. This immediately freaked Lu Changfeng out. Sick. He was fine a second ago. Lu Changfeng didn't waste a single second. He rushed over to find Luo Feng. What's the deal? He was just full of energy. How'd he get sick all of a sudden? Lu Changfeng immediately called over the other 3 professors. Has he ever been this out of it before? Professor Zhao asked. Nope. Shangguan Wan shook her head. Usually he's got infinite energy all day long. You have to play with him for hours before he'll even think about resting. Yeah, Huang Ziqing agreed. From the moment he hatched until now, he's been super hyper. He's never looked this drained. Wait, did he just burn through all his mana, making it rain? Teacher Wang suddenly chimed in. That one sentence left, everyone shook. Making it rain actually drained his energy. Could that actually be it? The professors were stumped. It's not like they've studied dragons before. They had zero clue why he suddenly crashed like this. Even the best vet in the world would be clueless here. I think that might be it. Shangguan Wan nodded aggressively, a totally innocent smile on her face. All right, Professor Tang, it's your time to shine. Wait, what? My time to shine. Tang Yongjin was lost. I'm not a vet. I don't know how to fix this. No, silly. Go whip up some dinner. Let's see if we can get our little cutie to eat a ton. Maybe some food will help him get his energy back. If he recharges, maybe he can drop another rainstorm for us, Shangguan Wan suggested. Wait, what? The 4 professors just stared at her, completely stunned. They all shared a look. Her idea was low-key wild, but it actually kind of made sense. The only problem, they had no idea what a dragon needs to eat to recharge. Sure, food gives you stamina, but does it refuel divine weather powers? The rain didn't actually last that long. After about 40 minutes, it started to wrap up. Now Peach Blossom Island was soaked in sunlight again. There was a gorgeous rainbow over the island. Let's call it a day. Teacher Wang, Director Zhao, Miss Shangguan. You guys keep a close eye on the little guy. Our tents aren't even set up yet, so we'll be staying at the hotel near the island. If anything happens, you guys need to hit us up immediately. Lu Changfeng checked the time and realized it was time for him to head back. Don't you worry, Director Lu. When it comes to this little guy, I don't think any crew loves him more than we do. Huang Ziqing gave a sweet smile because we truly love him for who he is. No ulterior motives at all. Yeah, I believe you guys. I can see it in your eyes. Lu Changfeng gave a kind smile and headed out with his team. Once they were gone, the crew hooked Luo Feng up with a massive feast. After he finished polishing off all that food, Luo Feng actually felt a bit more energetic, but that deep sense of weakness inside his body didn't really get any better. In other words, his physical energy was back, but his soul still felt totally drained. Luo Feng figured that catching some rays would make things way better. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng, who had already made it back to the hotel near Peach Blossom Island, didn't just crash. He kept a close eye on Luo Feng through the remote cameras. Hey, old Zhao. Look at this little guy. It's like sunbathing is just as important to him as eating. Lu Changfeng spoke up, and he was absolutely right. I've checked out that table where the little thing always sunbathes, and I even ran some isotope tests on it. It's just a regular table, Professor Zhao added, which means the table isn't what's special, it's the sunlight he's after. Lu Changfeng was just taking a wild guess, not even sure if he was on the right track. By the way, in all the video footage you guys reviewed, did you ever see the little guy, go to the bathroom, Professor Chen asked? There was one record of it, but it looked like he just took a leak. Professor Zhao replied, so we'll just have to wait and see. A creature like a dragon might not have to go every single day like a human does. Professor Lee chimed in, we need to keep a sharp eye out from now on. Since this little guy is a legit dragon, his waste is basically research gold. In the future, we have to collect every bit of it. Lu Changfeng agreed, and honestly, he's basically got a human level of intelligence. When he needs to do his business, we can't just barge in. We have to wait until he leaves before we go in to collect the samples. Exactly, this is a top priority. Having those samples would be a massive level up for our research progress. Everyone was hyped about the idea and quickly passed the word to Zhao Yubao. These professors want what Zhao Yubao wasn't a biologist, so he had zero clue why animal waste was such a big deal. Right now, he was just standing there completely lost. These were a bunch of big shots who could move an entire island's population with one word. These highly respected legends. And they were treating that little guy's poop like it was some kind of legendary loot. It was honestly hard to believe. You guys are deans and honorary professors. Why are you so obsessed with something like that? They even said if anyone sees it, they have to report it instantly and not let a single drop go to waste. Oh my God, Zhao Yubao and the manager felt like their entire worldview was collapsing. This was Lu Changfeng from the Imperial Bio Institute we're talking about. His status is through the roof. He's a literal academician. Any adult knows that someone like him is S-tier in the Empire. Of course, some people might not realize just how much clout an academician actually has. To put it simply, if a university has an academician, their admission scores skyrocket. Many universities are basically carried by these famous academicians. After all, the quality of the faculty is the ultimate standard for whether a school has a future or not. Plus, whether it's government funding or anything else, the Empire puts huge value on these guys. These academicians are national treasures everywhere they go. I remember a news story about an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was an academician, but he was super humble and low-key. He always drove this old domestic car that was basically ready for the scrapyard. Because of that, the school deans and the principal were all worried sick about his safety. Finally, one day, the school leaders couldn't take it anymore and straight up stole his car. Since talking to him didn't work, they figured if they stole it, the old academician would be forced to get a new one. They all tried to convince him not to report it, saying the car wasn't worth anything anyway. But they didn't expect the old man to be so stubborn. Someone actually called the cops. This whole circus ended up at the station, and now the netizens are losing their minds watching this mess. This just proves how insane the status of an academician is. For a school and for society, they are literally built different. One elite academician carries way more weight than some billionaire on a rich list. It is not even close. And Lu Changfeng, he is levels above your average academician, a total legend. But even a guy like him is obsessing over that little guy's poop. He is treating it like some legendary S-rank treasure. Word is every department is fighting for a sample. Even 2 veteran professors under him are throwing hands just to get research rights. Watching his own team lose their cool and argue like that, Lu Changfeng finally had enough. Listen up. All of you shut it right now. Bai Zimo and Liu Yingling, you two are the goats in this field. Once we bag the samples, you are taking them straight to the capital. The rest of you stay silent. Lu Changfeng added, remember, once you get it, you protect that sample with your lives. When Bai Zimo and Liu Yingling heard the news, they were absolutely buzzing. They looked happier than if their grandkids got into a top-tier Ivy League school. Just 2 old-timers completely hyped out of their minds. Meanwhile, Zhao Yubao was still on the video call, and seeing this left him totally speechless. These world-class professors were officially defeated by some dragon poop. At the same time, over at the film set on Peach Blossom Island, everyone was staring at Luo Feng. He was soaking up the sun, looking chill as one can be. Watching the little guy nap on the table, the crew started worrying if the wood was too hard for him. Someone even suggested getting some designer fabric to cushion him. They were literally treating him like royalty. But the crew could not find any soft cloth on short notice. That is when Shang Guanshui took off her white sweater to give him a soft place to lay. Seeing this, the chat went wild. Everyone started spamming, "I wish I was that animal" on the screen. Wait, what do you mean animal? This is the Humans Aren't As Good as Dragons series, and honestly, Who can compete with a dragon? In the old days, what was a dragon? A dragon was the emperor, the son of heaven, the ultimate power. Luo Feng loved Shang Guanshui's scent, so he did not reject the sweater. He just lay there enjoying the VIP treatment. With the sweater, it was way more comfortable than the hard table. Everyone wondered, is this little guy actually solar-powered? Huang Ziqing watched Luo Feng resting there. She wondered if he was just charging up to summon another storm later. That has to be it, right? I bet he is absorbing solar energy. Shang Guanshui knew he was not fully asleep, so she gently pet his head. Suddenly she noticed something crazy. Those 2 little bumps on his head were getting bigger. The moment she said that, the live stream chat exploded again. Even the professors watching from their hotel rooms jumped out of their seats. Bumps. What bumps? Are those just growths on his forehead? Growths. Bro, those are dragon horns. Use your eyes. The crew had seen the bumps before, but they kept quiet to avoid spreading rumors. They did not want to claim they were horns too early. No way, those are definitely horns. It is just like how baby deer start out, right? They start as nothing, then they sprout. By the time he is an adult, those horns are going to look magnificent. Man, he is literally growing horns now. Is this not hard evidence that he is a real dragon? Yo, experts, what more proof do you even need? What other creature grows horns like that if it is not a dragon? Does a crocodile have horns? Does a lizard? Only a dragon can pull that off. LOL. Where are all those people who said he was just a mutated lizard now? Come out and face us. What do you have to say for yourselves now? Seriously, at the start, everyone was hating, saying there is no way it is a dragon. Now they are all silent. Why stop talking? Those I believe in science types are actually so annoying. Look at the facts. Even the professors who are 10,000 times smarter than them are talking about myths and legends now. What are those haters even clinging to? Are they really going to try and explain this using Darwin's evolution? It is over for them. Dragons aren't even real. In terms of biology, Western dragons with wings actually make more sense. If dragons existed, they'd definitely be the Western kind. I gotta admit, the dragons in our ancient stories don't fit Darwin's theory of evolution at all. They're just not built right. But wait, this is a mythical beast. Why are you even bringing up evolution or biology? Get out of here. Using science on a god is hilarious. Besides, is evolution even a proven fact yet? It's just a theory everyone accepts. Just, you wait. Those people worshiping the West are going to be shook when this little guy controls the weather again. Let's see what they say then. I already believe it because of the rain earlier. Without him roaring at the sky, it wouldn't have rained. 0 chance it was a coincidence. Back at the hotel, Lu Changfeng and his team were starting to eye that little bump on Luo Feng's head. It's getting bigger. It actually looks like a horn now. People used to think it was just some tumor. But now that his body is getting longer, the shape is becoming way more obvious. Once Luo Feng grows some epic horns, the whole world will finally have to believe it. Staff on Peach Blossom Island. Get those bird drones over there and give me a close-up. Lu Changfeng was obsessed with that horn. He needed a clean close-up. Honestly, he's doing way too much. Why did we leave the island so early? If we stayed, we could have seen this go down live. The biology experts left on the crew, followed orders, and sent a fake bird camera toward Luo Feng while he was sunbathing. This fake bird was top tier. If you put it in a real flock, none of the other birds would even notice it's a fake. You think birds can smell it out? Even if they have a good nose, the scientists just put some bird scent on it. Problem solved. The fake bird got closer and closer. We were getting high-definition shots of Luo Feng's. Professor Lu was freaking out with excitement. He kept yelling into the mic, "Go lower. Lower, I need it sharper. I want to see that horn." The staff had no choice. They had to fly the bird drone lower and lower. But right then, Luo Feng had already spotted the bird circling him. Something felt off. Why is this bird moving so stiff? Since he has a human soul, Luo Feng figured it out instantly. Is that a fake? Is it some Western high-tech assassin drone? That thought gave him chills. If those guys can keep people out, can they stop a tiny drone? Luo Feng had no idea Lu Changfeng had hidden cameras everywhere. Fake rock stumps and birds just to watch him. Worried for his safety, Luo Feng sat up straight. He leaped over a meter into the air and snatched that bird right out of the sky. He pinned it to the ground and started slashing. He stomped the life out of it. Lu Changfeng's video feed went dead. In the final second of footage, Lu Changfeng saw Luo Feng jump and snatch that camera bird out of midair. After a few stomps, those sharp claws did work. The fake bird was literally shredded. Wires and plastic parts were everywhere. How did this happen? Lu Changfeng was stunned. Why did he just attack the bird? It looked straight out of a movie, like Tarzan jumping up and taking down a helicopter. The visuals were insane. He didn't jump 30 feet, but it was at least 2 meters high. That jumping power is cracked. Little guy just broke his own record. The whole crew is shook. I mean, this little guy's mood is hard to read. He pranks the crew sometimes, but he never gets this aggressive. He usually wouldn't even hurt a blade of grass. Sometimes he'd chase butterflies, but just for fun. He'd never hurt them. But this time, he straight up murdered a bird. Everyone was so confused because he's usually such a good boy. Sister Shire, look, this isn't a bird. It's a machine. Huang Ziqin looked closer. Wires, metal. This is no bird. What kind of machine is this? A hidden camera. Shangguan Shui turned pale. Who the hell planted this? Is that Lu Changfeng and his crew? Why didn't they give us a heads up? No way did this little guy actually spot the fake and tear it down because of that. Shangguan Shui guessed. He could tell it was fake. Huang Ziqin was legit shook. Even she didn't see it, but he did. But even if he knew why Smash it so angrily, Shangguan Shui was confused. Hey little guy, our little cutie, do you hate being recorded by these fake cameras? Seeing Luofeng lose it for the first time actually scared Huang Ziqin a bit. She cautiously walked over and said softly, if you don't like it, I'm sure Dean Lu set this up. We'll tell them to stop. Dean Lu Luofeng finally relaxed. He legit thought assassins were coming for him. But even if it's his own people, he hates being recorded secretly. No heads up who gave them the right. I'm the literal true dragon, okay? Don't worry, maybe the little guy was just annoyed by that bird. His mood's chill now, he's done throwing a fit. That totally freaked me out. His face looked so intense, like he absolutely hated that thing. After he snatched it down, he literally shredded it with his claws. I'm speechless. Why even use a fake camera? Having it flap its wings right over his head is crazy. He's a dragon, not some panda you can record 24/7. Even dragons need their privacy, okay? I don't know what those experts are thinking. I know they mean well, but filming him 24/7 from every angle is way too much. Exactly, I'm literally protesting this. The live stream blew up with people agreeing and things were starting to get heated. It even hit the trending topics on Weibo. Everyone was annoyed with what the professors did. The little guy's been chill with the crew for days. If they actually piss him off and he runs away, then what? Now that Luofeng knew the fake bird wasn't a threat to his life, knowing it was just Dean Lu and the professors spying on him made him feel better, but he was still totally annoyed. He hated this. Being monitored from every angle without even knowing. No way. Basically, they need to check with him first. They can study him or talk about him all they want. He'd even give them his eggshells. He wanted them to hurry up and prove he's a dragon. But deep down, he still has a human soul. Who would want a bunch of old men watching them 24/7? Don't be mad, little guy. The professors were just desperate to figure out who you are. Trust me, they won't pull any more secret camera stunts. Shangguan Shui. Huang Ziqing and Li Xian all crowded around Luofeng, gently petting his head or tail. A furious Luofeng was honestly terrifying. Luofeng slowly cooled off. As long as they tell him next time, he's down for whatever. Right now, only the 3 girls from the idol group dared to get close to him. Everyone else wasn't as close to Luofeng, and they were legit worried about a dragon's temper. Aren't dragons supposed to be unpredictable? He was so aggressive just now. What if he bites or scratches someone? The bird was plastic, but the claws looked sharp. Ziqing. I'm telling you, our little ancestor looked so cracked when he jumped up like that. Shangguan Shui said it in a tone like she was trying to hype him up. Totally, I was shook. And for real, who said our little ancestor can't fly? That jump was basically flying. Huang Ziqing and Li Xian were also babying him, stroking his thick back and smooth scales, even though they were just trying to calm him down. What they said was actually true. That jump was insane. It really looked like he was flying. It was a total flex. These 3 were basically Luofeng's biggest fans. At first, they were standing him because he was cute and had a high IQ. But later on, those special abilities of his absolutely broken. Roar hearing them hype him up like that definitely made Luofeng happy. Luofeng wasn't stupid. He knew they were just saying nice things, but in his past life, he was human. And let's be real, who doesn't love being praised? Even if it's a white lie, it doesn't matter. Who doesn't love a hype man? There is a reason ancient emperors were always surrounded by people whispering sweet talk in their ears. Kissing up to the boss gets you the top spots. That is just how the game works. Of course, hearing them talk gave Luofeng some ideas. If he is really a dragon, then he needs to learn how to fly to be the real deal. Luofeng decided it was time to start his training arc. He had to unlock every bit of potential hidden in his body. From now on, he was going to wake up early every single day to test out his special powers. It does not matter what your bloodline is or how high your status is, you still have to put in the work, grind, or get left behind. After all, he might be the only dragon left in the entire world. Over with the film crew, the three idol girls saw that Luo Feng had calmed down, so they kept feeding him more meat. Naturally, Luo Feng was not about to turn down a free meal. If he really let loose, he could probably put away 150 pounds of food. But on a normal day, when he is not going crazy, he eats about 100 pounds. Once they got Luo Feng settled, Shangguan, Shuili Xian, and the others were called over by the crew to touch up their makeup. Since he had been with the crew for a while, Luo Feng knew these girls had to fix their faces multiple times a day. For example, after sitting under the sun for so long, their makeup starts to melt off. Some people wonder why they do not just go natural for the camera. Honestly, that is hilarious. Whether it is a variety show or a live stage, no female star would ever dare to show up without makeup. Looking good is the most important part of the job, and not just for the girls. In the entertainment industry today, even the male idols would never be caught dead on camera without a full face of makeup. The craziest part is how busy these stars are. Sometimes they only get 3 hours of sleep a night. Even then, they would rather take an hour out of that sleep time just to make sure their makeup is perfect. Sleep is optional, but looking good is mandatory. An idol is nothing without their image. Their looks, their style, and their vibe are literally everything to them. Take Shangguan Shui, for example. She is a natural goddess, a literal 10 out of 10. She would be stunning even with a bare face. But when you are facing millions of fans and bright lights, you have to be perfect. Makeup is how they level up to their final form. Then there is Huang Ziqing. She is super thin and not really a big eater, but on this outdoor show, she has to act like a total foodie. As soon as they finish filming an episode, she has to go on a crazy diet to lose the weight. People think being a star is all fun and games, but it takes insane willpower to be an idol. Most people would fold in a week. A lot of people say they could do it too if they were getting paid that much, but they have no idea what it is actually like in the industry. Every job has its own struggle. If you look at the idols over in Korea, their lives are barely human. The 10 years of hard study that students go through is nothing compared to the idol grind. Luo Feng watched them head off for their touch-ups and felt a little bit flexy. He was not a star or an idol. He did not need any of that stuff. He was just rocking the natural look his mom gave him, and that was more than enough to turn heads. If he really was just a lizard with his sleek body and cool claws, he would definitely be in the top 10 most handsome lizards in the world. Haha, he was feeling himself a little bit, but since he could not say it out loud, nobody knew. While everyone was busy with makeup and the staff was cleaning up the leftover meat trays, Luo Feng saw his chance. Since no one was watching, he pushed himself up from the small table and quietly slipped away. The high-tech cameras for the show were turned off, but the island was covered in surveillance. Director Liu Changfeng was watching the monitors and saw Luo Feng sneaking away from the crew. What is this little guy up to now? He is totally ditching them. Liu Changfeng was confused for a second, but then he saw Luo Feng hop down from the table. He was heading straight for the edge of the camp. The director decided to just watch and see where he was going. He told everyone not to disturb him. If the little guy hated having cameras in his face, they would just have to stick to the long-distance surveillance. The team of professors had learned their lesson from earlier. They were starting to understand Luo Feng's personality, or at least they could take a good guess. It was obvious now that this was a real dragon. He was a creature that craved freedom. He was not the type to sit around with a camera shoved in his face like a pet. Go ahead and film it. Wait, guys, I just remembered something. Liu Changfeng smacked his forehead. He almost forgot something huge. Dean Liu, why the sudden hype? Professor Zhao was getting nervous. The look on Dean Liu's face right now, pure shock. He looked dead serious. Liu Changfeng was a legend, the dean of the Biology Institute. He didn't just lose his cool for no reason. What kind of discovery could make a man like him look that shook? Listen up, I just realized this little guy has another insane hidden ability. Liu Changfeng's voice was heavy, another special ability. Professor Qian's eyes lit up. This was getting hype. Liu Changfeng nodded aggressively. He keyed his mic and called the crew manager, Zhao Yubao. Manager Zhao, I need you to go fetch something for me. Fetch something. Like what? Zhao Yubao gave a tired laugh. Bro, the little guy hasn't even gone to the bathroom yet. Zhao assumed he was talking about, samples. Everyone had been fighting over that earlier. I mean, on this island, the only thing these nerds cared about was the little guy himself or his leftover presents. No, that's not it. Listen, go get the wreckage of that drone bird the little guy just smashed. I need those pieces now. Zhao Yubao was stunned. You want that junk? What for? Just do it, get someone to bag it up, and bring it to us ASAP. Liu Changfeng wasn't leaking the secret yet. He was vibrating with excitement. He needed that wreckage in his hands this second. What is the dean cooking? The other professors and staff were completely lost. He said he found a new ability, but how does a broken robot bird prove anything? Professor Chen, Professor Zhao, we're going to need to bring in way more people. Lu Changfeng dropped another bombshell. The two professors had about 10,000 question marks floating over their heads. What does that even mean? Why do we need more staff? For real though, even with just these few professors acting up, the Imperial Bio Institute already had about 50 people on site. It wasn't just the 4 experts. You needed people to run the tech right. People to sail the boats, people to cook. With logistics, they were already 50 people strong. The higher-ups already treated Luo Feng like a VIP to send that many workers. Those 4 professors were big shots, but they weren't here on vacation. And now he wanted even more people. Was 50 not enough? Dean, we're running like a well-oiled machine. Why would we need more people? Professor Chen asked, totally confused. Just trust me. I have a plan. We need to call in some elite specialized professors. Lu Changfeng ignored them and barked into the mic again. Manager Zhao, is that drone wreckage here yet? Almost there, almost there. Zhao Yubao was being pressured so hard he could only nod like a madman. He sent the film crew on a boat to deliver at full speed. For the first few nights, they were staying at a hotel near the island. But after a few more days, once their base on the island was finished, they wouldn't have to leave the island at all. Their main base was a safe distance from the film crew, so they wouldn't bother Luo Feng's daily life. Dean Lu, it's here. 15 minutes later, a staff member walked into the hotel lobby with a plastic bag and set the wreckage on the table. The second Lu Changfeng saw it, he lost it. He jumped up, grabbed a camera from a staffer's neck, and started going click, click, click like a fanatic. He took dozens of photos of the junk. Everyone else just stood there looking stupid. They had no clue what the dean was trying to do. He claimed it was a new discovery about the little guy's power, but he wouldn't explain. It was so annoying. Once he had the photos, he didn't wait. He sent them straight to an old friend named Zhou Weiguo and hopped on a WeChat call. Lu Changfeng, you old geezer. Why are you spamming me with pictures of a broken drone? If it's busted, just get a new one. I know they're pricey, but we gave you a massive budget for this trip. Professor Zhou was totally lost, but Lu Changfeng just let out a smirk. He knew something they didn't. Old man Zhou, take a good look at this. Tell me exactly how this thing got shredded. Shredded. On the other end of the line, Zhou Weiguo looked at the photos again. His face instantly turned to pure shock. This looks like it was hit by a heavy-duty industrial cutter. Just a few swipes and it ended up like this. It was basically sliced open in 3 clean hits. The messy marks looked like it was stomped on. Bingo. 3 hits exactly. Lu Changfeng nodded. Ha, Captain, you guys better be careful. Using a high-power cutter just to test a drone bird. Trying to see how tough the camera is. Wasting resources like that isn't right, man. A professor next to Zhou Weiguo also started joking around. Wrong. This wasn't done by any cutter. Lu Changfeng chuckled. Let me tell you the truth. This was done purely by an animal. You guys believe that Wait, an animal did this. Zhou Weiguo couldn't believe his ears. He scoffed. No way. What kind of animal has claws that sharp? You're joking, right? I'm about to clock out and go home to rest. I don't have time for your games. Acting that tough. Lu Changfeng smirked. Yeah, he really is that arrogant. Zhou Weiguo was acting like a total diva. Fine, then bye. Lu Changfeng wasn't about to take that. He just hung up the phone. But he silently counted to 3 in his head. Sure enough, his phone rang. It was Zhou Weiguo calling back. Still got something to say. Lu Changfeng gave a smug smile. Look, old classmate, stop torturing me. If you've got something to say, just say it. Were those marks really made by an animal's claws? Zhou Weiguo asked. Claws shouldn't be that sharp, right? But then again, professors are a different breed. They're obsessed with finding the truth. Once you hook their curiosity, they absolutely have to know the answer. Since the other guy said those industrial-level slices were made by an animal, how could Zhou Weiguo not be curious? If you want to know, then get your butt over to Peach Blossom Island, Lu Changfeng said. You've heard about the true dragon, right? I'm currently on Peach Blossom Island doing research on it. As for what kind of animal's claws did this, listen close. It was the little guy. He jumped up, snatched the drone camera down, and pounced on it. A few swipes later, it looked like that. Zhou Weiguo was completely stunned. The little guy did that? No way. Absolutely impossible. That drone camera might look like plastic on the outside, but the inside is all specialized reinforced steel. A little gadget like that costs over $100,000. You think they'd use cheap materials? Of course not. Zhou Weiguo is a literal goat in material science. He knows exactly how hard that steel is. Unless it's a high-power industrial cutter, it's not happening. There's no way anything else could be that sharp. But today, Lu Changfeng was definitely going to blow his mind. Lu Changfeng continued, Listen, my old friend, my old classmate Joe. I'm being dead serious here. The thing that shredded this is a dragon. Stop thinking of it as a normal biological creature, okay? If you think of it as a dragon as something omnipotent, then you'll believe an animal's claws can be stronger than a cutter. After hearing that Joe Waguo went dead silent, there was a long pause. He finally couldn't hold back and said, "Fine, I promise. I'll get to Peach Blossom Island as fast as I can." Damn it, I'm too curious. He finally had some time off, but to see if a dragon's claws are really that broken, he didn't care about rest anymore. Seeing that the guy agreed to come, Lu Changfeng just gave a faint smile. This friend of his was the expert of experts, the elite of the elite in the materials world. No cap when it comes to material applications, this man is a legend. Most of the top talents were trained by him personally. In this country, nobody is more professional than him. And why did Lu Changfeng want him here? Because the little guy's secrets were just getting deeper and deeper. The power of just the Biology Institute wasn't enough. They had too few specialists. He needed to bring in geniuses from other fields too. Zhou Weiguo was just the beginning. Lu Changfeng gritted his teeth. There's no way we can't figure out this little guy if we use the entire Empire's resources. At first, Lu Changfeng thought just calling the Imperial Biology Institute would be enough. Now he realized he was being naive. He needed experts from every single field. For example, with material science, he could have these experts create different types of alloy targets. Then he could let the little guy test his claws on them to accurately measure his destructive power. They'd craft different materials, let the little guy go wild with his claws, and that's how they'd measure his true strength. Just how sharp are this little guy's claws? This is a whole new level that even the biology professors can't wrap their heads around. He just told his subordinates to get more people on this, meaning he's calling in experts from every other field imaginable. Even the top bio-experts feel like their knowledge is totally useless right now. Dean Lu Changfeng, what in the world are you doing running around like a headless chicken? Didn't he just say he discovered a brand new ability the little guy has? Professor Zhao and the others are completely lost. It's just the scrap metal from a drone bird, yet he's been staring at it for ages. Watch your tone, old Zhao. What do you mean running around? I might not know exactly what Dean Lu is up to, but I bet my life it's about the little guy. Professor Chen chimed in saying if it's for the sake of scientific passion, you can't just call it running around. But honestly, Professor Zhao wasn't even exaggerating. Lu Changfeng was genuinely losing it with excitement. He was acting like a total kid, snapping photos 1 second, making calls the next, and then just grinning like an idiot. He was hyped. Of course, the reason Lu Changfeng became the Dean of Biology wasn't just because of his hardcore knowledge. He had it. For instance, a person's wealth and status should match their IQ. Lu Changfeng is a straight-up genius. He can look at one tiny detail and predict 10 steps ahead. The moment he realized Lo Feng's claws were that sharp, he immediately thought if we could apply this level of sharpness to science and tech, wouldn't the results be absolutely insane? Or at least they needed to figure out exactly what material Lo Feng's nails were made of. That's why he was in such a rush to call his old classmate, Zhou Weiguo. This guy's a literal god in the world of material science. Now that Lu Changfeng had seen those nails, he wanted to bring in a whole squad of experts to study Lo Feng's genes and see what kind of terrifying stuff they were made of. How else could his nails be as cracked as a high-power industrial cutter? Seriously, what kind of OPDNA does a dragon have? Lu Changfeng was dying to know, but then again, if everything about Lo Feng is based on myths, Lu wondered if science could even explain it. I mean, trying to explain mythology with science, you gotta be kidding me. After hanging up on his old friend, the professors around him started buzzing, asking him what the heck he was doing. Once Lu Changfeng explained everything, the three professors were left completely speechless. Wait, what? You're saying the steel inside that drone was sliced clean through? I thought he just broke the plastic shell. This is unreal. Lu Changfeng saw their reactions and smirked. I knew something was up, so I rushed to check the footage. I had to slow it down just to catch it. You guys, scientific research requires you to be meticulous. Stay sharp. Dean, you really linked a pair of claws to the entire field of materials, science. Professor Chen gave a bitter smile. Honestly, the reason they were just ordinary professors, despite their hardcore knowledge, was because they were basically bookworms. They were great in their own lane, but when it came to connecting the dots and seeing the big picture, the dean was on another level. It's like how an emperor has the skills to actually rule. If all you know is how to lead troops into battle, then that's all you'll ever be a soldier. All right, let's not get hung up on this. Check the live stream. What's the little guy doing? He just got up from the table. After handling his business, Lu Changfeng sat back down to watch the island's surveillance footage. Something weird was happening. After leaving the table, the little guy started walking straight out of the filming set. Professor Qian, who had been glued to the screen, immediately filled the dean in on what he missed while he was on the phone. Yeah, Dean, look at the screen now. The little guy sneaked out and ran off into the wild all by himself. Professor Zhao pointed at the projection. What's he doing out there? Is he going to take a dump? Lu Changfeng joked, showing off his sense of humor. Haha, who knows? Maybe, but that seems like a long way to go, just for a bathroom break. The other two professors chuckled. Since they couldn't figure out the little guy's plan, they decided to just wait and see. Lu Changfeng stared intensely at the screen, but soon Lo Feng started heading straight toward the deep mountains. Professor, could he be in danger? He's all alone out there since he sneaked out. No one's watching his back, Professor Chen warned. After all, they're in the wild. He's got to wait just a little longer. Lu Changfeng didn't care about anything else right now. The little guy's moves were super mysterious. He wanted to see what would happen next, but then bam. A massive shout blasted through his headset. Lu Changfeng, what do you think you're doing? The guy screaming in his ear wasn't some random expert. He was one of the 3-star elders from the capital who'd been tracking the research from the start. In all of Dongsheng, there are only about 60 people at that elite level. And a 5-star elder, like the one everyone calls Old Man Huang Ya, he's the only one. He's him. That's why someone like that has the authority to scream at a famous dean. Lu Changfeng, do you have any idea what you're doing? He's in the wild. He sneaked out. Get someone to bring him back right now. It's dangerous out there and you're just waiting? If anything happens to that little guy, do you think you can handle the heat? How are you going to face the people of Dongsheng? I'm telling you, you're going to be absolutely cooked. Hearing the 3-star elder lose it, Lu Changfeng gritted his teeth. He felt so misunderstood. But he totally got why the guy was panicking. This 3-star elder, he was in the same boat as Lu Changfeng. They were both war orphans from years ago. Their parents, and even their grandparents, lived and died for Dongsheng. After they were orphaned, the empire paid for everything. They raised them and even sent them abroad as exchange students. The state covered every single cent. You could say these guys were as loyal as they come. Not only was their lineage legendary and respected, but their hearts were full of pure patriotism. Nobody cared more than they did. To them, the interests of the empire were more important than their own lives. And now Luo Feng had ditched the film crew and sneaked off into the wild. It's a dangerous place. Of course, a patriotic 3-star elder is going to be freaking out. The little guy is basically the most important thing in Dongsheng right now. Anyone with a brain knows that. Yet, Lu Changfeng was just letting Luo Feng wander around out there to see what happens. Elder Chen, please just chill for a second, okay? Let's just wait, Lu Changfeng pleaded, gritting his teeth. Let's just wait a bit longer. Just for a moment. Give me 2 minutes of observation, okay? What are you even trying to do? Elder Chen was completely lost by Lu Changfeng's move. Elder Chen, look. The little guy, sure he looks exactly like a true dragon from the ancient scrolls, but his powers, they don't seem to match up yet. Lu Changfeng talked to him through the headset. You know me. I'm a biologist. My idols have always been great scientists like Darwin. Basically, I believe in facts, not gods. But this little guy, he's built different. He's magical. I'm certain he's a true dragon. I just need the evidence. I want to know if he has other hacks besides just controlling the weather. He looked the part, but he had to flex some serious power. Lu Changfeng's point was crystal clear. He wanted to see what would happen when Luo Feng was alone in the wild and ran into some wolves. He wanted to see him go God mode. He wanted him to unleash his natural potential. Elder Chen was honestly speechless. He finally realized what Lu Changfeng was getting at. Luo Feng had shown off some weird tricks, but it wasn't enough. Not even close to being called a dragon. Compared to the legends, the true dragons that can breathe mist and clouds, the ones that summon storms and can change their size at will, Luo Feng was still way off. Just looking like a dragon wasn't going to be enough for the public. Right now, Luo Feng and a real true dragon were 108,000 miles apart. All he did was roar at the sky and make it rain. He scratched some drones with his claws. Sure, the researchers saw it and thought it was crazy, but if they told the world, would people in the West believe it? No shot. The haters in the West would just laugh at them. They'd say Dongsheng's researchers were totally overhyping everything. This is your dragon. Is this some kind of joke? They'd probably even talk trash and say the stuff they already proved was fake. That's why they needed a bigger reveal. The dragon of Dongsheng. The totem of Huaxia. He shouldn't be afraid of a little struggle or danger. This little guy is the pride of our entire nation. Lu Changfeng, Are you dead serious about letting this tiny little guy just roam free like that? I mean, the wild is way too dangerous. Even Old Man Chen's voice started to waver as Nan Nan asked the question. Absolutely, I'm betting everything that he can handle whatever the wild throws at him. Lu Changfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. He stared at Luo Feng on the projector screen. This was the perfect chance to see what the little guy was really made of. Dean Lu, maybe you should think this over. I mean, out in the wild if he trips or gets hurt. There's no backup out there. That's a huge problem. The professors were losing it, their anxiety through the roof. They were so terrified that even Professor Lee forgot to be professional. He straight up called his father-in-law Dad, out of pure panic. They were all scared to death that even a single hair on Luo Feng's head might get hurt. Everyone listen up. We have to trust him. He's got this. Who knows, he might just drop a massive surprise on us. Besides, with those OP claws of his, I doubt any animal out there could actually take him. Let's just wait and see. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Feng was moving. Why did he head straight for the massive mountains in the wild? He had been wondering if he could actually fly. Every time he jumped, he felt it. It wasn't just that his leg muscles were built different. It felt like there was this hidden energy inside him, boosting him to jump over 2 meters high. The feeling was faint, almost impossible to catch, so he really wanted to test his limits. Could he actually soar through the sky? Luo Feng knew the vibes, no matter what kind of dragon you are. The number one skill you need is flight, and he wasn't just talking about a little hop. He didn't want some basic low-altitude glide. He wanted to pierce the heavens, soar through the clouds, and breathe mist. But right now, Luo Feng didn't even have a pair of wings. Honestly, he was a little stressed about it. Still, he knew if he didn't take this first step, he'd probably never awaken his true dragon talents. He had big dreams. He refused to be seen as just some creature that looked like a dragon. He was born to fly. So he decided to send it. One thing worth mentioning, Luo Feng had no idea that he was still being live-streamed. Lu Changfeng and his crew had surveillance cameras set up at every single path on the island. Haha, I feel like I can do this. Luo Feng didn't know where it was coming from. But looking at that towering mountain, a wave of insane confidence washed over him. He just knew he could do it. Maybe it was just the bloodline diff. A lion, even if it's never fought a day in its life, will still look at a goat and instinctively know it can catch that W. Slowly but surely, he started scaling the mountain. The island was surrounded by the ocean on all 4 sides. There were several cliffs that were insanely high, and Luo Feng picked the absolute tallest one. He remembered this spot from when he was out playing with Shangguan Shui. The drop from the cliff led to the shore, but it wasn't a direct hit into the water. There were sharp, jagged rocks below. This height was perfect for a flight test. Anything lower would be a waste of time. As long as he could glide a bit and clear those rocks after jumping, even if he couldn't fly yet, he'd just land in the water. Thump, thump, thump. Back at the base, Lu Changfeng, Professor Zhao, and the others were holding their breath. They were just as stressed as Luo Feng was. Even Zhao Yubao, who was monitoring the back end, ran over the second he heard what was going down. They watched as the little guy sneaked off the table, headed straight into the wild mountains, and started climbing to the peak. Nobody had a clue what he was planning. Director Zhao, our little ancestor, just ditched us and ran off. What do you think he's up to? The production manager asked, his eyes wide with shock. No idea. Is the little guy just going for a hike? Xiao Yubao was completely lost. A hike. That doesn't really seem like his style, does it? The manager thought back. The little guy had never ventured into the wild alone before. Usually once Luo Feng finished eating, he'd just flop down and take a nap in the sun. At night, he preferred staying indoors. Could it be he's just taking a post-meal walk and ended up here by accident? Xiao Yubao analyzed the situation and said he's just taking a stroll right. Meanwhile, Shangguan Shui was glued to the surveillance footage. Animals usually have a strong sense of territory. Even though we don't know what this little ancestor considers his turf, most creatures hate leaving their home base. It was obvious that the area around the film set was his territory. He had never wandered this far alone. Shangguan Shui had been studying biology lately, so he actually knew what he was talking about. Oh, come on. Maybe he just wanted a change of scenery. Why is everyone so tense? Zhao Yubao said carelessly. Maybe he just walked too far and got lost or something. Shangguan Shui started to think he was overthinking it, but then the footage hit a major plot twist. Luo Feng, who had been heading toward the cliff, suddenly pulled a U-turn and headed straight into the thick forest behind him. Wait, why the sudden change of direction? And he was just flexing his way toward the mountaintop a second ago. Lu Changfeng was totally confused too. What is he doing in the woods? Over in Beijing, Old Man Chen broke into a cold sweat while watching the feed. There were 0 cameras in that forest. Between all the thick leaves and branches, installing monitors, there was basically pointless. If Luofeng went in there, he'd definitely run into bigger predators or unknown dangers. Or worse, the fact that they couldn't see him was the real danger. Everyone was low-key panicking. If the live stream was up, they could at least send a rescue team immediately. Sure, he's a dragon, but he's just a hatchling. His power level isn't maxed out yet, so he might not be able to solo a real threat. Let's wait a bit longer, just wait. Lu Changfeng stayed calm and didn't let the pressure get to him. Peach Blossom Island was already under a total security lockdown. There was zero chance of any poachers getting near him. The locals hadn't moved out yet, but they were warned not to wander around until the relocation was finished. As long as he didn't run into humans with those sharp claws of his, what animal could even touch the little guy? The crew was only worried because they hadn't seen how cracked the little guy actually was. Old Lu, should we stream this part? Old Man Chen asked through the earpiece. Actually, never mind. No need for that. We should keep his private life off camera as much as possible. Lu Changfeng added, if this video gets out, those online keyboard warriors will start clout chasing and acting like they know everything just because the little guy went into the wild alone. They'll start rumors that he ran away and that the one on our set is a fake. Or they'll say we aren't protecting him or that he's reckless for going into the wild. They'll say he's just a clueless newborn who doesn't know better. It'll be nothing but toxic comments. No need to let those trolls talk trash about our baby dragon. When Zhao Yubao heard that through the biology department's earpiece, he totally agreed. Those netizens are straight-up haters. They'll argue about anything. Meanwhile, since there were no cameras in the forest, Luofeng vanished for a bit. After a short while, he popped back out of the woods and reappeared on the main camera. The little guy looked pretty hyped. He even let out a few low roars toward the sky. Wait, what's he doing? Is he calling for backup? Why is he shouting? It reminds me of those roars we heard at night. The film crew was completely lost. Of course, Luofeng was probably just hype-manning himself. What exactly did he do in those woods? Send someone to check it out right now. Lu Changfeng told the professors to take notes. A few minutes later, someone went in to investigate. When the staff entered the forest, a cheerful voice came through the earpiece. Huge win. We found some fresh warm droppings from the little guy. Wait, what, Poop? Lu Changfeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was beyond hyped. His voice was literally shaking as he said, perfect. Listen to me, you have to protect that sample at all costs. Collect it and get it on a flight to Beijing immediately. Zhao Yubao and the manager were still listening in on the earpiece, and they were completely speechless. This little guy's business was legit legendary. They understood him getting VIP treatment, but even his waist was getting the royal treatment. They were actually using a private jet to fly it to Beijing right away. Even Zhao Yubao and the others were stunned by the sheer absurdity of it all. Think about it for a second. This is actual dragon poop. No one has ever even seen a creature like him before. That means his business is definitely insanely valuable. Finally, I am here, Luofeng thought to himself. Man, this mountain is seriously tall. Honestly, if he wasn't trying to grind his stats and train, he would have never walked this far. It is way too much work. Wouldn't it be better to just vibe in Shangguan Wan's arms and soak up some sun? No cap, this mountain looked so close from the bottom, but actually climbing it is an absolute nightmare. My stamina is low-key trash. I really need to level up my physical game. Luofeng chuckled in his head. Slowly, he reached the highest peak. Something deep inside was screaming at him, pushing him to face the ultimate ledge. I need to face the ocean, I believe in myself, Luofeng screamed deep in his soul. He kept moving toward the edge. One more step, and it is a straight drop down the cliff. Meanwhile, the film crew, they were absolutely shaking. Their faces turned pale like ghosts. What is he doing? Is this dragon really going to jump? When he first snuck off to the mountains, the professors were stressed out. But Lu Changfeng told everyone to let him cook. Let's see what he's actually planning. Lu really took the heat for that call. Then everyone was speechless when the little guy just went into the woods for a bathroom break. But now, Luofeng's goal was clearly more than just pooping. Once he finished his business, he kept pushing for the summit. Now he's standing right on the edge. The professors are losing their minds. They were scared to death. No one expected this little guy to actually head for the cliff. Is he suicidal? Since when do animals even do that? What is he doing? Is he crazy? Zhao Yubao was literally dripping in cold sweat. He was screaming his lungs out, but what else could they do? No stop. The whole crew stood up glued to the screen. They never thought Luofeng would actually go to the ledge. The cliff is massive if he slips or just decides to send it. It is game over. The consequences would be catastrophic. Wait, guys, chill. He doesn't look sad at all. He actually looks hyped. Zhao Yubao's voice over the comms made everyone freeze. Lu Changfeng started watching closer after that. Once the little guy reached the top, he started playing around, kicking pebbles off the edge, just vibing. He's actually having a blast. Did he really climb all this way just to play everyone is having a heart attack, but Luo Feng is just chilling? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Is this just how dragons think humans really can't understand his world? Maybe he's just out for a walk. He's got a high IQ and he's living the good life with food and drinks. Why would he want to die? Zhao Yubao kept analyzing. If it were me, I'd want to live forever. The director is right. He has human intelligence. If he was going to end it, he'd need a reason, right? Like being mistreated, Lu Changfeng said, that's impossible. We've been treating him like a king, Shen Guanwan added. So, Principal Lu, what's the move? Zhao Yubao asked over the headset. Since we're sure he's not suicidal. We wait. It's too late to send a rescue team anyway, Lu Changfeng said. But suddenly Luo Feng moved. He crawled right up to the very edge of the abyss. He coiled his muscles like a spring and just leaped. He dove straight off the cliff. Oh my God. Zhao Yubao started swearing. He was stunned. You said he wasn't going to jump. Why did he actually do it? Yeah, you saw that, right? This little guy, this dragon really just jumped. This is bad. It's so over. Lu Changfeng, Chao Qiansun, and Little Li, all 5 professors felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. They couldn't breathe. This little guy, he's a literal dragon. If anything happens to him, those 5 guys, how could they ever pay for this getting fired would be the lucky outcome. They'd probably be locked up for life for destroying the nation's greatest treasure. Sure, there is water down there, but a vertical drop like that, he's going to smash right into the rocks. Falling in the ocean is one thing because he can swim, but hitting those rocks, that is a total death sentence. Splash. Before anyone could even react, Luo Feng pulled some crazy move midair. He glided down at an angle and dived straight into the sea, leaving only a tiny ripple in the deep blue water. Just when everyone was losing their minds, that little guy popped his dragon head right back out of the waves. That was terrifying. Thank God he did not hit the reef. I seriously cannot handle this much stress. Someone get out there and bring him back right now. But at that moment, Zhao Yubao had a different idea. Director Lu, I think we should wait a second. Wait, what do you mean? Lu Changfeng was totally confused. Wait, during a life or death situation like this, he just told everyone to wait, and they almost had a total disaster on their hands. But why would Luo Feng be suicidal? He was not just playing around, he was literally trying to learn how to fly. For a split second, even Luo Feng was sweating it. But that deep-rooted confidence of his hunger for the sky made him dive without looking back. Roar. Everyone saw Luo Feng scramble onto the shore and let out a massive howl. To them, it was just a noise, but it was actually a sigh of frustration. I mean, he is a dragon. He thought flying would be second nature, but instead he just ate dirt, well water. Luckily, he adjusted his body angle so he did not go splat on the rocks. Total fail, though. How can a dragon not be able to fly? Luo Feng was not having it. He was going to master this no matter what. After that fail, he did not quit. He headed right back toward that cliffside. This time, he was not just strolling. He went full tilt, sprinting with everything he had. He was zooming up that mountain. Wait, what is he doing now? He is going back up. Everyone was officially lost. One near-death experience was not enough. He is going for round 2. Is he trying to torture us? Why is he going back to the top? Nobody had a single clue what was happening. The professors looked absolutely sick. I think we should just hold on and watch. Did you see how he tilted his body? He was clearly trying to avoid the rocks. That proves he is not trying to kill himself. Lu Changfeng's logic actually started to make a lot of sense to them. The team that was about to rush in and grab Luo Feng froze in their tracks. They just stayed hidden at the bottom of the hill to keep an eye on him. Look, Director Lu, your theory is cool and all, but what if he messes up his adjustment and actually hits the rocks for real? Professor Zhao was panicking. Lu Changfeng was being way too chill about this, not letting anyone intervene. Calm down and listen to me. Did you see the little guy just now? His limbs were moving the whole time he was falling. Lu Changfeng asked, so what is he trying to do? Professor Chen was completely lost, everyone was stressed out, and these professors being cryptic was just making it worse. Seriously, just get to the point. Do you guys not have pets or something? Lu Changfeng just laughed at his colleagues. This looks exactly like how animals train themselves. Training Shangguan Shui heard that through the comms and could not believe it. But Lu did not give the order to stop Luo Feng. He did not explain further, but the monitors showed Luo Feng reaching the top of the cliff for the second time. He headed straight for the edge again. Is he really jumping a second time? Everyone was totally shook. No cap, Luofeng gathered his strength, pushed off with his back legs, and launched himself into the air. He dived off that cliff again, but this time he looked way more confident. In the air, he was flailing around like a happy skydiver, totally vibing, but it did not work. After a few seconds of free falling, he crashed into the ocean again. This time he cleared the rocks easily and landed even further out. What is he obsessed with skydiving now? Is he just playing games? Zhao Yubao was baffled. Everyone was stunned. What is he cooking? Even though these guys were geniuses, nobody would guess an animal was doing flight tests. If it were a bird, they would get it instantly. But they were so worried that their brains were basically fried. Did you guys show him skydiving videos or something? He is out here practicing base jumping for fun. Tang Yong was low-key terrified. Every single hair is standing on end right now. No one even gave him a crash course on skydiving. Xiang Guanshui could only manage a quick nod. Her eyes narrowed instantly. Look, after dragging himself out of the sea, he is charging right back up that cliff again. Lu Changfeng told everyone to stay put. Nobody is stopping Luofeng. The little guy is straight up grinding and loving it. Failed the first time, so he went for round 2. Failed again, then round 3. In just 1 hour, he is already at 9 attempts. It does not look like Luofeng is giving up at all. Every time he leaps off, he is flailing his limbs like crazy in the air. He looks like a baby bird trying to flap for the first time. Seeing Luofeng's insane persistence, Lu Changfeng actually let out a laugh. This little guy is really the GOAT. I never expected him to be this cracked and resilient. He is genuinely built different. Even in such a high-stakes moment, Lu Changfeng just started laughing out of nowhere. Professor Chen was lost. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Changfeng replied, "You guys are panicking. You think he is just messing around. But based on my data, he is definitely trying to see if he can fly. That is why he keeps climbing that mountain over and over." Lu Changfeng has been hyped from the start, but he is keeping it real. He is not losing his cool like those professors. Those nerds and the film crew have completely lost their ability to think. Honestly, when the pressure is this high, most people just freeze up. Not many people can actually analyze the situation. Trying to fly, Tang Yongzhen's jaw dropped when he heard that. His eyes went wide. He wants to fly. He is actually out here training. Holy crap, this dragon has serious goals, but then again, he is a dragon. It should be totally normal for him to fly right. Goals, bro, is just unlocking his hidden potential. Professor Qian, Professor Zhao, listen up. Make sure this footage is saved. We are going to turn this into an epic documentary. We have to release this. Lu Changfeng was already imagining how to hype it up. We will make it super inspirational. Let the whole world see the dragon of Dongsheng. He has got that dog in him. Director Lu, are we really making a documentary and putting it out there? Professor Chen asked, feeling a bit worried. Of course we are. Lu Changfeng looked at him and smiled. I know what is on your mind. You are scared that if the little guy never learns to fly, all this effort just makes him a meme, right? They say the winner takes it all. I get that. So here's the plan for the documentary. We will record everything and edit it first. If the little guy fails, we keep it in the vault. But if he pulls it off, we are dropping it immediately. Look, if someone fails 1,000,000 times and never succeeds, people might not laugh, but they won't respect him either. He would just be a total loser, because at the end of the day, a loser is a loser. People would just say he has got no talent and should just quit. But if he finally succeeds, everything changes. It becomes the ultimate underdog story. Luofeng was still grinding his flight prep. He was already on his 16th attempt, and he was still eating dirt. But he did not stop. He climbed that cliff again and took the leap. Let's go. You got this, little guy. You can do it. Keep pushing. Everyone was watching Luofeng jump. They were all screaming at the monitors, cheering him on. They wanted to send him every bit of their energy. Damn it, I don't believe this. Am I really that much of a scrub? Luofeng felt a bit down, but he knew he just had to keep trying until it clicked. I am a freaking dragon. If I can't even fly, I am literally cooked. I will be the laughingstock of the century. In his past life, Luofeng was just some nobody. In this life, he has got this legendary bloodline. He refused to just be a mid-tier scrub. While lost in thought, he started tumbling through the air. He traced a beautiful arc through the sky. Luofeng was giving it everything he had, struggling with every fiber of his being. But all that effort seemed useless. However, he could clearly feel something changing with his breath. A strange, warm flow was building up inside him. A second after that feeling hit, Luofeng actually stopped mid-air. He was not falling anymore. Haha, I am flying. I actually did it. Luofeng was absolutely hyped. Back at the cruise station, everyone saw it on the monitor. The little guy was floating in the sky like a total noob who did not know what hit him. Everyone's eyes were popping out. Did he just learn it? Is he actually flying right now? This is insane, little guy. You actually did it. You really pulled it off. Respect. You're the best. Big sis loves you so much. See, hard work really pays off, our little goat. He's him. He's a legit divine dragon. Look at him go. He's actually flying. This is what a Dongsheng dragon's all about. 100 fails and he didn't even flinch. That's that grind set. On set, Shangguan, Shui, Huang Ziqing, and Li Xian were literally jumping for joy. Everyone was losing it. The hype was real. Everyone was screaming for our little guy. Honestly, seeing this made them even more hyped than Luo Feng himself, and he's the one floating in the air. But then just as they were celebrating, things got awkward. Luo Feng looked totally lost. He stopped midair, and then boom, he dropped like an actor whose stunt wire just snapped. Oh crap, everyone's heart skipped a beat seeing that. Don't freak out yet, guys. No need to worry. I think our little guy just lost his balance for a second. But since he stayed up there that long, it means he's definitely cracked the code on the technique, Lu Changfeng said with a smile. The rescue squad was already moving in, so even if things went south, he'd be fine. Just because they didn't jump in at first doesn't mean the rescue team wasn't ready to go. But watching Luo Feng fail and try again over and over, Lu really didn't want to kill his vibe or interrupt his effort. Still, Lu didn't expect that after 20-plus fails, he'd actually pull it off. Actually, Lu was wrong. Luo Feng didn't fall because he lost his balance. You see, dragon flight isn't like bird flight where you need to balance wings. In fact, Luo Feng failed at first, precisely because he was trying to copy how birds do it. He's a dragon. He doesn't need aerodynamics or wings. He moves because of that warm current inside his body. That's basically dragon mana. That warm flow just cut out for a split second. And Luo Feng dropped like a rock, just like a stuntman with a broken rope. Is this warm current a type of energy? How do I even trigger it? After the crash, Luo Feng crawled out of the seawater and shook himself dry. His skin is basically invulnerable to everything, but he still had that habit from his past life of shaking off after a swim. Is this stuff really my divine power? Trying to copy birds was a total fail. I guess I was a total clown for trying to be something I'm not. I'm a dragon. Why am I even looking at birds? Luo Feng realized that basking in the sun and bathing in the moonlight at night are how he actually gets his energy. Eating food is probably just for physical stamina. It doesn't actually generate any mana. But Luo Feng knew his energy absorption was still way too slow. That's why a little rain made him feel exhausted the other day. And that's why he could only hover for a bit today before dropping. Luo Feng locked in. From now on, his daily routine was set soak up that sun. At night, he'd bathe in the moonlight. He had to be an ambitious dragon with that grind set. No more just playing with those pretty girls and eating all day. I've only been born for a few days, so I'm still just a baby. Once I grow up, I'll be soaring through the blue sky and diving into the clouds. Luo Feng smiled to himself. That day felt like it wasn't far off. He decided to call it a day on the test flights. After all, he was starving. When he snuck back, Shangguan, Shui, Huang Ziqing, Li Xian, and Tang Yongzhen were all staring at him like he was a legendary drop. It actually made him blush. My little king, you're back. Let me tell you, Big Sis loves you the most. You were incredible. Were you seriously out there secret training? Your flight skills, you can actually fly. You're cracked. You're really doing it. The three girls were so hyped they rushed over and started cuddling and rubbing their faces against him. They were so close, they scooped him up and carried him over to the table. My little lord, eat up. We got some pineapple ready just for you. Your absolute favorite. Shangguan Shui was beaming. She looked gorgeous. Forget everything else, little guy. I'm your biggest fan now. I'm going to cook you a feast, meat and fish all day, so you can eat like a king, Tang Yongzhen shouted as he sprinted to the kitchen with his crew. LOL, he's walking in like a legendary general coming home from a massive W. Luo Feng is absolutely feeling himself right now. Man gets back and immediately gets hugged by three absolute baddies, gets fed fruit, and someone is already whipping up a meal for him. Honestly, this is straight up dragon energy. We're talking about a baby dragon who's out here teaching himself how to fly. He definitely deserves the VIP treatment, but wait, how did they even know he snuck out? Did the island security cameras catch him? Meanwhile, over with the professors, they saw Luo Feng finally making it back to the main tent and were all smiles. But as soon as the smiles faded, the four of them looked at each other and things got dead serious. So what's the move? What do you guys think? Look, this little guy doesn't have wings like a bird. Exactly. No wings means zero aerodynamics. There's no way he's getting lift that way. Could it be that theory the netizens were talking about? What theory Lu Changfeng asked, staring at Professor Qian. Basically, air works like water. to provide buoyancy. Maybe the dragon has something like a fish's swim bladder inside him. When he needs to float, his body generates hydrogen and sucks in air. The bladder expands until he's lighter than the air itself, and then boom, he's airborne. Plus, his bones are probably hollow to keep his weight low. When he wants to land, he just compresses the bladder, lets out the hydrogen and air, and touches down. And if he wants to go underwater, he just gulps down seawater and acts like a literal submarine. Lu Changfeng just shook his head and laughed. You guys are too much. You're being way too stubborn. He's a dragon. Why are we even bringing up aerodynamics? I bet he's got some unique substance in his body that lets him fly. Lu Changfeng paused for a second before continuing. This kind of power, and it's probably a supernatural ability. Honestly, most people are used to this kind of stuff. I mean, those movies from the 90s were full of it. Dean Liu, I believe in divine power too, but we still need to look into his physical structure. We won't know how he's actually floating until we study him properly. Professor Chen spoke up, but Lu Changfeng wasn't having it. I don't agree. Lu Changfeng shut it down immediately. You guys actually want to dissect him? Think about it. This is a sentient being. He's literally training himself to fly. If we start messing with his growth, do you really think he's going to like that? Dean Liu, if we don't step in, we're still affecting things. Wait, how is that interference? And we haven't even done anything yet. This is just observing. Lu Changfeng fired back. But at this point, Lu Changfeng couldn't even keep the other professors in check. These guys are like 300 years old combined, but they're out here arguing like a bunch of teenagers. If it were anything else, they wouldn't even bother arguing with Lu Changfeng, but this is a literal dragon. Everyone had to take this seriously. If they didn't speak up now and things went south later, they'd be cooked. So everything had to be laid out on the table and discussed. Watching these intellectuals go at it was pure entertainment. Faces were getting red. They looked like those aggressive aunties screaming on the street. And it wasn't just talk. They were getting super animated with their hands. Professor Chen was literally spitting while gesturing how to fly, shouting who knows what. It looked like he was trying to explain some physics law to Lu Changfeng. But right in the middle of the heated debate, a staff member walked in. Xiaozhou, why didn't you knock? Lu Changfeng glared at him. They were in the zone and didn't want to be interrupted. Dean Liu, we have a problem. As soon as he said that, every professor's face dropped. They were terrified. The first thing they thought of was the little guy, Luofeng. Is he okay? What happened? Lu Changfeng asked immediately, looking more worried by the second. He was frowning hard. Dean Liu, it's like this. In the spot where the little guy pooped, a flower just bloomed. The professors just stared at him in total shock. Wait, what? Say what it bloomed. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng and the other biology profs thought they were straight up tripping. What's the deal? It bloomed. In just a few minutes. That's cracked. Yes, Dean Liu, it really bloomed. The staffer nodded, sounding dead serious. Wait, what? Lu Changfeng was speechless. He looked at the other professors and said, we will talk about the rest later. For now, we need to go see for ourselves. What kind of flower are we even talking about? He stood up immediately. The profs followed the staffers straight to Peach Blossom Island. They headed right for the woods where Luofeng just did his business. Before they even reached the spot, Lu Changfeng started asking questions. Xiaozhou, I know you said it bloomed, but give me the tea. What is the full story? Xiaozhou was speed-walking and huffing as he explained. We followed your orders and went to the woods to collect the little guy's samples. But our team thought the soil touched by his business was precious too, so we had to bring that back as well. Can't let anything go to waste, right? So we turned back to get it. But Xiaozhou stopped talking because they reached the spot where Luofeng pooped. He stopped in his tracks. Look for yourselves, professors. Right when we were about to bag the soil touched by the dragon poop, we came back and saw this flower. There really is a flower. The professors were totally stunned. Is this some kind of magic trick? How is it this fast, damn it? Are we seeing ghosts or what? Zhao Yubao started cursing again. He had been right there during the whole collection process. He knew for a fact that just a minute ago there was nothing but dragon poop here. Now a whole flower. No signs of anyone planting it either. The soil looked untouched. Plus, this flower did not even match the surrounding woods. It clearly just grew right now. Are you guys absolutely sure? This flower definitely was not here before. Lu Changfeng looked dead serious and totally baffled. This little guy is getting more OP by the second dean. We know how big this job is. We would not mess this up. This is definitely the spot. Xiaozhou was firm. We even marked it when we took the samples. You are literally standing right where the little guy dropped his deuce. Lu Changfeng went silent. He had no words. The other professors just stared at each other, faces full of no way. Could it be that The little guy's poop is like some SSS-rank fertilizer that made the flower pop out instantly. Or is this just a crazy coincidence? But even for a coincidence, how did it grow that fast? Is there a chance it was already about to sprout and the staff missed it? Professor Chen asked. Lu Changfeng could not jump to conclusions yet. Let's head back first. Then he looked at Xiaozhou and the team. Listen up. Block this place off. Put up fences and get 24-hour surveillance on it. No animals allowed near this flower. Got it. Lu Changfeng wanted to keep watching. He was starting to believe the dragon's business could actually trigger growth. If that is true, this is absolutely huge. The logic was not hard to grasp. Luo Feng's poop probably has some insane nutrients, like a god-tier booster. I mean, the kid is a literal dragon. We won't know what kind of crazy elements are in there until we study it. They did not hang around long and left soon after. Did we record everything? Zhao Yubao asked his assistant. Every second of it, the assistant replied. They had brought cameras from the start. Lu Changfeng wanted everything on record, but it could not be leaked yet, not until the profs made a final call. Boss, I am telling you right now, once this video drops, it is going to break the entire internet. The assistant laughed. For real, Zhao Yubao smirked, looking pretty proud of himself. I am going to ask Professor Lu about starting a special series just for the little guy. He walked over to Lu Changfeng. A special series is a good idea, but do not mention he is a dragon yet. Lu Changfeng thought for a second. Let's call the series Spirit of the Dragon. Don't call the little guy a dragon yet. Call it the Spirit of the Dragon instead. Zhao Yubao had to stop and think about that one. What does that even mean? Lu basically told him, just do what I say and don't worry about the rest. Lu Changfeng just smiled and patted Zhao on the shoulder. He was totally down for making a special feature video about the little guy. Why would Lu have an issue? He was already 100% sure that Luo Feng was a literal dragon. It was just those old professors in the capital being way too conservative, but Lu Changfeng actually agreed with those old guys on one thing, until the little guy shows some actual god-tier dragon powers. They can't just announce he is a dragon to the world. The big shots in Beijing thought this through carefully. I mean, the tallest tree always catches the wind, and they didn't want the little guy getting targeted. People in the West are definitely watching this already. If it turns out to be a fake dragon, they'll hire 100 writers to trash the country and turn this whole thing into a massive joke. But if Luo Feng is the real deal, they'll start plotting how to take him out. Think about it. Our country gets a divine beast, and they're going to be salty as hell. We have to watch out for any shady moves, but there's no need to panic. The security team has them covered. If they try anything crazy, it's game over for them. By not officially calling him a dragon, those Western critics can't really say anything. We never said he was a dragon, just that he has the dragon spirit. How can you even hate on that? We're just saying this creature has the soul of a dragon, not that he actually is one. Also, Zhao, when you're editing those documentaries of the little guy learning to fly, don't cut the struggle. We want everyone to see his grit and how he never gives up. The dragon is our symbol, so he represents all of us. Lu Changfeng knew that unyielding spirit was exactly what our people are all about. No problem, Director Lu. I get the vibe. Zhao Yubao nodded. Even though he was the boss of the film crew, he knew Lu's plan was actually fire. If they only showed the successful flight, you'd lose all that raw, never-give-up energy. Also, that flower that suddenly sprouted for Professor Zhao, get the agriculture department on a private jet now. We need an analysis. I need those results fast, Lu Changfeng barked as he turned to the professor. I know. They're already rushing over. Everyone is losing their minds because for any normal plant, there's no way it sprouts and blooms in only 1 hour. Professor Zhao was still shaking. If this is legit, then the little guy's droppings are literally the most legendary thing in history. Nothing else even comes close. Imagine using this stuff to grow super rare medicinal herbs. It's totally broken. Lu Changfeng was getting hyped just talking about it. Think about what this could do for endangered plants. Or we could even develop a new kind of fertilizer. Our country's agriculture would be God mode. Lu was so excited he almost passed out. It's too much. That night, Zhao Yubao and his crew pulled an all-nighter to get the footage ready. They pulled the surveillance clips and hit them with some high-tech editing. They made those long-distance shots look crystal clear. Following Lu's idea, they titled the video The Spirit of the Dragon. They finished it just as the sun was coming up and dropped it on social media. People were just waking up when they saw it sitting at number 1 on the trending page. No complicated title, just 4 words, The Spirit of the Dragon. Everyone clicked on it immediately. It was a pretty long video. Honestly, since the rumors about Luo Feng being a dragon have been blowing up lately, anything involving him was guaranteed to go viral. Let's be real, the fact that Luofeng is a dragon is basically an open secret at this point. Everyone is just waiting for the government to make it official. The fans knew exactly what this video meant. It was a way to show the whole world that this little guy is him, even if the higher-ups weren't saying it out loud. They wanted everyone to see the video and realize it for themselves. But what's actually in it? It's over an hour long. They called it the dragon spirit, so is this the official reveal or what? One guy commented, if I call it the spirit of a horse, does that make it a horse? Nice try, but this isn't official yet. If this was a real official announcement, there's no way it'd be on Weibo. It'd definitely be on some boring government site. But nope, they actually dropped this straight on Weibo first. The Empire is just being extra because they want solid proof. They're probably scared the Westerners will troll them or something. Honestly, as long as we treat the little guy like a dragon, we're good, right? For real, the Empire is the Empire after all. They've got to play it safe and stay cautious. All right, let's just watch the video and see what's up. Everyone started chatting and clicking in to check it out. As soon as the video opens, thousands of netizens are watching. The video starts with Luofeng snacking on some fruit at the table and then taking a nap. But halfway through his nap, everyone got busy with other stuff and stopped paying attention to him. This little guy saw his chance and straight up snuck out. Look at him go waddling just like a little crocodile, head held high, acting all tough and mighty, heading straight for the highest mountain on the island. What is this little guy even doing up there? Yeah, it's so weird. Is he going hunting or something? Ha ha ha. Why don't you join a fan club? I know exactly what you're implying. Ha ha ha. Seriously though, he's the only one of his kind. If he's looking for a mate, who's he gonna find fifth? Anyway, the comment section's blowing up and the live chat is going crazy. This is that new feature Weibo just added. No way is he running away from home. It's possible. Maybe the professors were bullying the little guy or something. Everyone stopped chatting and kept watching the video. You can see Luofeng reach the middle of the mountain and then dive into the woods. Damn, he really went into the wild, haha. Don't tell me there's a female dragon in those woods and the little guy is going to find her. Haha, no way. We need the experts to search that forest for me, ASAP. Also, how are you guys so sure the little guy is a male? Bro, I literally saw his dragon junk. How can you say he's not a boy? Lowell, who says having that makes him male. That's only how we define mammals. What if his species is different? Are you trying to say the one with the gear is a female? I don't buy it. Fam, look at the way he looks at Shangguan Shui. If he's not a boy, I'll literally wash my hair upside down on a live stream. Of course, no one actually knows why Luofeng went into the woods in the video. But suddenly, a massive, colorful, top-tier comment pops up. It's an official comment from the Institute of Biology, the creators of the video. The comment explains that the little guy went into the woods to, well, do his business. His first recorded poop, to be exact. The Institute already collected the sample. They'll share the research results with everyone later on. And apparently something super weird happened right where he did his business. The official comment didn't explain any further, though. Then a photo flashes on the screen. Now the netizens are even more confused. The official comment says, this is where he went. Look at those flowers. They're so bright and healthy. The video and the official comments are synced up perfectly. The explanation pops up exactly when the flowers appear. After seeing that explanation, every single person watching the video is completely stunned. Wait, so you're telling me this little guy's poop can make plants grow that fast? That is insane. It's beyond logic. Like, seriously, this is some next level magic right here. While the screen is being spammed with question marks and exclamation points, the scene changes again. You can see the little guy still walking like a boss heading toward the cliff. What is he doing now? Did he eat too much? And now he's hiking to digest it after his bathroom break. Man, I feel for him. Eating that much every day definitely leads to some bad indigestion. I'm still stuck on the poop making flowers grow thing. Is that actually real? No way, right? I don't think it's that magical. What if his business is just super high-grade natural fertilizer? Exactly. Any animal's business can be fertilizer. The results are just different. Why is everyone so shocked? That actually makes sense. Plus, the Institute already grabbed the sample, right? We'll know once they run the experiments. Maybe he'll just keep doing his thing and we can sell it as luxury fertilizer or something. Ha ha ha. If the fertilizer is too strong, won't it just fry the roots? I remember sheep poop being so strong it killed the crops if you use too much. If dragon poop is this good, what about dragon pee? Calling it now. If you drink it, you'll live forever. Holy crap, that's nasty push. What's so gross about it? If it really makes you immortal, believe me, people way more high class and OP than you would be tripping over themselves to drink it. Haha, true that. I bet those rich guys would low-key love it, but the chat is still going wild. Everyone's absolutely losing their minds. Nobody expected this little guy to be so cracked, but when you think about it, he's literally a dragon. It's not that weird when you realize what he is. I mean, if he's a dragon, if his business was just like pig manure, that'd be way too fake, right? Anyway, back to the video. Luo Feng is still scaling that cliffside. It's a wide shot now. Seeing his tiny little body, just grinding and climbing up like that is heart-wrenching. You low-key just want to reach into the screen and give the little guy a hand. He's only about 1 meter long and he's waddling up on all fours. It's honestly way too cute. Watching the video is stressful though. This little guy is climbing such a steep cliff. If he falls, he's cooked. I don't know how those professors are just chilling. They probably have people nearby guarding him, right? But they were wrong. There was actually nobody protecting Luo Feng at that time. Lu Changfeng insisted that no one disturb him. He wanted to see what he was actually planning. Woo, in the video, you can see the little guy just howling at the sun in the sky. Oh my God, so precious I live for his little howls. I'm literally dying of cuteness right now. That crocodile waddle, but way better looking, plus that adorable voice. To the plushie factory, start making merch right now. Haha, you think they'd actually dare to make it, bro? What do you mean, dare? Can you even patent an animal like companies can use the name and image of a giant panda whenever they want? True animals don't have patents, but if you make a kung fu panda, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Then right after Luo Feng let out that low howl at the sky, he actually walked right to the edge of the cliff. And then something insane happened. This tiny 1 meter long creature actually jumped off the freaking cliff. Holy crap. No way. What the hell is he doing? Where are the camera people? Where did they go? They're just going to watch him jump. Bro, this is surveillance footage. There isn't a camera crew there. Oh my God, if he dies, who's taking the blame? What are these professors even doing? Just pray the little guy is okay. If he's gone, I don't know how I'll even cope with life anymore. Damn, is this video basically just telling us he jumped and fell to his death? But right then, the explanation comments popped up again. Even after the little guy sneaked away from the crew, the professors were low-key keeping an eye on him. They didn't interfere because they didn't know why he wanted to climb. When he finally jumped, we rushed over immediately, but we didn't expect something even more bizarre to happen. Check the video. After the comments faded. In the footage, Luo Feng didn't smash into the rocks after jumping. He landed straight in the ocean. The viewers finally caught their breath. Soon his little head popped back out of the water. Then the little guy climbed back onto the shore. But what shocked everyone was that he started climbing the cliff all over again. The entire screen is just filled with question marks. Nobody has any clue what he's trying to do. This is so confusing. Can someone please tell me what he's doing? He's going up again. Then he jumped again. And he didn't stop there. After the second fail, he went for a third jump. After the third time, he just kept repeating it. 4 times, 5 times over 10 times. He jumped a total of 16 times. In the video, that little 1 meter long guy isn't tall or strong, but his body, it's like he has infinite energy. He falls, gets back up, and starts the climb to jump again. Honestly, every time he jumped, everyone was so worried and heartbroken for him. Hitting the water from that high has to hurt, right? Anyone who's ever dived knows that from a certain height, the water hits like a brick. I have no idea what he's trying to achieve, but all I can say is keep going. Yeah, you got this future diving champion right here. Wait, you guys really think he's just practicing diving? I mean, what else would he be doing? In the video, some fans counted that he's already on his 21st jump. By the 21st time, his little legs were stumbling as he climbed. He's clearly out of gas, but he's still forcing himself back up that cliff. But some fans noticed something. On his 21st climb, he took way longer than before. Everyone saw it. This little guy had 0 stamina left for the 21st run. Even though he was totally gassed, he still refused to quit and kept crawling up. His eyes were so locked in. There wasn't a single doubt in his mind. He was not giving up. Of course, seeing this, the fans finally got the vibe. They didn't know exactly what he was up to, but they understood the theme of the day. This was the dragon spirit. This kind of never say die energy, failing 20 times and still going for it. If that's not the dragon spirit, I don't know what is. And the dragon spirit, in other words, is the spirit of Dongsheng. This nation has stood tall in the East for 5,000 years because they have that same never back down grit. Every time they fell behind, they came back stronger. Every time someone tried to bully them, they kicked the bad guys out. That's the dragon spirit. That's the Dongsheng spirit, the soul of the country. Dongsheng is a legendary place. 800 years ago, they were under foreign rule. Then about 400 years ago, it happened again. By the end of the Qing dynasty, they were bullied by even more invaders because their tech was behind. but none of that could crush Dongsheng. Look at them today. They stood back up. They're standing strong and powerful on the shores of the East Sea. And today, as tens of thousands, no millions of fans watched Luo Feng jump off that cliff over and over again, they were actually tearing up. Even though they didn't know his end goal, it was obvious Luo Feng was chasing a dream and failing. But he just wouldn't quit. He was relentless, brave, and just built different. This is the dragon spirit. This is the grit and courage of the Dongsheng people. When the little guy took those heavy, shaky steps and finally reached the peak, for the 21st time, something insane happened. He jumped off the cliff again, and for a second, he started to fall. But then, plot twist, his body suddenly started floating in midair. The chat went absolutely feral. Question marks and shock emojis literally covered the entire screen. It was a total eclipse. You couldn't even see the video. Some fans had to turn off the comments just to see what was going on. At a glance, it was just a sea of question marks and exclamation points. Everyone had a million theories, but nobody expected this. The little guy actually flew. He's just hanging there in the air. If that's not flying, what is? This is unreal. Is he actually flying right now? Bro, are you blind? He's literally hovering in midair. In that moment, millions of fans had their minds go blank. They only had one question. Where are the wings? Can a living creature even do that? It's straight up unbelievable. Humans have dreamed of flying since the caveman days, but that dream stayed a dream for a long, long time. It wasn't until recently that we used tools. Hot air balloons finally got us off the ground. Then planes were invented, letting us travel huge distances through the sky. Humans are probably the species most obsessed with the air. Once people had food and clothes, they stopped worrying about survival and started dreaming. That's why we imagined gods who could ride the clouds and mist. In almost every myth, the top-tier gods have one main skill, and that's flying. Seeing Luo Feng actually floating there made everyone lose their minds. They were so hyped. This little guy looks exactly like the ancient descriptions of a dragon. He's a real dragon. He's showing off real dragon traits now. But the thing is, right now he's just floating. He hasn't shown any other dragon powers yet, and the fans are starting to get greedy. They're hoping he can grow huge or shrink down, summon lightning and thunder, or even bring good luck. Honestly, at first, nobody expected him to have powers. People thought Luo Feng was just some rare new animal, but now he's literally flying. No way anyone can call him just an animal anymore. He's him. Plus, remember his droppings. Rumor says a magical flower grew in the woods where he went. All this combined has the fans speechless. They are beyond hyped. People are literally dying of excitement. At this point, not everyone is ready to say he's a divine dragon yet, but nobody is brave enough to say he's not. Right as everyone was losing their minds with excitement, Luo Feng, who was just floating in the sky, flailing his tiny paws, suddenly looked like gravity just turned back on. He tanked straight down like a rock. Yo, what happened to the little guy? Why is he falling? The comment section was filled with people tripping out, but then they realized there was an ocean below and calmed down a bit. But why did he just drop like that? Man, look at him. He's so cute, flailing around in the air like that. LOL, am I the only one who thinks this is hilarious? He looks so goofy. I guess dragons are just like us. They're total klutzes when they're babies. My parents said when I was learning to walk, it took them forever to teach me. The poor little guy already tried over 20 times, but seeing him fall like that, it's just peak comedy. LMAO, it's literally like Tom and Jerry. Tom chases Jerry right off the roof and ends up standing on thin air. Then he realizes he's got nothing under his feet and just drops. Haha, exactly. That's the vibe. Cartoons always make the cat pause in midair for the lulz. But man, he worked so hard climbing up there more than 20 times. He only flew for maybe less than a minute. Of course, at this point. If you don't realize what Luo Feng's trying to do, you're tripping. Don't worry, trust the process. He's definitely going to be flying longer soon. 10 minutes an hour eventually, out of the atmosphere and into space. Dragons need time to grow, you know. Nobody is born with God mode enabled. I actually respect the grind. If it was me, I would have quit ages ago. That mountain is massive. Only he has the guts to keep climbing and jumping off over and over. What an absolute W dragon baby. Love to see it. The dragon spirit, those words fit perfectly. This video proves it. The chat was absolutely popping off. At first, seeing the little guy jump off a cliff made everyone heated. People were like, why didn't the professor or the film crew stop him? But now everyone is just hype and happy. This little guy is straight up a dragon. He's him. Think about it. What kind of creature stays in the air without wings? This video was so cracked that it was bound to happen. Within 30 minutes, it completely nuked all of Weibo. Luo Feng was all over every single feed. And do you guys get it now? What the dragon spirit really means. Countless entrepreneurs struggling in the dark watched this, and felt their resolve get even stronger. Students grinding for their exams realized that as long as you stay persistent and don't fear failure or hardship, you'll eventually make it. Pain isn't a bad thing. Once you break through and beat your inner demons, victory will sneak up on you. Meanwhile, Zhao Yubao, the guy who stayed up all night getting this video out, was absolutely stunned seeing it go viral like this. Like, what is even happening? How did it blow up this fast? Zhao Yubao was totally floored. He knew Luo Feng would be big. I mean, it's a freaking dragon, but this was next level. This is insane. It hasn't even been that long, and the reposts have already cleared 30 million. The views hit over 100 million, and the comments are over 300 million. Social media has something called the Guinness World Records for this stuff. A few years back, a super popular idol in the industry actually got one of those records. That was Lu, who broke Guinness records 3 times. To be exact, his fans broke them 3 times. Guinness certified that a single post of his got 13,162,859 comments, setting the record. In 2016, he set another one because 1,731 fans all wore antler headbands at the same time. That set the record for most people wearing antlers simultaneously. 3 years later, the comments on that post climbed to over 100,025,2,605, breaking his own world record again. He was the man who broke Guinness records 3 times and was constantly praised by the official media. But that's just standard celebrity stuff. This isn't about hype or acting. Right now, Luo Feng's video has been out for less than half a day, and it already has over 100 million comments. That is a legendary achievement. This kind of hype is unheard of. The internet has completely exploded. Everyone is talking about this baby dragon's grit. That spirit inspired so many people. Zhao Yubao's hands were shaking as he watched the data spike on the back end. This wasn't just a successful video, it was a cultural reset. Luo Feng had officially gone global. Even foreign social media started reposting it like crazy. Comments were pouring in at tens of thousands per second. It all happened so fast, like a dream. Zhao Yubao took a deep breath. He finally realized that the age of the dragon had officially begun 30 minutes ago. It already shattered Lu's Guinness record. And no, that last comment wasn't exaggerating, about 100 million people commenting. Even if some people posted dozens of replies, we're talking about at least tens of millions of unique users. That is straight up terrifying. Think about how many people actually use Weibo. Oh my god, this is literally insane. I still think academician Lu Changfeng really cooked with that title, Spirit of the Dragon. It was a master stroke. Zhao Yubao was speechless, literally tearing up from the hype. As a media veteran, he knows exactly what this kind of traffic means. This means if you took every top celebrity in the industry and added them together, they still wouldn't hit these god-tier numbers. This data is absolutely heaven-defying. Zhao Yubao, the man behind the video, is feeling like a straight-up legend right now. The star of the video isn't an idol or a famous actor or even some high-level politician. It is just a simple dragon. But then again, you can't really use the word simple to describe a dragon, can you? Director Zhao Xiaoliu, why are you guys so hyped? What is going on? The assistant director walked over looking totally confused. Director Zhao, you stayed up all night. Why aren't you getting some rest? Haha, Wang just asked Xiaoliu. This is honestly too mind-blowing for words. Zhao Yubao was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. By the way, the assistant director's name is Wang Yusheng. This video is so fire that even Wang Yusheng started laughing from the pure hype. I personally edited this masterpiece, and now it has over 100 million comments. Wait, what do you mean you personally edited it? Didn't I stay up until dawn with you, big brother? Zhao Yubao rolled his eyes, but immediately went back to laughing. Wang, my guy, don't get too worked up. This is a divine dragon we're talking about. It's been thousands of years. Something that only lived in the faith of Dongsheng's people for centuries has finally taken to the skies. It was bound to break the internet. I wouldn't be surprised if this video literally goes down in the history books. It definitely will. Director Zhao, trust me, it definitely will. Wang Yusheng clenched his fist, totally pumped. I knew this video would blow up, but the speed and the scale, it's way beyond my wildest imagination. Stop spacing out. Let's go tell the rest of the crew the good news. They've been grinding all morning and probably haven't even looked at their phones. Zhao Yubao patted the stunned Wang Yusheng and headed out of the tent. Also, there's a major update for Tang Yongjin. From now on, Luo Feng's meals won't be coming from the show's sponsors anymore. A team of experts led by Professor Li and a bunch of top nutritionists has completely taken over his diet. Master Tang teacher Wang Shenxian Ziking. By the time Zhao Yubao reached the main tent, he was drenched in sweat. It wasn't from being tired, he was just that excited. Meanwhile, the crew was exhausted from helping Tang Yongjin cook for Luo Feng. Luo Feng's appetite is getting bigger by the second. Now Tang Yongjin and the staff can't even keep up. Even the celebrity guests have to pitch in and work. Ever since the little guy arrived, Tang Yongjin has had the hardest job on set. He used to just cook for the cast. Then a dragon showed up. He figured it was just one more mouth to feed, no big deal. But man, this dragon is a bottomless pit. If he wasn't a dragon, Tang would have quit a long time ago. No matter how much Director Zhao begged or how much money he offered, he'd be gone. But Tang is a Dongsheng local through and through. He knows raising this little guy right is a massive sacred mission. A dragon is the ultimate priority for Dongsheng. They are the symbols of divine luck. That's the only reason Tang keeps grinding through all the sweat and exhaustion. Don't let his humble act fool you. He's rich and well-connected. The guy is actually super picky. He's a total diva. If it wasn't for the dragon, he wouldn't be serving anyone. Director Zhao, what are you doing here? Tang Yongjin finished the little guy's lunch and wiped his forehead, spotting Zhao Yubao at the entrance. Wasn't this guy supposed to be sleeping after staying up to finish that Spirit of the Dragon special? And I wonder how the netizens are reacting. We've been cooking since sunrise. No one's had a second to check Weibo. Haha, don't mind me. You guys keep working. Hurry up and serve our little ancestor. I just have a few things to announce. Zhao Yubao was still grinning ear to ear. You look way too happy, Director. Did something big happen? Tang Yongjin asked. Of course, the first bit of good news is about Shenteng Yuxian and the lovely Miss Tico. And Huangbo is joining our film crew too, Zhao Yubao said with a grin. I already sent the manager, Wang Yusheng. He went to pick them up, so they should be arriving at the set pretty soon. Now, for the second thing, Professor Tang, from now on, the little guy's meals will be officially handled by Professor Li's team from the Biology Institute. Zhao Yubao smiled as he broke the news. Tang's first reaction was pure shock. I mean, is this Professor Li guy even legit? But looking back at the first piece of news, having two legendary movie stars join the crew was honestly no big deal. With how much hype this project has now, it wouldn't be weird even if someone more OP showed up. But in the movie industry right now, these two are probably the absolute peak maybe, plus Bao Qiang and that bald guy Xu Zheng. Of course, these celebs will still need to go through a whole round of health and safety checks before they can officially enter the set. This isn't just any regular film crew, it's a crew with a literal dragon. Professor Tang, you don't need to look so relieved. Zhao Yubao laughed. Professor Lu Changfeng from the Biology Institute said, Professor Li's nutrition team is only there to screen the ingredients for the little guy. They're just making sure everything is healthy and 100% safe, but you're still going to be the head chef. Tang Yongjin was totally speechless. Didn't the Biology Institute say they were taking over? Why was he still stuck as the little guy's personal chef? Haha, Professor Tang, don't give me that look. Who told our dragon baby to love your cooking so much? You'll just have to keep at it for a while. But we have plenty of staff now, so you don't need to worry about the workload. Zhao Yubao laughed. It's fine, Tang replied. If the little guy likes it, I'll keep cooking for him forever. Tang Yongjin felt a mix of being overwhelmed and incredibly proud. Cooking for a real dragon and having it love his food. How could he not be proud? Honestly, if Luo Feng were an emperor, he'd be the imperial chef. That's top-tier status. That's definitely something to brag about. And hey, imperial chefs weren't eunuchs, so don't get it twisted. He was a bit annoyed he'd still be busy, but he was doing it out of love. One more thing. Our video just smashed 100 million comments. It's broken every record in the book. Zhao Yubao said before heading out. When the news hit 100 million, the whole crew went wild, having 20 to 30 million comments. That would be a normal success, but 100 million is just insane. Suxian stopped spacing out. Go to the little guy's villa and wake him up. It's time to start the mealtime live stream. Every day, the little guy's eating routine was shared with the fans online, and today was no exception. Make sure he gets plenty of sun. He really loves sunbathing. Tang Yongjin's care for Luo Feng went way beyond just being a chef. He was basically a dragon dad. He was always reminding everyone of the little details. Got it, Professor Tang, I'll remember. Shangguan Linger teased. She headed out, and soon the two of them emerged from the villa, with 1 meter tall Luo Feng following behind. He still had that crocodile-like swagger, looking totally boss. The little guy seemed super happy and full of energy today. I mean, he learned how to fly yesterday, so how could he not be hyped? That warm flow that lets him float has finally appeared. As long as he keeps practicing, he'll definitely get better. But he can't rush it. He's only a few days old, so he's got to take it slow. Thanks for the hard work, old Tang. When Luo Feng walked into the kitchen and saw Tang Yongjin covered in sweat, he didn't mind at all. He rubbed against Tang's leg to show his thanks. After a bit of prep, Zhao Yubao gave the signal that they were ready to start filming. Everyone sat up straight and got serious. Dragon baby, my precious baby. The second the live stream opened, it was like a pack of starving wolves rushed in. The chat went absolutely wild in an instant. Where's Dragon Baby? Where's my boy Divine Dragon? Come out so I can worship you. Haha, I'm gonna make a wish. I need to find a girlfriend this year. No, this month. Please let me get rich. I don't care about money. I just don't want to get matched with noobs in my games. Is that too much to ask? Haha, the Divine Dragon only handles marriage, babies, and money. He doesn't do tech support, true. Ancient gods helped with fortune and health, but I've never heard of one helping you avoid trolls in a game, haha. Sorry, but the Divine Dragon doesn't offer that service. You can still pray for a wedding, though, my girl. 5'1" and nearly 200 pounds. Yet she wants a 6-foot hottie who looks like a superstar and makes over $50,000 a month. LOL. That wish is too much even for a Divine Dragon. Not even Buddha himself could satisfy a delusion like that. Oh my god, the hype for today's stream is way higher than yesterday. Bro, are you serious? Did you not see the #1 trending topic on Weibo? The little guy actually learned how to fly. The chat is absolutely popping off. There are way more people here than yesterday. The tech crew in the back is totally freaking out. They have to fix things fast so the stream doesn't just crash and burn. The actual number of live viewers has already hit the 30 million mark. You have to realize that last time it barely broke 10 million. The traffic from that flying video is straight up terrifying. In just a few days, the sponsors added 8 more servers for the crew, or the whole thing would have collapsed long ago. It is safe to say that the hype for the Keep Running crew right now is completely unmatched by any variety show in the country or even the entire world. 30 million live viewers. That is a world record that has never been seen before. Whether anyone will ever beat it later is anyone's guess. Maybe if the Jade Emperor himself descends from heaven, we will see a record like this get broken. But Zhao Yubao is certain that unless something from a myth or something totally insane happens, this record is impossible to break. Why is Zhao Yubao so confident? Because this level of hype is already terrifying. Almost everyone on the internet who likes watching streams is already here. Those old folks might see a short clip or the news about a dragon, but they are never going to join a live room. Someone actually did the math on this. Even with the hottest celebrities or the craziest events, 25 million live viewers used to be the absolute peak of the internet. Nobody believed 30 million live viewers could ever be topped. Meanwhile, Dean Lu Changfeng is still leading the team to film Luo Feng. But they are not going to film him while he sleeps like last time. They are trying their best not to bother the little dragon baby. And like we said before, 2 new guests are joining the stream today. Over at the main tent, everyone started clapping, and the new guests finally appeared. No way am I seeing this right. Old Shen and Old Huang both showed up. A movie king and the new king of comedy. LOL. I do not want to start a fan war, but Shen is definitely the GOAT of comedy movies lately. This feels like a dream. Seeing these two in the same variety show, the odds of that are 0. And get this, they are not just here for a cameo. They are joining as permanent members. Chill out, guys. Keep Running is not a dead show anymore. It is the hottest thing on the planet. It makes sense that 2 huge stars joined. Honestly, without the Dragon Baby, this show would have been finished. How did they even get these 2? Isn't old Shen busy filming his new movie for release? Why is he here? Did he just abandon his movie? The big bosses behind the show clearly see how fire this is. They want to blow up even more. They already have the Dragon Baby's hype. Add 2 movie legends, and they can break the 30 million curse and push for 40 million. Also, weren't those generic idols who got eliminated supposed to come back? Why aren't they here? LOL. Those boy band dudes have nothing but their faces. The show is too hot for them now, but wait, since Shen and Huang are so busy, what if they have to leave for other gigs? LOL. You have to be kidding me. You must be one of those idol fans. Nobody is dumb enough to skip a show this hot. Look how much fun Sister Shui is having. I bet Shen and Huang are doing this for free. Believe it. It is actually possible. Sister Shui did not even take pay, just so she could stay. If they do not pay old Shen, that is kind of wild, right? LOL. They can take it or leave it. If they do not come, there are a million other A-listers waiting in line. Exactly. Who would not want to see the Divine Dragon Baby in person? Sister Shui's Weibo followers jumped by 8 million in just a few days. This show is invincible. The directors are losing their minds with joy because the ratings are about to skyrocket again. Old Shen walked in and he is already a walking meme. Everyone starts laughing before he even says a word. Movie King Huang is acting all humble and greeting everyone. Their chemistry is insane and the atmosphere is electric. Meanwhile, the dragon baby is just chilling on the grass sunbathing. He sees the new guys, barely opens one eye, and then just rolls over to keep sleeping. Absolute mood. The camera caught the whole thing and the chat went feral. Everyone says, the dragon baby has the best personality. He is literally the soul of the show. Someone even suggested giving the dragon baby an Oscar for best actor. 8 million followers in a few days. This show's actually broken. Everyone is losing it now that these two legends are here. The live stream is absolutely popping right now. We're talking about the undisputed king of comedy from the last few years, the man who literally became a walking meme. People actually judge a movie's quality based on the Shen factor, basically how much screen time Uncle Shen actually gets. And then there is the other legend, Film King Huang, a man who is the perfect mix of raw acting talent and power. He actually started as a singer before pivoting to acting. People joke that he is a god-tier singer who got distracted by being too good at movies. It sounds like a meme, but for real, the Film King's vocals are straight fire. If he had stayed in the music industry, he would have been big, but he would never have hit the legendary status he reached in cinema. But hey, there are no what-ifs in life. Everything is in the past. Teacher Wong, Teacher Tang, good to see you again. As soon as Uncle Shen walked over, he flashed that signature goofy smile and went straight in for a hug. Since they are all big names in the industry, of course, they know each other. He made sure to greet the teachers and the whole crew. Film King Huang wasn't as extra as Uncle Shen. He kept it classy with a formal handshake. He told them it was great to have them on set. Uncle Shen, I seriously didn't think you'd show up. How are those old bones holding up? Seeing the girl group members roasting him, Uncle Shen didn't get mad. He just gave them a look and joked, "What's that supposed to mean? You hoping I'm in bad shape? Let me tell you, if I actually end up in the hospital, not a single one of you is getting out of paying those visit fees." The 3 girls from the group had done a variety show with Uncle Shen a year ago, so they were super close and kept the jokes flying. Are these two just here to do a comedy routine? Luo Feng was just chilling face down on the table, completely unbothered. In my past life, I might have been hyped to see them. But in this life, do you know who I am? I'm a literal dragon. You expect me to get up and welcome you? I'm the dragon who slept in Shangguan Shui's arms and been inside the girl group's covers. I'm him. You guys are mid compared to me. Though, honestly, Luo Feng did actually vibe with their movies. Especially Uncle Shen's movie, Hello, Mr. Billionaire. He'd watch that one on repeat. It was hilarious and so satisfying. It was basically the perfect template for a modern OP main character story. Once the small talk was over, everyone's eyes drifted toward the little dragon napping on the table. Oh man, I'm finally seeing the legendary baby dragon in the flesh. Uncle Shen was beaming, walking over all hyped up. Quick give Uncle Shen a hug. Stop sleeping. But Luo Feng just gave him a side eye, ignored him completely, and went right back to sleep. Wow, he's really ghosting me. That is too cute. Uncle Shen started cracking up. Even the way this little guy looks down on people is so expressive. No wonder everyone spoils him rotten. Hello, baby dragon. I'm Huang Bo. The Film King introduced himself formally, nowhere near as loud or extra as Uncle Shen. But to everyone's surprise, Luo Feng actually lifted a claw. Film King Huang flinched for a second, thinking he was about to get scratched. Our little dragon wants to shake your hand, Shangguan Shui said, stepping forward with a smile. A handshake. Film King Huang grinned. Let's do it then. He gently took Luo Feng's claw, gave it a quick shake, and let go. Truth is, Luo Feng wasn't trying to be rude to Uncle Shen. He was just being too much. I didn't feel like dealing with his energy. But the Film King was respectful, so I had to give him some face, right? Plus, this really showed why the Film King's EQ is legendary. He knew this little creature was almost certainly a real dragon. If he acted disrespectful toward Luo Feng, the internet would have absolutely cooked him. Being the pro he is, Film King Huang is always careful to keep his reputation spotless. Yeah. Suddenly Luo Feng made some cute noises and waved toward a girl standing behind the crowd. Oh, that's right, we almost forgot about our girl Yu Shen. She was introduced earlier too. Some people in the chat were asking about her, but since the 2 movie legends were so OP, Yu Shen's name kind of got buried in the comments. She was basically a background character for a second. She's the girl who played the hacker Kiko in Detective Chinatown 2. When Luo Feng saw her in his past life, he was totally blown away by her iconic anime-style look. She wasn't quite on the level of a top-tier beauty like Shangguan Shui, but she was definitely a goddess in her own right. Is the little guy actually greeting me? Yu Xian walked over looking completely shocked. He is so adorable. Yu Xian was rocking her Kiko look today straight out of an anime with those blue pigtails. She copied the Film King and reached out for a handshake. Wu Luofeng let out a little cry and chirped at her. They shook hands, and it was pretty obvious he held onto her hand way longer than he did with the Film King. Sister Shui, can I hold him? He's seriously too cute. Yu Xian couldn't help herself. She was totally melting. This baby dragon is literally too precious for this world. He is super picky. He only likes me Xiyan and Ziqing holding him. Anyone else, I have no idea. Shangguan Shuyer pointed at Tang Yongzhen. Even though Professor Tang cooks for him every single day, he barely lets her hold him for more than a second. Ha ha ha. What an ungrateful little brat. Tang Yongzhen rolled her eyes at Luofeng and teased him. Rude. Luofeng actually patted her with his claws like he was trying to apologize. Oh, stop it. You just know how to act cute to get your way. You are such a little traitor, Tang Yongzhen said, giving Luofeng's tiny head a gentle poke. Wait, isn't it just that the little guy only likes girls holding him? Hey ha, facts. I don't know if you have heard the saying, but dragons are naturally, let us just say, men of culture. Haha, for real. He definitely prefers the ladies. Where did that saying even come from? I missed that class. TV shows, obviously. If he is such a ladies' man, why did he reject the female crew members when they tried to hold him? Probably checking their vibe and looks. Can a dragon even tell the difference between men and women 100%? A dragon baby basically has the IQ of a human. Think about it if you were a guy. Would you want a girl or a dude holding you? Haha, y'all are getting way too wild with this. Back at the set, Pico was not giving up. She wanted to test her luck with the dragon baby. Pico, do you really want to try holding him? I have got the blue hair today, giving major dragon girl vibes. Pico glanced at the comments. Everyone was spamming that the little guy only wants girls, specifically pretty ones. Obviously, she was tempted. She wanted to see if her looks were enough to pass his vibe check. Right now, every single eye was glued to Luofeng, waiting for his response. Even the scientists like Lu Changfeng were staring at the live stream. They needed to know. Would he let a complete stranger like Pico hold him if the little guy is hostile towards strangers? Then everyone needs to be extra careful in the future. After all, he is a literal dragon. He has got some serious firepower. He is tiny now, but those claws are already cracked and sharp. Once he grows up, he is going to be an absolute beast. They were gauging his reaction to a stranger, but then Luofeng actually raised his front claws. He reached out to Pico like he was asking for a hug. Everyone was straight up stunned. Even Shangguan Shuyer was shocked, and honestly, she looked a little jealous. Wait, he actually wants me to hold him. Pico was caught off guard too. She looked at Luofeng, and since everyone said he was down, she leaned in and picked him up. But man, it was a struggle. The little guy was way heavier than he looked. But heavy or not, Pico still wanted that hug. Luofeng leaned into her arms, squinting his eyes like he was in paradise. Total bliss. Gotta say, Pico is the ultimate nanny. Oh man, he is so precious. So adorable, he is literally acting like a human baby. Is it possible Pico just has that it factor for babies? What do you mean, it factor? If I could hold that dragon, my life would be complete. Same here. This little guy is a total simp for girls, huh? And only the pretty ones. I cannot even say the word or I will get banned, but y'all know the vibes. The chat was roasting Luofeng, but they were all folding for his cuteness at the same time. Over at the lab, Lu Changfeng finally relaxed. It looked like the dragon baby did not hate humans. He was not aggressive toward people he did not know. Truth is, security was standing by the whole time Pico and the others were with him. If Luofeng snapped, they were ready to drag everyone to safety. Here is my take. Overall, our dragon baby does not seem to mind humans. In fact, he is way more chill and friendly with women. Lu Changfeng cleared his throat, especially the pretty ones. So how smart is he really? Like a human professor, Zhao asked. I would say he is about as sharp as a 4 or 5-year-old kid, Professor Chen replied. The little guy is definitely high-key smart. Sometimes I feel like he is just too lazy to show it, Lu Changfeng guessed. I am calling it now. As he grows, his IQ will be at least adult level. Adult level. No way, that is impossible, right? Professor Zhao was shook. If this little guy's already got adult-level brains, he's basically the smartest thing on this planet. Mythical dragons can shapeshift into humans, so having a high IQ is totally on brand. It's not that weird, Lu Changfeng said with a chill smile, but we shouldn't jump the gun just yet. Anyway, I feel like as long as you're not some total villain or you don't go out of your way to piss Dragon Baby off, he's usually pretty chill and won't attack. Lu Changfeng analyzed the situation. Facts. That's exactly how it is. Professor Zhao laughed. Look at Gao Kuanyi and Professor Zhang. They had bad vibes and Dragon Baby could tell immediately. He hated them. Yeah, we already suspected he could sniff out who's good and who's trash. Lu Changfeng added. But we still need more proof to see if that's legit. Meanwhile, back at the film set, Luo Feng was living his best life being cuddled by Kiko. Kiko was carrying Luo Feng around, just vibing outside the tent. Shoyer and the other two girls from the group were right there with them. Shoyer, it's been forever. I remember seeing you 3 years ago on that Ace variety show, right? Kiko said, saying hi while still holding Luo Feng. Yeah, and you've gotten even more gorgeous. Even though they only did one show together, they were total besties on social media. Shoyer joked, girl who in the industry can even compete with your visuals. Kiko had that cool, edgy but cute boss girl vibe, but the woman in front of her, goddess Shoyer, she was the ultimate beauty, literally the final boss of visuals and body goals. By the way, is this little guy getting heavy yet? Shoyer hadn't held him much lately because he was a total unit. I'm good, I can hang in there for a bit, Kiko said. Kiko was definitely feeling the weight, but whatever holding a dragon baby is a total flex and brings good luck. She really cherished this. Honestly, she didn't even think Luo Feng would let her hold him at first. Since he said yes, she'd carry him even if he weighed 100 pounds. Don't push yourself too hard, Shoyer teased. You'll have plenty of chances later on set. Shoyer joked. In a few more days, I bet even a big guy like Mr. Tang won't be able to lift him. Then I guess I'm lucky I can still carry him right now. Kiko laughed. Honestly, both of them were such sweet souls and good girls. Yeah, that old villa we stayed in was way too small. I didn't think he'd grow this fast. The crew is talking about building him a new house in a few days. We're going to need something way bigger this time, Shoyer said, giving Luo Feng a side eye. He doesn't just grow fast, he eats like a beast too. Shoyer rolled up her sleeves. Look, we're short-staffed today, so I had to cook and got splashed with hot oil. It really hurt Ao hearing that Luo Feng lifted his little head from Kiko's arms, reached out a claw, and gently rubbed the spot where Shoyer got burned. The goddess has it rough. Here's a hug, wait. Is he actually worried about you? Kiko asked, totally shocked. Of course he is, he loves me. I spoil him the most after all. Seeing Luo Feng like that, Shoyer forgot all about the pain. It was totally worth it. Ever since she debuted, she hadn't touched a kitchen chore in her life until now. Psh, she just loves giving me the side eye. Luo Feng thought acting all high and mighty. But then he suddenly looked up. A boat was pulling up to the shore and 2 more people were on board. Luo Feng focused his gaze. It was 2 more members of the GDD girl group, Liu Hanyan and Cheng Dai. These 2 were the heart and soul of the crew, absolute 10s. They were supposed to be here from the start, but their agency had them doing some commercial gigs. Finally, they were back on set. But the agency already made the call, no more side gigs for them from now on. As long as the little guy's here, they're staying with Shoyer to look after Luo Feng full-time. Did I just get 2 more little maids? Luo Feng couldn't help but smirk. If Shoyer knew what he was thinking, she'd definitely pinch him. She never saw herself as a maid. She's his big sister. But honestly, being a maid for a legendary dragon baby, that's not even a bad deal. Hanyan Chengdai, welcome back, guys. Shoyer ran up to meet them. Shoyer, I missed you so much. And Xian and Ziking, too. The squad is finally back together. Sister Chin had us running all over for some movie launch. It was pure chaos, let me tell you. We're dead tired. Traveling to 1,000,000 places to perform doing our makeup like 5 times a day. The 2 girls vented as soon as they saw Shoyer. She acted like she was right at home and started complaining immediately. Oh, and about Sister Ching, she is the female CEO of the talent agency I mentioned before. Thanks to her protection, the members of this top-tier girl group stayed pure and avoided the industry's dark side. Haha, Kiko, you are here too. I heard you were coming. Your anime cosplay today is fire. Liu Hanyan greeted her, but quickly noticed Luo Feng in her arms. Whoa, is this dragon treasure? I was literally just saying I would go see her, and here she is sleeping in Kiko's arms. The 2 of them were obsessed with Luo Feng the moment they saw him crowding around and laughing. But Luo Feng was too lazy to move since Kiko's arms were so comfy. Eventually, Kiko could not hold him anymore and tried to pass him to Liu Hanyan and Grandpa Shen. Luo Feng did not seem to mind at all. This is straight up proof. He is a total ladies' man. But he was so heavy, and since those 2 were pretty fragile, they could only hold him for a few minutes each. While the girls were chatting, Grandpa Shen walked over and watched Dragon Treasure strolling on the ground. So when this little guy grows up, just how big is he going to get? Hard to say, but in my opinion, dinosaurs back then were over 10 meters long and weighed 7 or 8 tons. He has got to be at least at that level. Mr. Wong walked over too and chimed in. If he really gets that big, that would be insane. One tail swipe could probably flip a whole ship right. Liu Hanyan was hyped, for sure. With that kind of weight, a ship would be nothing to him. Grandpa Shen chuckled. I bet when this little guy hits his peak, his size will be even crazier than those massive long-necked dinosaurs. We are talking dozens of tons, easily top 5 in history. Liu Hanyan could not believe it. This little guy is only about 1 meter right now. Could he really get that massive? Why would you not believe it? He is a dragon. Do you even know what a dragon is? Thousands of meters long. Think about how much he will need to eat by then. Grandpa Shen was just being a troll, even spreading his arms out to show the scale. What is the biggest creature in the world? Obviously it is a dragon. Pfft. Shangguan Shui actually burst out laughing. It was not even that funny, but coming from Grandpa Shen, it was hilarious. What is the fastest reptile? Shangguan Shui shot back. Grandpa Shen blanked for a second and gave the old school answer. A cheetah. Wrong, it is a dragon. Oh, stop capping. You are just making stuff up now. Wait, he is not even a land animal. He flies. Grandpa Shen finally realized. True, if a dragon flies, nothing is faster. Even the legendary great rock that flies 90,000 miles high isn't as fast as a dragon in the myths. But it depends on which version of the dragon you mean. The ones in Journey to the West were honestly trash. In real mythology, dragons always had legendary status. They were just nerfed in that story. Who told you our dragon treasure isn't a reptile, Shangguan? Shui pointed at Luofeng as he walked. Isn't he crawling right there? Even eagles hang out on the ground sometimes. Does that make them reptiles? Grandpa Shen rolled his eyes at Shangguan Shui, waiting for a comeback. But right then, Tang Yongjin walked over and whispered a warning. Hey, you guys are live. Stop talking about whether the little guy is a dragon or not. You are public figures. What you say has a massive impact. To be honest, the higher-ups are worried that Westerners will twist your words to start drama. Until we have hard proof, we cannot call Luofeng a dragon. We have to keep calling him an unknown new species. But honestly, everyone already knows he is a dragon. The live chat was absolutely losing it right then. Did you guys hear that even Grandpa Shen said the little guy is a dragon? Exactly. The government still has not made it official, though. They are really going at it. Haha, biggest creature in the world. Definitely a dragon. LMAO, Grandpa Shen is a legend. If dragon treasure is confirmed for real, how many world records is he going to break? Biggest mouth dragon, fastest speed dragon, best all-terrain creature, also a dragon. Too bad there is no official proof yet. Proof, bro. He literally already flies. I think the Empire is just being way too cautious. For real, last time he roared at the sky, it actually started raining. How is he not a dragon? Man, the officials have to worry about a lot. Just let them take their time. The viewers actually loved watching Shangguan Shui and Grandpa Shen vibe, because they were all about dragon treasure. But after Tang Yongjin's warning, they obviously dropped the topic. Thinking about it, they are both big-time celebrities. Calling Luofeng a dragon directly could definitely cause some major headaches for the Empire. Meanwhile, Luofeng was just minding his own business, taking a walk. Thinking back to what Old Man Shen and the others were saying, he totally agreed he was barely over 3 feet tall and already this much of a glutton. God knows how much he would eat when he was fully grown. Could he really reach thousands of meters in length? By then, one swipe of his tail could probably delete an entire aircraft carrier. Honestly, Luofeng was hyped for every bit of it, but right now he needed to figure out those warm currents in his body. It was definitely some kind of energy, and he had used it all up during his flight yesterday. Was he supposed to recharge using the sun or the moon? He remembered his test flight. He was floating in the air just fine at first. But as soon as that warm energy ran out, he dropped like a rock. Now Luofeng needed to find a spot to soak up some sun and fast. To be real, no matter how he looked at it, he felt like a hybrid car. Not exactly the most high-prestige way to live, but Luofeng started thinking about the legends throughout history. Most people claimed to see dragons in the middle of massive thunderstorms. In his past life, Luofeng saw posts saying dragons showed up in storms to harvest electricity. Since he was a dragon, now could he do the same? If he could tap into that stuff, then he would have more than enough energy to work with. He would never just fall out of the sky mid-flight again. Yixing was over there chopping wood when Luofeng noticed the little sheep had finally returned. How did he miss him coming back? Did he sneak in? Luofeng thought about it. This guy didn't even come to report to him after getting back. Did he forget who the real boss of this film crew was? Yixing and Huang Ziqing were laughing while they worked, so Luofeng decided to sneak over. He used his tail to grab a small stick and chucked it right at Yixing's butt. Thwack. The wood hit Yixing square on the backside. It didn't hurt much, but it definitely stung a bit. Who did that? Who's throwing wood at me? Yixing was totally cooked, looking around with a blank face. He scanned the area but saw no one. A second later, Ziqing got hit on the butt by a stick, too. That's what you get for flirting so hard with Yixing, Luofeng thought. I'm annoyed, so you're getting hit too. Who was that? Ziking looked around as well, but didn't see a soul. Luofeng was playing hit and run, moving after every shot. They couldn't even react. Was it you? They both shouted, at the same time convinced the other was trolling. It wasn't me, they yelled back in unison. It was weird, but they didn't think too much of it and went back to work. But then they suddenly spotted Luofeng near the woodpile. Wait, it was him? Oh my god. Yixing felt like his soul was leaving his body. He had been trolled by this little guy twice before. He was actually scared to see him after coming back. And now the dragon was actively looking for trouble. Yixing didn't actually hate Luofeng. He was just traumatized and scared he'd be forced to eat grass again. Right then, Luofeng stuck his tongue out at Yixing and Ziking and gave them a wink. It was a total gotcha face. Then he just bolted. He was getting bigger now, and his running speed was straight up cracked like he was Usain Bolt or something. Of course, the people in the live stream saw the whole thing and were losing it. Holy crap. No way. LOL is the baby dragon using the art of war. He's literally playing hit and run and clowned them both. Haha, they actually thought they were pranking each other. Baby dragon is such a troll. This is gold. This little guy is so mischievous. He's literally like a kid. Yixing just got back and he's already getting bullied. Honestly, Yixing should just leave. He can't handle the dragon smoke, haha. But Yixing definitely loves the little guy, otherwise he wouldn't have come back. For real, but since Yixing didn't go see him first, maybe the dragon got petty. But why troll Ziking too? Let me think. Maybe he doesn't want Ziking playing with other boys. Yo, is he actually jealous? That's too cute. The audience was obsessed with Luofeng. An animal with this kind of IQ, even if he wasn't a dragon, even if he was just a dog, everyone would still love him. While the film crew's live stream was popping off way over in Beijing, a chemical research institute was incredibly busy. Inside the lab, a bunch of people wearing masks, and white coats were staring into test tubes, observing a pile of yellowish-black sludge. That sludge wasn't just anything, it was the baby dragon's poop, flown in directly on a private jet. You heard that right. A bunch of experts were currently gathered here, hyper-focused on studying the samples they had separated. Everyone be careful. We'll dry this batch out and use it as fertilizer for the test fields to see the results. As for the other part, they took the samples to the lab to check the ingredients. The lead guy is Professor Gu, the big boss here. He's got some of the university's top-tier students analyzing literal poop. The students are like, "Professor, are you for real right now?" This is way too much a-hole. PhD student was sent just to track how fertile this dragon manure is. He was totally stunned. Like, you want all of us to just stare at a pile of crap and see how good it is. These PhD students are the absolute peak of Peking University. We're talking high-level experts with crazy skills. Their status is huge. Give them 10 years, and they'd easily be honorary professors. We're talking a yearly salary of at least $1 million. But now they're assigned to watch a turd's fertility levels. This is actually insane. These guys are the top 3 rising stars in the agricultural department. Professor Gu wasn't having it. What do you kids know? You think this is just some random waste? This was flown in from Peach Blossom Island on a secret military jet. Professor Gu glared at these so-called prodigies. He huffed and said, "Now tell me, do you still have a problem watching this pile of crap?" This is wild. Those agricultural postdocs were absolutely speechless. When they got here, they were just told to observe manure, but they didn't know it was from Peach Blossom Island. They aren't stupid. Everyone knows there's a literal dragon over there. It hasn't been officially announced, but everyone is 80% sure it's true. Professor, is this really the little guy's droppings? That young PhD student didn't look annoyed or disrespectful anymore. He took the test tube with both hands like it was a sacred relic. Of course it is. Do you guys do anything besides research? Haven't you seen the news? Academician Liu from the Bio Institute is already there doing deep research. This is the very first batch of dragon manure. There is going to be way more coming later. Professor Gu said it like it was obvious. Holy crap. Real dragon poop. This is too much. If I knew, I would have begged for this job. I need to see the power of dragon manure for myself. Now, my title as a researcher actually feels worth it. Who knew dragon poop was this precious? Everyone's mind was blown. Haha, of course they are. You aren't even worthy of being in its presence. LMAO, exactly. Why else do you think the military used a whole jet just to deliver it? After the initial shock, the PhD students carefully carried the holy object straight to the test fields. The first few batches were already sent out. This was the final one. They are testing it on northeast black soil, central yellow soil, and northwest sandy soil. 3 different regions. These PhDs were obviously assigned the central yellow soil. Suddenly a phone started ringing. Professor Gu saw the caller ID. It was the guy reporting on the northeast black soil test. Professor Gu, it's working. It's working. My black soil test field has already sprouted. This dragon manure is magic. For real, guess. Lu Changfeng was right. It really is broken. Professor Gu was cheering like a kid. Dragon manure is officially unbeatable. He hung up the phone, hyped as hell, and then another call came in. It was the reporter from the northwest sandy soil field. Professor Gu answered, heart racing. Our sandy soil test was a success. The wheat is already sprouting. Ha ha ha, let's go. Professor Gu let out a massive laugh. For a scientist, nothing beats hearing news like this. Right after that, the PhD student who left 30 minutes ago called as well. Yellow soil's a go. It's growing crazy fast. The seeds we planted, they actually started sprouting in just 30 minutes. By tomorrow morning, these stems are going to be huge. And remember, this is pure dragon manure. Everyone get over here. Professor Gu couldn't wait. He didn't even care about the final yellow soil report before he started making the announcement. Listen up. Based on the sandy soil and northeast black soil tests, we can confirm the little guy's droppings are cracked. If you add just 1% to regular fertilizer, the crop growth cycle is cut by 1/3. But the report shows that 2% is even faster. The higher the concentration, the more time you save. Professor Gu continued, if you take a regular wheat seed and use this manure, undiluted, basically like the little guy did his business right on top of it. In that case, the seed will grow instantly. The growth cycle is literally dozens of times faster. It will sprout in about 30 minutes. It actually grew overnight. That means when the lil guy did his business in the woods, there must have been wildflower seeds buried in the dirt. Then in just a blink, they popped right out of the ground and bloomed. Everyone was buzzing after hearing that, their faces full of intense excitement. No one saw this coming. The lil guy's droppings are actually this OP Professor Gu. This is insane. If this is the case, we just need to break down the waste, and we can synthesize a ton of super organic fertilizer. Right. A PhD student piped up saying that just 1% concentration is already this fire. It's honestly hard to even imagine. Professor Gu was beaming, but then another student asked if the little fella even has enough poop for all that. Everyone nearly lost it laughing. I don't have the answer to that, but they say this creature can grow to be thousands of meters long. Professor Gu was too embarrassed to say it, but a bold student blurted out, so that means he's going to be dropping literal tons of it, right? Then everyone started cracking up. If he's dropping tons and tons of it and we only need a 1% concentration, that should be more than enough. Exactly. Plus, we can research it further to drop the concentration to 0.5 or even 0.1%. We'd get the same results and save so much more material. This is great, seriously amazing. If this works, our empire's agriculture is going straight to the moon. This is a total game changer. Our current tech farming is already cracked. We didn't really need more fertilizer. But if we use the same budget and things grow 1/3 faster, then in a year, rice fields that only had 2 or 3 harvests could have 3 or 4. That's like a free 1/3 increase in total yield. Agriculture is about to take a massive leap forward. This lil guy is probably a straight-up dragon. If his waste is this useful, imagine what else he can do. I can't wait any longer. I really want to head over to Peach Blossom Island. Same here. I heard Professor Zhou from the materials department already went. What's an old guy from materials doing there? Who knows, maybe the lil guy made some other crazy discovery. Of course they were talking about how sharp Luofeng's claws are. Zhou Weiguo is a legend in the materials department. Listen up, everyone. Stop guessing why the materials professor is there. There will be an official announcement soon. Professor Gu clearly knew the tea. And if any of you are interested in the lil guy, you can apply to do field research on Peach Blossom Island, but the background check is brutal, so get ready. Since he's a dragon, anyone getting close to him has to have a totally clean record, right? Exactly. That means no red flags for 3 generations, and they'll check if you've had any suspicious contact with those Westerners recently. He's a dragon after all. Getting close to him is no joke. Professor Gu watched the group whispering. He cleared his throat and said, listen, you all are the best of the best in chemical engineering, so I'll give it to you straight. This little creature holds too many secrets. For the Empire, he's not just a divine beast, he's a literal sign of prosperity. We're going to spend the next year or 2 studying his droppings and everything else he produces. I'm sure they'll be sending more samples soon. Since our Empire got this chance, we're about to level up like crazy. Professor Gu was being very direct. From here on out, everyone is going to be slammed with work. You have to take this research seriously. The future of the Empire is riding on this dragon and on all of you. He was really hyping everyone up. The Empire needs to uncover every single secret the Lil guy has. After Professor Gu's pep talk, the entire chemical engineering department was buzzing. Everyone was super hyped, like they just downed 10 energy drinks, and it wasn't just them. The agriculture department had their own old professors hyping them up, saying their mission for the next few months or even years was to study exactly how the dragon baby's waste helps plants. We know the basics, but we need the details. So many departments in the capital were grinding hard, and it was all because of that mysterious dragon baby. Meanwhile, over with the Keep Running film crew, since Uncle Shen and Movie King Huang joined, they had to film the show while they were at it. The boss already said everything revolves around Luo Feng. Right now, they're playing a lottery game. What's the prize? Well, it's things like scratching Luo Feng's back, giving him a foot massage, or feeding him fruit. They put all the options on a spinning wheel. The crew members like Shangguan Shui, Uncle Shen Lixian, and Teacher Wang were all taking turns spinning. Whoever it lands on has to do the task. It's basically like truth or dare, but every single dare is all about taking care of Luo Feng. Right now, Uncle Shen is peeling an orange and popping the slices into Luo Feng's mouth one by one. Luo Feng is totally vibing with it, just opening wide whenever he's fed. Man, look at the great Uncle Shen. Reduced to serving he almost said dragon, but then he remembered the professor's warning. He quickly corrected himself and said snake. Yeah, feeding fruit to a snake. Uncle Shen really is the comedy king of this show. No matter how basic his lines are, they sound hilarious coming out of his mouth. The man just radiates funny vibes. Hey, what are you guys laughing at? I'm just being nice and going easy on you, Uncle Shen shouted at the crowd. Otherwise, your Uncle Shen would never take an L. He kept making excuses, and the whole crowd just collectively rolled their eyes at him. Still making excuses after losing, aren't you embarrassed? Shangguan Shui teased him with a smirk. And honestly, she's not wrong. See, Luo Feng is a super picky eater. He won't touch those white stringy fibers on the orange at all. So now Uncle Shen isn't just peeling the fruit. He's out here meticulously picking off every single fiber. You little brat, you're the most high-maintenance animal I've ever met. When your Uncle Shen eats oranges, I just toss the whole thing in, but you need a whole surgical prep. You're really living the high life, aren't you? You're more sophisticated than I am. Uncle Shen gave him the side eye, but the little guy didn't care at all. He was just sitting there purely enjoying the service. When Uncle Shen slowed down, he even let out a little growl to tell him to hurry up. Whoa, look at him. He's actually rushing me now. Uncle Shen pointed at Luo Feng. Let me tell you something, kid. Be grateful. At home, I'm the one being served. Even your Grandma Shen never gets this kind of VIP treatment. Luo Feng just gave him a look of pure disgust. Bro is definitely capping. Oh, you don't believe me? Call her over here right now and see how I put her in her place. Uncle Shen kept yapping away. Luo Feng just gave him a bored look that said, if you're going to feed me, do it faster. You talk too much, Uncle Shen. The baby dragon's totally judging you. He knows you're just flexing for the cameras. Should we call Grandma Shen right now? Oh, wait, I actually have Sister Wang's phone number. I'm calling her right now. The crowd saw him acting tough and started instigating immediately. They were actually going to call his wife live on air. Uncle Shen panicked instantly. Stop, why are you calling her? Sister Wang is taking a nap right now. Where's your respect for others? LOL. Uncle Shen is officially whipped. Bro is a king until his wife shows up. To be fair, Uncle Shen isn't even that old. But everyone loves calling him Uncle Shen anyway. And as for his wife, you can't exactly call her Grandma Shen, right? So most people just call her Sister Wang. Man, this guy talks way too much. Luo Feng didn't hate the guy, but he was getting a little annoyed. The feeding was taking way too long because of all the talking. Luo Feng decided it was time for a little prank. Suddenly, he reached into the fruit basket sitting next to them. He grabbed an apple, took a big bite out of it, and then pushed it right in front of Uncle Shen. Oh, you want an apple now, baby? You want me to peel it for you? Uncle Shen was totally clueless. No, Uncle Shen. For fruit like apples, the little guy usually doesn't care if it's peeled or not. I think his point is that he wants you to eat it. Smart move by Shangguan Shui. She saw exactly what the little guy was doing. His IQ is seriously off the charts. He probably got tired of Uncle Shen's yapping and decided to troll him. The little guy's handing his leftovers to Uncle Shen. If Shen doesn't eat it, then he's basically saying he's grossed out by him. The baby dragon is just watching to see what he chooses. Wait, you want me to eat this? Uncle Shen was stunned. Yep, that's exactly it. Luo Feng let out a little awoo and nudged the big apple with his snout again, pushing it right against Uncle Shen. Uncle Shen, the little guy likes you so much. Don't be rude, just take a bite. Li Xian was stirring the pot too. Everyone knew the little guy had already bitten it. Let's see how Uncle Shen fumbles this. He was speechless and looked so awkward. He still didn't realize Luo Feng's IQ was that high. He didn't know he was being pranked. He was just trying to think of an excuse. Is he really going to eat it? It's got dragon drool all over it. It's not like it's toxic or anything, but it's just hard to actually put your mouth on it. I mean, Luo Feng is cute, but he's still an animal, right? LMAO, Uncle Shen, what are you waiting for? Dig and don't you dare disappoint the baby dragon. It's just a little dragon spit, no big deal. The people in the live stream were absolutely losing it. Everyone's starting to stir the pot now. You don't say that it's actually kind of gross. For real, even the crew is jumping in. That's too much. They're really doing my man Grandpa Shen dirty like that. Bro's gonna catch something if he actually eats that. LOL. Grandpa Shen is holding a straight-up cursed gift right now. Just as everyone's waiting to see his next move, he just laughs it off and gives Luo Feng a head pat. Kiddo, it's not that I won't eat it. It's just that this apple you gave me is way too precious. I gotta keep this as a souvenir. Man, that line totally saved him, but the whole crew just gave him the massive side eye. LOL, absolute fire. Grandpa Shen is goated. That high IQ response, though, clean. And check him out. He's actually faking it and putting the apple in his pocket like he's really going to save it forever. But what he actually does with it later, only he knows. But Luo Feng isn't having it. He's not done trolling. He swipes his claw right at the apple Grandpa Shen is trying to hide. Slink sliced clean in half. Bro's claws are sharper than a sword god's blade. That's some top-tier chef energy right there. Yo, those claws are cracked. He really just sliced that apple like it was nothing. I'm shook. Those things are basically meat cleavers. Chill out, fam. It's just an apple. Why are we acting like it's a big deal? Try cutting through steel, then we'll talk. Yeah, it looked cool, but everyone was just surprised, not like mind blown yet. But they have no idea. These claws are for way more than just fruit ninja stuff. Yo, Grandpa Shen, you see that the little guy wants you to eat it now. No more collecting it. He even sliced it for you. Shangguan Shui starts stirring the pot again. Look how nice he is. You don't even have to do the work. Forfar, if you don't eat it, the little guy's going to be tilted. Huang Ziking joins the hype. Man, my life is a tragedy. This little guy is straight up trolling me, isn't he? Grandpa Shen finally gets it, but how's he supposed to eat this? It's already been gnawed on, and it's covered in dragon spit. At this point, Grandpa Shen is literally speechless. Shangguan Shui sees he's cooked, so she steps in to save him and pets Luo Feng's head. LOL. Hey, little guy. Stop bullying your Grandpa Shen for a sec. If he keeps yapping next time you feed him, then you can get him okay. We'll see about that. Luo Feng let out a little huff. He's probably thinking Grandpa Shen learned his lesson. Wait, from the way you guys are talking, he really was messing with me. Grandpa Shen was just guessing before, but now it's a total facts moment. That's what happens when you don't take him seriously. You're gonna slack off next time. Huang Ziking says with a giggle. Yo, so the little guy was really playing him this whole time. What the heck? You still don't get it. He put that spit on there just to see if Grandpa Shen would actually eat it. Bro, his IQ is actually insane. Wait, he's a literal dragon, so of course he's built different. LMAO first, it was Tang Yongzhen, then the others, and now it's Grandpa Shen's turn to get clapped. I'm dead. If Schweier didn't bail him out, I don't even know how Grandpa Shen would have ended that. Grandpa Shen sees it's finally over and breathes a sigh of relief. Note to self, gotta keep an eye on this kid. He's definitely not your average pet. Next time I feed him, I'm locking in. No more yapping. Grandpa Shen, the fact that he's joking with you means he's already vibing with you. Shangguan Shui says, trying to fix the awkwardness. But right then, a few old dudes in traditional suits come sprinting into the main tent. It's the Professor Squad led by Lu Changfeng. They've been staying on the island this whole time. Everyone jumped when they saw Lu Changfeng and his crew charging into the filming area. No one knew what was up. Usually they stay far away while the cameras are rolling. Something big is definitely going down. Miss Shangguan, where's that apple from? Just now. Lu Changfeng didn't ask about anything else, just the apple. He looked like his life depended on it. Dean Lu, it's right here. Grandpa Shen points at Luo Feng's side. The apple was still glistening with Luo Feng's dragon spit. Perfect. Lu Changfeng was hyped when he saw the spit. He grabbed it and shouted to Professor Zhao, hurry, get a sample of this saliva right now. Be extremely careful. Do not spill a single drop. Professor Zhao just nods and takes the apple, holding it like it's made of glass. He's low-key terrified a single drop of spit will fall off. Shangguan Shui is just standing there like, what is actually happening right now? Lu Changfeng sees her confusion and laughs. He says if it weren't for their show, he wouldn't have even thought of this. This little guy's saliva is actually a gold mine for research. I mean, his droppings are already straight-up treasure since they make crops grow at light speed. You guys really clutched up with the show today. This is a massive win. The professors were so distracted by Uncle Shen that they totally blanked on the saliva thing. It was only a matter of time before they realized, though. The chat is absolutely losing it right now. They're really going to research the baby's spit. If his business makes plants go God mode, what's the drool going to do? LOL, is it sweet or what, I'm dead? Why didn't Uncle Shen just eat the apple? Bro, that's literally dragon spit in the legends. That stuff is legendary tier loot. The whole stream is shook. These world-class professors are geeking out over a tiny bit of spit like they just got a limited edition toy. This is actually insane. Oh, and Lu's got a new heavy hitter to introduce. Lu Changfeng gestures to an old man. This is Gu Pingtao from the chemistry department at Beijing University. He's an absolute unit when it comes to analyzing organic compounds. Total industry legend. The second Gu Pingtao's name drops, the live chat goes nuclear. Everyone knows Gu Pingtao at Beijing University. He's the GOAT of the chemistry department. He's easily top 5 in the entire country, on the same level as Lu Changfeng himself. The government is clearly taking this dragon baby seriously if they're sending S-tier talent for on-site research. This guy's cracked. You know that nano antibacterial tech? Yeah, he's the one who cooked that up. Nano, I have no idea what that is, but it sounds OP, so I'm here for it. They're sending the big guns from Beijing now. That's how you know he's a real dragon. No way these legends would all show up for just some random animal. I just want to know what the dragon spit actually does. The hype is real. Shangguan Shuer looks at the chat, and she's just as curious as everyone else. She asks Director Lu, what can this little guy's saliva actually do? And if his business can already speed up crop growth, does that mean the research is a success? Well, we have the first results. We need more time for the details. Lu says, look, just adding a tiny bit of his droppings to regular feed. It's like adding salt to a dish. That fertilizer can cut a plant's growth time by 1/3. It works on any soil. Black, yellow sand, literally any plant. And if you use it directly, it can speed up the growth cycle by dozens of times. The film crew is literally standing there with their mouths open. Is this a cultivation novel or something I've read stories where crops grow instantly, like growing ginseng in a single day, and now it's actually happening in real life? Of course, that's just the droppings. We really want to check his urine too, but he doesn't seem to go very often. Lu Changfeng laughs and looks at Uncle Shen. Mr. Shen, I'm telling you straight up, by not eating that apple, you might have just fumbled the biggest win of your entire life. Uncle Shen is totally lost. Like, how does not eating a chewed-on apple mean he missed his big break? He wanted to say the guy was capping, but since he's a famous professor, he kept it chill. He just joked, what do you mean? Is that apple going to make me immortal or something? Maybe not immortal. Lu Changfeng didn't really know how to explain it, so he thought for a second. Based on our analysis, his droppings have 0 toxins or harmful substances for humans. Basically, if that's clean, then his spit and everything else is definitely safe. Everything ends up in the same place anyway. So you're saying the little guy's spit is at least safe, but we still don't know the actual buffs. Shangguan is sharp and catches on quick. Exactly. It's definitely non-toxic. As for the benefits, we won't know until we run the tests. Lu laughs and says, look, I already told you the droppings cut growth cycles. The saliva might be even more broken. I mean, it's the pure essence of a dragon baby. Tang Yongjin spoke up saying, not necessarily man. Poop and spit are 2 totally different things. Lu Changfeng replied, we won't know for sure until the research is done. About 30 minutes later, Professor Gu Pingtao, the new guy, had already been grinding on Luo Feng's saliva sample for a solid half hour. He'd bolted from the main tent with the sample, and now it looked like the results were finally in. Old Gu, why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be testing that spit? Lu Changfeng was still busy dropping knowledge on the crew when Gu burst in. The results are out. Huge results. This is straight up heaven-defying, bro. Gu Pingtao looked like he'd just sprinted all the way from the island's temporary lab. He was totally spent, leaning over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. He wanted to just call, but he was afraid he couldn't explain it over the phone. He was so hyped he just ran over. Professor Gu, take it easy. Grab a drink first. Shangguan Shui was losing it too. It looked like the little guy's saliva test results were about to change the game. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Gu Pingtao downed the water like a beast, took a few deep breaths, and finally started to look human again. He slowly started talking. Okay, it's official. We found cancer-fighting antibody bacteria in the little guy's saliva. Basically, we can extract this stuff and turn it into a cure for cancer that actually works. This new anti-cancer drug would be the most effective thing in medical history. No way, are you serious? Once he said that, the whole place went wild. The hype was deafening. Everyone was screaming. Oh my God, how is that even possible? I can't believe it. If this is real, he's literally God tier. Holy, That's insane. Cancer has always been the final boss that nobody could beat. Sure, some miracle drugs came out recently, but they cost over $1 million a shot just to see any results. Let's be real, those weren't even that magical. But now they literally pulled a cancer cure out of Luo Feng's spit. This is broken Professor Gu. Are you sure about this? It's only been 30 minutes. Lu Changfeng had imagined 10,000 uses for Luo Feng's spit, like rapid healing or fixing internal injuries. He'd thought of some wild stuff like high-end skincare or whatever, but he never expected it to kill cancer. If this is legit, it's a massive leap for human medicine. We're talking about an era-defining legendary tier jump. Director Zhu, you can doubt anything else about me, but don't you dare doubt the expertise of me or my students. Gu Pingtao was dead serious. Lu Changfeng had nothing else to say. He was silenced. Suddenly, another loud voice cut through the air. It was another guy in a lab coat, one of Gu Pingtao's students. Professor Gu, new discovery. We found something else. What is it? Gu Pingtao had rushed over just to share the first result with Lu Changfeng while his students kept working. Did they seriously find more? Professor, the stuff in this saliva. It's not just fighting cancer, it's way more aggressive than that. The PhD student was panting hard. Wait, what do you mean by aggressive? Lu Changfeng was stunned. What was the catch? Because it doesn't just resist it. It kills it on sight, the student continued. And it's not just cancer cells. We tested it on white blood cells too, and the results were the same. God mode enabled. That's way too powerful. Gu Pingtao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was completely caught off guard. One shock after another, he felt like he was going to pass out. Thud. Gu Pingtao literally dropped to his knees right there on the ground. He roared, "From this day on, cancer is finished. It's over for cancer. Since the student said it kills rather than just resists, it means if they use this on humans, cancer cells will be totally wiped out. Does this mean the world's biggest killer is finally cooked? What the heck, can it really kill cancer cells? Is this for real? What about leukemia? What's the deal? Can that be cured too?" Shang Guanshui was also in shock. She looked at the chat, everyone was doubting it, and asked, "Professor Gu, is this research actually legit?" "It's real. Trust me and trust my students. We are the pros." Gu Pingtao was so hyped he was literally kneeling, but nobody called him extra. In a historical moment like this, anyone would be losing their mind. Actually, if you think about it, this makes total sense. Tang Yongjin suddenly spoke up, making everyone turn to look at him. Especially Gu Pingtao, who asked, "Wait, Tang Yongjin, what do you mean?" "You mean, wait, are you saying that legendary divine dragon is actually that thing? I mean, there's no record of it ever being sick. How could a creature like that even get ill? It has to be built different, like its body can just delete any virus. Whatever Tang Yongjin was hiding, it's definitely a beast on the level of a divine dragon. Nobody's ever heard of it getting sick, so his theory checks out. Does that mean its saliva can literally cure everything? If that's true, it's a straight-up miracle. But for now, it's just a theory. At least we have proof regarding the cancer and white blood cells." Gu Ping swallowed hard. She was low-key vibrating with excitement and knew she had to go even harder on the research when she got back. This lead is the real deal. They have to test it on every type of disease cell now. If it can really cure everything, it's officially broken. Lu Changfeng was losing his mind with excitement. His hand shook a little as he pulled out his phone and dialed. "I'm calling the capital right now." Lu Changfeng bit his lip as the call connected. "Elder Ro, sir. It's Lu Changfeng. We've got a massive breakthrough." Now, Elder Ro wasn't just a name, he was a 3-star elder. His name was Ro, so everyone called him Elder Ro. 3-star elders are super rare in the Empire. There are only a few dozen of them. There are only 7 or 8 4-star elders, and the only 5-star elder is the big boss, Elder Huang. "Elder Ro, I'm requesting immediate action for the Peach Blossom Island sector. You guys need to move faster. Get the residents moved out safely and ramp up the island patrols right now." Lu Changfeng was sounding hype as hell. "Dean Lu, wait." Elder Ro was confused. The place was already locked down with at least 300 guards. "You want more men, Elder Ro? You don't get it. We just got the results back. The little guy's saliva literally deletes cancer cells. It's a cure for cancer," Lu Changfeng shouted. "This means as long as we have the little guy, the Empire will never have to worry about cancer again. No way." On the other end, Elder Ro was stunned into silence. After 10 seconds of silence, he finally let out a breath. "All right, I'm reporting this to Elder Huang immediately. Your request should be approved. Just focus on the research. Let me know if you need anything else." Then he hung up. Lu Changfeng was still reeling from the shock, just shaking his head. This was absolutely cracked. Even though he wasn't a medical pro, he knew exactly how massive a cancer cure was. Basically, if those foreign medical labs want this drug later, they're going to have to beg Dongsheng for it. They used to be the ones getting gatekept in the medical world. Now they aren't just gatekeeping the West, they're the only ones with a literal baby dragon. Without the baby dragon, even if the world knew how it worked, they wouldn't have the materials. It's like knowing the secret recipe for a god-tier meal, but having 0 ingredients. You're cooked. Back in the capital, Elder Rowe was still in total shock after hanging up. He just sat there in his chair for a solid few minutes, trying to wrap his head around the news. He was smiling like a madman, totally hyped. Honestly, for the people who built this empire, hearing something like this made them lose their minds. They were completely obsessed. After dazing out for a second, his shaking hand reached for the office phone. Xiaoju is the old man napping. Not yet, you want to see him? Yeah, I need to see him. The man he wanted to see was Elder Huang himself. He gathered the documents Liu Changfeng had faxed over. He shoved them into a folder and practically sprinted out of his office. He headed straight for the biggest, most high-security office in the building. 2 soldiers from the War Department were standing guard at the door with submachine guns. Elder Rowe, what's the emergency? The guard stepped up to block him, but a heavy voice boomed from inside. Let him in. The soldiers stepped back and punched a complex code into the door. Then they scanned their fingerprints. Even getting into a normal office was a whole mission here. Old Rowe, what's going on? Inside, Elder Huang was sitting at his desk, looking at files on Peach Blossom Island. As soon as Elder Rowe opened his mouth, it looked like Old Man Huang was finally hooked. He put down his pen immediately and asked, Did they find something new over there? I will get to that in a second. Luo was playing it cool, keeping him in suspense. He continued, Liu Changfeng is asking for more backup. Local security isn't enough anymore. He wants the War Department involved. Huang's brow furrowed deep. How is that even possible? We already talked about this. The kid's identity isn't 100% confirmed yet. If we move now, we're being way too loud. If he doesn't turn out to be a dragon, the West will use it to drag our country's name through the mud. That's why we didn't send a full escort. Security was supposed to stay low-key. Take a look at this file first. It's about what you just asked. Some new discoveries regarding the little guy. Luo placed the folder on the desk and said, New data on the little one. Hearing that Huang's hands moved like lightning, he ripped that folder open. He started scanning the pages. The more he read, the more he couldn't hide his hype. In his position, he couldn't just wild out like a normal person. He had to keep his cool no matter the situation. Men like him don't just jump up and down when they're excited. It wasn't that the news wasn't hype enough to make him jump, but it just wasn't professional. He barely kept his chill. Huang finally spoke, the research shows. This little guy's waste can make plants grow like crazy, and his saliva can literally help cure cancer. That's right. Elder Huang, this is beyond science. Luo was hyped too. Both of these discoveries are absolutely cracked. Once we dive deeper into the research, it's going to change everything for farming and medicine. Huang kept a straight face while his heart was racing. He said, Honestly, it makes sense. If his spit couldn't kill cancer, then any random disease could take out a dragon, right? Haha, exactly. That's the exact same thing Tang Yongzhen said. Since the little guy is showing off such god-tier abilities, Huang paused for a second, then said, Luo, listen up. I'm green-lighting the reinforcements. This dragon baby needs to grow up fast and safe. From now on, he is our nation's ultimate trump card. No one with bad intentions gets anywhere near him. One more thing. Those actors and celebrities can stay, but you grill every single one of them. Check if they've had any contact with foreigners lately. Bottom line, nothing happens to our dragon baby. Not even a scratch. Luo thought for a moment and asked, So, should we keep the live stream going? Of course it continues. This lets the people know what's happening. It builds confidence. It keeps us united. Think about the average person. They're going to be so proud to have a real dragon. Even those living overseas will realize they truly are the descendants of the dragon. Elder Huang, I get it now. Luo smiled. Huang was taking this way more seriously than he even expected. One word from him meant everything. Protect the dragon baby at all costs. This meant the scientists going to Peach Blossom Island, or the security protecting Luofeng, or even the War Department troops going there. Even if they all get wiped out, Luofeng must be safe. That is what at all costs means. About 30 minutes later, a piece of news hit the top of the trending charts on social media. The official War Department account dropped a massive update. They announced a military drill near Peach Blossom Island starting tomorrow. They told everyone in the area to stay off the water. The drill is going to be non-stop for at least a month. As soon as that hit, it went viral instantly. I mean, Peach Blossom Island is already the most famous place on the planet right now. People didn't link it to Luofeng at first, but then they realized, what kind of drill lasts a whole month? That's actually insane. Then they dropped the map of the drill zone. It basically surrounds the entire island. If the fans didn't get it by now, they'd have to be literal idiots. Oh my god, no way! Does this mean the military is going in to protect Dragon Baby, bro? What else could it mean? This is next level. I heard there are thousands of soldiers going in. This is straight fire. Is this the power of a real dragon? Our little guy is finally getting the massive clout he deserves. No doubt. People online only know that the professors went there, but they have no idea about the secret protection from the Security Bureau. This is the first time we have heard of the little guy being valued by the Empire's War Department. The fact that the security and military sectors are involved means this is on a whole different level compared to just the biology department. The military is way more prestigious and authoritative. Is this the Empire's way of making an official announcement? Isn't it obvious? Let me put it this way, the officials have already confirmed the little guy's identity. They just haven't announced it yet. For some reason, maybe they are waiting for more tests. I bet they will make it official the next time something big happens. I still feel like there is some secret behind why the live stream cut out yesterday. Did you guys catch the stream yesterday? Dean Lu Changfeng said that because Uncle Shen didn't eat the little guy's apple, he missed out on a miracle that he will regret for the rest of his life. Yeah, I remember the stream cut off right after that. Is there some crazy secret behind an apple that the little guy bit into? My gut tells me that the apple is definitely the key to this secret. Damn, I really want to head over to Peach Blossom Island and see the little guy in person. Just watching online is making me so restless. Haha, let's squat up. Everyone bring your kitchen knives from home and let's go hard against a military force of thousands. Haha, good luck with that, bro. I think I'll pass. Trying to fight warships with kitchen knives is a choice. Social media is absolutely exploding right now like never before. The more the Empire values Luofeng, the more everyone feels like they have already confirmed he is a real dragon. Regular people have believed it all along, but the Empire hasn't made it official. Everyone is dying for that official reveal moment. That is why this whole situation has everyone so hyped. The War Department literally showed up and blocked off the area using a drill as an excuse. If that is not protection, what is? I heard these soldiers are actually from the Imperial Guard. Do you know what that means? Think of the legendary guards who protected the capital back in the day. Those were the elite soldiers guarding the Emperor. The Imperial Guard is the modern version of that. In other words, these are the most loyal people under the old man himself. This shows just how high the level of importance is. Of course, right after the War Department announced they would be drilling near Peach Blossom Island for at least a month, the Biology Bureau also dropped an article. Here is what it said. Through continuous study of this new biological entity, our department has finally achieved a major breakthrough in our research. It turns out the saliva secreted by this creature can actually kill cancer cells. Not only that, it can also kill white blood cells, thermal cells, HGU eye cells, and up to 8 other types of mutated cells. The research is still ongoing. We will release more updates later on whether it can kill other types of diseased cells. This means our country can finally develop its own anti-cancer drugs independently. We are about to have a massive breakthrough in the field of leukemia and cancer research. Once this news got out, it was even more shocking than the military drill announcement. The hype is reaching god-tier levels. Now netizens finally understand why the Empire sent the Imperial Guard and the War Department to protect the little guy. Doesn't a creature like this deserve that kind of protection? Damn, are they trying to kill us with shock today? One piece of news after another, and each one is more explosive than the last. I am dead. The little guy is way too cracked. How is his spit that magical? All I can say is that Uncle Shen is probably crying in the club right now. Haha, you have to realize that is basically dragon saliva. For now, it will probably only be used for research and won't be available to the public. Even if it becomes available later, the price will probably be insane. Right, bro? As long as it can actually cure people, who cares about the price? I just hope the little guy drools more. Haha, maybe we should send some beauties over to tempt him. Haha, I'm down for that. Or we could just starve him for 3 days. Hey, the guy above me wants to die. If he starves to death, where is my dragon baby going to get the saliva from? He is seriously so OP. I have to say, our dragon is invincible. Uncle Shen already posted on his socials, admitting he missed the greatest chance of his life. Haha, come on, let's go check out the comments. This new discovery about Luofeng's saliva on social media, it is even more viral than the video of him floating in the air. It broke 80 million comments in less than an hour. That is absolutely terrifying. Keep in mind how crazy that video of Luofeng flying was last time. It is a special column just for the dragon. In only half a day, it reached over 100 million comments. Everyone is absolutely losing their minds. A little guy like this is actually worth the Empire mobilizing for him. The military is starting to show how much they value Luofeng, and they aren't even trying to hide it anymore. Well, they are still capping a bit, since they are calling it a training drill. If they just said they were here to protect Luofeng, that would be the same as a hard launch that he is a dragon. Of course, the crew knows all about the drama on Weibo now. Everyone is so hyped. Haha, Uncle Shen. There are so many people on Weibo clowning you and calling you a pig. Huang Ziqing laughed and shoved her phone right in Uncle Shen's face. Get out of here. Uncle Shen rolled his eyes at her and then sighed. It is my fault. My bad. I really just want to go kiss that little guy on the mouth now. If I had just eaten that apple yesterday, I would be immune to every disease. Honestly, Uncle Shen was totally faking that smile. Who wouldn't be pressed after something like that? It is like someone picking the perfect lottery numbers. But then their wife won't give them $2 to buy the ticket, and the numbers actually hit for 50 million. The regret is unreal. Uncle Shen didn't even touch his breakfast today. Aw, Uncle Shen. You don't have to be that pressed, Tang Yongjin explained. Look at it this way. The reason a creature like a dragon doesn't get sick is definitely because of the antibodies and cells in its body. But dragons probably haven't caught every single disease. Evolutionarily speaking, they only have resistance to things in their DNA. A dragon's spit can only fight those specific things. Teacher Tang, are you saying dragons got sick back in the day too? And then they developed antibodies that were passed down through generations, so now they aren't scared of those diseases. But their ancestors didn't catch everything. Shangguan Shui was low-key confused. I can't really explain it, but that's the vibe. Tang Yongjin said, but that is just looking at it from a biological and genetic perspective. He is a divine dragon. Maybe he really is built different and immune to everything. Stop talking, I was finally starting to feel better. Now my chest actually hurts. Uncle Shen was speechless. Why did they have to mention the immunity again? I was just starting to get over it. You are totally bullying me on purpose, aren't you, Tang Yongjin? The thing is, Uncle Shen went to see Luofeng this morning and tried to beg him for more spit, but he got straight up rejected. Luofeng thought about it. Even though spit is basically free for him, it is like the legends say. You can't give away the sacred stuff too easily. If it is too cheap, they won't value it. I heard Uncle Shen went to find the little guy this morning to ask for spit. Teacher Wang heard the tea from the staff. As soon as he said it, everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha, Uncle Shen. You were hating on the little guy yesterday. Now you're out here begging. And he curved you, Uncle Shen. You really caught an L today. After everyone finished joking, Uncle Shen gave an awkward laugh. Whatever. This is literal immortality we are talking about. Is it that bad to ask? Is it really that embarrassing, Uncle Shen said, looking at everyone with a grin. Maybe I should go back and beg him one more time. Ha ha ha, everyone lost it again. Oh, is that the little guy at the door? Huang Ziqing suddenly shouted. He's finally awake. He strolled out of his villa and glanced right at Uncle Shen. He looked like he was totally gloating. Aw, the baby is here. Uncle Shen saw him. He ran straight over to him. Quick, let Grandpa hug and kiss you before Uncle Shen could even get close. Luofeng rolled his eyes and started throwing paws at Uncle Shen. Get back, bro. All they heard were cute little dragon growls. Man, Uncle Shen looked like he was going to cry when the little guy wouldn't let him hug him. Ha ha, Uncle Shen, don't be so pressed. You have to win him over slowly. Teacher Wang just shook his head and laughed. This little guy is such a troll. But you can't even blame him. Who told Uncle Shen to hate on the apple he bit yesterday? No spit for you. Teacher Wang noticed something different about Shangguan Shui's face and asked, why is your face so shiny? Did you redo your makeup? Is that moisturizer? Shangguan Shui shook her head. No, it's like this. During my nap at noon, the little guy snuck into my bedroom while I was still dreaming. I think a child is rubbing clay on his face. When I wake up, I see the little boy. I was covered in spit. It was so annoying. Of course, when Shangguan Shui said it was annoying, she was totally flexing. She even glanced at Uncle Shen. Our little guy is just way too naughty. You can't do that anymore. Your sister Shui is in a plate of ribs, so why are you licking her? Shangguan Shui patted Luofeng's head. You are one lucky guy. Little did she know Luofeng was actually trying to sneak a peek while she was napping. After all, he and Huang Ziqing are his true ride or dies. The experts are saying his saliva is a total cheat code, Basically a miracle cure for perfect skin. Since the research isn't finished yet, Luo Feng decided to give her a little boost. He is like sis no cap. Your skin is looking insane today. So smooth and tight. Li Xian is a girl after all, so she immediately spotted the glow up on Shuier today. Wait, do I really? Shengguan Shui was shook. Was the little guy's drool actually cracked? No cap, Shuier. Your skin literally looks years younger. Even Teacher Wang saw the difference. It's all thanks to the little guy. This is actually broken. Shengguan Shui was straight up speechless. Even though she's only 27 and known as a top-tier beauty, her skin wasn't quite what it was at 18. But now this little guy is treating her like a queen, making her skin look years younger. Guess she needs to let him kiss her face more often. LOL. Is she about to become an ageless goddess? Just thinking about it made Shengguan Shui want to snatch up Luo Feng and give him a huge hug. This dragon baby is literally the GOAT. Yo, should we tell academician Lu Changfeng about this discovery? Shengguan Shui was beyond hyped. She honestly didn't see this coming. When she woke up from her nap and found him licking her face, she was actually low-key mad. She was about to go off on him, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She just complained a little. But now it's a total plot twist. His saliva is literally a fountain of youth, making her skin soft and smooth. I don't even believe it. This is too magical. Let me check the mirror. Shengguan Shui grabbed her phone to check. No way. The glow-up was real. It's like a full-on beauty treatment. Your skin is so smooth. I'm so jealous. All the pretty girls on set crowded around, looking at Luo Feng with major FOMO. Why wasn't he licking them? Every girl there was obsessed with their skin. These actresses spend over 6 hours a day, literally more than 1/4 of 24 hours on skin and body care. Thank you so much, Shengguan Shui was so excited. She leaned down and kissed Luo Feng right on the cheek. He froze. He didn't expect her to actually kiss him back. But Luo Feng was chill about it. He basically already kissed her during that beauty treatment anyway. Poof, ha ha ha, look at that. The little guy is actually blushing. Everyone caught Luo Feng's expression and immediately burst out laughing again. Shuier picked up where she left off, saying she had already notified academician Lu Changfeng. Teacher Wang asked, "What did he say?" Of course he was hyped, but it wasn't quite on the same level as the cancer breakthrough. Teacher Wang chuckled. After all, one is just the cosmetics industry, while the other is the medical field. They're in completely different leagues. Meanwhile, the live stream was absolutely popping off once they found out about the little guy's new ability. Oh my god, Sister Shuier looks seriously stunning today. That perfect skin is literally glowing. Man, I'm so jealous of Shengguan Shuier. Why doesn't stuff like this ever happen to me? OMG, honestly, I'd straight up eat the little guy's spit. No cap. LOL. If even Uncle Shen couldn't get his hands on it, you really think you're built different. Why are we roasting Uncle Shen again? Hasn't he suffered enough today? Ha ha ha, I don't even need to eat it. I just need him to treat me the way he treated Sheer. Go play with your own dog, bro, haha. Your dog probably just ate some trash outside. Okay, stop, that's actually nasty. This is insane. His saliva is literally worth a fortune, no exaggeration. I'm dead. My wife watched the stream and asked me where she can buy the dragon baby spit. She's ready to drop $1 million. Haha, you can't buy it right now. At most, the film crew gets a few perks. But the little guy's looking all serious and untouchable. It's going to be tough, Uncle Shen. The opportunity was right there and you fumbled it. I'm hyped to see what the little guy's pee can do. Anti-aging eternal life. The chat was going wild. Everyone was guessing what other parts of Luo Feng would turn out to be legendary. The viewers and the public already knew the truth deep down. Luo Feng is straight up a divine dragon. No cap. If he wasn't, how could his saliva be this broken? Back on set, Shengguan Shui is vibing. She has been grinning from ear to ear all day. She could not stop checking the mirror and snapped a fire selfie to post on her feed. The caption said, "Major plot twist. Our baby saliva is literally a beauty hack." No way. I was the first test subject. Now, Shengguan Shui is not some low-tier influencer. We are talking about a top-tier legend. In the industry, her looks and physique are the actual ceiling. With over 100 million followers, the second she hit post, the internet went into a total meltdown. Plus, the live stream already leaked the news, so everyone was already camping on her profile. In just 30 minutes, she cleared 8 million comments. It was pure chaos, but that was expected. The real shocker. Every other A-list celeb started sliding into the comments too. Reba was the first one there sounding super salty. "I literally hate you. Why did you not invite me to the set?" Then Yang Mi chimed in, "Sis, let me get a kiss from that baby dragon too, pretty please." Xiao Yingbao was stunned. This is insane. How many more buffs is this little guy hiding? Even Chung Xiao joined the chat. I am literally crying right now. Why did I skip this project for some random movie? I am cooked. Tang Yan was actually in tears. Shen Guanshui's post basically summoned half the female stars in the industry. They were all flexing their jealousy in public, but the private DMs were even wilder. Some were actually begging her to steal some of that saliva. LOL. Imagine being that desperate. But they cannot even get on set. They were totally helpless. With all these big-name actresses commenting, the post went viral. It rocketed to the number 3 spot on the trends right behind the military's drill plans. It was basically neck and neck with the saliva cures cancer news. And then there is Yang Mi. Girl, stop stressing me out. How am I supposed to steal his spit? Shen Guanshui replied, forget the spit. People are even watching his bathroom breaks. There is zero chance she was totally speechless. All her industry friends were begging for favors, but this little guy's every move was being watched. Not a single opening. It was not just her either. Huang Ziqing and Li Xian were also getting bombarded by their friends to secure some of that liquid gold. Seeing the madness, the crew just turned off their phones. They did not want to bring any heat to Luo Feng. It was clear Luo Feng was not just handing out miracles for free. Meanwhile, he was napping in Kiki's arms. He looked super cozy. Kiki was rocking her anime aesthetic today with bright blue hair. Too cute. Luo Feng knew exactly what was up. Kiki worked hard to get her turn to hold him. She wanted the same glow-up as Shangguan Shui. She even scrubbed all her makeup off before holding him. Without the heavy cosmetics, she looked incredibly natural and stunning. Real visual queen energy. Luo Feng saw right through her. She was basically begging for a kiss. Or, to put it simply, some spit. But she was too shy to say it. Little girl, I do not even need to look to know you are hyped for this, he thought. Luo Feng leaned up and gave her a quick peck on the cheek, then stopped immediately. He wanted to see if just a tiny bit would actually trigger the beauty effect. OMG, you just kissed me. Kiki squealed, her heart racing. Everyone's heads turned instantly. Even old man Shen was looking a bit salty. Then it happened. Kiki used her hand to spread the spot where he kissed her, but it felt a bit sticky. She grabbed a wet wipe to even it out. Once it was set, the magic began. Kiki, your skin. It looks way brighter than before, someone yelled. Whoa, it is so smooth. Kiki whipped out her phone to check her reflection. She could not believe her eyes. Just that tiny amount had that much power. Normally, her bare face would look a bit dull. But now she looked radiant and silky smooth, even without a drop of makeup. She felt like she had aged backward by at least 5 years. It was not as extreme as Shangguan Shui's change, but still fire. Yes, this is amazing. Thank you so much. Kiki was so hyped, she almost jumped for joy. Luo Feng was speechless in her arms. Stop shaking already. Your massive mountains are vibrating nonstop and squishing my dragon face. It is so annoying. Kiko was obviously super hyped. Luo Feng just wiggled out of her hug and let her go stare at herself in the mirror. Seeing this, Huang Ziqing naturally took over the job of holding Luo Feng. You were amazing today. You made Sister Shuir so happy, and even Sister Kiko is thrilled now. How could Ziqing ever forget you? Luo Feng actually wanted to help her. Since she was hanging out with Shangguan Shui, he was down to carry her too. Then Luo Feng let out a few cute little growls at her. Are you trying to help me too? Huang Ziqing blushed a bit. She was still young, so she did not really need a glow-up, but she grabbed a bottle anyway. Then she tried to get Luo Feng to drool a little. Oh my god, what is Ziqing even doing? Is she using that bottle to catch it and drink it? No way is she actually going to drink that. Why else would she use a bottle? People say it cures 100 diseases, so she probably has to drink it. Maybe someone in her family is sick and she is taking it back for treatment. Everyone was guessing what Ziqing was up to. But soon the girl herself spoke up. Teacher Wang, I have some of the dragon baby's saliva here. Please call the professors. If they want to do research, they can use this sample. That was a total plot twist. No one expected this cute young girl to be so selfless. She is actually such a goat. The viewers in the live stream were once again flexed on by Ziqing's amazing character. While the other girls wanted it for skincare, she only thought about science. Even Luo Feng himself was totally shocked. This little cutie is usually so ditzy, but today she pulled off such a legendary move. I am a total fan now. Ziqing is seriously the best. What a good kid doing it all for science. She was not planning to drink it herself at all. Our Ziqing is literally an angel. We love you, Ziqing. Of course, her sudden change in attitude all started with those eggshells. At first, the film crew said to just throw them away, but Ziqing insisted on keeping them. She still remembered it clearly. Lu Changfeng looked so hyped and happy back then. And for good reason. The professors were not happy for themselves. They knew that having the eggshells meant they could push their research further. Ziking was really touched by that. So she felt she had to help the research team, plus her own father used to be a low-level researcher. It is just that her father passed away in a mountain climbing accident. The livestream viewers had nothing but high praise for Ziking, while Professor Liu and the others were deeply moved. They were honestly too embarrassed to ask the little guy for his spit. Like they said before, they could not force anything out of the little creature. For example, they could only pick up his droppings because he did not want them anymore. She really is a great kid. We were just sitting here wondering how to trick the little guy into giving us some saliva for the lab. Liu Changfeng laughed with relief. Ziking has always been a good girl. Honestly, all three of these girls have top-tier character. Zhao Yubao spoke up. Let's head over now and grab the saliva sample. This one batch is enough to split into many test groups. Then we can send them out for deep study. Professor Chen knew that last time they only had a tiny bit from that apple. It really was not much. In his heart, Professor Chen wanted to call this dragon ambergris, but he held his tongue. Before the Empire makes an official announcement, they have to keep things low-key. Soon Gu Pingtao from the crew arrived. That guy from the chemical engineering department and Liu Changfeng headed straight to the main tent. Is the old master here to pick up the spit? The old professors are working so hard, their tent is like 1 kilometer away, right? Why did the old man not just send someone to get it? Haha, for something this precious, Professor Gu definitely has to handle it himself to feel safe. The old professor looks exhausted, but so happy. I mean, who would not be hyped to study a literal dragon? If I could stay with the film crew for a day, I would wish to be 5 centimeters shorter, if that is what it took. Bro, if you get any shorter, you will have nothing left down there. I just have to vent. Why has the Empire not made an official announcement yet? For real. It is time to go public. Have you guys checked the international web? Those Westerners are calling us Dongsheng citizens total clowns. But the comments saying dragons are fake have definitely dropped off. Those guys probably saw the news too. They know the dragon baby is broken and OP, so they are probably scared to talk now, right? When we finally go official, those Westerners are going to be stunned. We will make them all look like fools. But some Westerners still think it is all just a massive stunt or some folk hoax. Otherwise, why would the Empire be scared to announce it? A stunt. They are literally just yapping at this point. So many people are watching this. I heard the aircraft carriers and warships are arriving at Peach Blossom Island today. The crew has to live stream that. Holy crap, where are they now? I live near the Jiangnan coast. Will I get a chance to see those massive carriers? Drop the coordinates. No way, I thought they were coming tomorrow, but they actually left today. Their speed is absolutely cracked. Well, duh, it is a dragon after all. He's got to get here fast. Our guardian god. When you were tiny, you were like my little carrier. Now that you're big, I'm the one protecting you. Damn. Bro, that actually made me tear up. That's so wholesome. Honestly, I just want the little guy to grow up fast. The hype is real. Gu Pingtao grabbed the bottle and is smiling like crazy right now. But the professor's next move left Luo Feng speechless. This old guy won't even let the little guy's pee go to waste. He's really asking for it. Flashback to a few minutes ago when Liu Changfeng and Gu Pingtao first walked into the main tent. Everyone on the crew stood up immediately to welcome them. Huang Ziking was stuck because she was holding Luo Feng, so she just nodded with a helpless look at the professor. My bad, I literally can't get up right now. It's all good. You're holding the little one, and he's resting, so don't disturb our little ancestor. Liu Changfeng gave a kind smile, then got dead serious. Ziking, on behalf of the entire biology department, I want to say thank you. He was being totally formal. After he finished speaking, he gave her a deep bow. This completely shook Huang Ziking. There's no way she could just take a bow from a legend like him. The guy's an elite academician with massive status. But she was still holding Luo Feng, so she still couldn't stand up. Still, Ziking knew exactly what was up. He's showing her this much respect because she helped collect Luo Feng's saliva for research. Everyone knows the spit on that apple was legendary. They already extracted it for the lab. It literally kills cancer cells. It wipes out diseased cells and bad white blood cells on contact. As professors, they are beyond grateful to her. Ziking, you really deserve this. After the bow, Liu Changfeng looked at the small bottle of dragon spit on the table. That was the one Ziking prepped for him. You guys know it kills cancer, but you don't realize how broken this is for our country's medical tech. Liu Changfeng got serious. Just imagine it. If we keep this tech for ourselves, our country will have the most advanced medical resources on the planet. A lot of people move abroad for better healthcare. But if we're the goats of medicine, all the rich elites will want to immigrate here instead. If we gatekeep this tech, the benefits for the empire are infinite. We'd instantly be top one in the medical world, hearing that everyone realized just how OP the little guy's spit really is. That's why Lu Changfeng was so hyped about a tiny bit of saliva. Like I said, the little guy is basically human. Trying to force him to give saliva is impossible. Some of the professors already tried it this morning. They tried to use a Q-tip while he was sleeping, but Luo Feng woke up and smacked the researcher with his tail. Professor Lu, it looks like the little guy is closer to us in the crew since we were the first ones he met. Tang Yongjin said, so just tell us what you need. If you have any orders or things we should watch out for while taking care of the little guy, let us know. Yeah, that's how it should be. Otherwise, trying to sneak around like you did this morning is way too dangerous. Mr. Wong said, Dean Lu, how about you write a list of what you need us to do? We'll follow your instructions as long as we don't make the little guy mad. Old man Shen chimed in, even though he's taking an L today. He's still tilted that he didn't eat that apple yesterday. But as long as the little guy is here, there's still a chance. He needs to stay locked in on the show. Fine, let's do that. Lu Changfeng nodded and thought for a second. It shouldn't be too complex. Just keep an eye on him 24/7. Anything he drops, just pick it up and give it to us for research. That's it. Lu Changfeng chuckled as he spoke. And yeah, if the little guy drops a deuce or takes a leak, you guys have to collect that too. Normally, these big celebrities would be disgusted hearing about collecting poop and pee. They would definitely be grossed out, but right now, no one even blinked. After all, that is dragon poop we are talking about. What about his nails? Huang Ziqing suddenly spoke up. I remember at the very beginning. When the little thing was trying to break out of its shell, it kept scratching at it with its claws. I think one of its nails snapped off back then. I think I just threw it away. Such a waste before Lu Changfeng could even respond suddenly. An old professor in a white lab coat came rushing into the tent, scaring the absolute life out of the crew. You threw it away. Where did you throw it? This guy looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, so he was not exactly ancient yet. No white hair, and he actually had pretty sharp features. He was definitely a total Chad when he was younger. Old man Joe, you are here too. Lu Changfeng got hyped seeing him. This was the legend from the Material Science Department, Zhou Weiguo. No wonder the security at the door did not stop him. Now they had top experts from Material Science, Chemical Engineering, and Biology all gathered on Peach Blossom Island. We are talking about Lu Changfeng from Biology, Zhou Weiguo from Materials, and Gu Pingtao from Chemicals. Pleased with a treasure like this on the island. You think I would not run here as fast as I could, Zhou Weiguo grumbled. Besides, if I did not get here early, my little guy's nails would have been snatched by you, wouldn't they? Hey, Zhou Weiguo, what is that supposed to mean? I called you here to help me, not to rob me. My biology institute is researching those claws first. You can look at them later. Lu Changfeng was not trying to hog the glory, but his professors had already spoken up. They knew material science too and wanted to study it. Oh, give me a break. You guys in biology want to go first. While us actual material science pros have to wait in line, Zhou Weiguo was his best friend. But when it came to research, he never backed down. So what if it is material science? Remember, my biology department is the lead on this project. Everyone follows my lead. Lu Changfeng shot back. Seeing he could not win the argument, Zhou Weiguo turned to Huang Ziqing. Hello there, Miss Ziqing. I am Professor Zhou. Listen to me. Where did you throw those nails? Tell me, and I will send my team to go find them. I am guessing you are still in college, right? If you are interested in coming to our national university, I can personally recommend you. You can pick any department you want and even cruise your way to a doctorate. It would be easy. Honestly, if you work a little hard, you could be an academician just like me by the time you are 30. No way, that is absolutely cracked. The rest of the film crew was completely stunned. Who exactly is this Zhou Weiguo? Talk about flexing. With just one recommendation, she can pick any department at the top university in the country. According to him, as long as she goes, a PhD is basically guaranteed. You have to realize that even getting into that university is insanely hard, let alone getting through grad school and then a doctorate. Now, Huang Ziqing is basically set for a PhD, but the next part was even more insane. Just work a little hard, and she can become an academician by 30. Do not be fooled by how flashy movie stars look like Uncle Shen over there. He is a legendary actor worth tens of billions. But compared to an academician, his status is not even close. It is a massive gap. Sure, in terms of income stars and movie moguls definitely make more, but academicians get a massive salary and insane government perks. A yearly salary of $500,000 is more than enough. That is so fire, I recognize this old guy now. Wait, I actually do not know who he is. Bro, are you trolling? If you do not know him, why are you so hyped? Let me finish. I have seen this old man Joe Waguo before. Even the president of our national university treats him with total respect. What? Even the university president respects him? That is wild. You know how high level a university president is, right? Is the status of an academician really that broken? Is he not just a professor at some school? Bro, it is not an exaggeration. The president of a top-tier university is basically on the same level as a high-ranking government official. Holy crap, so you are saying this Zhou Weiguo really can just say the word and Huang Ziqing gets a guaranteed PhD at the best school. As for being an academician, that would depend on her own talent, but for someone the university president respects that much, he must be a legend. What level is he exactly? He is probably a top professor in the material science department, but he probably does not teach classes often. Otherwise, people would recognize him. This is one of the most important departments in the entire empire. That is no joke. To be real, this department is way more important than biology. Times have changed, man. It's all about material science now. Biology is mid. Bro, get with the times. Saying biology isn't important right now. What is our dragon baby supposed to think? These two old heads are the problem. They're literally throwing hands over who gets to study the little guy's claws. Zhou Weiguo is not backing down. Then he looks at Ziqing and says, listen, I'm the GOAT in materials science. Give those claws to me. I'll do a way better job than these biology nerds. Trust me. Ugh, you two. Just figure it out yourself. Huang Ziqing is straight up speechless. Are these really world-class scientists? They've completely lost it. Does it even matter who goes first? Old Joe, are you seriously trying to start something today? I told you we'll give them to you after we're done. What's the difference? Lu Changfeng's face is beet red as he screams, no way. Zhou Weiguo isn't giving him a pass. We might be bros, but when it comes to research, I'm not giving an inch. Get out of here, I'm done with you. Lu Changfeng is dying inside. Like, what is even happening? Luo Feng has officially heard enough. They're literally standing right there, flexing about studying his waist, talking about his bathroom business and his nails. Where is the respect professors stop fighting? I actually have one more thing for you. Huang Ziqing speaks up, and the two old kids immediately stop their beef. They both ask at the same time, what is it? She says it's the scales that fell off when the little guy was born. I kept them as a souvenir, but if you guys really need them, I'll give them up for the cause. You should definitely take them for research. Ziqing felt like a total clown. How did she forget something this important? Wait, his scales. Oh my god, that's the legendary loot. Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo almost hit the ceiling. Honestly, Lu Changfeng already knew everything about this little guy is OP, so his scales must be cracked. He thought about getting a scale before, but those things are his armor. You can't just go at him with a knife. But now Ziqing says some fell off at birth. That is huge. Dragon scales, we've all heard the legends, right? The forbidden reverse scale. Touch it and it's game over. They knew these were impossible to get because Luo Feng would never say yes. No wonder they're freaking out. Okay, listen, old Lu. I'll stop beefing with you over the other stuff. Your biology team can handle the blood samples. Zhou Weiguo pulls out that 5-star professor energy. As for the scales and the claws, I'm taking those. Listen here, old Zhou, lose the attitude. So what if you're a 5-star professor? I might only be a 3-star, but remember when you were broke decades ago, who paid for your massive 15-table wedding? Lu Changfeng isn't playing around. If it wasn't for me, your wife would probably be with some other old dude right now. You think she'd marry you? You're being totally unfair. When I joined the department, I'm the one who introduced you to our master. Without my referral, you'd be nothing. Zhou Weiguo sees him digging up the past, and he's not having it. He's not falling for that. They've been friends for almost 50 years. If they're going to bring up old drama, they both have receipts. They've got endless dirt on each other. Man, these two old guys are a headache, fighting like toddlers. The crew can only hide their laughs because they can't exactly jump in. But the people in the live stream, they definitely grabbed their popcorn and sat down to watch the drama. This is pure entertainment. Some fans are being trolls cheering for Professor Lu or Professor Zhou. Behind them, they're students. The grad students are too scared to open their mouths, let alone stop them. Finally, after arguing about who gave who their food stamps back in the day, a massive roar shocks the entire crew. That is the sound of pure rage, and this roar sounds different from before. It's got a hint of a tiger's growl in it. Professor's the little guy is mad. You guys woke him up. Shangguan Shuyer walks over. She spends every day with Luo Feng, so she knows when he's tilted. That sound definitely means he's furious. This is all your fault. Why are you yelling, old Joe? You forgot our dragon baby is right here in the tent. My fault. You're the one who started the drama. They're about to go at it again, but then they see the angry little guy staring them down with his head held high. So the two of them were totally in sync and shut up at the same time. These two old heads were doing way too much. Luofeng was heated. He just got up totally over it and dipped back to his tent. It's straight up chaos here. These two geezers are relentless. Did all that research finally fry their brains? Did you hear that? Did you hear it? Professor Shen finally snapped out of his daze. In that little guy's howl just now, there was definitely a tiger's roar hidden in it. No cap in the ancient records dragon cries hit like a tiger's roar, but the vibe is totally different. Describing a dragon eagle's voice is impossible. A tiger roar, man, I wasn't even locked in. Joe Weiguo's eyes went wide. I didn't hear it either. It's your fault for beefing with me. Lu Changfeng was punching air. He really missed his chance to hear the little guy's peak form cry. Hearing a real dragon roar is like astronomers catching the actual sound of a black hole. It's that same level of hype, and you're still blaming me. Here we go. Round 2 of the beef. Huang Ziking finally hit her limit. Ugh, just wait. I'll go find where I threw those nails for you. I'll see if they're still there, and I'll grab the dragon scales too. You guys can fight over who gets to study them first later. Figure it out yourselves. After she said that Ziking dipped, no wonder the little guy was salty. These two old men are actual menaces. Turns out the place where the nails were tossed was right in the trash. Ziking and the staff spent forever digging through the bin, cleaning through every piece of junk. Finally, nails in the pocket. The shedded scales were in the box. Once she found both, she set them right on the table. Balls in your court, professors. But the second Ziking put those two items down. Both of them lunged for the loot like it was some legendary treasure. One grabbed one, the other grabbed the other. Give me that nail. Hand over the scale. No shot. It was a total stalemate. Neither of them would budge. They both took their loot and rushed back to their own teams to start the grind immediately. Finally, they're gone. That was a mission. I was low-key worried hands were going to fly, for real at their age. One fall and it's over. They really wouldn't give an inch, but at least they settled for one piece each in the end. These old heads have zero chill, especially that Zhou Weiguo. Even knowing this mission was for the bio department, Lu Changfeng wasn't backing down at all. Bro, someone even said the president of Capital University is scared of him. He's definitely high tier. But wait, what's up with this 5-star and 3-star professor talk? That's academician ranking. Getting even 1 star is a massive flex. It's insanely hard to level up. Get this, a few years back, this guy named Wang Baoshu cracked the code on quantum and edge computing. Everyone thought he'd jump straight to 3 stars. But guess what, 0? Not a single star. No way. A massive breakthrough like that, and he didn't even rank up. That's wild, but bro, the grind is real. There are less than 33-star academicians in the entire empire. There's probably only 5 or 6 5-star legends. Imagine the amount of XP you need to hit level 5. But that Wang Baoshu guy is basically peak 1 star. One more small win and he's 2-star. It's the difference between a rookie and a literal god. Zhou Weiguo being a 5-star academician is straight up OP. The chat was loving it. Everyone was having a blast. Fans were already clipping the argument video and posting it all over the socials. The internet was dying laughing, but they had nothing but respect. These guys are absolute demons for science. People always say scientists are wild, but this isn't just wild. These guys are straight up obsessed. But for real, everyone's hyped to see what Luofeng's nails and scales can actually do. I mean, they only studied his saliva so far, and that was already broken. Everyone knows that anything from this little guy is basically a cheat code, pure value. Since the saliva was so magical, people are low-key losing it over what the nails and scales are going to reveal. Meanwhile, Professor Zhou Weiguo secured the bag with the nails. He rushed back to the materials department tent. The whole squad was already there waiting for him. They didn't know what kind of legendary loot he'd grabbed, but seeing his face, everyone knew the next experiment was going to be insane. He really is him. A huge crowd of students and researchers gathered around. Look closely, everyone. What's in my bag right now are the claws from that little guy. Since the cameras are off, I can finally say it out loud. These are dragon claws. Lu Changfeng flexed them for everyone to see. The crowd below turned dead serious. Total shock on their faces. Zhou Weiguo's experiment was about to go down. A thick steel bar was set up on the testing machine. They just had to lock the little guy's claw into the robotic arm and let it swipe against the steel to test its sharpness. Honestly, they'd already seen Luofeng's claws slice through a drone's metal shell like it was nothing. Now Zhou Weiguo was thinking this steel bar might be toast too. Sure, the drone's shell was thin, but this... Alright, let's see. Operator, pay attention. The second you see that claw reaching its limit, stop. I won't have it breaking. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Lu Changfeng finished the countdown, the robotic arm gripped the claw and lunged toward the steel. Under the initial pressure, the claw didn't bend even a little bit, but it didn't pierce the steel either. But the moment the operator cranked it up just a tiny bit, a loud screeching sound echoed, and sparks started flying off that steel bar. Boom. The severed steel bar slammed onto the floor, clanging loudly. Oh my God, not just Zhou Weiguo, but every single one of his students behind him was absolutely stunned. Is this seriously still an animal's claw? This thing is basically a god-tier alloy. It actually sliced through solid steel. Operator, report the force levels. Now, Zhou Weiguo's voice was literally shaking. Seriously, it's a dragon for a reason. This is absolutely insane. It was 30 newtons, the operator shouted back. Only 30 newtons of force to slice a steel bar like butter. What only 30 Zhou Weiguo was losing it. Yes, Professor Zhou, you told me. You said we had to be super careful and increase it slowly because you were scared the claw would snap. I didn't dare go higher. The operator originally thought the professor was just playing games. Claws cutting steel sounded like a joke. But since he was warned not to break it, he started at 10 newtons and added 5 at a time. He kept pushing it, but by the time he hit 30, he was terrified the claw was going to shatter. But to his absolute shock, the steel bar was the one that gave out, my God, 30 newtons. That's practically zero effort. Zhou Weiguo's eyes were wide. If humans had claws this sharp, we could probably slice through steel plates 10 inches thick without breaking a sweat. Think about it, the average adult's arm strength is between 300 and 600 newtons. That's like 30 to 60 kilograms. If 30 newtons can slice 3 centimeters of steel, then at 300 newtons, if we do the math, I mean, roughly speaking, if a human had these claws, could they actually tear through a 30-centimeter steel plate? This is broken, absolutely cracked. There are no words for this kind of power. Who knows how much power a massive 1,000-meter dragon would have? If these claws were on an adult, they could probably rip through steel hundreds of meters thick. This is too much. Record every single bit of this data. I'm heading to Lu Changfeng's tent to show that old geezer what's up. Zhou Weiguo was so hyped about the results, he had to rub it in Lu Changfeng's face immediately. He sprinted those few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Looking at him run, you'd think he was some energetic teenager, even though he's actually an old man. Old man Lu, it's going down big news. This is huge. Zhou Weiguo was grinning like a kid who just won the lottery as he burst into the main tent. What are you screaming for? We're right in the middle of researching the scales. Lu Changfeng was busy with his team, glued to their microscopes looking at cells. He did not want to be interrupted. Stop that boring stuff. You biology nerds only care about cells. Where's the fun in that? Zhou Weiguo grabbed Lu's arm. Get off me. You materials guys are always about brute force. So violent. Lu Changfeng ignored him. Seeing the cold shoulder, Zhou Weiguo shouted, Listen to me. This little guy's claw sliced through solid steel using only 30 newtons. After he said it, Zhou Weiguo smirked, waiting for Lu Changfeng to lose his mind. But then, Lu Changfeng just turned around and looked at him like he was an idiot. Oh, got it. Zhou Weiguo was completely floored. Why isn't he hyped? What is going on? Even the young researchers around him weren't excited. In fact, they looked like they were trying not to laugh. Why aren't you guys freaking out? This is 30 newtons. That's like the strength of a 1-year-old baby. And it's sliced through a steel bar. Do you even get what I'm saying? Zhou Weiguo was losing it, and Lu Changfeng was officially done with his drama. Look, I knew the second your experiment went viral. Stop barking already. Wait, you've got a spy on me for real, bro. Spy is such a dirty word. Chill. The old man who cooks for the faculty told us when he dropped off lunch. Straight facts. Lu Changfeng played it cool with a smile, but let's be real, 5 minutes ago when he first heard the news, he was low-key losing his mind too, cutting through steel bars like butter with zero effort. That's cracked. It's too sharp. Those legendary swords from the past that could slice through iron, even if they weren't Cap, you'd still need a grown man's full power to swing them. But right then, Zhou Weiguo lunged for the table and snatched the dragon scale they were studying. Yo, what are you doing? Lu's eyes went wide. This old man was trying to jack his loot. No way he was letting this slide. Old Lu, chill, I'm just going to give you a demo, Joe said. If the claws are this broken, I'm betting the scales are even crazier. This little guy is literally built different. It's insane. Get lost, man. Give it back. Lu Changfeng was fuming. This is a literal dragon scale, and you want to use it to slice through a steel plate. Bro, you're wasting a legendary item. Relax, I'm just testing the power level. It's got to be sharper than the claws. Heck no, don't damage it. We need to analyze the cell structure and the DNA. We're on totally different wavelengths here. Both of them were standing their ground. One thought the genetics were key, while the other thought researching the material's lethality for the Empire was the real priority. Here we go again, another legendary argument. Listen here, old Lou. Dragon scales are SSR tier items. I'm reporting this to the Empire. We're sending this back. Joe had no choice. He had to call in the big guns to flex on him. Who do you think you're scaring? You're not sending that to the capital. You're sending it to your own lab to slice more metal. Give it back right now, Lou shouted. These two had been bros for almost 50 years. He knew exactly what kind of game Joe was playing the second he moved. No way he was falling for that. Joe wasn't backing down. Since Lou wouldn't agree, he just held the scale. He slammed it down to slice the aluminum desk. Joe was expecting a clean-cut total destruction. But nothing happened. Zero, zip, nada. Joe was floored. If the claws were OP, shouldn't the scale be even better? What the heck? No way Joe didn't believe it. He gripped the scale and went full power on the desk again. Still, not even a scratch. You old fossil, when are you going to stop tripping? Lou finally snapped. Lou, bro. Lou listened to me just one more try. Joe was desperate and wouldn't let it go. But Lou was done. He lunged at him. Ah, you crazy old man. Chu got tackled hard and hit the floor yelping. Lou used the opening. Lou snatched the dragon scale back. It's mine for science. That belongs to the biology department, you shameless thief. Lou was absolutely livid. Why are you even helping him? Let him rot. He's being so greedy, it's insane. Too much, old Lou. I know I'm out of pocket, but I just have to know. The scale's durability and sharpness. Joe pleaded. All right, that's enough. You two are top-tier scholars. Stop acting like children. The drama ends now. Suddenly a man burst in and swiped the scale. Confiscated. Nobody gets to study it for now. The two old men recognized him immediately. He was the head of the Secret Security Bureau, basically the commander of the Imperial Guard. His status was massive, like the top generals of old. He was high-ranking. By what right? We already got results from the claws. I need to keep going with the scales. Director Gong, give it back. Lou felt totally robbed. All because this guy wouldn't stop fighting. Was his prize really gone? We'll talk about it tomorrow, Director Gong said. He gave Lou a subtle wink. Translation, once this old loudmouth leaves. I'll hook you up, but I gotta stop the noise for now. He cleared his throat. Director Gong. Lou saw the signal and caught the vibe. Listen up, both of you. You're supposed to be respected professors. Look, I know you guys are obsessed with research, but keep it low-key. I'm heading out first. Later. Mr. Gong. Joe Waguo watched the scale disappear and felt like all his energy vanished. He just slumped into his chair. This is all on you, bro. Now look at us. Nobody gets to study it. Lu Changfeng faked being mad. But inside, he was low-key flexing. He knew Mr. Gong would bring it back eventually. Fine, my bad. Joe Waguo saw the thing was gone, so there was nothing left to argue about. He looked totally gutted. Lu Changfeng softened his voice a bit. Not bad, though. Didn't think an old guy like you still had that kind of strength. Chu Weiguo rubbed his head. When they were diving for the dragon scale earlier, he'd smacked his skull on the floor. It was definitely throbbing. Xiao Li Go, grab some medicine. Rub some on your Uncle Joe's head, Lu Changfeng shouted for his son-in-law. Now that the scale was gone, things finally calmed down. It's like their friendship boat was back on track. After getting patched up, they both went into the office. Lu Changfeng spoke first. This little guy is freaking magical. We looked at the scale under the microscope. The structure is insanely complex and detailed. How do I even describe it? It's like a honeycomb, shrunk down 10,000 times. Honestly, most of the technical terms would go right over your head. Bottom line of my research, its claws can slice through steel bars like they're nothing. Zhou Weiguo was a materials expert, so this was right up his alley. He didn't really get all that biology talk, but he agreed. Yeah, this little thing is built different. It's truly on another level. Lu Changfeng turned serious. I think this little guy is a literal divine dragon. When Lu Changfeng said that, Zhou Weiguo looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Bro, what's your deal? Are you glitching? We're literally one step away from hard proof that he's a dragon, and now you're just saying you think. So, Zhou Weiguo felt Lu Changfeng's forehead to check for a fever, not burning up. So what kind of divine dragon are you talking about? Lu Changfeng chuckled. I mean a real divine dragon, the kind that can control thunder and lightning, the kind that can soar into the heavens and wipe out entire worlds with a single move. You feel me? Wait, a real divine dragon. Zhou Weiguo was stunned. Over the last few days, He'd been binge-watching and reading up on dragon myths. There are basically two types. First, it looks like a dragon and its whole body is full of rare loot, but it doesn't have any special abilities. Those are the lowest tier dragons. But the other kind, they have insane magic and powers. They can flip the clouds and summon the rain with a snap. In a way, one is just a poser, but the other is the absolute goat. Why are you so sure? Zhou Weiguo asked. Because of what I found in that dragon scale, Lu Changfeng replied. That scale, it has 30 layers. It's so complex that even if humans tried to recreate it, it would take god-tier skills, and I still don't think we could do it. Those 30 layers are like 30 different alloys stacked together. The main component is iron sulfide, but the exact ratios are unknown. Zhou Weiguo was starting to get lost in the sauce. He looked confused. So you're saying even with our modern tech, we can't recreate something this precise and detailed? And he was just born with this? That's insane. Exactly. It's beyond incredible. The structure is just too complex and too perfect. Lu Changfeng sighed. He continued, this little guy is literally a walking goldmine of secrets. We have to keep researching and uncovering more. Even its secretions are high priority. If we study this right, our empire's tech will take a massive leap forward. The medical world already said it. This could be the start of a new era. Wait, what does new era even mean? It's a term used for massive world-changing events that start a whole new chapter of history. Exactly, I totally agree. With him, the empire's future is going to be absolutely cracked. Xu Weiguo nodded. Then a random thought hit him. By the way, old Lu, you were here first. Did you find any other dragon eggs around here? I mean, don't dragons usually have 9 kids? Shouldn't there be a whole nest of them? A creature this OP. We're lucky the heavens gave us even one. You want a whole nest? Lu Changfeng said. Of course we looked. And it wasn't just us. The guys from the Secret Bureau have been searching this area undercover countless times. They practically flipped Peach Blossom Island upside down, but still didn't find a second one. Fair enough. Zhou Weiguo shrugged. He didn't say anything else, but looking at the little guy, he couldn't help but wonder. If that's a real divine dragon, he needs to keep a low profile until he's fully grown. This era looks peaceful, but that's just a front. The West is absolutely thirsting for a piece of him. Basically, the more cracked this little guy is, the more they worry about things going south. Meanwhile, over with the film crew, Luofeng had no clue the two professors started beefing again, or that the local commander had to step in to shut it down. It was getting late, and the crew was finally wrapping up for the day to get some rest. Early the next morning, the crew was already up and at 'em. Everyone was hanging out outside Luofeng's tent, just waiting for the man himself to wake up. I mean, Luofeng's the main character every single day. But Zhao Yubao, the guy in charge, was looking pretty stressed today. Honestly, Zhao Yubao was tripping. This was the most intense moment of his life, and his hands were literally shaking. Wang Yusheng didn't even laugh at him, though. Can you blame the guy? He's about to face dozens of top-tier experts from the capital. For real, these old legends traveled through the night just to get here. No wonder Zhao Yubao and Wang Yusheng were shaking in their boots. They didn't even have the guts to look at what they were researching. And when these experts started asking about Luofeng, they could barely get a sentence out. Where are Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo, one of the most respected old professors in the group of 30, asked about Luofeng, then said he wanted to see the 2 experts who got here first. Old Man Zheng asked if the 2 professors were in their own lab doing research. What about the dragon scale? Zhao Yubao asked. Researching the dragon scale, old man. Zheng's eyes widened. He was hyped. All the old guys behind him were buzzing too. Come on, manager. Zhao, take us there right now. Zhao Yubao nodded and led the way. The whole squad walked for about 700 or 800 meters. They finally made it to Zhou Weiguo's lab tent. They could see Zhou and Lu Changfeng standing outside with a bunch of staff members. There were tons of machines set up, and it was hard to tell what they were for. Master Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo were absolutely stunned when they saw Old Man Zheng. This guy is a literal legend in Dongsheng. Think about it. Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo are already OP, but even they call this guy Master. That shows you just how cracked he is. The highest rank for an expert is 5 stars, but anything above that is called a National Peerless Scholar. What does peerless mean? It means there are only a few in the entire empire, and you might not even see one in decades. Right now, Dongsheng only has 2 people at that peerless level. Just 2. And this man, Zheng Ziao, he's a peak 5-star expert. He spent his whole life working, but he never quite hit that peerless rank. It's his biggest regret, but he still has a legendary title. He's known as the #1 expert below the peerless level. No other 5-star expert has done more than him. He's mastered so many different fields. That's why his 2 students are absolute beasts in their own areas. Master, I thought you were retired. Why are you all the way out here? Lu Changfeng went over to help the old man. He knew he had to be 88 years old by now. You think I'd let you kids have all the fun with something this legendary? Zheng Ziao huffed. Honestly, the higher-ups were worried about his health and tried to block him from coming. But the old man had been binge-watching the live streams for days and couldn't resist. Don't worry with you here, our research is going to be so much easier. Zhou Weiguo was definitely glazing him a bit since everyone knew he was getting up there in age. He wasn't as sharp as he used to be, but he definitely wasn't losing it either. Anyway, what are you guys doing out here? Zheng Ziao looked at all the equipment sitting outside. Right now we're trying to measure the durability of the little guy's dragon scale. We realized it's not sharp at all. Just as Zhou Weiguo said that, one of the professors behind Zheng Ziao cut him off. Professor Zhou, I have to say something. This setup is totally primitive. You're out in the open, and these machines aren't even top tier. Won't the data be way off? Exactly. Zheng Ziao nodded. Little Joe, you can't test something like a dragon scale in a place like this. What if something happens to such a precious scale? That would be a total disaster. Something this important needs to be handled inside the lab tent. Yes, Master. We'll be more careful. Zhou Weiguo laughed awkwardly. He didn't have a choice. So many researchers wanted to watch that the tent was too small, so they had to move outside. All right, I'll let it slide this time. Zheng Ziao gave a little smile. Lu Changfeng pointed to the squad behind him. These guys are the top dogs from the capital, absolute experts in every field. Split them into teams and take them in. Consider them your new elite manpower. Everyone started divvying up the work immediately. Those 30-plus new professors were split between materials biology and chemical engineering. Every single thing from the little guy was a literal treasure. They were there to help Lu Changfeng and the others unlock his secrets. But Lu Changfeng gave them a major warning. The #1 rule here, do not piss off Luo Feng. Don't scare him and don't even think about getting close without orders. If anyone breaks this rule, Lu Changfeng will kick them out on the spot. Of course, these guys were all handpicked and vetted by the Empire. They were loyal to the core. Before long, everyone was hyped and grinding away at the research. Right now, the main focus was on his nails and dragon scales. They already had some initial breakthroughs with the nails, but the scales were still a work in progress. With the new professors joining Luo Feng's nails, spit, and scales were quickly split between the teams. There was only so much to go around, so there was no room for greed. The materials team had one job test, the hardness and impact resistance of those nails and scales. The chemical team was analyzing the composition while the biology team handled the spit, DNA, and overall structure. Meanwhile, Zhou Weiguo's team was already in the tent lab. They were picking up right where they left off yesterday using a robotic arm to hold a nail and slice through solid steel. They were pushing the sharpness to the absolute limit. Yesterday was a 3-centimeter steel rod, but today they were going for a 12-centimeter steel plate. Zheng Ziao hadn't seen yesterday's madness with his own eyes. Looking at that tiny nail, he was skeptical. It's supposed to cut through 12 centimeters of steel. The old man doubted it. Little Joe, is this tiny nail really as legendary as you say, only 30 newtons of force? To slice through a 3-centimeter steel rod, Master, just watch. Honestly, I didn't believe it at first either. I knew the little guy's nails were sharp, but I didn't think they were this cracked. But after seeing the footage, I'm a believer. Lu Changfeng grinned. You don't even need the video now. We're about to test the ultimate limit of this thing's sharpness. You get to see the live show. Fine, get to it. I need to see this with my own eyes. Old Man Zheng knew dragons were mythical, but this was on another level. Was it even possible? Could such a material even exist? Not even the best alloys could do this. Were the results faked? The new professors were all calling cap. You couldn't blame them for being skeptical. If Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't have believed it either. Sigh, you guys. Just watch Zhou Weiguo saw their doubt and just gave a faint smile. He signaled the tech. Operator, start the test. Use the same pressure as yesterday and crank it up bit by bit. Even though it's insanely sharp, I'm worried it might snap. We haven't tested its durability yet. Don't worry, Professor Zhou, I've got this. The operator smirked. He planned to start at 30 newtons since it handled that yesterday. Then he'd get bold and jump by tens. The experiment kicked off. Everyone watched intensely. The robotic arm gripped Luo Feng's nail and moved toward the steel plate. 30 newtons of pressure hit. The nail sank into the steel instantly, but it didn't cut all the way through. It stopped about 3 centimeters deep. Oh my God, it actually cut in. Old Man Jung was floored. He was completely speechless. This was real slicing steel with a fingernail. Hey, Joe Waguo chuckled. We're just getting started. He looked at the operator. Crank it up. Let's go to 50 newtons. It should hold. You got it. The operator gave a thumbs up. He boosted the power and slammed it into a fresh steel plate. Crack. It sliced 8 centimeters deep before the plate just gave up and snapped. Let's go. I bet 70 newtons clears the whole 12 centimeters. Joe Waguo was hyped as they swapped in a new plate. This time they went straight for 70 newtons of force. Boom! The nail sliced through the steel like it was warm tofu. One clean cut and the plate was split in two. This isn't like before. That steel plate didn't just snap from pressure. It was sliced clean through. Those are actual claw marks. No way. His nails are totally cracked. The new professors can't even handle it anymore. No wonder the keep quiet and the lab rule went out the window. Everyone started whispering at once. Seeing this for themselves, they had to wonder if their own eyes were playing tricks on them. We are talking about 12 centimeters of solid steel here. It is not a block of tofu. My God, did someone put the wrong plate out? There's no way he just cut through that. One professor actually ran up to check the metal himself. Spoiler, it was definitely real steel. LOL. If the rest of you don't believe it, feel free to come up and check the plate yourself. Lu Changfeng smirked at the rookies. So we actually first realized how cracked the little guy's claws were because of that bird drone camera. Joe Waguo laughed and said, I still have the wreckage of that thing saved. The cut on that bird was so clean, but man, it was a total money pit. A bird drone like that is way more expensive than any fake rock or tree stump camera. Ha ha ha, wasn't that thing worth over $100,000? And the little guy just trashed it. Well, it has to fly like a real bird, so obviously it is going to be pricey, Lu Changfeng said with a laugh. I remember when I gave the wreckage to old Joe, he called me a total spendthrift. He was mad about the price until I told him the little guy's claws sliced it. Then he went dead silent. Honestly, Luo Feng's appetite isn't great today. He might be a dragon now, but his soul is still human. Eating beef and fruit every single day. Yeah, he is getting a bit bored of it. It was fine at first because Tang Yongzhen's cooking is actually fire. Basically, Luo Feng is becoming a picky eater. What's up with the little guy's appetite today? Is he eating less? Professor Lee, the nutrition expert, is always in the kitchen with Tang. Yeah, he barely touched his food. Tang Yongzhen saw that Luo Feng only ate 1 basin today. Usually he clears 2 massive ones. I remember the little guy likes salt, right? Is he boycotting because we didn't add enough? Teacher. He remembered that in the beginning he wouldn't eat meat without salt, but it doesn't look like they forgot the salt today. Wait, you guys said he won't eat without salt, but he still polished off a whole basin? Grandpa Shen pointed out. Exactly. If he hated it, he wouldn't eat it all. Why stop halfway? Tang Yongzhen knew it wasn't the salt. I think we need to switch things up. Beef and fruit every day just isn't cutting it anymore. We can't keep feeding him the same thing. Shangguan Shuier thought for a bit. Surely not right. Can animals even be picky eaters? Professor Lee was thinking about his dog at home. Unless they are sick, they usually go crazy for their food every single day. They only get picky if you start feeding them something even better. But we haven't given him anything else. I definitely think it is time for a menu change. Huang Ziqing suggested trying chicken or duck. Honestly, they were totally lost on what he actually liked. At first he liked beef, so we just kept it coming. If he were any other animal, we would have data to look up. Pandas love bamboo, and gators love fish. But for a dragon, we are literally just winging it here. A new young professor, seeing the little guy's low appetite, said sympathetically, maybe we should try raw meat and veggies. Let's skip the cooked stuff. Lu Changfeng walked over right then. Young man, did you even watch the footage of the little guy? His very first meal was raw meat and he hated it. Lu Changfeng only came over because he heard the MC wasn't eating. Here's the video. Watch it carefully. Since your uncle pulled strings to get you here, try working a little harder. Lu Changfeng knew the kid's uncle, another 3-star professor. Professor Tong opened the tablet and started scrolling through the old footage. He really doesn't touch raw meat. Later on, his appetite grew to several basins of cooked meat a day. Maybe we should send him to the medical team for a checkup. The medical team was always on standby, but since Luo Feng is usually so hyper, they only did checkups every 3 days. Like I said, that team has it way too easy. Check out the old clips of the little guy. He has a major phobia of those high-tech instruments. Honestly, Lu Changfeng is getting such a massive headache over this. This new batch of researchers, way too many Nepo babies. I mean, being a bit slow is one thing, but they better not mess anything up or it is over. Since Luofeng isn't eating, Lu Changfeng has zero appetite, and he's absolutely cranked today. All those junior researchers are low-key terrified of him right now. Just one look at his face, and you can tell his heart is literally bleeding. Usually back at the university, Professor Lu is the chillest guy ever. He is always so polite, but seeing him this agitated and furious today, everyone is seeing a totally different side of the man. But honestly, he's not just blowing up for no reason. The little guy won't eat a single bite, so he's worried sick. I mean, who could actually be in a good mood when the baby's starving? Suddenly, Shangguan Shui has a total big brain moment. Professor Lu, how about this? Let's just let the little thing choose for himself. Let him choose. What does that even mean? Lu Changfeng was completely baffled for a second. I feel like the little guy's temper is just like a toddler's. Maybe he's just throwing a massive tantrum today for some reason. Let's just go with his flow and let him pick once. It won't hurt to try, right? Shangguan Shui was like, fine, let's give it a shot. It's not like we have any other options anyway. Lu Changfeng nodded and looked at the nutrition team behind him. Hey, stop spacing out. Head over to logistics right now and pick out the absolute best meat. Then get Mr. Tang Yongjin to the kitchen and whip up a feast as fast as possible. Zhao Yubao just gave a bitter smile in the back. He was low-key saying a prayer for Tang Yongjin. The man's been grinding all day, and now that the little guy won't eat, he's got to cook up a whole mountain of meat. Luckily, they have enough staff now. If it were just Tang Yongjin alone like before, who knows when he'd ever finish. But then Zhao Yubao had a spark of genius. We could leak the news and let the internet geniuses figure out a solution. With Lu Changfeng's okay, the official movie Weibo account dropped a spicy update. Our baby has lost his appetite. Calling all experts to help us out. We are waiting online for answers. And obviously, since the show is literally the biggest thing right now, the engagement was off the charts. Fans saw the post and started flooding the comments immediately. No way he's not eating. How did this even happen? What's the deal with him not eating? Well, it's exactly what it sounds like. The little guy barely touched his food today. I saw the live stream too. He only ate like one tiny bowl, and usually he's a total beast when it comes to eating. Is he sick? If he's sick, the professors need to lock in and treat him immediately. Nothing can happen to our little guy, but sick. No way. Right? Didn't they say the baby is immune to everything? His saliva is supposed to crush any virus. Everyone is so worried about the dragon baby. He's literally everyone's favorite right now. Watching the clips of Luofeng skipping meals, half the internet felt like they couldn't even eat their own dinner. Surely he's not sick, right? Shangguan Shui was scrolling through the comments and pointed at Luofeng sunbathing. Look, he's just napping. With his eyes squinted, he looks pretty happy to me. But the truth is, only the people who've spent forever with Luofeng can actually tell if he's vibing or if he's down bad. Baby, what is going on with you? Huang Ziqing knelt down and stroked his head, worried out of her mind. Right then, Tang Yongjin rushed in, absolutely drenched in sweat. Professor Lu, we've got all the meat ready. Oh, how many kinds? Lu Changfeng asked. Like 7 or 8 types. Chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef. We've got everything. Tang Yongjin could barely catch his breath. He was totally gassed from today. Man, let's just see if this works. Lu Changfeng sighed and looked over at those nutrition professors. If the little guy still won't eat, we can't let this food go to waste. You guys are going to have to finish it all. Man, talk about awkward. Those junior researchers and professors were speechless. All they could do was pray that the little guy starts munching. Otherwise, Lu Changfeng was definitely going to make them pay. All right, tell the staff to bring out the food right now. Tang Yongjin shouted the order, while keeping a close eye on the little guy's reaction. But hearing about food today, the little guy didn't look hyped at all. But of course, Luofeng was just thinking about their cooking. More beef again. He had zero interest. He couldn't even be bored to react. I mean, if I don't eat, they'll just keep trying new things. It's not like they'd actually let me starve to death. Soon the first dish hit the table. Red braised ribs. Wait, that smell. Luofeng was just lying there napping, but the moment that aroma hit him, he actually lifted his head. He actually crawled to the table on his own this time. The little guy moved. He actually moved. Tang Yongjin was losing his mind with excitement. He even went to the table. Is he finally hungry, maybe? Let's just watch and see. Lu Changfeng finally saw a flicker of hope and was hyped. No way it is braised pork ribs. It has been a minute since he had these. In his past life, Luofeng remembered only being able to afford pork because it was the cheapest option. Since his regression, he went hard on beef, but after eating it for days, he got bored of it. Today they finally brought out the pork ribs. This definitely sparked Luo Feng's appetite. He leaned down, took a sniff of those ribs, and took a massive bite. He just crushed the bones and meat together and swallowed the whole thing, I have to say. His bite force is straight up cracked. Since his regression, these dragon teeth have been insanely sharp. No matter what he hits, there is nothing his teeth cannot chew through. LFG. He finally ate. This little king finally opened his mouth. Seeing this, Tang Yongjin was literally ready to start a dance party. He had cooked so many different dishes. If the little guy did not eat, he was going to have a total meltdown. Immediately, Tang Yongjin turned to the staff behind him and barked, "Quick, bring out a second plate of braised pork ribs right now. Since he likes it, we are going all out." More ribs let us go. But here's the weird part. When the second plate arrived, Luo Feng just sniffed it and lost interest. Then he just curled up to take a nap. "Wait, what is going on?" Tang Yongjin was speechless again. "Oh my god, what now? Why did he stop? He was eating just fine a second ago." Tang Yongjin was about to go crazy. Watching Luo Feng just lie there totally over the braised pork ribs, he felt so frustrated. "I guess we should just keep this food for ourselves. We cannot let it go to waste, right?" Teacher Wang gave a forced smile. "Come on, little guy, do not be a picky eater. Eat up." Mr. Shen picked up the plate, trying to see. He wanted to see if the little guy would show him some respect, but obviously Luo Feng just ignored him. "Fine, bring out the second course." Tang Yongjin gritted his teeth. The second dish was naturally steamed sea bass. "Hey baby, do you want some fish? This is super tender and tastes amazing." Huang Ziqian picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed every single bone, and held it right to Luo Feng's mouth. Seeing her being so sweet, Luo Feng felt a bit touched, so he opened his mouth and ate it. Nice. He ate it. He actually ate again. Does he just really like fish? Everyone started celebrating again, but then, after just one bite of the fish, Luo Feng refused to take a second. What is the deal this time? Does he only take one bite of everything? Everyone started to realize that the dragon baby's appetite. There was definitely something wrong with it. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream started dropping all kinds of advice. They were all trying to help the crew solve the problem. According to the stats, hundreds of thousands of comments were flying by every second. The hype was unreal. Some fans even posted about it on social media to get more people to see the news. They wanted to find a solution. Within just 15 minutes of posting it, completely dominated the trending page. No cap, this drama with Luo Feng had over 100 million people across the internet watching in just 15 minutes. Countless netizens did not just like him for show, they genuinely cared about him in their hearts. I mean, who would not worry about their own empire's divine beast? The news about Luo Feng's loss of appetite. It made the trending topics explode. Everyone was giving suggestions like feeding him some lamb. Some said to buy him some bread, and some people were even more OP, suggesting they order some KFC delivery and send it over. There was every kind of wild idea out there. But there was no doubt this gave the show even more clout. The viewership, which was steady at 30 million, jumped straight to 35 million. Xiao Yubao's goal of hitting 40 million. It actually looks like there is a real chance now. The comments in the stream were so thick they literally covered the whole screen. You could not even see what was happening, just a wall of white text. If your eyesight was bad, you were cooked. So most people turned off the full screen comments. But they did not want to miss the hype, so they kept them on half screen. There were just too many people online. Even if everyone just said one word, that is still freaking 30 million comments. Also, it is worth mentioning, the TV station backing the crew had originally prepared 8 servers, but now even that did not seem like enough. And just a few days ago, some hackers actually tried to attack the live stream. Low-key hilarious. But as soon as it happened, the National Cybersecurity Bureau went into God mode. They used the most OP security tech in the country to defend the stream and keep it locked down. Jiangnan TV just upgraded their servers and firewalls with the Empire's help. Right now, millions of viewers are watching Luo Feng just chilling in the sun, totally ignoring all that food. It's honestly heartbreaking. He's just a few days old. Poor little dragon baby. Does he have an eating disorder? Come on, just one bite. You can't starve, little guy. Seriously, he needs to eat to grow into a 1,000-meter beast. At first, he'd at least try every dish. Now nothing. He's completely done. It's over. He's cooked. Maybe give him human food. Someone's like, wait, what do you mean? Is that meat not for humans? Chill, bro. I mean, like rice and grains. Stuff we actually eat daily. Wheat, rice, millet, anything? Or is it possible the baby is just constipated? Constipated. Then what does anyone know? A dragon doctor, LOL. Now we're asking the real questions. We have plenty of human experts, but a dragon vet, I bet it's just indigestion. He needs to move around more. Oh man, he hasn't exercised in days. But when he was flying, he just ate and slept fine. Why now? What do we do? We can't just watch him starve. I'm still waiting for him to grow huge. The fans are losing their minds. The crew's panicking too. Be a good boy, okay? How about a cameo in my next movie? Uncle Shen is trying to bribe him now. Luo Feng gives him a look like, are you for real right now? Like he'd really let me go out and film. But honestly, Luo Feng was actually a little interested. Look, I said movie. And the little guy actually opened his eyes. Shen is hyped. He reaches out to pet Luo Feng's head. That's my boy. If you eat your food, I'll make you a superstar. I'll write you the most broken God mode role ever. Staring at all that meat, Luo Feng realized he actually missed the taste of rice. Ever since he was born, it's been nothing but meat. He's totally over it. Suddenly, Li Xinyan has a wild idea. Should I make some Yangzhou fried rice? Maybe he'll eat that. I remember when he was born, he kept watching us eat our fried rice while he chewed on meat. Everyone's eyes lit up. No one expected her to suggest rice. A dragon eating rice? Is that even a thing? Teacher Wang knows dragons are carnivores, but hey, it might actually work. Lu Changfeng was out of options. Let's try it. Tell the staff to bring the best rice we have, the absolute best. News of the dragon baby not eating spread fast. Old man Huang was so stressed he couldn't even swallow a bite himself. I'll go tell them Zhao Yubao is the director, but lately he's just been the professor's personal delivery guy. Everyone was skeptical, though. Can a dragon really vibe with rice? Since day one, he's only had meat and fruit. No one ever offered him a bowl of rice. 30 minutes later, a ship pulls up to the shore. Staff members start hauling bags of rice. What kind of rice is this? It better be top shelf. Chef Tang Yongjun was waiting in the kitchen ready to go. We're not sure, Chef. It came straight from the Jiangnan military commander's private stash. The staff checked the labels. Looks like Shangshui rice and Yutian Rouge rice. The commander from the military. Tang's eyes went wide. This little guy has some insane clout. Dr. Liu said to make 2 bowls, 1 Yangzhou style and 1 egg fried. Let's see which one he likes. The staff nodded. Got it. You guys head back. Even though Tang was exhausted, he had to lock in. He was terrified Luo Feng wouldn't eat. For a baby, that's a huge deal. Wait, these 2 bags? Tang hadn't really processed the names because of the heavy accent, but then it clicked. What's wrong, Chef? The staff member turned back to the bags. Is there a problem with the rice? And Tang Yongjin was losing it over how expensive this rice was, but then he remembered who the kid actually was. It made sense now, plus it came straight from Siwan's family, so you know it's going to be fire. Just how expensive is this rice anyway? The staff member just smiled in his head. Rice usually costs like $1 or $2. At most, maybe $5 or $6 for the fancy stuff. He figured it topped out at a few $100s max. Clearly, the whole chat was getting hyped over this rice drama. Even a rich guy like Tang Yongjin was looking at these 2 bags of rice like they were legendary loot. Keep in mind, Tang's family is worth over $1 billion. If he's shocked, this stuff is definitely broken. Bro calling this rice expensive is an understatement. It's straight up robbery. Tang pointed at the bag of Yutian Yanji rice. Do you see this? There isn't even a brand name or any packaging on this bag. Does that mean it's pricey? The staff guy was lost. Don't big brands usually cost the most? Man, listen. The fact that it has no brand means this rice isn't even for sale on the open market. Tang explained that this is Yutian Yanji rice. There are only 8 acres of this stuff in the entire world, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars for a single pound. An average worker would have to grind for a whole year just to afford 1 pound. No way. Holy that is cracked. The staff guy just froze. He's out here doing manual labor for the crew making maybe $20,000 a month. So he realized his entire monthly salary can't even buy 1 pound of rice. That's actually insane. And then there's this Shangshui rice. This isn't the stuff you see in regular stores. This comes from the elite fields in Shangshui City. The Empire gatekeeps these fields. It's basically royal tier. Tang was being crystal clear. This stuff is for the elites only. You don't even need to ask who gets to eat it. And now this insanely expensive rice is being used to make fried rice for a kid. I mean, sure, it's royal tier rice, but it does find its way to the ultra-rich. Old man Huang has relatives and kids, so he probably gifts some out. Let's talk about this Yutian Yanji rice first. It's also known as Imperial Rouge rice, and it's exclusive to Yutian City. It's a unique red rice from Shaoquan village. The nutrition is off the charts and the history is deep. For over 200 years, poets and scholars have been glazing this stuff in their writing. It's a staple for high-end ceremonies. Back in the Qing dynasty, it was a literal tribute for the emperor. A poet named Xie Yong even wrote a verse about it, calling it a gift from the heavens. The grains are shaped like little cylinders and have a deep red color inside and out. There are even purple-red lines along the grain. Once it's cooked, the aroma is insane and it turns a light red. The grains stretch out when cooked and look like rouge. The smell is fragrant and the taste is super rich. They call it Yutian Yanji, but locals just call it red bean rice. It's famous because it was the emperor's personal stash. The wild part is you can reheat it 3 times, and it still smells fresh. Every time you heat it, the grain actually gets longer. That's why they call it 3-rise waste rice. But this stuff is super picky about where it grows. It only works in those few acres in that specific valley. You can try growing it elsewhere, but it won't taste the same. Everything else on the market is just fake red rice. As for the Sheng Shui tribute rice, it's been the royal choice since the Tang dynasty all the way through the Qing. It's always been for the imperial family. People call it the rice that grows on stone plates. 10,000 years ago, volcanic eruptions created these crazy lava stone plates. And on top of that, there's a thick layer of super rich soil. That provides all the nutrients the rice needs to go God mode. Since the stone is porous, it soaks up heat during the day and lets it out at night. This keeps the ground and water temperature 2 or 3 degrees higher than normal fields in the cold north. This creates the perfect environment for the rice to grow. It absorbs everything and matures perfectly. Plus, those eruptions blocked the river and formed Jingpo Lake, a volcanic barrier lake. The spring water is packed with calcium, zinc, iron, iodine, and all the minerals your body needs. It's basically high-end drinking water. Crystal clear and zero pollution. The natural heat from the springs helps the rice grow even better. This specific microclimate is unique in the entire world. It's a one-of-one environment. That's what makes Sheng Shui tribute rice so loaded with nutrients. Even the SGS testing center in the Netherlands confirmed it's packed with amino acids. It's overflowing with vitamins, minerals, calcium, copper, and enzymes, according to the Ministry of Agriculture. According to the quality inspection reports for this grain, its calcium content is over 4 times higher than the famous Japanese koshihikari rice and 5 to 6 times more than your average rice. Some batches even hit 69%. Out of the 18 amino acids humans need, including the 8 we cannot produce ourselves, this Sheng Shui tribute rice actually provides 7 of them. The vitamin E levels are literally 4 times higher than Thai jasmine rice. 5 units of rice for a harvest year, yet how many people on Earth actually get to taste it? Since it was first offered as a tribute to the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, this rice has been a luxury reserved for the elite. After the empire was established, it became the official rice for state banquets in the Great Hall, carrying a heavy reputation. It is also used as a precious gift for foreign dignitaries because it is incredibly rare. During the Double 11 shopping festival in 2017, a batch of this rice hit the Tmall store for 100,000 yuan. Unlike your basic bagged rice, this 100,000 yuan set was only 10 kilograms and came in deep brown ceramic jars. That means it cost 10,000 yuan per kilogram. In terms of price, it is second only to Yutian Rouge rice and was crowned the Supreme Rice of 2017. It even has intellectual property authorization from the National Museum, making it a royal special edition called Sheng Shui Supreme. Of course, there are many brands of this rice on the market, but like I said, this is the top tier stuff grown on those specific few acres in Sheng Shui. Only that land can produce this legendary quality. The staff was shook for a minute, and the live stream chat went absolutely wild. Bro, no way. This rice is way too expensive, right? It is not just pricey, it is straight up highway robbery. 2 bags of rice cost as much as a whole house. 1 bag is 100 pounds, so 2 bags are 200 pounds. That has to be worth nearly 5 million yuan, right? Why is everyone so hyped? This is for a dragon. It has to be the best. Of course, they have to send the good stuff. I mean, look at who the little guy is. He is a literal divine dragon. In the old days, this rice was a tribute to the emperor. And since the dragon is the son of heaven, our little guy deserves to enjoy it. Haha, that is goated. Tang Yongzhen did not waste any time and immediately got the iron pot over the stove. Even though he had cooked with high-end rice before, this was his first time handling something this insane. Ingredients worth 5 million. Is this what it feels like to be a dragon? Soon the film crew heard the rice had arrived and came over to help. Even though he did not really need them, everyone was worried about the little guy. Some washed the rice while others gathered firewood. Uncle Shin, did you really say you wanted the little guy to star in a movie? Kiko is pretty close with Uncle Shen, so she pulled him aside to ask, "What is up with you? Are you really trying to cast him? Can you even get this absolute legend out of the studio?" The higher-ups would never allow it. "Kiko, I was just kidding around with the little guy. Do not take it so seriously." Uncle Shen laughed, but then added, "I am telling you, you did not see the look in his eyes just now. It looks like he actually took me seriously." Kiko said that the audience is already starting to hype it up too, saying they really want to see the little guy in a movie. Basically, if it does not happen, the fans are going to riot. Can you really handle that kind of pressure? Wait, what? Uncle Shen was sweating. He really was just joking to make Luo Feng happy. He figured the dragon was just interested in his dramatic gestures. This dragon probably does not even know what a movie is. Half an hour later, the rice in the steamer was perfectly cooked, and he started making the fried rice. Yangzhou fried rice and egg fried rice are probably the two most popular styles in the whole empire. And you do not need too many seasonings. The little guy should love it. It smells so good. Is that all from the rice? Actually, while the rice was still steaming, Luo Feng had already caught the scent. Say what you want about Yutian Rouge rice, but the aroma is unmatched. Luo Feng had been waiting for this. Finally, the rice is here. It smells amazing. Luo Feng leaned down to take a good sniff, and without any hesitation, he dove right in and started eating. Let us go. He is finally eating, and he looks like he absolutely loves it. Great job, everyone. Who was the one who suggested the rice Lu Changfeng forgot? But whoever it was definitely deserves a reward. That was probably Xi'an, right? Shangguan Shui knew that the girls in the group and the crew would definitely be rewarded by the Empire later, based on their contributions. Huang Ziqing already did her part by providing the eggshell scales and other materials. Even Shangguan Shui got praised by Lu Changfeng for discovering that the little guy's saliva had a beauty effect. This time she definitely had to speak up for her girl, Li Xi'an. "Xi'an did such a great job. We are definitely giving you credit for this." Lu Changfeng laughed happily. As the rice hit his tongue, Luo Feng closed his eyes with a look of pure bliss, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like that 5 million wen rice lived up to the hype. Even the picky divine dragon was totally conquered by it. If it weren't for this girl speaking up, nobody would have ever thought to feed a dragon rice. These professors are just yapping with their empty praise. I am so tired of hearing it. Is it going to kill them to give us something real for once? For real, for real? Li Shanziqing and Teacher Tang are carrying this whole team. And as for the two upstairs, let's not take anything from their share. Look at these girls in the film crew right now. Do you even believe this is happening? Once they head back to the entertainment world, literally nobody will dare to mess with them ever again. No cap, a girl group that actually raised a baby dragon for the Empire. Imagine how the Empire is going to reward them. The key is that the baby dragon is obsessed with these three. Anyone who has taken care of him knows the vibes. Right now, these girls are way more important on Peach Blossom Island than the professors, especially Li Xian. She is so happy right now, feeding Luo Feng fried rice with a spoon, and even blowing on it so he doesn't get burned. Fire. What kind of rice is this? It is literally 1,000 times better than the trash I had to eat in my past life. Luo Feng is absolutely loving it. This rice is making his entire body feel refreshed and comfy. His appetite is back in God mode, Aowu. So good Luo Feng let out a happy roar at Li Xian. "You want some Yangzhou fried rice too?" Li Xian saw him finish the egg fried rice and asked. Aowu Luo Feng roared his approval. He crushed 2 plates of fried rice in seconds. Then Shangguan Shui brought out another massive bowl from the kitchen. "You love this, don't you, little guy? Come on, open wide. I fried up a whole basin for you." Luo Feng was a good boy and opened his mouth, gulping it down and chewing away. This rice is cracked, so moist and bouncy. Now that he had his carbs as a main dish, Luo Feng started destroying the braised ribs and chicken too. He was taking all challengers. Let's go. His appetite is finally back. Who would have thought a dragon would be down for rice? They say mice love rice, but dragons are out here flexing too. Such a cute little guy. Lu Changfeng finally felt the weight lift off his chest. Mission accomplished. If this little guy had kept refusing food and a literal dragon died of hunger, the West would be laughing until they cried. "Elder Luo, how much Yutian Rouge and Shangshui rice do we have left in stock?" "The little guy loves it. Should we hit up the old man and have him send over about 1,000 pounds? Lu Changfeng called Elder Luo, and the guy was completely stunned. "What, 1,000 pounds? Elder Luo was speechless. That is probably the old man's entire private stash. "You want all of it? I am just asking because the baby dragon loves it. If not, we will just have to use some mid-tier rice instead." I know this is the rice the old man has been eating his whole life. Good that you know, but I still have to go ask him. Elder Luo was helpless. Normally, he would call you insane. This is the old man's exclusive stash and you want 1,000 pounds. But since it is for a dragon, he shut up and headed straight to the old man's office. Obviously, the old man didn't even hesitate and agreed. Listen up. From now on, do not send any of these 2 types of rice to my villa. Send it all to Peach Blossom Island. A direct order came from the office and they even added a new law. Trading or eating these 2 types of rice is now banned, and they are level 1 protected plants. Anyone with a stash has to hand it over for market price compensation. Basically, eating this rice is now a crime. Even the old man himself won't touch it anymore. The little guy has a massive stomach. Even with 8 acres of Yutian Rouge and 12 acres of Shangshui rice, who knows how much he will eat once he is fully grown. We need to be prepared. Search the entire empire. Find more places where we can grow this rice as soon as possible. The old man knew it would be a struggle. If it could grow anywhere, it wouldn't be this expensive. But they had to try. Once Luofeng is thousands of meters long, what they have now won't even be a snack. Living beings just know what is good. Back in his past life, there was no beef. It was just white rice and dried radishes every single day. Luofeng used to hate rice. In this life, he has been smashing beef for days and skipping the rice entirely. But after a while, the all-meat diet got boring. He needed those carbs. There is a reason rice has been the goat on dinner tables for thousands of years. It just makes sense. Now Luofeng has already crushed 2 giant basins of rice. 50 pounds out of that 100-pound batch are already gone. So satisfying, this rice is the real deal. Luofeng is absolutely stuffed. Thanks, old Tang, that was fire. After finishing his meal, Luofeng starts crawling toward Tang Yongzhen, making those cute yaya noises. Ha ha, the little guy is definitely thanking Teacher Tang. For real, the food today was goated. Teacher Tang worked so hard. What an obedient little baby. He's so well behaved. Who wouldn't love this little creature? I noticed every time the food is fire, he crawls over to thank Teacher Tang. True, but if he's pissed, he starts roaring like a beast. Does the little guy have an official name yet? The show's official page has been running a poll. Dragon Baby and Long Bao are the top picks. But they're not allowed to use them. Facepalm. Those 2 names are definitely off limits. For now. Like I said, the Empire needs to make an official announcement already. I can't take the suspense. Just give my dragon baby a literal dragon ID card. Honestly, little guy and little thing sound way more wholesome, though. Wholesome. You call your pet little thing. Lol pet who on Earth could keep a pet that grows to be thousands of meters long. And look at them, whether it's the professors, the idols, or even the officials, nobody treats him like a pet. They treat him like a freaking ancestor. Facts. Even old man Shen used to be so proud, but now he's out here acting like a clown just to make the little guy smile. During meals, the girls literally debone his food and hand feed him. Peak VIP service. Top Chef Tang is nonstop in the kitchen, and Teacher Wang has the other celebs out there chopping wood and starting fires like servants. And if he even sneezes, Lu Changfeng and the others legit look like they're gonna die of worry. Just today, when he wouldn't eat, those professors were losing it. No cap, they looked like they'd lost their own sons. That's a bit harsh, but honestly, it's the truth. I mean, what do you expect? He's a freaking dragon. Back at the set, Tang Yongzhen sees Luofeng looking satisfied. He squats down and says, "Hey, little guy, want to come with me for a bit?" Luofeng is confused, but he saw those professors whispering to Tang earlier. Wait, what's going on? Luofeng gives a little awu growl. "Xiyan, you guys better carry him over." Tang didn't want to say it out loud, but soon the 2 girls have Luofeng in their arms. Carrying him alone is a struggle, but 2 people make it way easier. Luofeng is just chilling, lying comfortably on Shangguan Shui. It's weird, whenever they carry him, he always uses Shangguan Shui as a pillow. If there's a pretty girl around, he's picking her every time. Nobody knows why. Listen up, Dragon Baby. This long building is your new bathroom. Only you can use this place. Tang brings Luofeng to a small structure. A bathroom. For real? Is he trying to potty train me? Luofeng is speechless. Bro, really? Wait, you guys made a special bathroom just for him. Shangguan Shui is shocked. It's for academician Gu Pingtao from the Chemical Engineering Department. They need to collect the little guy's samples for science. Doing it in the wild is a waste of resources. Tang laughs. This toilet costs tens of thousands of dollars to build. Tens of thousands of dollars, Shangguan Shui can't believe it. You have no idea how high-tech it is inside. Haha, Tang doesn't say too much. But basically, if he goes there, it's like delivering directly to their lab. Not a single bit of scent is wasted, but even if Dragon Baby is smart, does he even know what this is for? Shui says true, we kind of forgot that part. Tang thinks for a second, but Zhao Yubao walks over. The expert set it up specifically for him. It plays music. The sound of running water should stimulate him to go. Also, Shui, you girls need to help out. When he needs to go make sure he's brought here, he'll get used to it after a few times. All right then, Shui agrees. It's for the research after all, plus Shui thinks it's better this way. The crew had pets before. Dealing with the mess was a nightmare, so they usually just locked them up. If they can't get out, they can't make a mess. But can you lock up Dragon Baby? He's the ultimate national treasure. If they locked him up, the entire internet would explode. Plus, with all these professors watching, no way the crew could pull that off. There are literally scholars with telescopes watching the situation from a distance. Right now, Luo Feng is the most untouchable being on the planet. Even Old Man Huang. He gave his own personal stash of high-grade rice to Luo Feng. That's how insane his status is. Wait, what's happening? They really think they can housebreak me, bringing me here every single day. I've actually gotten used to it. What am I, a freaking husky? Luo Feng watches them yapping away, feeling straight up annoyed. They really out here trying to micromanage my bathroom breaks. Is there like a hidden camera in the toilet? So cringe. But honestly, Luo Feng is done caring about all that. My turf, my rules. I'm going to flex on them in a second. Just watch time for a total pro gamer move. Luo Feng wasn't going to just go in the middle of the street, but as soon as that elevator music started playing in the stalls, he actually felt the vibe. Put me down. Luo Feng started squirming like crazy. He leaped straight out of their arms. Wait, what is he doing? Shuyer was totally shook. Don't tell me he actually heard the music and needs to go. Tang Yongjin was losing it over here. They've harvested basically everything from this little guy except for one thing, the liquid gold. A PhD student whose whole job is literally waste management already called in a cameraman. They're really trying to film the whole process. But right at the entrance, Luo Feng just glares at the toilet, pulls a U-turn and heads the other way. Wait, what just happened? The student was stunned. Is he not going? Where's he headed? Shuyer and Tang Yongjin chased after him, only to find Luo Feng heading straight for a small grove of trees. Right next to that grove, the Chemical Engineering Department's campsite. What is he doing now? They were totally lost. Then they saw it. The little guy walked straight up to the front door of the main chemical engineering tent. Oh, he's here, so cute. Look at that walk. He's got that swagger. He looks iconic. The chem students were hyped to see him. Most of these low-level researchers hadn't even caught a glimpse of him yet. Everyone was curious. What's the VIP guest planning with this surprise visit? Then, splash. The sound of a waterfall. Oh my God. Those PhD students were absolutely cooked. Did he really just come to their front door to do his business? He went on for like 2 whole minutes, talk about a flex. Then the little guy just gave those stunned people a massive side eye. He turned around and walked off with that "I own this place" energy. But the spot he left behind, it was basically a mini hot spring, literally steaming. Stop staring, go get the samples now. Gu Pingtao heard the news and came rushing out of his tent. One shout from him, and the students snapped out of it. It was time to go to work and start collecting. No way. This little guy Schreier caught up and couldn't believe her eyes. Was this on purpose? He literally chose the chem department's front door. They were the ones who built that fancy toilet and treated him like a lab rat. Is this payback? Oh, it's definitely revenge. LMAO, I'm dead. This is so fire. He really just went right there. Total legend. Schreier, go get him, spank that naughty boy. But those PhD students looked like they'd just lost a gold mine. For real though, if he'd used that $50,000 toilet, they wouldn't have wasted a single drop. Lu Chengfeng heard the news and sprinted 800 meters straight from the biology department. Looks like academician Lu is on the scene. Man news travels fast when the little guy takes a leak. Are they going to throw hands again? Look at them. They're already getting into a heated argument. Yo, zoom in. They're actually fighting. The cameraman knows exactly what the fans want to see. The camera panned over, right there at the entrance of the chem department tent. The holy site where he went was already cordoned off for protection, and now Zhou Weiguo has joined the party. That's 3 big-shot academicians. Just one more, and they can start a mahjong game. Zhou Weiguo usually does materials, but hey, liquid is a material too, right? He's here to claim his share, saying it's for liquid explosives or whatever. 1 bathroom break. And the 3 most powerful guys on the island are all here. Like, are you guys trying to gank a boss or something? He did it right at our front door. Gu Pingtao shouted. This belongs to the chemical engineering department. Oh, so just because it's at your door, it's yours. Give me a break. Everything in the world belongs to the Empire. This belongs to the Empire. We need a sample too. Zhou Weiguo was being a total menace. Even though the material science department had zero chance of actually needing it, it wasn't even their field. He was just out there yapping for the sake of it. Drop the act. Everything belongs to the Empire. You're really reaching, buddy. Look, I told you from the start, waste management is a Chem-E problem. Gu Pingtao barked, refusing to back down. I'm the head of this operation in name, so I'm the one who decides Lu Changfeng snapped with pure alpha energy. The other two completely ignored him and shouted in sync, "Oh, so you actually know, you're just the head in name only." The little guy is a biological entity, so there's no way the biology department is letting go of this. But if it were some kind of ore, then the materials department would be running the show. Let's just split it 3 ways, suggested Zhou Weiguo from the materials department. As long as they got a piece of the action, it wasn't a total L. Split it. Are you kidding me? We have over 20 professors and PhDs in the chemical engineering department waiting on this. There's barely enough to even start researching. You materials guys need to stop trolling, Gu Pingtao said, clearly annoyed. Man, this is actually insane. They're at it again. Shen Guanshui and Tang Yongjin just rolled their eyes, completely speechless, for the 100th time. There are tens of millions of viewers watching these guys scrap over this. LOL, I'm dead. Fighting in public over a bathroom break. Seriously, stop beefing and come to my house. I'll give you a fresh supply for free. LMAO, bro. Nobody wants your trash. Unless you go Super Saiyan, you're never getting that VIP treatment like the little guy. But why is this happening? Have some dignity. It's just a bathroom break, right? Everyone just take a share and move on. LOL to the guy above. Did you miss the Luzhou showdown on the stream yesterday? That was way more wild than this. All I can say is he's the GOAT. But seriously, if his other stats are this cracked, wouldn't his bathroom business be low-key? OP2, who knows? We won't find out until the lab results are in. The chat was loving the drama, while the 3 professors literally put up warning signs to cordon off the puddle. Standing there arguing over a literal leak, this is legendary behavior. Shen Guanshui and Tang Yongjin straight up walked away. Total facepalm moment, but suddenly someone screamed, "Yo, everyone get over here." The little guy just dropped a deuce. The 3 professors who were mid-argument froze the second they heard that. Their faces shifted instantly. A second later, they were losing it. Shaoli, guard this puddle. Don't let anyone touch it. Shaolin, you listen up. The 3 of them barked orders at their teams. Their top students grabbed the collection kits and started sprinting toward the scene of the crime at top speed. They were moving fast, like scary fast. The students were low-key terrified watching them run. I mean, these guys are all over 60 years old. These guys are national treasures, the top minds of the Empire. If one of them wiped out, it would be a massive loss. But they were full-on sprinting, so what could anyone do? Is your name Zhang Desheng? Were you the one who saw the little guy go Lu Changfeng, realized the kid was one of his own? Yeah, the little guy was just wandering around with Miss Shangguan and Mr. Tang chasing him. Zhang Desheng explained, "He went into the woods and came right back out. When I went in to check, I realized the little guy had left a gift. Our little king is going commando in the wild now. Gu Pingtao was absolutely done with life. We built him a literal golden throne with music and no bugs. Why is he doing his business in the dirt? He has no idea how priceless his waste is. Doing it in the wild is such a waste of resources. Why is he fertilizing random weeds?" Zhang Desheng, right. There's no future in biology. Why don't you transfer to the materials department? Zhou Weiguo was being a total snake, trying to recruit him on the spot. Get lost. The PhD student who found the sample is in my department, so the goods belong to us. Lu Changfeng fired back. Zhang Desheng, that name sounds familiar. Your advisor was my student, right? Even the usually chill Gu Pingtao started flexing his connections. Oh boy, here we go again. From a distance, Tang Yongjin and Shen Guanshui saw the drama starting back up and dipped. Could they even stop them? If they tried, the professors would just say, "This is science. This is for the glory of research. We must fight for it." If you can't stop them, just ignore them. Let them figure it out. Honestly, this is all Luo Feng's fault. Why's he got to go whenever he wants? Shen Guanshui and Tang Yongjin just gave a helpless laugh. They decided to leave the scene. When these old legends get heated, nobody can talk them down. Their status was just too high. Even though Shen Guanshui was a massive idol with over 100 million fans, she couldn't mess with these 3 elite scholars. Whether they were 3-star, 2-star, or 5-star, these guys had students all over the world. When the 2 of them got back to the set, they saw Luo Feng, the one who almost caused a full-on brawl between 3 legendary professors, sleeping like a baby without a care in the world. Chilling on the table, soaking up the sun. Pure vibes. This little guy is living the dream. You're a total menace, you know that? You stirred up so much drama that the place is still a total disaster zone. Tang Yongjin wasn't even mad, he just gave him the side eye and looked over at Luo Feng. Luo Feng just rolled over and blanked him. I mean, he's not even human anymore, so why should he care? Why should a human soul be stuck doing human chores? He's going to live his best life his way. No cap, he doesn't need their permission. These professors think they can control his every move. They actually want to collect his waste, bro. They are tripping. Dream on. Luo Feng is going to do what Luo Feng wants. Period. Nobody can put a leash on him. Wow, giving me the silent treatment. Now Tang was lost for words, but what could he even do? This little king is untouchable. If Tang even thought about disciplining him, the authorities would be on him in 5 seconds. Even the professors would probably jump him. Old man Shen saw this and just started dying of laughter. Finally, someone else who gets the struggle. He wasn't the only one getting played by this little guy. He's officially cracked. Teacher Tang, just leave him be. No matter what, he's still a literal dragon. He's got human-level IQ, so we got to give him his respect, but we can't box him in with human rules. Auntie Shangguan basically said it all. He can go wherever he wants, whenever he wants. Luo Feng was just chilling there with his back turned to them. He was low-key vibing with that. Auntie is spitting facts. Then Teacher Wang piped up too. Dragons have rights, but human laws don't apply to them. Let's be real, you're only this special because you're one of a kind. Otherwise, nobody would give a damn. Wait, what did I do? I didn't even say anything bad. Tang was absolutely done. This is peak group favorite energy. Everyone was ganging up on him. And he's the one cooking for the little guy. By the afternoon, the film crew wanted to head out to the coast. They were going to build a massive villa for Luo Feng. But Lu Changfeng and the other professors, especially Zhou Weiguo, from the materials department, insisted on doing it themselves. They claimed they had it covered. Even though none of them were architects, they were top-tier geniuses. If these guys build a house, you already know it's going to be scientifically perfect in every way. Watching everyone pack up to head out to sea, Luo Feng didn't lift a finger. He just kept soaking up those rays. But then it hit him, he'd grown again. He was a solid 16 meters long now. Soon everyone set sail, saying they were going to catch some fresh seafood for him to feast on. Those 3 professors were probably still arguing, though. But once Professor Zheng showed up, things changed because he's a legend in the field. Being the top dog below the doctoral legends, he made them split those samples equally, finally ending the world war between them. Once the beef was settled, each of them took their teams and got straight to work on their research. Zhou Weiguo, the materials goat, was over at the temporary military base starting his research on one of Luo Feng's scales. They set up a makeshift firing range, and a bunch of PhD students were standing by with their notebooks ready. Get ready to take notes. You guys set. Zhou Weiguo checked the room. He looked at a white-haired old guy nearby. Is the scale secure? If it's good, let's get this show on the road. That old guy was another legend in the materials world named Long Yiduo. All good. Then let's go. Zhou Weiguo gave a slight nod. Right now, his entire focus was on that one tiny pitch-black scale. It was mounted right on the target at the range. The plan, they were going to blast it with a handgun. Boom! An infantryman fired a shot. Zhou Weiguo covered his ears and yelled over to Long Yiduo, who was standing by the target. He shouted, "Old man Long, what's the verdict?" Did it go through? Not a chance. There's literally not a single scratch on it. Long Yiduo was actually breaking a cold sweat. Zhou Weiguo was playing risky. If that scale had actually shattered, it would have been a total waste. Also, side note, that soldier was a straight-up deadeye. That scale was barely the size of a pinky nail, but he still nailed it from that distance. Seriously impressive stuff. This thing is tanky as hell. Zhou Weiguo was stunned. He'd tried stabbing it with a combat knife before, and it didn't even budge, which is why he went full send with the gun. He figured it would at least leave a dent, but Long said there wasn't even a mark. Nice shot, kid. Zhou Weiguo flashed a grin and turned to his students. Looks like this scale is... normal guns won't cut it. Zhou Weiguo thought about it for a second, hesitated, then finally made the call. Switch to armor-piercing rounds immediately. Load up the K-152 armor-piercing rounds. Old Zhou, the power on these things is insane. You sure you want to try this? Long Yiduo asked nervously. It's fine. How are we supposed to find its limit if we don't push it? Zhou Weiguo muttered. I don't have time to ramp up the power slowly. Those other samples are waiting for me to study them. It took a literal miracle to get these. They finally managed to secure some samples. As a materials scientist, getting his hands on these was only possible because Zhou Weiguo was a 5-star academician. His status was elite. Anyone else, forget about it. All right then, load the K-152 armor-piercing rounds. Long Yiduo didn't argue. He headed back to the target area to observe the results. He was just worried that if they blasted right through it, Joe Waguo would be devastated and the scales would be ruined. Mr. Joe, are you guys really testing how much punishment that little thing can take? Jan the marksman asked as he loaded the armor-piercing round. He cracked a joke while working. Ha, listen to you. Why would we be testing its durability? Who would even dare touch it? Joe Waguo joked back. He was usually super strict, but that was only with his own students. Jean was from a different unit, basically someone else's kid. I was going to say, maybe you're afraid that Dragon will grow up and start causing trouble, so you're seeing if bullets can actually kill it. This marksman was definitely the quiet but funny type. Once he started talking, the jokes just kept coming. Haha, bro, you're overthinking it. Let me tell you, that little guy has the chillest personality ever. As long as you don't mess with it, it won't get mad. It doesn't just go around biting or scratching people. Joe Waguo explained, overall, it's very friendly to humans and actually really caring toward other small animals. One time, it saw a stray dog on the island being forced away by a demolition crew since they're clearing the island, you know. The little guy saw it and actually stood up to the crew, growling and acting all tough to protect the dog. So yeah, it's friendly to people and has a big heart for other animals. I guess that's just how a dragon is. Isn't that the truth? This baby dragon is curious about everything new, especially the world outside. One of Joe Waguo's PhD students chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. If the little guy is such a good dragon, why are you testing its defense? The marksman just couldn't stop joking. Man, you're something else. Joe Waguo was speechless. He stopped joking and got serious. Look, it's like this. This little guy's scales have a unique structure with 30 different layers. It's incredibly clever. When there's heavy pressure from the outside, it works like Tai Chi, using softness to overcome force and neutralizing the impact. Combine that with how naturally hard they are, and if we can figure this out and apply it to the military, like for tanks or fighter jets, bro, just imagine. The defensive power of a tank, a warship or a plane with that tech would be off the charts. The marksman saw how serious the old man was. So he stopped joking and said, if that's the case, our Dongsheng nation is going to have an invincible army with maxed out defense. Exactly. Joe Waguo nodded hard. This little creature gave everyone so much hope and got these scientists hyped beyond belief. The legends say every part of a dragon is a treasure, and they weren't lying. The armor-piercing round is loaded. When do we start? The marksman waved the rifle in his hand and glanced at the target across the range. Long Yiduo, you ready? Joe Waguo shouted. No problem. Then boom. Another shot hit that tiny scale with perfect precision. What a shot. This guy's aim is god tier. It's legit. You guys don't know who this marksman is. He's the shooting champion of the Jiangnan war zone. At this distance, he's basically 100% accurate. Word is he was supposed to be sent on a major mission abroad. But just to help us test the scale's durability, they had to send him here instead. Why didn't they just find any random shooter? Isn't this a waste of talent, comrade? What do you mean, waste of talent? Let me explain. These scales are way too small. You can't just stand right next to them and shoot. You know, academician Joe needs data on different effects from mid to long range. We need to do experiments at 300 and 500 meters. That's why academician Joe told the higher-ups the scales were tiny and he needed a real sharpshooter. Haha. And then the higher-ups straight up sent the grand champion. The materials science PhDs had to admit that little guy's status in the Empire was getting more legendary by the day. Yo, Long Yiduo, how's it looking? Did it break through yet? Joe Waguo shouted toward the other side once more. No shot, not even a single scratch. Long Yi yelled at the top of his lungs. Yes, let's go. Joe Waguo's face instantly lit up with a massive grin. This scale is straight up broken. These armor-piercing rounds are literally made to shred through steel plates, but they can't do a thing to this one scale. Still didn't pierce, even the elite sniper was shook. He's from the War Department, so he knows for a fact that these rounds are the top tier in the whole country right now. Sure, the Tiger Empire's tech might be a bit more advanced, but our domestic stuff isn't far behind at all. The fact is, our best armor-piercing round couldn't even leave a scuff mark on it. So even if those foreign ones are a tiny bit better, they're probably going to fail too. How are we supposed to test this now? Joe Waguo was stuck. They already used the strongest rounds available. It's like trying to see how much a professional eater can handle when you only have 1 pound of rice. Why not just use a cannon? The firepower is way higher. The sniper said it with a straight face. He wasn't capping. When it comes to penetration, a cannon is obviously on a whole different level than a bullet. It's not a bad idea, but the scale is just too tiny. Joe Waguo sighed. Yeah, The sniper added hitting a target this small from 500 meters. Unless it's me, no one's making that shot. The sniper flashed a confident grin. The target is way too small, and the shell is way too big. Chu Guo muttered, "How about this? Let's try a simulated explosion in the lab instead." Once they decided on the yield, Zhou Weiguo didn't waste a second. He got his PhD students to start the prep work immediately. Zhou Weiguo was thinking, if that little guy shed all his skin, a larger surface area would be so much easier to work with. But as soon as the thought popped up, Zhou Weiguo winced. If anyone actually tried to skin him, Grandpa Huang would probably end their life. Luo Feng had no idea Zhou Weiguo was using his scale for experiments. Right now he was at the beach with the film crew looking for seafood on the sand. After all, the psychology professor said he can't just eat and sleep all day. Even for an animal, you've got to take them out to play. Dragon baby, come and catch me. Old Man Shen was running along the shore, shouting back at Luo Feng. Everyone knew by now that Luo Feng wasn't scared of the ocean at all. Nobody was worried about the waves washing him away. Luo Feng just straight up ignored Old Man Shen. That goofy grin on his face was just too much. But Luo Feng was definitely interested in watching Huang Ziqing and Shangguan Shui. They were picking up seafood with their pant legs rolled up, and the sea breeze was pretty strong. Since Luo Feng is basically a reptile and pretty low to the ground, he could see, well, a different perspective on things. But suddenly Luo Feng saw Shangguan Shui lean in and whisper something in Huang Ziking's ear. Huang Ziqing turned super shy and kept peeking over at Luo Feng. What are these two goddesses up to? Luo Feng was totally confused and curious, but with his dragon instincts, he knew they were definitely talking about him. Too bad he didn't have super hearing yet, so he had no clue. Pretty soon they finished filming the seafood gathering scene. They caught a ton of stuff enough for Luo Feng to have a nice little feast. Everyone headed back to the main tent. You guys are finally back. Dragon Baby spent all afternoon at the beach. He's got to be starving. I'll go get dinner started. Tang Yongjin didn't go to the beach because he was wiped out from cooking all day. Yeah, let us give you a hand. Teacher Wang stepped up to help. A bunch of people headed to the kitchen to help out. Even though they had plenty of staff now, everyone loved joining in whenever it was time to cook. Even Li Xian, who has zero kitchen skills, went to help wash veggies and prep the meat. So just how much can Luo Feng eat these days? Let's put it this way. There's a massive guy outside carrying bags of rice nearly 2 meters tall, and Luo Feng eats at least 10 times more than him. Not only does he eat a ton, but he's also gotten super picky. Tang Yongjin can't just throw random stuff together anymore like he used to. Luo Feng's palate is way too refined now. Luo Feng knew the chef was secretly leveling up his cooking skills just to keep him happy. Even though he's already a master chef, there's always more to learn. Honestly, being with Shangguan Shui, Li Xian, Huang Ziqing, Teacher Wang, and Tang Yongjin always made Luo Feng feel so good. They were so good to him. Once Luo Feng grows up and gets his full powers, he's definitely going to pay them back. I definitely won't let them down, especially Huang Ziqing. She was the first one to ever look after me. Back then, she didn't even know I was a dragon. Even after it was proven her kindness toward me was still pure love. She never changed. Growl, I'm starving. Old Tang, hurry it up. Seeing the food wasn't ready yet, Luo Feng hopped down and marched toward the kitchen like a boss growling for some service. Oh, my little lord, today's seafood prep is a bit more complicated. Just a little longer. Mr. Tang knows you're hungry, so just hang in there. Tang Yongjin spoke while grabbing a spoon, speeding up his movements, the show guests helping out in the kitchen. Hearing Luo Feng's growl was like hearing a royal decree. They all started moving way faster. Keep it up, I'm watching you guys. After finishing his kitchen inspection, Luo Feng flicked his tail and swaggered back to the table to wait. Wow, look at him flexing, Shangguan Shuier laughed. Yeah, he's like a big boss going backstage to rush the servers. Huang Ziqing rolled her eyes at his back, but so what if he's smug? If your dog had this high of an IQ, everything it did would be adorable, let alone the fact that he's a divine dragon. Tang Yongjin's seafood cooking was straight fire. This is so good. This is the life. Luo Feng looked at the table. It was a total wreck. Everything had been wiped out like a hurricane hit it. I'm so stuffed today. I finished all the seafood, plus a massive bowl of Yangzhou fried rice and some pork and lamb ribs. A perfect meal, plus 3 idols serving me. Of course, the newcomers Liu Hanyan and Cheng Dai were taking great care of Luo Feng too. But Luo Feng wasn't too close with them yet, so he didn't give them much time to hold him. Where is this little guy going? After eating, Luo Feng didn't just nap on the table like usual. Instead, he hopped down and headed outside. Is he going to the bathroom? Li Xian guessed. Maybe. Shangguan Shuier nodded and chased after him. Meanwhile, Luo Feng wandered out. The crew found a dense forest, and Luo Feng crawled right in. But for the professor team, the drone cameras they had in the sky easily caught Luo Feng's movements. Last time they tried to get a close-up, Luofeng smashed their robot bird. Now that they were filming openly from the sky, Luofeng didn't really say anything to them. Looks like Dragon Baby is about to. Lu Changfeng saw the footage and immediately shouted, "Everyone get ready, don't worry, we're always ready." His men quickly grabbed their gear and stood by the tent door. This was the Lightning Squad, a super fast and mobile team. The whole point of this squad was, no matter where Luofeng showed up, if someone needed to be there, they could arrive in an instant. The little guy doesn't follow anyone's rules now. If he sneaks off to do his business, they have to go pick it up immediately. If there's danger, they have to be there instantly. That was exactly why this squad existed. Old Lu, I gotta tell you something. Suddenly, Gu Pingtao from the chemical engineering department rushed in. This morning, didn't that little guy pee right outside our tent area? That whole spot is covered in weeds now. It's like a jungle for real. Lu Changfeng's eyes widened. It's not just the urine results we're testing. Dragon Baby's pee contains tons of nutrients that boost plant growth massively. And even more importantly, this stuff is insanely good for the human body. For any multicellular animal, it's basically a priceless treasure. Gu Pingtao got all hyped up as he spoke. It's literally shocking. It's a treasure for animals, but just how priceless are we talking? Lu Changfeng noticed he was extremely hyped. He was even more excited than when they found out the dragon's saliva could cure cancer. What kind of special power does this pea actually have? Looking at Gu Pingtao's face, Lu Changfeng felt that this discovery was going to be absolutely earth-shattering. As a fellow researcher, Lu Changfeng totally understood that feeling. Old Lu, this is straight-up magic. We tested it on a lab mouse, a really old one, near the end of its life. After injecting the little guy's pee, that mouse literally got its youth back. Organs, physical functions, cells, everything completely changed. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng almost passed out. His head was spinning. This Lu Changfeng was also from the biology department. He knew exactly what the guy was getting at. If this was legit, then this little guy's, well, his golden shower. Does it actually have the power to reverse aging? This is absolutely insane. Lu Changfeng's brain was literally melting. No way something this cracked exists in the real world. He had to ask, is the data legit? Is every single number for real? Were there any glitches in the matrix? Old Lu, chill out for a sec. I'm not even done with the story yet. Gu Pingtao put his hand up, telling Lu Changfeng to pipe down. He totally got why Lu was tweaking right now. He was hyped beyond belief. When he first saw the results himself, he almost blacked out from the shock. Then spill it already. Why are you gatekeeping the info? Lu Changfeng was losing it. Those old mice I mentioned, they actually got their spark back, but about 1 hour after the shot, the mice started getting dizzy, going blind, and just straight up losing their minds. How did it go south so fast? Lu Changfeng's heart just sank. Was the dose too cracked? Maybe it was just too much for them to handle. We should have watered it down before the test. Bro, you think we're rookies? Gu Pingtao sighed. We used a 2% concentration. The old mice looked a bit better, sure. But it wasn't the God mode effect we wanted. Gu paused for a second. All the data is locked down now. What I'm asking is, what's the move? What do we do next? This was massive. Gu Pingtao had no choice but to huddle up with the other big brain professors. I think we got to send this report over to Jincheng ASAP. Lu Changfeng started to speak, then shook his head. Actually, hold up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I need to look into this mouse experiment myself. I was going to send the report to Jincheng, but thinking about it now, that's a bad play, especially considering what this stuff does. It's literally the fountain of youth. If this hits Jincheng, it's going to break the internet. Total chaos. We got to handle this perfectly. Don't move too fast. Professor Gu, keep a close eye on that little guy. We can't have any slip-ups. I'm heading to the lab. Lu Changfeng made his way over to an old house on Peach Blossom Island. The locals had already cleared out. The Empire paid them a fat stack of cash to move. No one was complaining about that payout. Now these big yards were being used as labs or storage for food. Lu walked into a spot filled with test tubes, cages, and high-tech gear. This was where Gu Pingtao was running the tests on the little guy's samples. Academician Lu, you made it, one of the old professors said. Save it. I already talked to Gu. I'm here to keep the ball rolling. Even though they usually fought tooth and nail over every scrap of sample they could get, when things got serious, everyone played nice. I mean, reversing age, that's legendary. Lu scanned the room and gave the order. Listen up. We need to dilute this from 1% to 15%. 15 stages. Later, we'll break it down into hundreds or even thousands of microdoses. We need to keep grinding if we have enough samples. Lu's logic was simple. If the pure stuff makes old mice young again, but breaks them, if it causes bad side effects, then we got to see what happens at 15% or lower. Let's see the results. The lab was buzzing. Professors and PhD students were grinding. 27 or 28 minutes flew by. The 15% dose caused bleeding from the nose and mouth. They went blind. At 13%, they started acting crazy, running into walls. At 9%. They were having seizures and passing out. Lou kept a straight face, but inside he was feeling a mix of hype and regret. These reports were clear. If a human took this, they might look younger, but the side effects, they'd be absolutely cooked. It's more than any human could take. Some of the mice even straight up died. That really shook Lou. It turns out the little guy's gift was a double-edged sword. So here's the problem. If it does this to mice, even if it makes you young again, can humans even use this? Humans might be tougher than mice, but who would dare take that risk? For real though, just as Lu Changfeng was feeling totally defeated, experiments 3 and 4 finally saw a turnaround. Grandmaster Lu, look at experiments 3 and 4. Right now, neither of these mice are showing any bad signs. The dosages are at 3% and 4%. Wait, no side effects. Hearing this, a huge smile finally broke across Lu Changfeng's face after so long. Lu Changfeng started thinking that maybe the little guy's urine isn't toxic after all. It's all about the dosage. If you control it right, it's fire. I need you to run a deep dive on those surviving mice immediately. Watch them closely and see if any other symptoms pop up. Lu Changfeng was shouting with pure excitement. You got it, Grandmaster. About an hour and a half later, the report that Lu Changfeng personally worked on was finally finished. Holding the report, Lu Changfeng walked out of the temporary lab with a totally bizarre look on his face. One minute he was grinning, then he looked confused or stunned. He was sighing and shaking his head while he walked. No one had a clue what he was thinking. He was so spaced out that he actually walked straight into a wooden pillar. Oh, oops. Lu Changfeng rubbed his forehead, finally snapping back to reality. His latest experiments proved one thing for sure. The little guy's urine. It's packed with nutrients that plants crave, but if you dilute it to about 2 or 3%, it's actually insane for anti-aging and boosting the human body. But here's the thing. Once it's diluted, it totally loses that legendary fountain of youth effect. If you don't dilute it, your body will literally break down. But at 3%, that is a straight-up God-tier medicine for a long life. Maybe, if we can find a way to use a 100% dose without the side effects, we could literally stay young forever. Everything depends on the future tests, but seriously, turning young again used to be stuff you only saw in novels, but now it's actually possible. This isn't just a fantasy anymore. Meanwhile, back at the film set, Luo Feng was done playing around and had already headed back to the crew. Huang Ziqing, Shangguan Shuir, and the others were gathered around his favorite sleeping table, just hanging out and chatting. And what were they talking about? Obviously about how the little guy's bathroom break triggered World War II on Peach Blossom Island. For the new people, World War I was that massive fight over his nail clippings and scales. Someone carried Luo Feng onto the table and he plopped down right next to the girls. Our little guy's just getting cuter and cuter. One of the girls giggled. She didn't dare call him a troublemaker. To her, he was just pure adorable. For real, it's been a minute since he caused any chaos. Huang Ziqing patted his head with a sweet smile. Oh, stop, our little guy's only naughty once in a while. Usually he's a total angel. I bet he won't pee on anyone's front gate next time. Shangguan Shuir stroked his whiskers, her eyes full of love for him. But over in the live stream, a bunch of people who missed the earlier parts were starting to spam the chat. What are they even talking about? Peeing on a gate, World War II. Someone fill me in. What's the tea, brothers? Go watch the VOD. It's actually comedy gold. Long story short, a bunch of top-tier scientists almost threw hands and started a brawl. It's wild. Imagine these legendary old guys literally fighting over dragon waste. Think about it. We've already seen his nail scales, eggshells spit, and now his business. What's left? Does dragon dung count? Lol, wait, you're onto something. What if we got some of his blood? No way. If you drink that, do you just hit max level and get 30 years of power? Chill, you've read too many novels. Bro, this is a novel now. Urban fantasy is real. Dragons are literally the definition of fantasy. True, but let's look at the facts. So far, only the spit and poop have confirmed results. Facts. Spit cures cancer, and the poop is basically a broken fertilizer. We still don't know what the rest does. I'm hyped for the urine results since I'm a med student. Seriously, a lot of animal fluids are used in medicine. This dragon urine is definitely going to be cracked. Let those professors take their sweet time. Science isn't something that happens overnight. They need a ton of experiments and data to compare. Back at the film set, Uncle Shen was busy messing with Luo Feng again. Hey, little guy, about that movie deal I mentioned. Have you thought it over? For real, if this kid grows to be a few thousand meters tall one day, Uncle Shen is definitely going to have his elite crew step in. We'll write the ultimate dragon movie script and let the little guy star in it. Zero CGI needed. It'll be pure natural talent. With that kind of realism, the box office would be insane. But there is a catch. Would the Empire actually let our dragon baby out to film a movie? But Uncle Shen figured even the big bosses in the Empire have to respect the little guy's own vibes. Basically, if Luo Feng wants to be a movie star, the Empire won't stand in his way. No way Uncle Shen mentions the movie and the little guy actually lets out a cry. It was like he was giving him an answer or something. Everyone was low-key confused. Wait, did you just agree? Uncle Shen laughed. Looks like our dragon baby is actually down for that movie fame. But bro, you gotta grow up fast. Right now, you're not allowed to leave this island yet. Just then, Professor Lu Changfeng stepped out from behind them. He joined the conversation saying the little guy isn't going to be stuck on the island forever. He needs to train. Once he masters those flight skills, we're definitely going to need to find a bigger spot for him. By then, the entire sky will be his personal playground. Hearing Lu Changfeng say that, everyone finally realized it. Once he's truly airborne, this island is going to be way too small for him. I can't wait for the little guy to grow up and actually touch the clouds. Shangguan Shui patted Luo Feng's head. Sis is waiting for that day. You better take me up there for a spin in the sky. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing at that. Man, Shangguan Shui has some serious guts. Even if he wants to take you, would you actually dare to hop on? You gotta remember, that's not a plane or a hot air balloon. If you don't hold on tight and fall off, it's game over. It sounds risky, but I'm definitely gonna try it when the time comes. Huang Ziking looked down at Luo Feng. But Dragon Baby, let's not fly too high, okay? The air gets super thin way up there. Dang Ziking, you're already planning your Dragon Rider career and worrying about the oxygen levels. Teacher Wang joked around for a second before asking academician Lu what brings you over here. Everyone knows the drill. Usually these big shot professors don't just hang around the filming site unless something's up. Well, there is something you all should know. Lu Changfeng smiled and explained. If the little guy sheds any more claws or scales, you guys have to make sure you pick them up and hand them over to us immediately. Remember, those two things are incredibly valuable right now. I mean, we can always get samples from his, bathroom breaks. But those scales and claws, if Ziking hadn't given us some, we'd still have zero. They're literally part of his body. We can't just go and rip them off. Everyone nodded in agreement. He wasn't lying. The waste is just stuff the little guy doesn't need, so they can just pick up the scraps. But if those scales don't fall off naturally, there's no way Luo Feng is just handing them over to them. Honestly, every single part of this little guy is a straight-up national treasure. Academician Lu, you guys have been grinding on those scales and claws lately. Any major breakthroughs yet? Haha, of course we found something. Lu Changfeng started beaming as soon as they asked. Let me tell you, this little guy's scales are absolutely broken. First, we hit them with the strongest armor-piercing rounds, not even a single scratch. Then we stepped it up to simulated artillery blasts. Believe it or not, there still wasn't a single mark on them. We don't even know what the limit of his defense is yet. It's unreal. We still need more tests to find out. Everyone was completely stunned. Lu Changfeng saw their faces and grinned. Hold on, don't think that's all. The little guy's claws can slice through steel plates like butter, and he doesn't even have to try. And that urine. That stuff is straight up magic. It can literally revitalize a lab rat's body, but the side effects are crazy hard to control. The rats can't handle it and just end up dying. Basically, if we can fix those side effects, scientists could literally crack the secret to eternal youth. Everyone in the room lost their minds. 12 people started screaming at once. They were completely floored and totally speechless. Every single thing he said sounded like it should be impossible. But would a guy like Lu Changfeng really joke around the urine has side effects? The lab rat literally died. Tang Yongjin didn't quite get it. He asked academician Lu, what are you saying? Can this little guy's pee actually kill people? Haha, it's not just about killing Lu Changfeng, said with a laugh. Let me put it simply for you. If a patient on their deathbed gets an injection or drinks this little guy's urine, then they could probably stand up immediately. But there are way too many elements in it. Some are good for people. Others are toxic, but for plants, it looks like it can bring dead ones back to life and make them grow like crazy. Shangguan Shui was stunned. His voice trembled as he asked, so if they drink it, what are the side effects? Give us the details. Well, there are a lot of symptoms. For example, bleeding from the nose and mouth passing out, metabolic chaos, or even blindness. Mental breakdowns and all that, it could even kill you on the spot. As Liu Changfeng said this, everyone got major goosebumps. That is terrifying. Even if it could literally make you young again, those side effects are way too scary to even try. That's why we need to find a way to solve these problems. Only then can we truly achieve eternal youth. Liu Changfeng sighed. Do we have a plan yet? Shen Guanshui asked. If the effects are too strong, can't we just dilute it? We're obviously going to look into that. Liu Changfeng didn't give them the full experimental report. He stood up and walked over. I'm mainly telling you this so you stay alert. Don't get too close to this little guy. To put it bluntly, his pee can kill you. You've been warned. After finishing his piece, Liu Changfeng headed out. Everyone watched Academician Liu walk away in total silence. This pee, the scales, the claws, it's all just too insane. But the livestream chat explosive doesn't even cover it. This was straight up nuclear. Oh my god, no way, that's terrifying. But for real, can it actually make you young again? Academician Liu basically said, if they fix the side effects, then yes. It's all about filtering out the toxic stuff. Just extract the good parts. Didn't you guys listen? It sounds like it only works if a sick person drinks it. What do you mean youth restoration? Whatever this is absolutely fire. And those claws and scales can be used for medicine. That's cracked. But it makes sense. Our dragon baby is a literal dragon. He's a legendary beast. It makes sense that every part of him is a treasure. Yeah, it would be weird if he didn't have these effects. I really hope they fix the side effects of the pee. I'll buy some for my grandpa once it's out, haha. Bro, you're dreaming. Even if this stuff hits the market, there's no way regular people can afford it. Exactly, there's only one dragon. How could he supply all of Dongsheng? Just please don't put a crazy price tag on it. Give it to the scholars who served the empire first. I second that. I just hope for a major breakthrough. It's only a good thing if regular people can use it. Bro, you're wrong. Even if it was cheap. They couldn't let everyone use it. The earth would be way too crowded. Imagine if everyone could just stay young forever. The live stream chat was absolutely flying right now. I mean, since ancient times, everyone's been obsessed with immortality and staying young. It was always just a fantasy. Even emperors couldn't make it happen, let alone regular nobles. If the first emperor had met Luo Feng back then, we probably wouldn't even be speaking English today, even after Liu Changfeng left the tent. Everyone kept talking about it for a long time. As for the claws and scales, everyone kind of figured they would be incredibly sharp and tough. But nobody expected them to slice through steel plates or block the impact of a cannon shell. And it looks like that's not even his limit. And the pee thing, nobody saw the youth restoration coming. It's so wild, but those side effects are legit terrifying. Thinking about it, though, even a dragon wouldn't be 100% perfect. Like the old saying goes, every medicine is 30% poison. Everything has its pros and cons. You can't just take the good stuff right. It's like dieting to look like a goddess. Sure, everyone loves your body, but you'll end up malnourished. Your health would take a hit. Our dragon baby is seriously the GOAT. Li Xian said with a grin. If anyone messes with our dragon baby in the future, one swipe of his claw and they're cooked for real. That's why Professor Liu came to warn us. Dragon baby is dangerous, so everyone has to be careful. Even though Shangguan Shui said that deep down he was just in awe. A creature like this being real is a total miracle. The hype in the live stream just kept climbing. People started going wild talking about all those dragon legends. Some said dragons can control the weather. Others said they breathe out clouds and mist. Everyone was waiting for Dragon Baby to show off more of his God mode powers. I mean, in this day and age, seeing a mythical beast with your own eyes, that's literally a once-in-a-lifetime flex. But everyone knows Luo Feng is totally chill with humans, so there is no need to be on guard around him. Honestly, there is no reason to stress out. Up until now, he hasn't snapped at anyone or tried to catch a body with the film crew. I just had a crazy thought. If I went back to ancient times and had this little guy's scales as a shield and used his claws as a spear, I would literally be an invincible general, an absolute unit. Tang Yongjin laughed and said, nah, that is mid. Riding the little guy into the sky would be way more fire. People in the past would probably worship you as the dragon sovereign. Liu Hanya, the girl group member, chimed in. Of course, Luo Feng couldn't care less about their little chat. He just kept lounging on the table, soaking up the sun. Lately, Luo Feng has been sunbathing every single day, and the crew has been handing out tons of sunscreen to the idols too. Might as well just hang out together, right? No one is going anywhere. But after sunbathing for days, Luo Feng felt something inside him. That unexplainable energy was getting stronger and stronger. He wondered if his God mode power was finally hitting its peak. Thinking about this, Luo Feng decided he didn't care about the risks and was going to send it one more time. He slowly pushed himself up, and with one quick motion, he yeeted himself off the table and onto the floor. Why did he just jump down? What is he cooking? Everyone was super curious about his next move. This little guy was sleeping just fine, so why did he suddenly leave the tent? The people in the live stream were also totally lost. Is it because everyone keeps talking about peeling off his scales? Maybe he doesn't feel safe anymore. But he is way too smart for that. He probably knows they are just trolling. No one would actually try to snatch his dragon scales. Soon enough, Luofeng made it outside and started scaling the ropes, holding the tent up, heading straight for the top. For real, he is a total pro at climbing. Super agile. Little guy, what are you doing? Why are you going so high? Careful, don't fall. Why is he climbing the tent? Is there something cool up there? No one understood what he was trying to do, but they weren't too worried. His scales are basically broken anyway, so falling shouldn't even be an issue, right? Even missiles can't crack those scales, so how could a fall hurt him? Wait, you can't just say his defense is invincible. His scales are just tough. Tang Yongzhen immediately clapped back, saying, listen, if a guy wears a full suit of armor and jumps from a height, wouldn't the internal shock still wreck him? True, just because his scales are OP doesn't mean he won't feel the impact of a fall. Shang Guanshui started getting anxious again as the realization hit. Remember last time at the cliff when he was trying to learn how to fly? After failing like a dozen times, he finally pulled it off. So if he can actually fly, maybe we don't need to worry, but then again, he failed over 20 times before. If he tries to take off and just drops like a stone, the crew's cooked. They can't take that responsibility. They literally cannot afford a mistake. In no time, the crew members had surrounded the tent. If the little guy jumped and started falling, they had to be ready to catch him no matter what. Meanwhile, Luofeng was at the top. Standing on the roof of the tent, he looked totally impatient. Look, Luofeng is a dragon. He keeps hearing everyone talk about how cracked his scales and claws are, but why hasn't the government officially confirmed he is a dragon yet? That kind of talk really got to him. He was determined to fly straight into the clouds and show them what is up. Luofeng figured that would finally be the ultimate proof. Plus, that mysterious energy in his body felt supercharged. He had to try. Going back to the cliff was too far, so he was just going to use the tent as his runway. Even if he fell, it wasn't that high, so it wouldn't even hurt. If a dragon can't even fly. Then Luofeng felt like he was just a total failure. If he never learned to fly and had to walk on 4 legs forever, then being a rare creature was completely pointless. Being pampered like a pet meant nothing to him. That is just how it goes. The more something seems out of reach, the more you crave it. Luofeng was no different. He hadn't mastered flight yet, so he was going to make it happen no matter what. He wasn't going to let one past failure stop him from trying again. Besides, it wasn't a total fail last time. Luofeng took a deep breath and barked at the people below, telling them to back off. I am not going to die from this height, but to the humans it just sounded like a cute little ah-woo. Suddenly, Luofeng put all his power into his legs and launched himself into the air. He shot up over 2 meters high and started tumbling midair. Oh my god. He actually jumped. Teacher Tang, catch him. He is heading your way. Quick, catch him. Teacher, Wang screamed. Everyone was freaking out and shouting his name. The entire film crew was just completely speechless. They were terrified he would fall and go splat, but the next second, Luofeng didn't drop. Instead, he pushed himself up toward the sky. In an instant, the live stream chat exploded like a blizzard. I just got here. What the heck is going on? Seriously, why is the little guy on top of the tent? Is he actually taking off? Holy cow, my dragon baby is cracked. He is really flying. I thought the last video was fake, but this live stream just face-slapped me hard. A divine dragon is a divine dragon after all. This is too fire. He is still heading up, and honestly, seeing a dragon in the sky is peak aesthetic. He is flying, but he looks a bit like a rookie. Please don't fall. Go a little higher, little guy. You got this. The crew and the viewers were all losing their minds. Shangguan Shui and Tang Yongzhen were ready to catch him. They were so scared he would fall, but he just straight up ignored gravity and headed for the clouds. Nobody expected him to climb the tent just to practice flying. This was nothing like that cliff jump incident. This was a total success with 0 fails. Meanwhile, the professor squad saw the footage. They all jumped out of their seats. Lu Changfeng's heart was in his throat when he saw Luofeng jump. Remember, he failed so many times before. Falling from a tent onto concrete is no joke. This isn't like falling into the ocean. If anything happened to the dragon baby, even a 3-star academician like Lu Changfeng couldn't handle the heat. But now that Luofeng was actually soaring, Lu Changfeng went from worried to pure hype. He was vibing. Luofeng was hanging in midair doing barrel rolls and spinning. He was circling around, and today his 4 claws weren't flapping like a bird anymore. It was like he realized he didn't need to copy birds to fly, so his claws stayed still. You could just barely see him using his claws like rudders to steer his direction. Gravity, aerodynamics, physics, all that science talk was total cap right now. That power inside him, that warm surge, was flowing heavy. Luofeng was actually a bit confused himself. When he first took off, Luofeng used his mind to tap into that warm energy. Or maybe it was divine power. Suddenly his whole body felt like it was hit by an electric current. That warm flow moved through his entire being. And just like that, he was airborne. No more falling. He could turn by rolling his body, and his claws helped him stay on track. Awoo, awoo. Luofeng was having the time of his life. Last time he just hovered, but now he was literally swimming through the air. Between the two, this was what real flying felt like. The previous attempt was just not as embarrassing as it could have been. Baby, please come down. I am scared. You will lose control and fall. Huang Ziqing was a nervous wreck. Her heart was going thump, thump, thump as she watched him go higher. If he messed up now, it would be a disaster. A rookie flyer like Luofeng just didn't look safe to them. It was only natural to worry. Hey, you guys, stop staring. Go find the air cushions and put them down here. We need to move with him. Teacher Wang snapped out of her daze and started barking orders at the staff, who were still staring at the sky. Right on it, the staff members said. They took one last longing look at the sky before rushing off to find the gear. Up there. Luofeng heard everything they said. It seemed like the workers were just watching to see how high he could go. Only the girls like Tang Yongjin and Teacher Wang were actually worried about him getting hurt. This is insane incredible. The Dragon Baby's flight skills just leveled up big time. Compared to just floating there last time, this is night and day. Lu Changfeng was so hyped he was literally clapping and dancing while watching the screen. Professor Lu, should we cut the live feed? Zhao Yubao asked while watching the broadcast. Think about it. If this video gets out, it's going to break the internet. The public reaction will be insane, and we'll have so many problems to deal with. We need the crew and the professors to handle this. We have to cut the feed, but Lu Changfeng shut that down immediately. No way Zhao Yubao was totally confused by that answer. I mean, Lu Changfeng's whole vibe from the start was different. He wanted to stay low-key and avoid the spotlight. He used to hate it when the media started talking nonsense. Every time something about the little guy was exposed, Lu Changfeng was so cautious. Who would have thought he'd just let it go this time? Is he just letting it fly like the little guy? Don't be so surprised. Lu Changfeng looked at Zhao Yubao. I just want our people in Dongxing to see how hard Dragon Baby has worked. He's finally made it. He's completely mastered the art of flying. Lu Changfeng's goal was simple. We've reached this critical moment. There's no point in hiding the fact that the little guy can fly anymore. Remember when he was first born, he was just a skinny lizard, 20 or 30 centimeters long. Now he's a baby dragon soaring in the sky. I bet all the fans following this are dying to see this moment. A dragon like this. He's the ultimate way to bring the people of Dongxing together. He's great for national unity. And honestly, Lu Changfeng was spitting facts. Right now, the netizens watching the live stream are seeing it. Luofeng is actually flying. Everyone is stunned and completely speechless. It's so emotional. After failing so many times, he finally succeeded. They learned so much from Luofeng. It doesn't matter if you're a human or an animal. As long as you work a little harder, heaven will definitely look out for you. Just look at Dragon Baby. If a normal person went through dozens of failed jumps off a cliff like he did, they probably would have quit ages ago. For real. At the same time, a hashtag immediately hit #1 on the trending page. The true dragon is soaring into the sky. This news, along with clips from the live stream, spread all over the internet. So many people saw the update on Luofeng and rushed to watch. Hundreds of millions of people were liking the post and started watching. In the video, everyone was shocked and so proud to see Luofeng jump off the tent and soar into the sky. Hard work pays off. Where there's a will, there's a way. That is the dragon spirit. This is the spirit of a nation. This is what a mature nation looks like. You have to be able to endure the grind. That spirit of not fearing any hardship. I'm so hyped. Dragon Baby finally took off. Spam the crying emojis in the chat. Let's see how many people are tearing up. I'm literally crying right now. This is so moving. When I saw the little guy practicing his flight at the cliff before, I was so worried. That tiny body kept climbing mountains and jumping into the ocean. It was honestly painful to watch. Yeah, he worked so hard. Those waves must have hurt like crazy. The little guy had it so rough. And now he actually did it. The comment section wasn't just shocked, it was full of pure emotion. If anyone is blind enough to say, this isn't a dragon or that it's just some coincidence, 10 million people are going to hunt them down. He's literally ignoring gravity and aerodynamics. You still dare to say he's not a dragon? Honestly, nobody better talk trash about Luo Feng. No complaining and definitely no hating. You'd have to get past over 1 billion people from Dongsheng first. Only then could you even try. People are already saying that now that Luo Feng is a true dragon, students studying abroad will come rushing back. Even foreigners will want to move here just to get some of that divine beast luck. These things are already starting to happen. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had been flying in the sky for quite a while. He finally felt what it was like to fly like a bird, looking down at the crowds and the tents. The trees were all under his feet, that feeling one word, cracked. Teacher Wang is our little guy, officially soaring through the clouds. Now Shangguan Shui and the others were holding the crash pads. They were looking at the sky, they were worried, but more than anything, they were just so happy for the little guy. Soaring through the clouds, it's not quite that extreme. Teacher Wang was being pretty blunt. Have you read Journey to the West? When Sun Wukong flew into the sky, he just flew over high mountains, and then the master said, at most you're just cloud crawling. You're nowhere near soaring through the clouds. In the myths, the minimum standard for soaring through the clouds is traveling across the whole world in a single day. Only that kind of skill counts as cloud riding, which is why the great sage only got the somersault cloud after mastering it. Whatever the case, this little guy has officially unlocked his flight wings. It is fire. While Shangguan Shui was talking, Luo Feng looked down at everyone holding up crash pads for him. They looked pretty goofy. Luo Feng did not even bother with the pads and just aimed for an empty spot. He stuck the landing perfectly. His body was buzzing with energy enough to stay up there a bit longer if he wanted. He just needs more practice to sharpen his flight skills. Right now, landing safely just takes a bit of mental focus. He just has to let that energy fade out slowly. As he gets lower, the power tapers off. It makes landing a total breeze. Long bow is safe, let us go. That was actually terrifying, no cap. Seeing him safe, everyone ditched the crash pads and started sprinting toward where Luo Feng landed. Long bow, you are such a menace for flying that high. What if you fell? Shangguan Shui ran over, looking exactly like a worried mother with a chaotic kid. She was stressed but happy. Luo Feng did not find it annoying at all. It actually felt pretty wholesome. Having someone genuinely care about you hits different. Ah woo, Luo Feng chirped happily. He started bouncing around and ran straight toward Shangguan Shui and the crew nuzzling against her leg. What a good boy. Looking at how precious Luo Feng was, Shangguan Shui felt her heart melting. Whether he is running or flying, he is just way too cute, especially that proud crocodile waddle of his. That walk is definitely the secret to how he gets all his fans. You did it, little guy. You were cracked today. Huang Ziking walked over, knelt down, and gave Luo Feng some head pats. Then the whole crew started giving him the thumbs up, totally hyped. I mean, that flight in the sky just now. Everyone saw it. Luo Feng's hard work definitely deserves a massive W. Remember, he is a baby who has not even been born for 10 days yet. Doing this much is insane. That look in the sky earlier. Aside from being a bit smaller than the dragons in movies, he was the real deal. Light work, light work. No need to hype me up that much. Luo Feng was low-key flexing in his head. He was feeling great. In his mind, he has officially fully unlocked the flight skill. After a while, Luo Feng started feeling mentally drained, though it was not nearly as bad as that time with the storm. He was beat. He started chirping at Shangguan Shui, and she immediately knew he wanted a cuddle. The two girls picked him up right away, and Luo Feng finally started to shut down for a nap. Using Mount Everest as a pillow is a total vibe. Luo Feng was exhausted. A voice inside his body was telling him it was sleep time. He did not know how much time had passed, but when Luo Feng finally opened his eyes, it was already night. Looks like he was out for about 6 or 7 hours. Yo Long Bao, you are finally awake. Let me tell you, you are trending at #1 again. You are literally dominating the internet. Tang Yongzhen joked when he saw him wake up. In the few hours Luo Feng was asleep, his flight video had already gone viral. Basically, half the empire knows about it by now. The video of Luo Feng flying was everywhere. People were searching for it, reposting it, and blowing up their social media feeds. The entire internet was basically just talking about Long Bao flying, since you can fly now. You have to do it for us more often. Old Man Shen walked over once he saw the little guy was awake, but reminded him to be safe. I agree, Li Xinyan nodded, because I feel like Long Bao learning to fly is just like a human. When we learn a skill we have always wanted, we definitely want to try it out more. A creature made for the sky has to fly often to feel right. Everyone nodded after hearing Li Xinyan's take. Makes total sense. Luo Feng totally agreed too. Someone who just learned to fly. He's just like a kid who just learned how to swim. They want to jump in the water every second they get, but here's the problem. He only lasted about 5 minutes this time. He did not run out of energy, but he felt pretty weak afterward. He has to keep grinding. In the future, he cannot have a situation where his batteries die mid-flight. But Luo Feng figured that once he grows up a bit more, most of these problems will just solve themselves. The next day, Luo Feng heard some news. It looked like Old Man Shen and actor Huang were leaving. Luo Feng had no idea what was actually going on. The production crew just gave everyone some vague excuse about having important business to attend to. But looking back, Luo Feng knew it wasn't that simple. Like, what could be more important or more fire than this? They were literally hanging out with a dragon. Luo Feng was certain the Empire pulled some strings to get them out. Honestly, serves them right for being so fake and smug all the time. They had zero respect for the dragon god, and that best actor Huang He always acted like he had such high emotional intelligence. He tried way too hard not to offend anyone, but he ended up being totally unlikable. At least that was Luo Feng's take on it. He figured their personalities were the real reason they got the boot. I mean, when you're facing a literal dragon, even being a legendary actor with billions at the box office won't save you. Now, the 3 girls from the idol group were a different story. Their status wasn't nearly as high, but Luo Feng actually liked having them around, even if the officials tried to make them leave. Luo Feng probably wouldn't have allowed it anyway. But today, Zhao Yubao noticed something super weird. All the professors on the island seemed to have vanished. After asking around, he found out they were all called into some emergency meeting. It was going down in the main tent of Lu Changfeng's biology department. Zhao Yubao and Wang Yusheng were dying of curiosity, so they decided to eavesdrop at the entrance. They had no clue what these guys were whispering about until someone shouted, "I'm the first one to say no to this." Inside the tent, Lu Changfeng was staring down dozens of experts looking like he was ready to throw hands. You guys need to realize that the little guy has human-level intelligence if we actually go through with this. And he finds out, how are we ever supposed to face him again? Exactly, I'm with old Lu on this one. Zhou Weiguo added. Zhou Weiguo spoke up. We're here for research, so let's stick to research. Why are we coming up with these wild schemes? Even though Lu Changfeng and Zhou Weiguo were totally against it, the new animal psychology experts weren't backing down. Guo Qingbin just chuckled and said, look, you have to understand the little guy needs companionship. Exactly. Professor Zhou. Professor Lu, stop being so stubborn, another psychology expert chimed in. If we do this, the little thing contributes to the Empire's biodiversity goals. Plus, he gets a partner and a family of his own. Isn't that a win-win for everyone involved? Listening from the tent door, Zhao Yubao and Wang Yusheng were completely speechless. They thought the professors were discussing some world-changing event, but it turns out they were just trying to find the dragon baby a girlfriend. I guess if it were actually top secret, they wouldn't be able to overhear it anyway. Let's go, this is just too weird. They were about to lose interest and walk away when the new guy, Guo Qingbin, spotted them. Since the production leads are here, why don't you weigh in? Shouldn't we handle it this way? Having a partner would definitely help him grow up healthier. The two of them turned around, standing there awkwardly. Why were they being dragged into this? They didn't even know what to say. I feel like the whole mating situation should be run by the higher-ups first. See what their stance is. Zhao Yubao didn't dare give a real opinion. I mean, it's a literal dragon. Let the big brains in the capital figure it out. Just pass the buck to them. The higher-ups. What do those guys even know? Guo Qingbin snapped, looking totally frustrated. All they care about is playing politics. Old Guo, watch your mouth. The older professors nearby were low-key terrified. How could he say something so bold? There's no need to involve the higher-ups in this. We can make the call ourselves. Lu Changfeng finally spoke. He knew Guo Qingbin was only acting this way because he actually cared about Luo Feng's well-being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his breath arguing. I agree that this might be necessary eventually. But it's way too early, Zhou Weiguo argued. He hasn't even been born for 10 days yet. He seems perfectly happy without a partner. And if something goes wrong, which one of you is going to take the heat? He was right. Even if the little guy had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old kid, he was still just a 10-day-old dragon baby. Trying to research his offspring now was insane. If he ended up with developmental issues because of this, it would be a total disaster. Besides, none of you actually understand how dragons reproduce anyway, right? Gu Pingtao spoke up. That settles it for now. We'll talk about this later. It's just too soon. Lu Changfeng stood his ground, but the psychology and crossbreeding experts under him weren't convinced at all. Well, since his IQ is so high, why not just let him choose for himself? Zhao Yubao suddenly suggested. Let him choose. Lu Changfeng looked surprised. Yeah, I mean, since we can't decide, let him pick. Zhao Yubao continued. We could just release a bunch of different wild animals onto the island. Then we let the little guy play around. It'll help him practice his hunting skills and see what he likes. Let him pick his own type of animals first, then you guys can nerd out over the crossbreeding and genetic stuff later. Hearing this, everyone started nodding along. They all thought it was a fire idea, so they made it official right then and there. Lu Changfeng added, but this is a massive operation. We're talking about releasing a ton of wild animals. And honestly, this whole thing about dragons being able to hybridize with anything sounds a bit cap to me, even if the myths say a dragon and a cow make a chillin'. Or with a horse, they make a dragon horse with a swan, a phoenix, an eagle, a giant roc, a pig, an elephant, a snake, a flood dragon, and a flood dragon, a gavial. Flying dragons with bears, Pikshu with leopards, Chiwen with fish, Pulau with tigers, Bian with wolves, Yazi with jackals, Swanee with lions, Qunyu with bulls, Chaofeng with birds, and Baxia with turtles. But that's just ancient lore. There's no way it's all actually true. Still, these professors were hyped for one reason. If this crossbreeding actually works, they'd literally have a real-life Keelan or a Baxia. The myths even say they can get humans pregnant. Wild. Anyway, everyone quickly hopped on board with Zhao Yubao's plan. Releasing wild animals would solve the food situation first, and it'd be the perfect way to see how cracked Luofeng's hunting skills really are. Because let's be real, nobody actually knows how a dragon is supposed to survive in the wild yet. Director Zhao, I see you. That was a solid suggestion. Lu Changfeng patted Zhao Yubao on the shoulder, looking hyped. Also, since we're already talking about the mating stuff, I've got another project I want to kick off. What's the move? Zhao Yubao asked. I mean, there are only so many members in that girl group. The little guy loves having girls around to eat and play with him right. Let's hold an online vote for female guests. Whoever the little guy vibes with stays to hang out and play with him. Obviously, Lu Changfeng wasn't crazy enough to try some human-dragon hybrid experiment. He just wanted people to keep Luofeng company. But hey, if it's a human and a dragon, as long as it's consensual, I guess nothing is off the table. That's a bet. That'll be easy to set up. We'll start by looking at female celebs. We'll make a dragon version of a dating show. Our dragon will be the star bachelor. Zhao Yubao was already seeing the clout and got super excited. We can find out which female stars the little guy likes, and the audience gets to watch all the drama unfold. Sounds like a plan. You handle the arrangements. Lu Changfeng smirked, but deep down he was low-key looking forward to it, even if he wasn't pushing for the crossbreeding yet. Those mythical hybrids from the legends were too cool to ignore. I mean, who wouldn't want to see a real Killin? And of course, right now Luofeng had zero clue these professors were absolutely cracked, literally planning to set him up with a cow to spawn a Chillin. Later that night, Luofeng actually got an invite to Huang Ziking's room. Luofeng was high-key confused. He could tell she was super hesitant, and her face was turning bright red. But she finally locked it in. Once he got there, she explained she was just following Sister Shui's advice to use his saliva for her skincare, but Luofeng felt like the vibe was way more complicated than that. Meanwhile, at the same time, in an office over at the Tiger Empire, a bunch of people were holding a high-level meeting. This was the headquarters of the Tiger Empire Intelligence Agency. McLean, what the hell are you saying? Are you telling me Dongsheng really has a legit dragon? The one speaking was an old white guy named William, the big boss of the agency. He looked like he just saw a ghost. You heard me right, my dear Director William. McLean slid a stack of photos across the table. I wish this was fake news or some Dongsheng marketing stunt, but for real, this is 100% legit. And honestly, this dragon is kind of a mood. He's cute and playful. I'm a fan. William grabbed the photos and squinted at them. Are these for real? A dragon shouldn't even exist. Yeah, dragons have always been a Dongsheng myth. The Ocean Empire and the Goryeo Empire used to treat them like divine beasts back in the day, but that was ancient history. A creature like this is even less likely than a dinosaur. At least we know dinosaurs were actually a thing. Nobody has ever proven dragons exist. The room went silent. Everyone looked dead serious like they couldn't believe their ears. Look, I don't have time to play games with you guys. Everything I'm saying is facts. If you don't believe me, go check it out for yourselves. McLean snapped back, clearly annoyed. So McLean, tell me this. If this dragon is the real deal, is Dongsheng going to invite the world to study it or put it on display? William asked, his voice low. This probably isn't going to work. After all, the East Victory Empire has already deployed heavy military units to guard that area. On top of that, they've officially listed Peach Blossom Island as a protected zone. McLean explained this while William sat there scrolling through video evidence. He was finally starting to believe this dragon was the real deal. Suddenly he slammed his hand on the desk. "McLean, if we get the chance. I cannot let this dragon reach adulthood." William sounded absolutely furious. "Mr. William, you're right. Even though he's undeniably cute, I don't want to see him fully grown either. We have to find a way." McLean was on the exact same page. A mythical creature like this. If the East Victory Empire holds onto it, their national pride will be off the charts. Their unity is already insane as it is. Just imagine what happens once they have a literal dragon, the Big Tiger Empire. There is zero chance they let this happen. It's a hard no, and they aren't the only ones. It wasn't just the Big Tiger Empire holding emergency meetings over Luo Feng. Empires all over the world were freaking out. The footage of Luo Feng flying through the sky wasn't some CGI or Photoshop. It was 100% real. This made everyone realize this wasn't a prank. A creature like a dragon is just too legendary. The entire world had to take notice. At first, some empires tried to sneak spies onto the island, but they quickly realized it was impossible to get in. Every single resident on the island had been moved out, and even the film crew. They have to undergo medical checks every single day. They can't risk passing any viruses to Luo Feng. But then more drama hit the fan. News came out of South Korea. Yeah, that place. Some expert biologist and geographer there claimed that Luo Feng's dragon egg most likely drifted from their waters over to the East Victory Sea. They actually demanded Luo Feng be returned to them. The internet absolutely exploded. It was pure chaos. People were calling them beyond shameless. But a lot of fans were torn. They loved the idols and the dramas from that place. All their goodwill came from those long-legged idols. But this time, even the fans were stunned. Like, what is this expert even talking about? Luo Feng belongs to them. Talk about having no shame, I'm losing it. These guys are actually disgusting. It's almost funny how delusional they are. Apparently, a bunch of their professors agreed with this expert and even cooked up some fake evidence. They were really trying to make it look legit. A guy named Wang Long literally swore an oath. If I ever watch another one of their dramas, I'll let my man part shrink by 8 inches. LMAO. First they claimed the Dragon Boat Festival. Then they claimed they invented Chinese characters. Why not just say the whole earth belongs to them? I've never seen anyone so bold and shameless. This little guy was found right on the beach of our Peach Blossom Island. Besides the origin of dragons, that comes from our empire. They learned everything from us back in the day, and now they want our baby dragon. Someone tell them they won't even get a single speck of this dragon's poop. People online were seeing red. Everyone started dragging them in the comments. The posts were nothing but roasts. Of course, those idols started catching heat too. But the hardcore fans jumped in to defend them, saying it wasn't the idol's fault. It turned into a total flame war. The official platforms had to step in to shut it down. If the fighting kept going, it was going to get ugly. While the internet was busy fighting, things were quiet at Old Man Huang's villa. Even though it was late, the lights were blazing. Nobody expected Old Man Huang to call a meeting in the middle of the night after such a long day, but there they were. The conference room had a massive projector running. It was showing footage of Luo Feng, everything from the moment he was born until now. Take a look at this data, everyone. This research came from the 3 top professors on the island. It covered everything from his claws to his scales and even his droppings. The woman presenting was that same boss lady from before. She's likely the director general. Her final conclusion after watching the clips was clear. We can all see how vital this little guy is. So regarding the proposal from Lu Changfeng, Zhou Weiguo, and Gu Pingtao, we are going to move forward with it. That means Peach Blossom Island is being upgraded from a standard reserve to the True Dragon Wildlife Nature Reserve. We need to study every move this little guy makes. Now that the little guy is showing off these insane powers, there's no point in hiding him anymore. It is not official yet, but the vibes are definitely there. Just looking at the name True Dragon Sanctuary, you can see the Empire is making moves. Once the video finished, a high-ranking professor stood up and spoke. This is way too much work. We should just bring the little thing back for research. Why bother with a whole sanctuary? Someone immediately clapped back. Professor Duan, you need to think about this baby dragon. What if there is an adult dragon protecting him from the shadows? If the myths are true, a dragon's power is straight up broken. Nukes might not even scratch its defense. Do you really want to tank that kind of god-tier rage? But the cost is insane. Setting this up will take at least $55 billion. Professor Duan kept going. I know the little guy is important, but we do not need to be this extra. Enough, most people are on board. Suddenly, Old Man Huang stood up. Release the wildlife and set up the True Dragon Sanctuary. Get these projects moving right now. if the ancient myths are real, then our empire having a shill in a mix of a dragon and a bull sounds like a massive win. Also, does this baby have a family? This is the main point. We cannot mess around and have a swarm of adult dragons pulling up to settle the score. The little guy is already cracked. Only God knows how powerful the adults are. With Old Man Huang giving the green light, nobody dared to argue. It was not just him being a boss. Most people actually agreed that spending $55 billion was a W. About 30 minutes later, a series of orders were sent from Old Man Huang's villa to all of Jiangnan and Peach Blossom Island. Right after that, a massive news bomb dropped on social media. This was a total plot twist. It was the most serious official statement the government had ever made regarding the baby dragon. The National News Network posted that wildlife is a precious gift from nature. Once it is gone forever. So we have to protect the rarest species on Earth, especially a one-of-a-kind new discovery. It is confirmed. The Finance Department will allocate $55 billion to build the true dragon sanctuary. They are also adding 98 square kilometers of the surrounding sea to the sanctuary area. Huateng Nature Reserve is officially being renamed the True Dragon Nature Sanctuary. As soon as the post went live, the whole empire lost its mind. Netizens were absolutely floored by that massive stack of cash. In just a few minutes, the comments hit 10 million. It instantly smashed the Guinness World Record for the fastest post to reach 10 million comments. No way. Damn, that is so much money. 55 billion. Are we sure this is not yen or something? Holy crap, spending that much just to build a home for the little guy? The empire is going God mode. Is this a shadow announcement? Changing the name to True Dragon. Wait, why is it in quotation marks? Even now, are they still holding back? Man, just changing the name to True Dragon is already a huge flex. Once they research him more, those quotes will definitely come off. Hope it happens soon. It is so annoying. He is obviously a dragon, so why the quotes? I am confused, but the government must have a plan. Just trust the process. We all know he is a dragon anyway. But for real, what are they spending $55 billion on? Why does it cost so much, bro? Just moving that many wild animals into the sanctuary is going to cost a fortune. Peach Blossom Island is huge, and they have to relocate a lot of residents. Even the temporary lab the professors were using is being scrapped. Netizens were stunned. The empire is really flexing its wealth by dropping $55 billion like it is nothing. Of course, there were haters yapping about spending that much on just one dragon. They said even if he is rare, look at the kids in the poor regions who need help. There were actually a lot of people talking like that, but the fans clapped back immediately. Dragon stands roasted those haters until they went silent. They shared lab reports on Luo Feng's droppings. The analysis proved it could speed up crop growth. Using it on a large scale could boost the entire empire's food production by 1/3. His saliva analysis could make the country a world leader in medicine. Even his scales and claws are a cheat code for high-tech materials. To put it bluntly, even when Luo Feng takes a dump, he is carrying the whole country. What right do these haters have to keep whining? Anyone with a brain knows $55 billion is a total steal for this. As for Luo Feng, when he woke up the next day, Huang Ziqian was already taking him to the main film crew tent. Last night was the first time Luo Feng ever slept in a girl's bed. Honestly, it was a massive upgrade compared to his own spot. But today there was some serious business to handle. Academician Lu Changfeng mentioned it before the girls looking after Luo Feng just weren't enough. They needed to pick some girls Luo Feng actually liked to hang out and play with him. Once everyone gathered, the conversation naturally turned to the little guy. Usually filming him while he slept was just routine daily content. But after seeing Luo Feng wake up from his morning nap, teacher Wang spoke up. The little guy is awake. Why don't we do a try not to simp challenge? Luo Feng had never heard of a game like that. After teacher Wang explained it, Luo Feng realized the deal. They show you a video of a girl, and you have to keep a totally straight face. If you don't react at all, you win. Then they move on to the next girl to keep testing your poker face. Of course, this was all just a setup to pick some handmaidens for him. Little guy, you want to play with us? Shang Guanshui patted Luo Feng on the head. He was down to play. It sounded pretty interesting. Watch some girls and try not to get hyped right. Honestly, winning didn't even matter. He just wanted to see some beauties. Wait, he actually wants to play. Let's go. Teacher Wang was low-key hyped. He didn't expect it to be this easy. Luo Feng walked straight into the trap. The game started immediately. First up was Tang Yongzhen. Everyone tried their best to pick a girl they thought he'd like and played a totally normal video for him. First, middle-aged men definitely dig this style, but it didn't seem to work. Tang Yongzhen didn't even flinch. Finally, Shang Guanshui pulled out a sexy photo of a top-tier model. For Tang Yongjin, being cute is totally useless. Everyone was looking in the wrong direction from the very start. Tang Yongjin actually folded. Since he lost the challenge, he has to eat that bitter melon. Next up is Teacher Wang and Yixing. Everyone is vibing and having a total blast. All right, now it's time for the little guy to take his turn. As Li Xian speaks, the mood gets serious. The main event of the day is finally starting. Shang Guanshui and Huang Ziqing pull out their phones and start showing Luo Feng a bunch of female celebs. They're watching to see if his heart skips a beat. But wait, why are they only picking female stars? Because celebrities are easy to find and invite. If they used random internet models, they would never track them down. For Tang Yongjin and the guys, the heartbeat challenge was just a game. But for Luo Feng, if he actually likes someone, they are literally going to bring that girl to the film set. Finally, it is Dragon Baby's turn. He has to understand how the game works by now, right? I think he gets it. With an IQ like a 7 or 8-year-old, he is definitely solid, but honestly, he is just a dragon. Can he even get hyped for women? Why wouldn't he? He is definitely into girls. I am so curious. What kind of star is going to make this little guy's heart race? While the live stream viewers are losing it, Luo Feng sees the video Li Xinyan is showing. It is actually the cute Zhao Yingbao. No way. My goddess from Journey of Flower. Li Xinyan really knows how to pick them. The little guy is going to love this for sure. She is gorgeous. It is a no-brainer. Come on, little guy, show her some love. But looking at this star, Luo Feng is low-key speechless. She might have a massive fan base, but in his past life, Luo Feng was never a fan. Honestly, he thinks she is mid at best. The biggest issue is her constant clout chasing. Always talking about her trash degree or how she started as an extra, claiming it was all hard work that got her here. Luo Feng is totally over it. That only works on those brain-dead fans. Everyone knows the entertainment world is shady. Even in a regular job, being talented and hardworking doesn't mean you will move up. You need the bosses to choose you first. Luo Feng didn't feel a thing. In fact, he straight up made a gagging face to show he is definitely not interested. He gagged at her, no way, what is even happening? Why did he just barf? Oh, she is really grinding for real. This Dragon Baby actually unfollowed bro, has zero taste. Disrespecting my girl Yingbao, these stands are brainless. Does your idol think the whole world needs to simp for her? Facts. I mean, she looks alright, I guess. But she ain't it for me. Yo, get a doctor, Long Baby just puked. The heartbeat challenge literally made Long Baby sick. LMAO. The crew saw Luo Feng throwing up and they are freaking out. Where's the medical team? Get him a checkup right now, Wang shouted. Of course, Luo Feng did that on purpose. Total face slap to Zhao Yingbao. He is basically saying she is gross, but everyone thinks he is actually dying. Longbao, why are you throwing up? We need to get your blood tested right now and see what's actually going on. Huang Ziking's voice was sweet, and all but Luo Feng was totally speechless. He literally just faked a couple of gags with some spit, and now they want his blood for real. Is everyone low-key overreacting? Here comes a female doctor. A doctor in a white coat walked over holding a massive needle. Luo Feng low-key wanted to swipe at her, but he was afraid one tap would literally end her. He's just built different. But since everyone was simping over him and worried, Luo Feng decided to just lay there. Go ahead, take the blood. Last time he just skipped a meal and they lost their minds. Now that he threw up, it's officially a national emergency. Okay, this doctor is actually big brain. She knew his scales were basically armor that a needle couldn't pierce, so she aimed for the soft spot between his claws. Plus, she was being super gentle. Luo Feng didn't feel a thing. Before he knew it, she had half a vial. Bro, do you really need that much of my blood? Huang Ziqing was literally crying seeing this. That's enough. Just a little bit is fine. Stop taking his blood. Shang Guanshuir was also stressed. After the blood work, they started doing heart checks, brain scans, and even a CT scan. But for real, Luo Feng's body was perfectly fine. God mode activated. The medical team couldn't find a single thing wrong, so they just told the public it was indigestion to stop the internet from having a massive meltdown. This was Lu Chengfeng's call. It's not really a lie, just keeping the peace. If anything actually happened to Long Bao, the pressure from the entire internet would be insane. They had to do it. Honestly, Luo Feng was regretting his life choices. He just wanted to troll Yingbao, but now he's been poked and prodded by these doctors for an hour. Actual L. Finally, the blood samples were ready. 3 different squads pulled up at the medical center like they were about to rob a bank. Lu Chengfeng from biology, Gu Pingtao from chem, and Zhou Weiguo from materials. They looked so aggressive they actually scared the head doctor. Luo Feng's blood literally started World War III on the island. They were screaming at each other for over an hour. Even the big boss couldn't calm them down. For these scientists, this blood was pure gold. They all wanted a piece of it for their research and their students. But there's only one vial right. I mean, it's dragon blood finally. Old Man Huang had to personally call them to make them shut up. He told them from now on, everything gets split 3 ways. If they keep acting like children, they're all getting sent home on a forced vacation. That definitely shut them up. No more drama for now. Wait, can the little guy still play the heartbeat challenge? Shangguan Shuir asked, looking worried. Bet I was totally faking it. I want to see some beauties. Luo Feng let out a loud roar. Since he seems totally fine, let's get back to the show. Time to pick some girls. Fine. I know you love beauties. Here, look at this one, Huang Ziqing said, holding the screen up to him. May Skip, Luo Feng thought, completely unimpressed. It was just a bunch of fake-looking starlets. Even the big names like Naza or Zhang Yuqi didn't do it for him. Big L. Then he saw Yangzi. He wasn't that interested at first, but then he noticed Zhang Yixing looking super awkward next to him. Then it clicked. Aren't these two caught up in some major dating rumors right now? Yo, Luo Feng started chirping like crazy, since Zhang Yixing is such an easy target time for some trolling. Oh, crap. Yixing thought, his heart skipping a beat. What's happening? Is the little guy actually picking her? If she gets invited to the set, it's going to be so cringe for me. With all the rumors flying around, Zhang Yixing was low-key panicking. Long Bao is doing this on purpose. I swear, can we just not pick her? Yixing whispered frantically into Tang Yongzhen's ear. He is not. I think he genuinely likes her. Tang Yongzhen scoffed, totally ignoring him. LMAO, I'm dead. These two having a scandal and then ending up on the same show, the drama's going to be top tier. Long Bao really knows how to farm those views. He's the GOAT of variety shows. If Luo Feng is heart beating for someone he doesn't care about some celebrity gossip, there was nothing Zhang Yixing could do but look at the floor in pure embarrassment. He's cooked. One isn't enough, we need more. Let's keep looking, Shangguan Shuir said, pulling out more photos of female stars. None of these were his type. Wait, Luo Feng suddenly spotted a familiar actress. No way, it's actually Yuan Bingyan. She played that role in the Mystic 9 show a few years back. It's Yato since Lei Jiang played Yue Hong, and they had those dating rumors. Luo Feng decided to help him out and pick her. Luo Feng was dying laughing inside. He started chirping and making noises, and the live stream chat instantly exploded. No shot. Why is it another one of Lei's rumored girlfriends? Haha, this dragon baby is doing this on purpose. Is he actually that cracked? How does he even know the tea about Lei's dating life? Is it just a coincidence? Meanwhile, Lei looks like he's about to pass out. If he keeps picking like this is every girl he's ever been linked to going to show up on set. But then, Luo Feng didn't plan on wasting any more slots. He was going to pick the baddie actresses he liked in his past life. Obviously, these girls weren't going to say no. This show is the biggest thing on the planet right now. One appearance and you're instantly viral. Only a loser would pass that up. Tang Yongzhen actually tried to suggest some older stars. Luo Feng almost fainted. Sure, they were icons back then, but they're way past their prime now. What kind of taste is that? Like 18 to 29 is the sweet spot. Why settle for anything else? At the same time, basically 80% of female celebrities in the country, whether they were filming in Hengdian or at business dinners in Shanghai or shooting variety shows in the South, literally every single actress. They were all glued to their phones and computers watching the stream. They were praying to be picked by the dragon baby, even if the odds were 0. But everyone still felt like they had a chance. If you get picked, the clout is insane. Plus, you get to be close to the dragon baby. It's a total win-win. These actresses, what they really wanted was Luo Feng's saliva. If they got picked, they might actually have a shot at getting some. Luo Feng had already become every actress's dream man. That dragon spit is a literal cheat code for perfect skin. Who doesn't want to look 18 forever? After picking a few he liked, Luo Feng got bored with the game. He just crashed on the table to sleep. His picks should be arriving at the set in a few days anyway. After a 30-minute nap, Luo Feng got restless and took off flying right out of the tent. Everyone was used to it by now since he'd been flying all day. Ever since he learned to fly, he's been in full God mode, just vibing in the sky whenever he feels like it. Of course, drones were tracking him and he'd get an alert if he flew too far. No biggie. Wait, what's going on in those woods? Luo Feng looked down from the sky at the forest below. Something fell off. Luo Feng decided to dive down and check it out. Back at HQ, Lu Changfeng was confused. Why was he heading to that forest? Ever since it became the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, they'd stocked it with wild animals. Obviously, the animals were meant to be potential mates or prey for Luofeng. The actresses were basically just babysitters or maids. Did the dragon baby sense the wildlife already? Is he going for a look? What's the play here, Director Liu? A student asked. Those animals, they were brought in from other reserves, including some massive predators. With $55 billion in funding, money was no object. They shipped them in by boat and plane, like Grandpa Huang said. They needed to build a literal paradise for Luofeng. Other animals were a must, even for the breeding stuff. Luofeng can pick whatever animal he wants. Like we said, everyone is waiting for a dragon-cow hybrid to make a qilin, and these animals, even if they're protected species, Grandpa Huang said Luofeng can hunt whatever he wants here. It's survival of the fittest. If you die, that's a skill issue, LOL. Giant pandas would literally cry if they saw how Luofeng was being treated. Even they don't get other protected species as snacks. Let's wait and see if he's patrolling his turf. Maybe he just needs to take a dump, Lu Changfeng joked, but honestly, I'm hyped. If the little guy meets these beasts, will he actually hunt them? Zhou Weiguo leaned in, eyes glued to the drone feed. Yeah, I gotta see this. Lu Changfeng nodded. A dragon hunting for real, that's the dream for these professors. Everyone is dying to know what his power level is. This is the perfect chance to see what Luofeng can really do. Back in ancient times, dragons didn't have anyone waiting on them. No maids and definitely no personal chefs like Tang Yongzhen. If dragons were actually real, they had to hunt to survive. Right now, Luofeng is soaring high above the forest. A ton of animals are losing it just seeing him. Wild horses and goats are scrambling everywhere trying to get away. Luofeng was just out for a casual flight, but his nose picked up a strange scent coming from the trees. Might as well check it out. Boom, tons of little animals everywhere. Luofeng starts diving low. He lets out a massive roar at the animals. It sounds like a tiger's cry, but way more intense. That is the roar of a young dragon. The forest goes into total chaos the second those animals hear it. They all start bolting for their lives, totally terrified. But there is one tough guy who is not backing down. A small, wild wolf. Wait, no. This thing is huge. It has to be a wolf king. This wolf king is actually baring its teeth and growling at Luofeng right now. You dare act up in my territory, Luofeng just laughs internally. He is definitely not feeling this level of disrespect. He stops his low flight and lands directly on a rock right in front of the wolf king. The wolf king has never seen a creature like Luofeng before, but since Luofeng is staying low to the ground, and his build is pretty compact, the wolf king thinks it is way stronger than him. It is like when a lion sees a human. Research shows that lions think humans are tall and imposing. If they think you are bigger than them, they will not attack. What are you looking at? Come at me if you are so tough. Luofeng looks at the wolf from up close. It is massive, and it looks like it has not eaten in days. The Wolf King thinks that if it kills this shorty, it will finally have a massive feast. He is literally playing with fire. Luofeng feels something deep in his bloodline starting to wake up. It feels like something is about to burst out of his mouth. The wolf and the dragon are in a total standoff, and the Wolf King is being very cautious. It is creeping forward one step at a time, afraid to just jump in. How is that wolf so big? Is that a Wolf King? I do not think this thing was on the list of animals they released here. Who put that thing there? Maybe it is a local wolf from the island. Should we send in a rescue team right now? Everyone is starting to get worried about this random Wolf King. Even though Luofeng has OP claws and scales, let's be real, he has never actually been in a fight in his entire life. No one knows how this is going to go down. We cannot let anything happen to Luofeng. We have to go save him. Lu Changfeng is more hyped than anyone clenching his fists. He is glued to the video feed, afraid he might miss a single second. He knows the truth. Even if Luofeng is not a fighter, he can still fly. He can just dip. No way a Wolf King can catch him in the air. He just wants to see if Luofeng will choose to run away or stay and smoke this wild wolf. Meanwhile, the people in the live stream are totally panicking while watching the drone footage. Our little guy went into the woods and ran into a wolf. That thing is huge. It looks so vicious. Why hasn't anyone gone to save him? He is in danger. What is the security team even doing? Why are you guys so worried? You think our dragon's sharp claws can't handle a wolf? Exactly. How could he lose? If he loses, I will do a handstand while washing my hair on stream. He has god-tier gear. Are you guys stupid? The little guy has never fought another animal before. We have no idea what his combat stats are. What if he is just a total derp in a fight? Haha, you are kind of right though. I am just worried he is going to throw. He has zero experience. This feels way too risky. Security, get in there. Little dragon, just fly away. Do not try to be a hero. He has the tools, but he has zero hunting experience. But with those claws and scales, he should be fine. Wait, you don't think he is going to turn tail and run, do you? He has never fought, so he is probably terrified. Oh man, if he runs, those haters in the West are going to laugh their heads off. At this point, the chat is not even worried about if he can win. They are worried he might run away. If he flees, his global reputation is cooked. Those people in the West will definitely talk trash since he has such OP claws. He's got these insane god-tier scales, yet he wants to run away. The second he sees a wild wolf, I guess the little guy doesn't even realize his claws are absolutely broken. Right now in the live stream, everyone is spamming the chat to hype Luofeng up. Don't fold now, little guy. Tens of millions of people are watching. If you run away, now you're officially cooked. Talk about a major face slap. Lu Changfeng also realized just how serious this situation was getting. If he wins, he's a legend, but if he runs just because he's never fought before, he's going to be a global meme. Wolves are smart pack hunters. They are brutal, ruthless, and super crafty predators. They're built for speed with massive fangs, and their hunting tactics are top tier. Wild animals, livestock, even humans, nothing is safe when they decide to hunt. Wolves usually roll in packs. Their first move is the ambush, hitting the prey when it's not looking. Second, they pick off the weak or the loners and swarm them. They can even take down prey way bigger than themselves. Third, they use pincer movements to trap you from all sides. A wolf's hunting style is basically a masterclass in combat tactics. For example, when a pack is hunting a deer, the deer has to dodge rivers and cliffs, so it runs in zigzags. It covers more ground and gets tired way faster. But the wolves run in a straight line. It's a shorter distance, and they're coming from every angle. So even if the deer is fast, the second it hits an obstacle and has to turn, it runs straight into the wolves waiting on the wings. So yeah, these things are smart, and their combat power is no joke. And this one, it's a literal wolf king. Everyone was low-key panicking. Cats just jump you, but wolves, they wait, they stare you down to gauge your power before they move. This standoff is going to be intense. The viewers were all holding their breath, terrified that something was about to happen to Luofeng. Finally, the wolf king snapped. It was hungry and ready to kill. It lunged at Luofeng with insane speed. A lot of people couldn't even look, especially the girls. They kept thinking, wait, he's just a 10-day-old baby. In the eyes of the viewers, Luofeng looked like he was lagging. He just stood there like he forgot he could fly. But actually, he was stone-cold calm. For some reason, once his mental power peaked, the wolf's jump looked like it was in slow motion, like 10 times slower than normal. From Luofeng's point of view, that split-second pounce was stretched out. Every moment felt so slow, then Roar Luofeng let out a massive scream. It sounded like a dragon's roar. It was so loud, it sent shivers down everyone's spine in the chat. But then something even more insane happened. The moment the Wolf King pounced, Luofeng opened his mouth and blasted a massive fireball. Total silence. The whole world was shook. Since when do animals breathe fire? There isn't a single biological record of a fire-breathing creature. Not one. This was impossible, Luofeng breathing fire. Yeah, that's definitely enough to break the internet. The screen was instantly covered in question marks and exclamation points. The chat was literally lagging. Everyone was spamming "No way, WTF," and what just happened. The live stream literally exploded like a nuke went off. Everyone was losing their minds. Oh my god. What the hell was that? Am I tripping? Let me rub my eyes. Nope, I'm seeing this right. He breathed fire. Is that real fire, guys? Damn, that's legit fire. My eyes are literally blinded by the hype. Am I reading a manhwa right now? Is this a fantasy novel? The little guy can breathe fire. It's got to be CGI. No way that's real. I don't buy it. Impossible. Do dragons actually breathe fire? I don't even know anymore. Holy crap. Once this video gets out, the whole world is going to lose it. Fire. Our dragon is so OP. Go off dragon, baby. He's literally him. Is that wolf going to get roasted? This is officially the peak of the stream. Even an immortality pill wouldn't be this hype. The visuals are just too insane. It's like having $1 million in the bank versus seeing $1 million in cash right in front of you. It's a totally different vibe. Everyone was worried the little guy would have all that god-tier gear and still run away like a coward. That would have been the ultimate disappointment. After all, he is the totem of Dongsheng. If a totem is that cowardly, the people of Dongsheng would be a total laughingstock. But get this, the little guy didn't run away. Instead, he just straight up blasted fire. That wild wolf was literally cooked alive. You can still see it frozen in midair from the impact. It was about 2 meters away and almost on top of Luofeng when it just turned into charcoal mid-flight. The Wolf King doesn't have a single hair left. He is pure black charcoal now. This is savage. He is literally God mode. That terrifying Wolf King from a second ago, yeah, he is cooked. Now he is just a body lying on the ground. Not even a twitch. Instant kill. The audience is absolutely losing their minds. But how could the professor stay chill? Lu Changfeng was staring at the screen like a statue for 10 seconds straight. He still hasn't snapped out of it. And it wasn't just him, every single professor in that room was the same. Right now, they are all standing there like they are in timeout. It is like someone hit the pause button while they stare at the screen. Am I seeing things? Did he just breathe fire? Zhao Yubao was completely shook. His eyes were practically popping out of his head. I guess so, Wang Yusheng gulped hard. His throat was moving like crazy. They knew this wasn't some CGI. This was the real deal. Luofeng actually breathed fire. Someone pinch me, I have to be dreaming. Zhao Yubao looked like a complete idiot with that blank face. His brain was probably short-circuiting. Dr. Wang ignored him and looked at the other professors. He thought these guys had seen it all and wouldn't be as shocked. He figured they wouldn't be as shook as Zhao, right? Well, spoiler alert, he was wrong. Those professors were even more dazed. One of them had his mouth wide open and was literally drooling. Professor Lu, he really did it. He breathed fire. The wolf is literally toast. So now we can confirm the little guy's new skill is fire breathing. Lu Changfeng rubbed his temples. He rubbed his eyes, but his heart was still pounding. This is absolutely insane. This is wild. I can actually breathe fire. Honestly, even Luofeng was low-key confused. When that wolf threatened him earlier, he felt this energy ready to explode from inside his body. That is when Luofeng realized that energy was his fire source. Man being a divine dragon is fire, literally. Luofeng was feeling himself. He just unlocked flight and fire breathing. That is 2 broken skills already. Of course, this fire breathing isn't an infinite mana glitch. It takes a lot of energy. Luofeng figured he probably needs the sun and the moon to recharge that power. As he grows, he's noticing that he absorbs energy way faster. Also, this wolf meat actually smells kind of fire. Luofeng chuckled to himself. He remembered that old saying about never wasting a single grain of food. Since there is some fresh BBQ right here, he might as well feast, right? Now that I think about it, no wonder I wasn't scared of heat when I was grilling fish. It is because I have fire inside me. Why would I be scared of some heat? Luofeng walked over and used his claws to peel back the burnt skin. He took a bite of the wolf meat and immediately spat it out. Gross. That is actually disgusting. There is no salt or seasoning on this. It is literally inedible. Luofeng started missing the feasts Tang Yongjin makes. It is not even a contest. Tang's cooking is way better. Even though Luofeng likes to troll Tang sometimes, he still really likes the guy. He tossed the meat aside. Luofeng just took off and headed back home. He knows the island like the back of his hand, so no way he is getting lost. These rescue teams are actually kind of cute. Luofeng looked down while flying through the sky. He saw about a dozen special squads heading right toward where he just fought the Wolf King, but then the captain got a call and they stopped. They probably got word that Luofeng was already safe. When he got back to the main tent, Luofeng felt a weird weakness in his body. It felt like that fire breathing from earlier drained way too much of his power. Plus, he had to fly all that way back. His battery was basically at 0. Baby dragon, what's wrong? He came back looking so drained that everyone started getting really worried. They were going to hype him up for the fire breathing, but now they were too scared to even say anything. Don't worry, everyone. Just then, Lu Changfeng walked into the film crew's tent, followed by a group of PhD students. I think the little guy's just drained, but the energy I'm talking about isn't your everyday kind. Lu Changfeng didn't say it out loud, but it was basically God power. He'd let them figure that out. We can't help him recharge that special energy, but we can definitely fix his physical exhaustion. Once Lu Changfeng said that Tang Yongzhen got the hint immediately. He rushed out of the tent, shouting, "I'm on it. I'll go get him some food right now. Looks like he's just crashed." Lu Changfeng leaned in for a closer look and saw Luofeng slumped on the table. He was so cute while sleeping, even snoring a little. Seeing this, Lu Changfeng couldn't help but smile like a proud grandpa. The PhD students watching were low-key speechless. They'd never seen the usually strict Lu Changfeng act so soft. But yeah, that was probably for Luofeng's eyes only. They weren't that lucky. Listen up. Have the medical team stay close and keep a sharp eye on him. If Longbao feels off at all when he wakes up, I want to report immediately. Lu Changfeng gave the order, the medical team acknowledged it, and then they headed out. Professor Lu, what's the verdict? Longbao went straight to sleep. Is he really just tired? Wang Ziqian asked, clearly worried. Don't sweat it. Let me put it this way. Lu Changfeng said. Lu Changfeng didn't sugarcoat it. It's likely a specific energy in his body. You could basically call it God power. Flying and breathing fire use up a ton of that energy. When he pushes it too hard, he gets completely wiped out. Holy crap, God power, hearing those words, everyone was shook. They were all standing there with their jaws dropped. Honestly, they weren't shocked that he had powers. I mean, he's a dragon. Without God power, how else would he ignore gravity and physics to fly like that? What shocked them was hearing such a fantasy term come out of the mouth of a top-tier scientist like Lu Changfeng. But when you think about it, these professors had their logic shattered by Luo Feng so many times they probably stopped believing in science ages ago. The live stream caught all the details. Just pull up the footage and you'll see what I mean. After saying his piece, Lu Changfeng gave a quick wave and headed out of the tent. He had to go check out that toasted wolf. He'd already sent a crew to bring the carcass back for study. He was dying to know what kind of fuel Luo Feng was using to spit flames like that. The professor said to check the replay. Everyone get over here. Mr. Wong pulled his laptop out of the drawer and clicked on the live stream archives. On the screen, they saw Luo Feng facing off against the Wolf King. He unleashed a massive ball of fire. It was a literal wall of flame that swallowed the wolf whole. Man, even seeing this a second time, my heart is racing. He's absolutely cracked. If someone actually ticks him off, he'd cook them until they were nothing but a memory. That last bit came from Tang Yongjin. Everyone just looked at each other. They weren't worried about Luo Feng at all. He wouldn't turn on his own people. But with him showing off more and more God mode power, they definitely needed to be careful. Whatever we do, let's not get on his bad side. Look at the video after he breathes fire. The little guy looks totally drained. He looks even more out of it after flying for a bit. Shengguan Shuir said, pointing at the screen, "Yeah, for real." Professor Lu was right. Flying and fire breathing take a lot out of Long Bao, Huang Ziking added with a nod. I wonder if he really recharges by sunbathing. I mean, he's out in the sun every single day. Li Xian looked over at Luo Feng and said, "And this isn't the first time he's been this weak. It looks like his mana pool is always low. Maybe it'll get better as he grows up," Shangguan Shir said, already looking forward to that day. All right, I'm going to go start cooking. He's getting a feast the second he wakes up." Once Tang Yongzhen spoke up, everyone got to work some boiling water, others chopping wood. Even though they had help now, the stars working hard was still great content for the fans watching the stream. When Long Bao was napping, the celebrities were the only thing keeping the audience around. But the moment Long Bao woke up, nobody gave a single crap about the celebrities anymore. Some fans even left a classic comment whenever Long Bao goes to sleep. And the stream switches to the stars, everyone just goes, "Oh, look, it's commercial time. Ha ha ha. Thanks to the hard work of the crew and staff, today's meal was finally ready." They had a whole pot of Yutian Rouge rice, about 10 pounds of it, and a massive bowl of braised ribs. 20 pounds of lean beef soup, 30 pounds of roasted whole lamb, and 40 pounds of lean meat. 3 roast chickens and another 10 pounds of lean meat. This feast is absolutely stacked. We are talking top-tier ingredients flown in from across the world, but honestly, that 10 pounds of rice might actually be the most expensive thing on the table. Should we wake Long Bao up? He is still knocked out. Li Xian looked at Luo Feng on the table and asked, "Nah, let him rest." Lu Yuanqi said he is totally drained right now. Shangguan Shuir glanced at the top of the tent. Noticing the sun was shifting and he was in the shade, she grabbed a long pole and poked the tent cover so Luo Feng could stay soaked in that sunlight. "Look at him drooling in his sleep." Shangguan Shuir reacted instantly. "Quick, get a bottle and save that. We need to send it to Professor Lu Changfeng and the others." Who knows how many hours passed, but when Luo Feng finally woke up, he had been dreaming about his past life. He saw himself as a broke kid again, just another cog in the machine working at a factory every day. He woke up in a total cold sweat. No way he is ever going back to that life. Now that he is the dragon baby, he is literally the most precious thing on earth. Actually, that is an understatement. He is the most precious thing in the entire empire. Living 2 lives like this, the difference in status is absolutely insane. The dragon baby is awake. Everyone, it is time to eat. Li Xian saw him move and immediately started hyping it up. Finally, if he slept any longer, Lu Yuanqi was going to bring the whole medical team back for another checkup. Shangguan Shuir walked over and rubbed his head. "You were so cracked today. Do you even realize you took down a whole wolf king? Easy work. Why is everyone so hyped?" Luo Feng heard them glazing him and let out a happy little roar. Then everyone sat down to eat with him. The new maid entertainers haven't arrived yet, so it was just Shangguan Shuir, Huang Ziking, and Li Xian eating with him. God, I am so jealous right now. The way they treat this dragon baby is honestly making me salty. I bet nobody else in the world is living this large. Even the guy at the royal villa can't compete. I heard a rumor that the high-end Yutian Rouge rice is totally out of stock at the palace now. No way, so the old man isn't even eating it anymore. They are saving it all for Long Bao, but hey, that is totally normal. He is a literal divine beast. If you were a dragon, you would be getting that god mode treatment too. Heck, if you were a Qilin, you would be the center of attention too. Honestly, I am actually getting hyped for a Qilin to show up. Do you think there will be any sparks between Long Bao and the girls? If it were me, I would definitely pass, but we will see. Anyway, in mythology, dragons don't have any biological limits. I am low-key hyped for a dragon-human hybrid. LOL, I wonder what that would even look like. It is simple, just a regular human with dragon horns. You see it in cartoons and dramas all the time. So would a dragon human have half the dragon's powers. Yo, you guys are getting way too ahead of yourselves. What if they just aren't compatible? Haha, this little guy can already fly and breathe fire. I bet he has some other broken abilities. What do you think they are? Who knows? We will have to wait for the experts to figure it out. The viewers kept debating his powers while watching him dig into his food. Pretty soon, the entire table of food was basically wiped out by Luo Feng. His body was feeling better, but his internal divine power was still pretty weak. Wait, he is still hungry. He is definitely asking for more. He started barking at Tang Yongzhen, since he is basically the team's chef mom. What's wrong, Long Bao? Tang Yongzhen looked totally lost. Usually Long Bao would just roar a bit to say thanks for the food, but his tone sounded totally different today. Seeing how slow this guy was, being Luo Feng literally used his little claws to push Tang Yongzhen toward the kitchen. No way is he really not full yet. Tang Yongzhen finally caught on, and Luo Feng was satisfied. Tang Yongzhen got it. I guess he is just super hungry today. I am starving, let's go. Go cook already. Luo Feng gave him a look like, use your brain, man. You already ate all that, and you want more. Tang Yongzhen gave a helpless sigh, but headed back into the kitchen to keep cooking for the little guy. But as he walked, Tang Yongzhen couldn't help but feel weird. His appetite wasn't this big yesterday. Did breathing fire once just totally boost his hunger? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped overthinking and just focused on cooking. Meanwhile, on the other side, over on Professor Lu Changfeng's side, everyone felt way better seeing Luo Feng eating and walking around on the stream. For a creature like this, as long as it's eating, it's usually fine. No sick vibes here. The little guy was out cold for a while, so we were actually low-key worried. Looks like breathing fire really drained his batteries. Lu Changfeng was dead serious. I'm telling you, I'm more and more convinced that sunbathing is how he recharges that divine power. Supernatural stuff like flying and fire breathing, it all uses that power. Exactly. I am totally with you on that. Chewy Guo nodded. I saw the clip of him making it rain last time. He was super weak right after that too. But we do not have hard proof yet if it is actually his divine power. Regarding the rain, we need to give the world some ironclad evidence. One step at a time. Next time he makes it rain, we are going to have to study it properly. Gu Pingtao chuckled. But right then, a staffer burst into the tent screaming, "This is bad." Professor's Long Bao just vanished. The professors were completely stunned. Like what? He just vanished. What do you mean? Xiaoli, what are you even talking about? Long Bao is gone. He just ate his meal and then took a nap on the table, right? Lu Changfeng didn't buy it at all and pointed right at Long Bao on the security monitor. But when they looked at the screen, there was nothing there, just an empty table. Long Bao. Where did he go? Lu Changfeng's face went pale. You guys were watching the feed, right? Where did he go? Lu Changfeng snapped at Zhou Wei Guo and Gu Pingtao. Were you guys too busy talking about divine power to watch the monitor? I wasn't looking. Me neither. Neither of them saw how he disappeared. Everyone was lost. The staffer spoke up. I was on monitor duty, but I just took a quick smoke break. In the blink of an eye, I looked back and Long Bao wasn't on the table anymore. Oh my god, Lu Changfeng, Zhou Wei Guo, and the others were absolutely speechless. If this guy's right, did he really just vanish in literally seconds? I am checking the footage too. He is just gone. Yeah, it is the same for me. Did he fly away and we missed it, or is this like teleportation? No way the cameras didn't catch anything. What is going on? Is this some paranormal stuff? The staff were all talking at once, totally freaked out. This was way beyond anything they knew. If Long Bao breathes fire fine, they can call that a dragon trait. Mythology says some dragons breathe fire, but teleportation? Is that a dragon thing too? Stop talking. Let's get to the set right now. Lu Changfeng snapped out of it and started running. For a 60-year-old, he was moving incredibly fast. He sprinted toward the set. Zhou Wei Guo and Gu Pingtao were worried sick and chased after him. Meanwhile, the film crew thought Luo Feng was just sleeping after his big meal. Everyone was busy cleaning up the dishes and didn't even notice anything was wrong. But the livestream chat was losing it. Wait, how did Long Bao just vanish while sleeping? I just reached for my lighter to smoke and he was gone. What the heck, no way. Scared the life out of me. I was chilling with my girlfriend and she suddenly jumped up. I thought I had superpowers or something, but she just saw Long Bao disappear on the screen. She was shaking, man. Straight up ghost vibes. I haven't even blinked. I have been watching the whole time. Just gone. This has to be some paranormal activity. So creepy. Did he sneak off? What do you mean, sneak off? He vanished in front of tens of millions of people. Bruh, did the crew fake this? Is this just CGI? Are they trolling us? Probably. We have seen him fly and breathe fire, which is normal for a dragon. But vanishing like that with zero warning, that makes no sense. No way, the show's blowing up right now. Why would they risk faking it? There's only one explanation. The baby dragon can literally teleport. Oh my god, teleportation. Not even fantasy novels can pull that off. Right now, in the live stream, tens of millions of viewers are staring at that empty table, and everyone is completely stunned like total idiots. Luo Feng was just lying there on the table, and in a split second, he just vanished. It makes zero sense. The film crew finally noticed he was gone too. Tang Yongjin just called out for him. There was no response. Usually he'd give a little howl, so Tang Yongjin looked over at the table. But there was nothing there. Everyone get over here. Where did the little guy go? Tang Yongjin started panicking and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What the little guy is missing?" Did he sneak out again? To go to the bathroom, everyone rushed over to the table when they heard the news. The table was definitely empty. What is going on? He hasn't even finished his meal yet. Did he just run off to play? He literally just asked Teacher Tang to make more food. Shang Guanshui frowned deeply. This feels so wrong. Maybe he just slipped out for a bit. We'll have Professor Lu and the team check the security footage later. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, about 100 people came marching toward the main tent. It was a massive crowd, and it totally spooked the film crew. Right outside the tent doors, Professor Lu Changfeng rushed in, his face pale as a ghost, completely drained of any color. It looked like he had been scared half to death. Behind him were Zhao Yubao, Wang Yusheng, Zhou Wei Guo, Gu Pingtao, and a whole squad of PhDs and professors followed, all looking dead serious and shocked. "Professor Lu, why are you all here?" And with so many people, Shang Guanshui was dazed, seeing all 100 of them show up at once. The little guy probably just slipped out to play. You guys should check the monitors quickly and find him. The food is already done. Checking the cameras won't do any good. Lu Changfeng blurted out instinctively. What, the cameras won't help? Shang Guanshui was instantly confused. On this island, we have cameras everywhere, inside and out. Every angle is covered, and there are even drones in the sky. Then Zhao Yubao spoke up. It is like this. We were watching the little guy sleep on the monitor, and while he was sleeping, he just... poof, he was gone. Shang Guanshui was totally lost. What do you mean he just vanished? Tang Yongzhen, Huang Ziqian, and the others were also staring blankly, suddenly vanished. What does that even mean? Tang Yongzhen asked, sounding puzzled. I mean it literally. He just disappeared into thin air. Right in front of all of us, watching the screens, he just blinked out of existence, Zhao Yubao said excitedly. The crew finally understood what he meant. They thought the little guy was pulling a straight-up magic trick. Is this for real? Could Luo Feng really just vanish? It seemed impossible, but Professor Lu brought so many people. They all showed up together, so it did not look like a joke. What the heck is happening? Teacher Wang thought for a moment and wanted to say something, but before he could get a word out, right there on the big round table in the middle of the tent, Luo Feng suddenly reappeared, slowly pushing himself up. He slowly opened his eyes and even blew a little spit bubble. Man, that was a great nap. Of course, Luo Feng mysteriously appearing back on the table like that left everyone speechless again. No way, holy crap. What just happened? The live stream chat exploded instantly. Damn, I'm so confused, don't scare me like that. How did he just disappear and then suddenly pop back up on the table? Where did he go? Oh my god, is he turning invisible, an invisible dragon? Can they even do that? Don't ask me. No one has ever raised one, so who knows? I am totally shook. 1 second he is gone, and now he is back. Is it really invisibility? This baby dragon is legendary. He is absolutely cracked. First he breathed fire, and now he is doing invisibility. If he isn't a divine dragon, nothing is... Listen up, brothers. Starting today, I, Wang Long, declare that the panda's status has been officially stomped on by the baby dragon. Not just now, his status surpassed them days ago. Please, how can a panda even compare to him? To be blunt, those things are just so derpy, they almost went extinct on their own. They are just for looking at, but the baby dragon is different. Every part of him is a weapon that can make the empire level up. But I have to ask if he can turn invisible. Shouldn't an ability like that only activate during a crisis, like when the wolves attacked and he used fire. Seriously, why did he go invisible all of a sudden? Wasn't he just sleeping? Those old guys in the professor group looked totally lost, like a pack of confused huskies. Haha, the film crew isn't doing any better. Teacher Tang's eyes are literally about to pop out of his head. I mean, who wouldn't be terrified seeing that? Who's ever seen actual invisibility before? The comments are absolutely blowing up right now. Everyone's just stunned by Luo Feng's flex. They're straight up speechless. It doesn't matter if they're top-tier academicians, elite professors, the genius Tang Yongzhen, or even the experts watching the stream. None of them can understand what just happened. Her eyes must be playing tricks on her. Shangguan Shuyer looked at Huang Ziqing, still unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Luo Feng just woke up and let out a huge yawn, showing off his little fangs. Looking up, Luo Feng saw this huge crowd staring at him like they'd just seen a ghost. What is the deal? Why are you guys staring? Don't you see me every single day? Luo Feng was seriously speechless. They see him every day and they're still not bored. It was actually getting kind of awkward. He just wanted a nap while waiting for Tang Yongzhen to finish cooking, but he wakes up and everyone's just standing there. They're on standby mode. Luo Feng had no idea what they were up to. A very confused Luo Feng crawled across the table and whoop, slipped right off. But his scales are thick, so he's fine. Oh my god, he fell. Please tell me our dragon baby isn't hurt. I thought he'd wake up and let out a roar, but he just tumbled. How can a fall look that cute? Wait, does he even realize what he did? Yeah, look at him. He's just as confused as we are. Everyone's staring at him, and he's staring back. When the viewers saw him fall, the chat was filled with people laughing their heads off. But the crew and the professors were still visibly shaken. Dragon baby, where did you go just now? Huang Ziqing was so worried she just ran over and started petting his head and tail. She was terrified he might be a ghost or a projection. She'd never thought that before, but she was definitely thinking it now. He vanished without a trace and then reappeared out of thin air. Dragon baby, were you playing hide-and-seek with us? Shangguan Shuyer hurried over too. She had the same thought she needed to touch him to make sure he was real. He was definitely solid flesh and blood, and surprisingly muscular. What was that all about? Luo Feng was still lost. What did they mean? Where did he go? He was just taking a nap. He wakes up and everyone's acting like the world is about to end. Lu Changfeng swallowed hard and barked orders to his team. Handle this. If anyone in the back end mentions ghosts or paranormal stuff, ban them from the chat immediately. He paused, then added, Old Joe, get those PhD students from the materials department over here right now. Check the area for any magnetic interference, and get that footage back to the lab to be analyzed thoroughly. Of course, Luo Feng is a divine dragon. Science and magnetic fields probably can't explain a thing, but since they didn't understand it, science was the only tool they had. Got it, I'll get on it. Zhou Weiguo knew his physics. He understood exactly why Lu Changfeng wanted those magnetic tests. Luo Feng watched them talk and move around, still completely baffled. He couldn't exactly ask them, so he just gave those weirdos a side eye and swaggered off to play on his own. Hey, little guy, don't leave. Let me pet you one more time, seeing him crawl away. Huang Ziqing chased after him. Shangguan Shuyer was right behind her. They were terrified he might just vanish again without warning. He came back this time, but what if he doesn't next time? What would they do then? Ugh, what is wrong with you guys? Seeing them chasing him, Luo Feng just gave up and flopped onto the ground. Seeing some mud on him from the fall, Shangguan Shuyer grabbed a towel to wipe him down. As she cleaned his scales, she whispered, Dragon baby, you have no idea. You just vanished and then popped back in. What was that people thought you'd teleported to another dimension or something? Another dimension. Luo Feng froze. What did she mean? He vanished and then reappeared. He'd been lying right there sleeping the whole time, hadn't he? But they wouldn't be joking about something like that. Plus, with over 100 professors crowding around, this didn't seem like a minor thing. Something huge must have happened for this many experts to show up. Luo Feng watched as people started setting up equipment all around the tent, muttering about magnetic fields. Looks like something supernatural really did happen while I was out, Luo Feng thought to himself. I have no idea what they're even looking for. In his past life, Luo Feng was just a total loser. This is insane. How did you even do that, cutie? You aren't allowed to pull stunts like that anymore. I was worried to death. Seriously, everyone was freaking out when we heard you vanished. Seeing everyone piling on, Shangguan Shui chimed in. Guys, don't be so hard on him. It looks like the little guy has no idea what happened either. You're gonna scare him if you keep yelling. Tang Yongzhen studied Luo Feng's face and nodded. Yeah, he legit looks clueless. Tang Yongzhen continued, ignoring the chaos. Everyone lend a hand and bring the food over. Let him eat before he goes back to playing. The food was on the table in no time. Luo Feng was starving, so he just started face-planting into his meal. But Luo Feng knew the days of Shangguan Shui carrying him were over. He was getting way too heavy for her to lift. Even so, he could definitely still get them to hand-feed him. Total God mode. Meanwhile, over with the research team, Lu Changfeng was looking dead serious. He was glued to his monitor, re-watching the footage of Luo Feng vanishing frame by frame. It was straight up unbelievable. Beyond creepy. What just happened with Luo Feng was some paranormal level stuff. He literally blinked out of existence without warning. Just when they thought the kid was gone for good, he just pops back onto the table out of nowhere. Everyone who saw it thought they were hallucinating, but it was 100% real. After staring at the screen for ages, Lu Changfeng realized something. "Li," he barked. "Go get Professor Zhou, now." Lu scanned the room. Everyone else out. Only me, Secretary Heihua, and Professor Zhou stay. Everyone was confused as hell, having no clue what he was up to. Even his loyal lackeys, Zhao Yubao and Wang Yusheng, were getting kicked out. They didn't dare argue. They cleared the room, and soon enough, Zhou Weiguo rushed in. "Old Lu, did you find something?" Zhou knew this much drama meant something big was going down. "I definitely found something," Lu replied. Zhou asked, "So, you figured out why the kid vanished?" Zhou was genuinely curious now. He'd checked the footage himself and saw absolutely nothing. Lu glanced at the tent entrance. A bunch of PhD students and Zhao Yubao were still out there snooping around. He looked dead serious. "Stop hanging around outside like a bunch of damn monkeys. Manager Zhao, get the national security agents down here right now. I want this tent locked down. I want a 100-meter radius cleared. No one allowed. And sweep the place for any bugs or wires." Zhou's face went pale. What the hell, was this some earth-shattering discovery? Holy crap, Zhao Yubao was straight up shook when he heard that. What was so big that they needed national security and a total blackout for 100 meters? Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. Was this some top-secret government-level stuff? Commander Gong from the National Security Bureau rushed to the scene immediately. Following orders, he cleared everyone out and started sweeping the area with high-tech scanners. Once the perimeter was secure, Lu Changfeng turned to Zhou. "Old Zhou," he began. "After seeing the kid vanish, I've got a crazy theory. But first I need to ask you something." Ask what Zhou was still completely lost. Why all the theatrics? Lu was dead serious. You know how some animals can change their color based on their surroundings, right? Like their skin literally mimics the environment. Or the way they bend light. Even though Zhou wasn't a biology expert, he knew the basics. Yeah, that's a real thing in nature. Plenty of animals can do that. Like chameleons. Oh, wait, old Lu. Are you saying Dragon Baby is cracked enough to have that power too? Lu smirked. It's not a maybe. He definitely has it. How else would he just vanish? Lu pointed at the monitor. I went through it frame by frame. It's as clear as day. I realized that after this little guy vanished, the place he popped back up was the exact same spot where he disappeared. Do you get what I'm saying? It means the baby dragon never actually left that table. He was just sleeping the whole time, and when he woke up, he just stretched. Zhou Weiguo's eyes were practically popping out of his head. Even Secretary Hua was losing it. The room had been cleared of everyone else, but as the big boss's new right hand, he was the only one allowed to stay. This reveal absolutely cooked Secretary Hua's brain. He didn't move at all. Right there. Yeah, he stayed in the exact same spot the whole time. It has to be invisibility. Lu Changfeng sounded dead serious. No way is invisibility actually a thing. Hua wasn't an expert, and hearing this now, he could barely believe his ears. A talent like invisibility is just too OP. I mean, fire breathing and flying are cool, but straight up vanishing, that's way more broken. Think about it. As for the flying and fire breathing, they don't really have much of a practical use for the Empire right now. People are just hyped to see a cool animal. It's not like we can use his breath to build a better flamethrower or something. But this invisibility thing, that's a total game changer. If the professors can figure out exactly how Luo Feng turns invisible, we could develop invisible warships. If they actually pull it off, the Empire's power level is going to have a massive glow-up. Let's be real. Our stealth tech isn't exactly trash, but right now we're still not as cracked as the Big Tiger Empire. And here's the best part. Modern stealth jets aren't actually invisible to the eye. They just dodge radar detection. That's what a stealth fighter is. But if we put this real invisibility tech on a jet, it's the real deal. You wouldn't even be able to see it with your own eyes. When Luo Feng vanished, he was completely gone. No sight, no sound, nothing. The moment he phased out, Lu Changfeng even tried using radar to find him because he had one tiny tracker on him, but it was a total blackout. He couldn't find Luo Feng at all. In other words, during the time he vanished, his sound image and even his magnetic field were just deleted. It was like he literally vanished from reality. Just imagine if we could study that tech. If we put that on a fighter jet, our planes could fly straight to the big tiger's capital in a heartbeat. And they'd just be standing there clueless. That kind of tech is terrifying, isn't it? Basically, if this thing exists, the whole world is going to start feeling unsafe. Secretary Hua, I'm dead serious. I'm betting everything that the baby dragon actually went invisible. When the people in the chat said it, I thought they were capping. I figured it was just a glitch in the live stream. Lu Changfeng has been the dean of bioscience for decades, and he has never seen a creature like this. It's absolutely insane. Honestly, the baby dragon's existence just completely shattered his entire worldview. Just look at what happened with him. At first, we thought some high-tech civilization used wormhole tech to teleport him away, but the research shows the little guy was there the whole time. It really blew Lu Changfeng's mind. If you don't believe me, just look at the reaction in the video. Lu leaned over and clicked the mouse to bring up the footage. When the dragon wakes up, he looks totally lost. He has no clue what we're doing. He's just yawning and stretching like he's just finished a nap. Joe Weguo stared at the screen. You're right, his reaction is way too natural. He's too chill about it. He literally has no idea. He was just sleeping. As Lu Changfeng explained, things finally started to click for Joe Weguo. He got hyped and shouted, "Old Lu, are you saying this? Invisibility isn't something he's doing on purpose?" Exactly, it's definitely not some divine power he's using. Since it has nothing to do with his powers, I'm guessing it's all in his skin and scales. Lu Changfeng was certain. To put it simply, if we can just decode his skin and scales, the secret to perfect invisibility is as good as solved. We might actually be able to develop technology that makes things completely invisible. Joe Weguo's heart was racing. We need to get those scales under a microscope right now. We need a full chemical breakdown of those scales immediately. Before, we only knew Luo Feng's scales were insanely durable, but now they've got a literal stealth function. This is cracked. That's straight up invisibility. Like I said, it's not just about the scales. We need to study the tissue on the surface of his skin too. We have to look at the whole picture. We can't miss a single detail, Lu Changfeng said. This dragon castle has too many mysteries for us to handle alone. But if we combine the efforts of generations, I believe these secrets will be cracked one by one. Joe Weguo said, "You two have worked so hard, academicians." Secretary Hua spoke from the bottom of his heart. He knew that for these experts, if they could just solve the secret of Luo Feng, then they'd be legends who changed the empire forever. They didn't care how hard or soul-crushing the work got. Secretary Hua, I need you to get in touch with Old Man Huang at the Royal Villa immediately. Have him send a private jet right now. I'm sending over this video footage and our initial research results. Also, we need to go God mode on security at the Divine Dragon Nature Reserve. Our professors are filing a joint petition for the Empire to pour in more cash. Of course, this money, it's not just for building the reserve. Experiments cost bank too. Let's sign that petition right now. Dragon Baby's treasures are stacking up. We definitely need more troops and way more R&D funding. Chu Weiguo nodded in agreement and started drafting the request, his pen flying across the paper. Secretary Hua watched them. These guys were total pros. They were ride or die for the Dongxing Empire. You guys keep writing. I'll handle the call to Old Man Huang, Secretary Hua said. He immediately hit up the top-tier emergency line. See, Old Man Huang had 3 different phones in his office. The Level 2, Level 1, and top-secret lines were all in his office. They were colored red, green, and blue. Today, that blue phone was ringing, which meant something massive was going down. Only a huge deal warrants a call like that. Secretary Hua's call went through, but it wasn't the old man who picked up. It was his top assistant. Secretary Hua gave him the rundown and hung up fast. Exactly 3 minutes and 20 seconds after he hung up, netizens noticed something crazy. Everything about Luo Feng's sudden disappearance had completely vanished, like it was erased from the face of the earth. The forums and the videos, all gone. Poof. Everyone was losing it. Like, what is actually happening? OMG, what's the deal? Why is the video of Dragon Baby disappearing gone? I've been looking for it forever, and it's wiped. No way to the Cybersecurity Bureau, just nuke everything. Definitely. How else would it be this clean? I mean, Dragon Baby just went invisible, right? Why are they making such a huge scene? Who knows what the officials are up to? Meanwhile, Secretary Hua was already on a private jet carrying Lu Changfeng's initial findings and the video data. He headed straight for the capital. A few hours later, he arrived at the Capital War Department. This place was the peak of power in all of Dongxing. The generals here were the highest-ranking officers in the land. Hello, commanders. I'm Hua Secretary for Old Man Huang. He was quickly ushered in. Even though these guys were war legends, Hua was basically the old man's right hand. In the old days, even a prime minister would have to kiss his feet. Secretary Hua, I know why you're here, but I gotta ask. Did our dragon baby really just vanish? Who saw it with their own eyes? Commander Long Jianfei let out a laugh. He was a seeing is believing kind of guy. If he didn't see it himself, it was all capped to him. Hua replied, I didn't see it personally, but plenty of the staff did. And the fire breathing, that's 100% real. And look, besides the fire and the flying dragon baby has other broken skills too, Hua said. Other skills. Does it have something to do with that disappearing act, Long Jianfei asked? Pretty much. Academician Liu Changfeng found out it's an invisibility ability. It's likely his scales or skin, they can literally bend the direction of light. Hua explained, then added, Zhou Weigo's take is that we have to crack this invisibility. If we apply it to our military tech, our power will reach a whole new level. It was a total bombshell. Everyone was shook. Those words had Commander Long Jianfei and the others feeling hyped. They were military men through and through. They knew exactly what was at stake. If they could weaponize this invisibility tech, it goes without saying, there are only two words to describe him. God mode. Why is Liu Changfeng trying to keep this a secret? Because this invisibility thing is a total game changer. Secretary Hua, is there any way to actually counter this? And how did the dragon baby just vanish like that? Long Jianfei was completely shook. It didn't even feel real to him. How did he vanish? Secretary Hua just smirked and said, just use your eyes. Wait, what? Long Jianfei was lost? Use my eyes? She meant she was going to play the video and let them see for themselves. He just vanished right there in broad daylight under everyone's noses. After saying that, Secretary Hua pulled up the footage for everyone to see. Once they saw it, the shock on their faces was impossible to hide. He really did just disappear in front of everyone. They knew Secretary Hua wouldn't show them a fake video. It was all real. You guys saw that, right? This is straight up legendary. This is why the research teams from the top departments need to get on this and study it immediately. If we crack this code, it becomes the ultimate weapon for the Empire. Secretary Hua smiled. Seeing their reactions, she knew coming here was a massive win for her. If we can actually develop technology based on this, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the dragon baby the guardian deity of Dongsheng. Long Jianfei watched the footage carefully. After hearing Secretary Hua's analysis, he finally had a much deeper understanding of how cracked this dragon baby really was. If those scales and claws were used for military tech, he would be totally unbeatable. And now there is this invisibility trait. That is actually insane. Of course, by the time Secretary Hua made it back to Peach Blossom Island the next day, the morning news had already dropped. As soon as this news hit, it sent shockwaves through all of Dongsheng and the entire world. This morning report wasn't like the usual ones with thousands of words that are a pain to read. The content was simple. The Empire's official channels had formally titled Luofeng as the National Guardian Deity. Oh my god, National Guardian Deity. That is fire. The officials used the term True Dragon and then added National Guardian Deity on top of it. What does that even mean? It is simple. It is basically an official debut for the world to see. Haha, for real. The report was only a few hundred words long, briefly mentioning some of Luofeng's special abilities. It said the creature is suspected to be the dragon from ancient legends and scientists are still looking into it. These news editors are such trolls. They keep using words like suspected possibly and maybe. LOL, that makes sense. Nobody would dare to claim they are 100% sure yet. I feel like the officials are just playing dumb while they actually know exactly what is going on. I bet that is it. I personally love the title National Guardian Deity. He totally earned it. The comments under the news were blowing up over the new title. Not a single person thought Luofeng didn't deserve it. Back at the film set that morning, when Luofeng heard Shang Guansun and the others talking about his new title as the National Guardian Deity, he was feeling himself. In his past life, he was a total patriot who loved his country to death. Getting a title like this in this life made him feel so proud. Since he was in such a good mood, Luofeng took off early and started flying laps around the island. You guys see the dragon baby. It looks like his tail is acting like a rudder to control his direction. Liu Changfeng was watching the monitor closely. Yeah, according to the computer simulations, the dragon baby's body proportions have almost zero air resistance. Zhou Weiguo spoke up. If I get the chance, I really want to study that tail. It might give me some inspiration to upgrade our aircraft propellers. Haha, maybe later. For now, we haven't even fully figured out a single thing about this little guy yet. Liu Changfeng laughed and sighed. The dragon baby is like a massive treasure chest that never runs out of loot. Of course. Right now, as Luo Feng soared around the island looking down at the herds of wild horses, he started thinking. His flight was actually pretty limited. He couldn't quite do that whole riding the clouds thing yet. In other words, he was only flying at a low altitude of a few hundred meters. He was nowhere near the level of flying through the clouds at thousands of meters high. After flying for a bit, Luo Feng realized that the higher he wanted to go, the more divine energy he needed to burn. His current divine energy reserves probably couldn't handle that kind of drain. For the past few days, Luo Feng had been doing test flights. He wanted to master the skill of flying higher, but it always came back to the same problem. Without enough energy, everything was just a dream. Once he has enough divine mana, everything will naturally fall into place. After flying for 7 or 8 minutes, Luo Feng was starting to feel gassed. He hesitated for a second and decided to head down for a break. He landed in no time. Since our boy was airborne, you already know the military drones were recording every single second of it. Luo Feng knew they were there. Plus, the War Department was the one providing the high-tech feed. These advanced drones make the live stream quality look absolutely crystal clear. The first thing everyone does when they wake up is hop on the stream just to see our dragon baby flex his wings. Nowadays, Luo Feng streams basically everything unless it's something too crazy. The viewer count is already sitting at around 38,900,000. He's so close to hitting that 40 million milestone that Zhao Yubao was dreaming about just a few days ago. With stats this insane, Zhao Yubao and Wang Yusheng are obviously vibing every single day. I mean, it's just a reality show, but these numbers are legendary. It looks like the little guy flew even longer today. It's been like 7 or 8 minutes, right? Facts. And did you guys notice he's flying way higher than he used to? Maybe he's just leveling up. Just like us, as he grows, he's getting faster and way more stable than when he was a baby. NGL watching Dragon Baby grow up every day feels like I'm watching my own kid. I'm actually getting emotional. Word, I wake up just to check on him. Honestly, I can't even watch other shows anymore. Luo Feng is the only one who matters. Wait, he's landing. Is he tired? But why the beach? Is he trying to take a bath or something? Yo, can he even swim? Did you miss the earlier streams? Of course he can swim. Stop trolling. Technically, dragons are literally kings of the ocean. Swimming is light work for him. While everyone was debating, Luo Feng touched down right on the surface of the sea. Of course, some of the new viewers were low-key panicking. That water is deep, so things could get sketchy. The rescue teams and ships in the distance were already on high alert, ready to move. If anything goes wrong, they're zooming in instantly. Is Dragon Baby going to go for a swim today or just a quick rinse? Back at the research hub, Professor Lu Changfeng and the squad were watching the feed and started talking. He's probably just gassed from flying and wanted to take a breather, Zhou Weiguo said. But right then, Zhao Yubao glued his eyes to the monitor and screamed, "Yo, everyone, look at this. Something is definitely off with Dragon Baby." "What do you mean?" Lu Changfeng heard him and immediately locked his eyes on the screen, stopping the small talk. "Look at him. He's doing the backstroke in the ocean." "It's just a backstroke. Humans do it, so why wouldn't a dragon?" Zhou Weiguo laughed. "No, listen to me. He's floating there, but the seawater is flowing backward against the current." As soon as he said that, the whole room went dead silent. Flowing backward, Lu Changfeng stared at the screen with total focus. He immediately shouted, "Manager, Zhao, call Professor Yang and get him over here now." He meant Professor Yang Guang, the GOAT of marine biology. With a situation like this, they needed a real pro who knew the ocean. A few minutes later, Professor Yang arrived. "Old Yang, look at this. How do you even explain this?" Lu Changfeng practically dragged the professor over to the monitors. "All right, let me see." Professor Yang was 78 years old, so his eyesight wasn't the best. He quickly pulled some reading glasses out of his pocket, put them on, and started analyzing the footage. As he watched the video, his face started going pale. "Old Yang, what's the verdict?" Lu Changfeng asked, while everyone else just stared at him, waiting for an answer. "This little guy is a straight-up treasure. He really is a divine dragon." Professor Yang gasped while staring at the screen. "He's controlling the water. He's actually controlling the sea." Lu Changfeng was absolutely floored. "Yeah, he's literally changing the direction of the current and using that power to surf." Professor Yang was hyped. Everyone there was stunned. They all took a sharp breath. This little guy, has he already learned how to control the entire ocean? That is actually cracked. Nobody ever thought Luo Feng had a broken ability like this. If he can really control the sea, that means as long as he's in the water, he's the absolute ruler. He can literally summon storms with a flick of his wrist. Zhou Weiguo was shook. I mean, obviously, he's a dragon after all. Gu Pingtao was shocked, but he couldn't help but flex for our boy. Gu Pingtao's logic is airtight. He's a dragon, of course, he runs the ocean. Ancient legends say dragons own the sky and the sea. They literally summon the storm. This is just a basic talent for him. Honestly, everyone's getting used to Luo Feng being a cheat code. A legit dragon, even if he's only 10 days old, is light years ahead of any low-level creature. Compared to a dragon, humans are low-key bottom tier. Watch closely. How is he even doing this? Lu Changfeng said while staring at the monitor, "The Professor Squad is absolutely losing their minds." The film crew is stunned too, and the viewers in the stream are starting to notice something's off. At first it looked like the little guy was just backstroking and vibing on the waves. But as time went on, they saw him swimming against the current, like, damn, that's actually broken. What the hell's going on? Why is the water around him flowing backward? He's controlling the water. No, he's controlling the whole ocean. This is insane. If anyone tries to mess with Baby Dragon in the water, he's summoning a tidal wave for real. He'll just wash them away. This is peak fire. Dragon water walking is crazy. Everyone is shocked. Luo Feng is built different. No wonder he's just chilling on the surface. He looks so relaxed. Turns out the ocean literally obeys him. The chat is going wild. The whole internet is blowing up. Since the military locked down the area, no reporters can get close. Doesn't matter if you're a pro or just some random reporter, if you want the tea on Baby Dragon, you gotta watch the stream. Obviously, the reporters are a bit quicker than the average viewer. Once they realized he was controlling the ocean, they started dropping articles and news clips immediately. Social media was flooded with official news. Everyone's hyped about his new ocean control skill. Headlines like "The Dragon Rules the Sea and Water," "God Under the Spotlight" were everywhere. He's him. He's the Dragon King. There were so many headlines like that, and not just from the official accounts. Every independent blogger was writing about him. They know Luo Feng news equals massive clout. Even people who didn't have time to watch the stream were left speechless. Seeing him fly in the sky was already enough to shock everyone. But now seeing the little guy just lying on the water, it's on another level. He's not even using his claws to paddle. It's like the sea is carrying him, and that reverse current, totally bizarre. Yo, what's up, guys? It's Z here from the News Network. We have to face the facts. Baby Dragon is straight up controlling the ocean right now. He can change the flow and the direction. Real dragon water walking, no cap. This went viral instantly. The comments are like, damn, he's OP, can't wait for him to grow up. He's this cracked while he's tiny. When he's older, he'll be summoning water spouts for fun. How does he get these powers? How is he developing this? He's the GOAT, haha. Bro, he doesn't need to develop anything. It's a dragon talent. True dragons are just invincible. The fans are arguing so much that a wave of new people just crashed into the stream. It's the only way to see him. They wanted to see the magic for themselves. Meanwhile, Luo Feng has no clue that just taking a nap would make him trend number one. He was just tired and wanted to chill on the water for a bit. Plus, lying in the sea felt weirdly like coming home, like the ocean was his property. It felt like the waves were his servants. He didn't really get it, but the water felt alive, like it had a soul and was happy to follow his every thought. After floating for a while, he planned to head back to the crew, but then he felt a sharp tug from the southeast, a feeling he couldn't describe. It was a sign, a guiding power calling out to him. He felt forced to head that way. It wasn't even his choice. It was the power in his blood dragging him there. Look, why is Baby Dragon heading toward the southeast? What's he doing? Why does it look like he's getting further and further from Peach Blossom Island? Backstage, the professors are glued to the monitors watching Long Bao. They have no idea what he's up to, so they just watch in silence. As long as he stays within the waters of Peach Blossom Island, there's no reason to panic. Everything is fine for now. Maybe he just wants to go out and play where the ocean is deeper and wider. Lu Changfeng let out a small laugh. The little guy is a natural in the water, so there's no need to worry. I don't think there's a safer place in the entire ocean than right here. No one said a word as they continued to watch him swim toward the Southeast Sea. Wait, is it just me, or is he getting faster? Yeah, look at that. He's literally controlling the seawater to boost himself. He's zooming. Oh no, this is bad. Dragon Baby's about to leave the Peach Blossom Island territory. The professors are absolutely shook right now. Is Dragon Baby trying to make a run for it? Or does he just want to see what's out there? Nobody knows what's going on. It's a total mystery. Commander Li Jun, the little guy, is heading straight for the waters outside our perimeter. Should we intercept him and bring him back? A soldier in green on one of the warships asked. The military already had this place locked down, but they weren't expecting this. Seeing Long Bao break through the containment zone, the soldiers were completely lost on what to do next. Everyone stay calm, don't rush in. Dragon Baby is intelligent, he knows what he's doing. If we just grab him and force him back, he'll definitely hold a grudge against us, and that's a disaster for the whole country. Lee Jun stared at the projection screen, feeling like his heart was on fire. You have to realize that once he leaves Peach Blossom Island, he loses the protection of the military and the police. Are we really just going to watch him leave our safety net? His subordinate suggested, let's get the choppers in the air immediately to track him from above. We need eyes on Dragon Baby every single second, and send a warship to follow him from a distance. Once Lee Jun gave the order, his anxiety settled just a little bit. But as they watched, the feed, Long Bao, just kept going, heading further and further away from the island. Who knows what's out there attracting him? He was just slicing through the waves at an insane speed. Old Lu, do you see what's happening? What is this little guy actually trying to do? Zhou Weiguo looked incredibly worried. Once he's out of the protection zone, all bets are off. It's dangerous. I don't know. Let's just keep watching. Like Commander Lee Jun said, we can't exactly throw a net over him and drag him back. He'd hate us for that. Lu Changfeng gave a bitter smile. This is the first time the little guy has ever tried to leave the perimeter of the island. Even the guests on the show were freaking out. Oh my God, little guy, please come back quickly. Seriously, there's no military or police protection out there? What are you even looking for? Look at his speed. It's like he's racing against the clock. What is he doing? The crew members all had looks of pure dread on their faces. They looked like they wanted to hop on a boat and chase after him themselves. Everyone, please, let's not lose our heads. The military has helicopters shadowing him and a warship following behind. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Tang Yongjin was just as worried, but he tried his best to comfort the others. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was blowing up with panic. People were screaming in the comments, Dragon Baby, don't go any further. If you keep going, you might run into foreign spies waiting outside the island's territory. Are you kidding me? You think they'd actually dare to enter our waters? Bro, it doesn't have to be their government. Private agents could be out there taking secret photos or stealing data. It's totally possible. Exactly. Inside the Peach Blossom Island zone, everything is locked down. No one and no surveillance tech can get in. But outside, that's a different story. Dragon Baby is a global sensation. I bet foreign interests are watching him right now. Regardless, it's just way too dangerous out there. I don't get why he has to leave and why he's going so fast. Wait, isn't he heading straight for Gulang Bay? Yeah, he definitely is. Yo, is there something special about that place? Oh no, I live near there. I saw a report yesterday that there's a massive wave surge coming that way. Oh crap, this is bad. Is the little guy going to get wiped out by the waves? Wait, don't panic yet. The weather report only said they were moderate waves. Nothing too crazy. To be fair, waves are categorized by levels. Anything under 0.1 meters is just a ripple. 0.1 to 0.5 meters is considered a small wave. To put it in perspective, the side of a standard boat is usually about 0.5 meters high. Waves like that are tiny, usually ripples, and small waves mean the sea is basically as smooth as a mirror. Waves from 0.1 to 1.25 meters are called light waves. You know those songs about gentle waves on the beach? They're talking about light waves. Then you have moderate and large waves. Anything over 1.25 meters is moderate. Light and moderate waves don't really affect ships much when they're sailing. But once the waves hit 2.5 meters, you're talking about large waves. That's when things get real. Generally speaking, big waves are common in the open sea because it's so vast. But near the shore, those waves pack way more of a punch. 3-meter waves are a straight-up threat to small fishing boats and yachts. Anything over 3 meters is dangerous. When the wave height hits 4 to 6 meters, they're officially called monster waves. Any monster wave over 4 meters is a massive threat to ships operating near the coast. We don't see waves over 4 meters very often along our coastline. Usually it only gets that high when a typhoon is hitting the shore. Bro, quit being seasick already. Is this weather report even legit? It's just a rough estimate. Are you saying there might be some insane waves? Either way, it sounds dangerous. Y'all need to chill. Can't the little guy control the water? How could he be in any real danger? But he's just a dragon baby. I feel like his power to control the ocean is still pretty weak right now. He probably can't handle those monster waves. Honestly, I don't know what those military guys are thinking. They're just going to let him fly off? Why not just throw a net and bring him back? No, that's a bad idea. The little guy would be so pissed. Better than him being in danger. Besides, look at Gulang Bay. It's totally chill and calm. How could there be big waves? The weather forecast is capping again. Looks like it, so we should be fine. Suddenly, Shang Guanshui stared at the screen and frowned. Everyone look. The picture's a bit blurry, but I can see the dragon baby's face. What's wrong with his expression? Tang Yongjin asked curiously. I feel like he looks totally lost. Shangguan Shui pointed at him on the monitor. He really does look confused. It's like he has no idea why he even came to this place. As Shangguan Shui spoke, everyone in the live stream started laughing. Haha, Shui, what are you even saying? Exactly. A creature like that is probably just driven by instinct. How could he not know what he's doing? This is the first time I've ever heard of an animal or a person not knowing their own business. Wait, does Shui mean something is guiding him? No way is he looking for treasure. Lol, let's find out. Everything is calm anyway, so it should be fine. The weather forecast was a lie after all. Seeing that Gulang Bay was peaceful with no big waves, everyone finally started to relax. The little guy will probably just swim back once he's done playing. What should we do? Li Xuan, this dragon baby, has no intention of stopping. Where is he going? Over at the War Department, a staff officer next to Li Jun spoke with a worried face. After all, once the little guy heads out there, if anything happens to him at sea, Old Man Huang is going to make life hell for the War Department. Even Huang Chengxi can't take that kind of heat. Let's just watch for now. The sea looks safe enough. We just need to protect him. But just as Li Jun said, that a massive ferry appeared a few miles southeast of the little guy. That looks like a major passenger ship. It seems to be a customs ship from the Guangdi area heading toward Jiangnan. It's huge, hundreds of meters long. There's probably at least 3,000 people on board. Of course, a ship that size is already considered massive. You have to remember, the biggest passenger ships in the world only hold about 6,000 people. Why did I even come here? It's like something in my blood is guiding me. Luo Feng was still feeling totally lost. But once he reached the passenger ship, Luo Feng stopped moving. The pull in his blood vanished. No way did he swim all that way, just to look at a big boat. Haha, how did he even know the sea route between Jiang and Guang was right here? That ship is freaking huge. I want to go on it too. Taking a long trip on a ferry to see the ocean view sounds fire. Seeing that the little guy stopped swimming, everyone's anxiety started to fade. They just hoped he'd head back soon. But the moment Luo Feng arrived, that feeling of dread in his blood started getting worse. It's like he knew something bad was coming. Inside, Luo Feng let out a silent scream. Suddenly, that calm water started churning with dark undercurrents. The sea began to rock violently from side to side, splash crash. Wait, what's happening? Is a storm starting? Didn't the weather report say it would only be medium waves? It's just medium waves don't trip. Even if they were monster waves, a massive ship like this would be fine. Naturally, the people on the ship didn't feel any sense of crisis yet. The safety rating on a passenger ship like this is top tier. They can basically ignore normal waves. But then the ocean started acting up. The vibrations were getting wilder. People on the deck couldn't even stand straight anymore. Son, get over here. The waves are picking up. Don't stay on the deck. Seriously, get inside. Get back to the cabin, now. Parents and adults saw the ship rocking harder. They started clearing off the deck in a total panic. But the ocean didn't care if they were scared. The waves just kept growing. It felt like some massive energy was hiding deep underwater. Captain, why is it getting so rough all of a sudden? Is a storm coming? A crewman in the cockpit looked terrified. Stop talking nonsense, the captain snapped. It is probably just a deep-sea current. The captain played it cool. Every ship gets a safety report before heading out. The forecast said medium waves, but even that was a low chance. It should be fine. It was totally calm when we started. Even if medium or big waves hit a ship this size is safe. No need to freak out. But the pulsing from the deep was getting worse. The surface looked like a hungry beast was about to crawl out. It was getting violent. Even inside the cockpit, they could feel the ship tilting side to side. Whoosh! A sudden gale blew in. Then a few kilometers ahead of the ship, a massive wall of water started rolling in. At first, the wave was low, only a few meters high. But it kept growing, taller, stronger. Pure nightmare fuel. A rogue wave. It is a monster wave. The captain's face went pale. He was completely stunned. That thing was at least 7 or 8 meters high. Honestly, he had seen bigger ones in videos, but never in real life. In his entire career, the biggest wave he had ever faced was 4 meters, and that felt like the end of the world. Look if it stays under 7 or 8 meters. A ship this big has a chance. It is risky, but doable. But once it hits 8 meters or more, that is a whole different story. The wave kept swelling as it surged forward. It was pushing 10 meters now. You can't even blame the weather report for this. Human tech east or west doesn't matter. Nobody can perfectly predict what the sky is going to do. Weather changes in a heartbeat. It is never set in stone. Half the time they say it will rain and it stays bone dry for days. Other times they say it is sunny and then it is a total downpour. Captain, what do we do? Help me out here. Steer northwest. We have to dodge this thing. Contact Jiangli Port in Jiangnan. We are docking immediately. The captain was shaking. He pushed the ship to its limit to escape the wall of water. But that wave was moving way too fast. Meanwhile, Luo Feng felt a sharp, agonizing pain in his chest. It was like his own child was about to die. Why are the waves so huge over there? Luo Feng saw the scene and nearly jumped out of his skin. Even in his past life, he had never seen a natural disaster this insane. Little guy, come back. What are you going to do out there in those waves? What now? Are you seriously trying to go see the waves? Oh my God, the helicopter. The helicopter's right there. Just grab him and fly away. That ship is never going to outrun that wave. What kind of trash weather forecast is this? Medium waves. No way. This is a literal tsunami. Normal rogue waves are 4 meters. This is 10 meters plus. Don't blame the forecast. If they were ever right, we wouldn't have shipwrecks or plane crashes anymore. That ship is cooked. All we can do is watch. Wait, the little guy's heading straight for the wave. What? The whole world just held its breath. The foreigners were watching like it was a movie, but back home, old man Huang was losing his mind. Those idiots? What are those helicopter pilots doing just hovering there? Just grab the little thing and get him to safety. Besides work, old man Huang spent his whole day glued to Luo Feng's stream like everyone else. At first he thought it was fine. He had helicopters and warships as backup. What could go wrong? Then the ocean literally exploded. And the worst part, that little guy was actually swimming toward the wave. Is he crazy? Little guy, no. Are you that curious about the waves? You are really going to go face that head on. I'm literally speechless. Does he not know how dangerous this is? It's over. It's totally over. I don't care how good he is at swimming. No one survives a wave that massive. Wait, wasn't he just controlling the water a second ago? But honestly, that power looked pretty weak. Can he actually handle a wave like this? The chat is losing it right now. This is their divine dragon. He's still just a baby, though. How is he supposed to face a literal wall of water? Like they say, even a flood can wash away the dragon's temple. Shut down the stream fast. Cut the feed. This little guy, he shouldn't have been curious about those massive waves. Why did he have to go over there? Professor Joe's team is absolutely panicking right now. They've completely lost it. We should have just had the military throw a net and drag him back earlier. Why were we so scared of upsetting him? Pissing him off is way better than watching him get swept away. Shut the stream down. If something happens to the little guy, the whole world is going to see it. Joey Guo shouted again, but Lu Changfeng just shook his head. He was terrified inside, but forced himself to stay calm. It's too late. Think about it. If we cut the stream now, it'll just look like we're trying to hide a disaster. I'm betting on a miracle. I have to believe. A miracle. Joey Guo scoffed. We're seconds away from a catastrophe, and you're talking about miracles. If that wave hits every person on that boat and the dragon are done for, to be brutally honest, there are a lot of people on that ship, but for the country, they don't even compare to the value of this dragon. But now's not the time for comparisons because everyone is about to be cooked. In this situation, forget about whether it's a suicide mission or not. Those military helicopters don't have enough time to net Luo Feng. Yeah, we just have to believe in miracles. I feel like if the little guy went out there, he's got something up his sleeve. Meanwhile, over at the Tiger Empire's intel agency, McLean let out a psychotic laugh. He yelled, Mr. William, you've got to see this. See what William was still trying to rest. He'd been taking a nap. Since the time zones are different, it was still late at night over there. The little brat is suicidal. After today, there will be no more dragons. McLean was laughing like a maniac. Just a moment ago, the little guy was actually controlling the water to help himself swim. He was literally making the water flow backward underneath him. McLean was stunned by it. A creature like that is incredible. Even if it's not a dragon, it's some kind of divine beast that can control nature itself. That's why McLean looked so bitter. He didn't want the other side to have a god-tier beast like that. It was stressful for him, but just as he was malting, the little guy headed straight for the edge of the island. Watching the waves is one thing, but he's basically trying to hug him. If that's not a death wish, I don't know what is. How is there a wave that big? When William saw the screen, he also spotted a passenger ship. You called me over just for this. Is a ship about to get wrecked? William couldn't care less. Cheering for something like this would be a total PR nightmare. But of course they're fakes. What do they care about human rights? Deep down, they were loving it. They didn't give a damn about the people on that ship. William was ready to walk away, but McLean grabbed him. He said urgently, Director William, don't leave yet. Let me zoom in on the video, and you'll see why. William was confused, but he looked at the screen anyway, since it was a global live stream anyone could watch. As William watched the zoomed-in feed, beneath that massive wave, a tiny creature, looking like a little bug, compared to the ocean, was swimming right into the heart of the storm. Ha ha ha, McLean, you're right. This stupid thing, is it actually trying to kill itself? William started laughing just as hard as McLean. They were both losing it. A wave that big is going to crush him instantly. Seriously, even fish are terrified of getting smashed by waves like that. Don't think just because they live in water they're safe from this. While the Tiger Empire's intel guys were celebrating, Luofeng had already reached the wall of water. At that moment, Luofeng, right in front of him, the giant wave was about to swallow the entire ship. Roar, roar, roar. Something deep inside Luofeng's bloodline took over, and he roared 3 times at the massive wave. It looks like he is trying to conquer that massive wave. What is he even doing? He is literally screaming at the ocean. Is he trying to scare the wave away? I know he can control water, but he is still just a baby dragon. Can he actually handle a wave that huge? It looks like his roaring is making the water even wilder. Honestly, a baby dragon that's small can probably only control the water right under his feet to help him swim. That is it. Facing a tsunami like that, even a divine dragon would need to be fully grown first. Everyone in the live stream is freaking out right now. The chat is worried sick. That wave is so powerful, it is definitely going to send the little guy flying. Plus, there are 3,000 people on that cruise ship. They are basically doomed. Even if the military sends help right now, they would never make it in time. Disasters at sea are just built different. Humans are still pretty much at the mercy of the sky and the ocean. We might have conquered them in books, but not in real life. Not when things like this happen. Humans are just too small and helpless. A woo roar. Baby Dragon is screaming his lungs out at the waves. His voice sounds like a tiger's roar, and it is getting louder and louder. Even with the crazy wind howling across the sea, you can still hear that powerful dragon chant. It sounds like a tiger, but there is something special about it. It is like a tiger is just losing it out there on the water. Woo, Luofeng keeps roaring, but nothing is changing. Is he really a dragon if he cannot even scare off a wave? Maybe it is because he is just a baby. He has zero control over this massive wall of water. Luofeng is starting to panic. If the wave does not stop, it is not just the 3,000 lives on that ship he is going to get wiped out too. But then Luofeng remembers that mysterious power that guided him here. It definitely wanted him to save them. He has to save that ship. Luofeng is a divine dragon and since ancient times. They have been the protectors of the East. Seeing that wave about to swallow the ship makes his heart ache. Roar, roar, Luofeng is not giving up. He is still throwing everything he has got at that wave. The crew members like Shang Guanshui and Li Xian are watching with their hearts in their throats. Suddenly Tang Yongjin speaks up. Wait, I get it. Now, this little guy is trying to command the ocean. What control the wave? Yeah, that is definitely his plan. Tang Yongjin is terrified, his voice shaking as he says, but it is not working. Exactly. I mean, he is just a baby dragon. How could he possibly stop a wave that big Huang Ziking is already in tears? If that wave hits, Luofeng is cooked. If he were a 1,000-meter long dragon, we would not be worried at all. But at the end of the day, he is just a baby. Awoo, Luofeng does not care about the odds. He just keeps roaring. His voice is getting even louder. It feels like he is about to collapse from the effort. It is not just a sore throat. He is literally draining every bit of divine power from deep inside his soul. Haha, even if you are a dragon, even if you can control water, look at that wave. What are you going to do? You are just a little puppy. You know that. You are just a tiny pet. McLean from the Tiger Intel Agency is laughing his head off, and William is grinning right along with him. If they were the wave, they would want it to be taller, bigger, and faster. They want to see the little guy get swallowed whole. Isn't there a Chinese saying about a bug trying to stop a car? That is literally what this is. William laughs and says he should have stayed safe on Peach Blossom Island. Why come out here to watch the waves and try to flex on a massive tsunami? He is totally out of his league. McLean laughs. Man, your Chinese idioms are getting scary good. You too, William. Meanwhile, Luofeng is still roaring, but he can feel his divine power hitting zero. There is no way he can stop a wave this huge. Controlling the water around him earlier was just a small fraction, compared to this 10-meter high, 10-kilometer long monster that was child's play. Earlier, when he reversed the water around his body, it barely cost him anything. Just a tiny spark of power. But trying to command this tsunami with a roar is draining him dry. He is running on empty. Finally, Luofeng gathers every last bit of strength. Roar, 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 3 final screams. Luo Feng is going all out. He is completely drained. These three roars are the loudest ones yet. Right now, Luo Feng is feeling weaker than he ever had before. He just wanted to sleep. He was ready to just collapse. But that massive wave was still surging forward. Just as Luo Feng's eyes narrowed and his vision started to go blurry, that wave, that 10-meter high wall of water, suddenly seemed to lose all its power and started pulling back. To put it simply, it looked like a video of a tidal wave playing in reverse. It was actually retreating. No joke, it was really backing off. Something this insane has never been seen or heard of in history, yet it just happened today. Holy crap, no way. The freaking wave is retreating. It had all that momentum. Why would it just suddenly pull back? This makes zero sense. What happened to the laws of physics? Even with inertia, it should have kept crashing down. He is the GOAT. I am losing my mind, guys. Is this the power of a divine dragon? Is this the divine dragon's true power? His tiny body just stopped a freaking tsunami. I am crying, literally crying right now. Compared to that wave, he looks like a tiny bug, but he actually did it. I told you from the start he came to stop the wave and save everyone. He really pulled it off. I can already imagine the world's reaction. Those haters in the Western Empire were probably laughing their heads off a second ago. LOL, look at them now. Look at our little guy controlling that massive wave as a baby dragon. He saved thousands of lives and kept himself safe. This is why he is a divine dragon, the guardian beast that has protected our land for thousands of years. What an absolute legend. Look at the people on that ship. They are completely stunned. They better start bowing to him. If it wasn't for him, they would all be history. The live stream chat is absolutely losing it. People are shook to the core, but also so moved. Because anyone can see that even though he can control water, his power seemed limited. He could only handle the water right under his feet. He was trying so hard against that giant wave, but he just could not make it happen. But after those last three roars of thunder, he completely dominated the wave. Back in the day, General Zhang scared off an entire army with three roars right. Well, Luo Feng just roared back a 10-mile-long tidal wave. This is beyond legendary. This is insane. No way. Tang Yongjin was drenched in a cold sweat just watching this. At this moment, everyone was speechless. Everyone was shaking. Yes, you did it, little guy. You actually did it. Shangguan Shui was practically jumping up and down, clapping and cheering nonstop. The wave is gone. Not only are the people on that cruise ship safe, but the little guy is safe too. Honestly, even if his power was not quite there yet, his spirit was incredible. And in the end, he actually succeeded. Teacher Wang, a grown man, was completely moved by the little guy in this moment. He could not tell if he was crying out of fear for the dragon or just pure inspiration. All those emotions hitting at once made him break down in tears. It was not just him. So many girls watching the stream were crying their eyes out. Even the internet trolls who usually do not care about anything were getting misty-eyed seeing Luo Feng do this. This is true greatness. This is legendary. This is what a divine dragon is. The team of professors all started cheering at once. Look at that spirit. That is a true dragon. To protect his descendants. To protect his people, he used his tiny body to conquer a massive wave. It is unbelievable. I really did not think the little guy could control a wave that big. He kept roaring at it dozens of times with no luck. But those last three thunderous roars were absolutely deafening. Think about it. They are out at sea where the noise is crazy. But even on the drone's audio, you could hear it clearly. That proves if he roared on land without all that noise, the sound wave would be massive. Now that I think back, why did he swim toward that specific area of the sea anyway? Lu Changfeng rubbed his watery eyes while staring at the screen. Why, Zhou Weiguo asked, sounding dazed. My guess is this baby dragon has some kind of ability to sense disasters before they happen. Lu Changfeng said it firmly. He predicted it. No way, right? Zhou Weiguo couldn't believe his eyes. If the little dragon really had this power, what would that even mean? It was crystal clear to him. It meant the Empire's future disasters like earthquakes, flash floods, or even tsunamis wouldn't catch them off guard ever again. Impossible. Why would it be impossible? If it is impossible, then why did he head straight for that spot for no reason? Right when a massive tidal wave hit. Lu Changfeng grunted. Maybe it really was just a fluke Gu Pingtao shot back immediately. In the 10 or so days since the little guy was born, other disasters hit Dongsheng too, didn't they? And he didn't predict those. He didn't go save anyone then either. I don't know about that, Lu Changfeng replied, just throwing out his best guess. Whether the little guy has foresight for disasters, we definitely need to keep a close eye on him. Regardless, the massive waves retreated and the ocean was now smooth as a mirror. Zhou Weiguo was all smiles watching the monitor, but things weren't looking so good for Luo Feng. Right now, he just wanted to sleep. His eyes were so heavy. Finally, he just collapsed. Oh no. The little guy went down. Li Jun on the battleship was stunned when he saw that tidal wave earlier, but it was too late to help. Now that the little guy had collapsed, he had to go save him. Quick, get the helicopters and the battleship over there. We have to fish the little guy out. But just as he said that, everyone saw that even though the little guy fell, he didn't sink. He was just floating on the surface. His eyes were half open, and the water around him was actually pushing him back toward Peach Blossom Island. Wait a second, he's not totally out yet. He's just too weak to stand. Li Jun spoke up as he watched. It looks like he can still control parts of the ocean. It was true. Luo Feng felt more drained than ever before. He couldn't even keep his balance. He just lay flat on the water to save energy using the tiny bit of divine power left in his system. He used that flickering divine power to command the surrounding water, making it carry him home to Peach Blossom Island. Oh my God, that scared the life out of me. I thought he was going to sink to the bottom for sure. It looks like he's trying to go home. After saving everyone, he just wants to go home. Even with his last bit of strength, he didn't forget where he belongs. Yeah, the film crew treats him so well and cares about him so much. He really loves it there. This is huge. It seems like controlling the water doesn't take too much energy once the big stuff is over. He's going home. The little guy's coming home. This is epic. The viewers in the live stream watched as Luo Feng slowly drifted back into the waters of Peach Blossom Island. All that anxiety and worry finally started to fade away. The film crew was losing their minds. Quick, get to the beach. We have to go meet him. Let's go now. It wasn't just the crew. At the same time, the entire team of professors on the island, including the assistants, the cooks, the cleaners, and even the guys scrubbing the toilets all dropped everything and sprinted toward the shore. A few minutes later, after drifting for about 10 or so minutes from the impact zone, Luo Feng reached the shallows. Obviously, the water was carrying him much slower on the way back. He wasn't nearly as fast as when he rushed to stop the tsunami, but after resting on the water for those 10 or so minutes, his physical stamina had recovered a bit, though his internal energy was still dangerously low. Honestly, he was drained. After this, he would definitely need to soak up the sun for a few days to recharge. Once Luo Feng hit the shore, he gave his body a habitual shake, but there wasn't a single drop of water on him. Everyone had noticed this weird trait from the start. It wasn't that his scales were waterproof, it was that the ocean itself didn't dare to get him wet. He is literally untouchable. Pure drip, no splash. Luo Feng was now about 17 meters long. He looked absolutely massive. As he walked, he still had that waddle like a little crocodile, but he looked 1,000 times more badass than any croc. Our dragon baby is home, he is back. Tang Yong was a grown man, but he was outrunning everyone, even the girls. He was the first one to reach the sand. The rest of the crew saw Luo Feng and started sprinting toward him too. It was like welcoming home a legendary general after a massive win. They all knew Luo Feng had just unlocked a new S-rank skill. Besides flying and breathing fire, he could now control the ocean and even stop a monster tsunami in its tracks. This is actually insane. Our dragon baby is the goat Shangguan, Shuir shouted as she rushed forward. She immediately pulled Luo Feng into a hug, her face a mess of worry and heartache. He knew deep down that saving the people on that ship was risky and maybe even selfish to ask of him, but he just couldn't stand the thought of the little guy getting hurt. Dragon Bao, you can't ever do that again. I don't care what happens, you can't take risks like that. Huang Ziqing felt the exact same way as Shuir. Nothing was worth putting Dragon Bao in danger. All right, since Dragon Bao is back safe and sound, let's drop the lecture for now. Teacher Wang rushed over and rubbed Dragon Bao's head. He saw the little guy's eyes fluttering. He was clearly running on empty. Teacher Tang, hurry up and get cooking. Dragon Bao has got to be starving. You've got to make way more than usual this time. Shangguan Shuir gave Luo Feng a quick once-over. He was totally fine, just completely exhausted. She let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Got it, I'm on it. I'm going right now." Tang Yongshen didn't waste a second, practically stumbling over his own feet as he sprinted back to the crew's kitchen. This is insane. After seeing the little guy control the entire ocean like that, the whole world is about to lose its mind. Lu Changfeng was hyped, but he immediately turned and yelled, "Medical team, get over here and check Dragon Bao. Make sure he's 100% okay. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball." Yixing ran up too still, clutching a massive lamb leg in his hand. He must have been in the middle of eating when he dropped everything to get here. Luo Feng saw him and just rolled his eyes, not even wanting to deal with his energy. But then he spotted the roasted lamb leg, and suddenly his interest was piqued. This little sheep really had the nerve to sneak a snack without me. Did I give you permission? Even though Luo Feng was drained, he still managed to give Yixing a sharp glare. To his surprise, the little sheep had actually learned his lesson. He held it out and asked Dragon Bao, "You want some?" Luo Feng didn't hesitate for a single second. He took a massive bite, crunching through the meat and bone and a few chews before swallowing it all. It tasted fire. Since he offered up the goods, I guess I'll give the little sheep a pass today. Man, this lamb is seriously good. But it wasn't nearly enough. He let out a low roar. Get the food moving. Your king is hungry. Luo Feng growled at the crowd, basically telling them all to back off and give him some space. Changguan Shui'er got the message instantly. Don't worry, Dragon Bao teacher Tang is already on it. Academician Lu, he honestly looks fine, just totally wiped out. Should we let him eat his fill before we do the full checkup? Huang Ziking asked, looking for confirmation. That sounds like a plan. Lu Chengfeng nodded, seeing that the little guy seemed okay for now. Right then, the 3 girls from the idol group teamed up to lift the 3-foot-long little guy. Luo Feng was totally vibing with it. He was too exhausted to walk anyway. Once they got back to the main tent, the food wasn't quite ready yet, so everyone started grabbing whatever fruit they had on hand. They began feeding Luo Feng. It wasn't as good as meat for recovery, but it was enough to keep the hunger at bay for a bit. Changguan Shui'er watched him closely, relieved that he was safe. She popped a slice of watermelon into his mouth and sighed. You little rascal, I'm serious. You can't go taking risks like that anymore. I know you can swim, but that giant wave was no joke. It was way too dangerous, you hear me? Hearing her nag was a little annoying, but it also felt pretty warm. Only people who actually care about you nag like that. Meanwhile, social media was going absolutely feral. The internet was exploding. In all the time since the little guy was born, nothing has ever been this viral. I mean, he literally scared off a 10-kilometer-long, 10-meter-high mega wave. It instantly hit #1 on the trending charts. The engagement on this one post was higher than the rest of the top 50 combined. Put it this way. If Luo Feng was the richest man in the world, his net worth would be more than every other billionaire on Earth put together. The hype was just on another level. Bro, I'm literally losing my mind. This isn't scientific. This shouldn't be possible. Seriously, why did that giant wave just turn around? Even with inertia, it should have slammed into the shore. Someone replied, LOL. Imagine trying to use science to explain a divine dragon. You've got to be kidding me. Exactly, Science Dragon Bao has been ignoring the laws of physics since day one. He flies around, ignoring gravity that already threw science out the window. Why are people still trying to be logical? He's a divine dragon, forget science. It's insane how he stood his ground against that massive wave. It looked like he couldn't handle it at first, but then he just did it. Is there a chance it was just a natural coincidence? Like perfect timing? Insert sarcastic emoji. This take is actually brain dead. Is the guy above me for real? A coincidence. After all that, this guy has got to be a hater or a foreign bot. Get this trash out of here. Stop stirring the pot on Weibo. You seriously think this was just a coincidence? And if it's so easy, why don't you go and make a coincidence like that happen? And guys, did you seriously miss the troll face emoji at the end of that post? It's pure sarcasm directed at those haters who keep saying Dragon Baby's just a fluke. Haha, my bad, bro. Friendly fire. Good thing I stopped my 40-meter blade just in time. Let's keep the memes chill, though. A lot of new Weibo users might not get the reference yet. The internet is losing its mind, and Old Man Huang is absolutely shook. Right now, he's just re-watching that video over and over. It's a straight-up miracle. Even the wildest natural phenomena in history don't even come close to this, right? Wait, something's wrong with Old Man Huang. Suddenly, his assistant burst into the office. What happened? Is something wrong with the little guy's health? He started panicking immediately. That dragon is the nation's pride and joy. He can't have anything happen to him. No, it's not that. It's the 3,000 people from that cruise ship. They're all speaking up at once. After the massive wave receded, the military moved them all to safety. Now that all 3,000 of them know the little guy saved their lives, they're making a huge scene. They're demanding to go to Peach Blossom Island to thank Dragon Baby in person. Old Man Huang's face twitched. He barked out an order. Tell them it's a hard no. Peach Blossom Island isn't just someplace anyone can walk into. If they want to say thanks, they can just post it online. He thought for a second and said, actually have them write thank you letters. Then have the film crew read them to the little guy. He's got a high intelligence level he'll understand. Writing letters to a baby dragon. The assistant was stunned. It was the first time he'd ever heard of writing fan mail to a dragon. The survivors were definitely going to be confused too. Letters to a dragon. That's wild, but old man Huang figured they should milk this for all the hype it's worth. The whole thing was broadcasted live anyway. His logic was simple. The little guy worked so hard to protect every single person on that ship. How could anyone in Dongsheng not respect a legend like Dragon Baby? He's got everyone shook. This is the kind of stuff that unites a whole nation. With one word from the boss, all the official Dongsheng media outlets started grinding out articles. They had to get them out at lightning speed. Full overnight grind mode. Plus, he told Lu Changfeng and the team to dig deeper. Was it true? Could the little guy really predict disasters before they hit? Honestly, old man Huang was obsessed with that kind of power. If Dongsheng had a god-tier beast with cheat codes like that, they could prevent so many casualties, so many broken families, and so many kids' tears. Maybe that tragedy from 14 years ago could have been stopped entirely. But Lu Changfeng's team analyzed it and thought it might just be a fluke. In the 2 weeks since Dragon Baby was born, plenty of small disasters still happened. Dongsheng is huge, after all. There's always going to be some minor trouble somewhere. So maybe he didn't predict it. Or maybe his range is just small right now. Maybe he'll predict things further away once he levels up. But that's all just theory for now. Back at the film set, Luo Feng was living his best life getting served by the idol group girls while he feasted. The little guy polished off nearly 200 pounds of food. His appetite was on another level this time, way more than before. Did you guys notice? Every time the little thing uses his magic, he gets way hungrier. Lu Changfeng was there to watch Luo Feng eat today too. Everyone was worried about him after he looked so weak when the wave went down, but it turns out he just needed to recharge his battery. He's totally fine. I agree, maybe he's just hitting a growth spurt. Shang Guanshuier nodded, popping the last piece of steak into Luo Feng's mouth. The three girls were starting to feel the pressure. Taking care of Dragon Baby's meals was becoming a full-time job. But luckily that female star Dragon Baby picked himself should be arriving in a few days. Luo Feng finished his feast, let out a massive burp, and waddled over to lie down and soak up the sun. No one bothered him. The little guy needed his rest. They cleared the plates and headed out. As Luo Feng basked in the sunlight, he felt something different. The way his skin absorbed the sun and recharged his energy was way faster than before. He wasn't sure why, but he felt cracked. 2 or 3 days passed, and Luo Feng stayed low-key. That massive wave really drained him. But after sunbathing for a few days, Luo Feng felt like he was back in God mode. In the morning, he started taking to the skies again, leveling up his flight skills whenever he felt like it. He's just out there terrorizing the local wildlife. After he soloed the Wolf King, every beast in these woods knows the vibes. Nobody's brave enough to take on Luo Feng one-on-one. He's a literal god-tier existence that no animal can defeat. Humans and animals are the same. Once you show them you are absolutely cracked, no one dares to mess with you. Yoa's ship is pulling up. Who is it Luo Feng spots 2 girls stepping onto the beach? Must be his new girls arriving. Man, the weather on Peach Blossom Island is fire. It is even better than I imagined. Escorted by security, the 2 girls land on the island rocking shades and looking like total celebs. Those denim shorts, absolute madness. Their long legs are literally glowing. And let's talk about that scale. It is legendary. Luo Feng is cruising through the clouds with that Hawkeye vision. Even with the sunglasses, he knows exactly who they are. Su Meiji and Nangong Yunduo. I mean, he is the one who hand-picked these stars. How could he not recognize Su Meiji? On the internet, she is literally known as Asia's #1 young model. People probably think Asia's #1 young model is from the Solar Empire, or maybe the K Empire, but nah, she is a 100% local Dongsheng baddie. No way a foreigner is getting onto Peach Blossom Island. That is the biggest taboo, and damn, her body is straight up explosive. She is the GOAT for a reason, skin soft as silk, and a physique that is literally booming. Then there is the second girl, Nangong Yunduo. She is the internet's new fairy goddess, even surpassing the original legend. Everyone is out here claiming she is filtered or had work done, but Luo Feng can see the truth. She is all natural, no cap. Is that Dragon Baby? The one flying Su Meiji rips off her shades, but he is so high up she cannot see him clearly. She wonders if it is an eagle or something. Meiji, that is definitely him. It is a literal divine dragon. Nangong Yunduo is shook. Wait, look. He is diving down. Is he coming for us? Su Meiji is hyped. Maybe they have spent so long watching him on live streams, but this is real. Seeing a real divine dragonfly is an absolute shock. This long guy is flying without wings. It makes no sense, but he is a god, so who cares? Luo Feng starts dropping lower and lower. Looks like he is zeroing in on the 2 new goddesses. They are getting so hyped. Finally, a close-up of Dragon Baby. Meanwhile, the chat is losing it. Holy crap, it is the beauties from the audition. Haha, Dragon Baby has the same taste as me, bro, as a man of culture. I love these two. Dragon Baby has got top-tier taste. These girls are way badder than those other stars. Yo, look in the back. Yixing's rumors are there too, plus that kid from the sitcom and Yuan Bingyan. Seems like the others are just here for the memes, but Nangong and Su, those are his personal picks. Su Meiji's body is a cheat code. No one in the industry can touch that. That is why she is the #1 model. Look at those legs, pure fire. Dragon Baby is living his best life picking whatever stars he wants. Nangong is a literal angel. That pure vibe is actually insane. I just want to protect her god who stole my chance to be reincarnated as a dragon. Damn it, when I see the Reaper, in 100 years, I am never being a human again. LMAO, same here, I am done with being a human. Everyone is hyped for the goddesses. They have more clout than the big stars now. Let's be real, guys. Just want to see baddie visuals. Who cares about their movies? Everyone is agreeing that the little guy's taste is actually goated. He is here. Why isn't he slowing down? Nangong Yunduo sees him. He is only 15 meters away now. Still going full speed. Watch out. The guards are panicking. He looks like a hawk diving for its dinner. Is he attacking them? But he is the one who picked these goddesses. But then plot twist. Luo Feng dives and snatches Nangong Yunduo's hair clip with one claw. Whoosh! Her hair bun completely falls apart, and her long hair spills everywhere. Haha, now that is the goddess I remember. In his past life, he saw a photo of her exactly like this. Too tempting. So pure, but with a touch of that main character energy. Just like that, next Luo Feng dives for Su Meiji, pranking her by snatching her shades before zooming off. Hey, robbery, give me back my shades. Su Meiji watched Luo Feng soaring through the sky and stomped her foot in frustration. Man, she wished she could fly too. What can you do? At least the little guy was probably just playing a prank on you guys. I legit thought he was about to attack. The director's crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. But wait, why didn't he play a prank on us too? Actresses Yangzi and Yuan Bingyan were low-key jealous. They totally would have given their hair clips and shades to the Dragon Baby if he asked. Meanwhile, the crew was busy cooking dinner. When they saw the Dragon Baby return, they all rushed out to welcome him back. Wait, Dragon Bao, where'd you get those sunglasses? And that hair clip, Shangguan Shuer, was totally lost. This looks like girl stuff. Did he seriously go out and rob someone? LOL, he definitely snatched those at the beach. Zhao Yubao stepped forward while everyone was still confused. He robbed someone at the beach? What do you mean? Did the Dragon Baby actually kidnap someone? Isn't that illegal? But wait, can the law even hold a dragon responsible? There literally isn't a single law for this. Anyway, everyone listen up. 4 new female guests are about to arrive. Get ready to give them a warm welcome. Zhao Yubao was only there to drop that news. Honestly, this is a huge win. Taking care of these guys won't be such a struggle anymore. Yeah, the Dragon Baby's getting bigger and bigger, and we're short-staffed as it is. Even though Shangguan Shuer and the others didn't really want to share him with other girls, they knew the crew was right. The little guy's getting heavy, and he's only going to grow more. There's no way just a few of them could handle him alone. Now the Dragon Baby's personal squad has finally arrived. Hey, 5 senior sisters. Sister Xian and Ziqing, what's up? Su Meiji and Nangong Yunduo were basically in the same boat as the girl group. They all started out on the internet, so they were already besties. Welcome Meiji and our new goddess Nangong. I'm just glad the original fairy sister didn't show up. Otherwise, having the old and new fairy sisters together would have been awkward as heck. But honestly, this new goddess has an aura and vibe that feels way more powerful than the original. Just my personal opinion, though. This 19-year-old Nangong Yunduo is seriously stunning. After the small talk, everyone headed inside. Once they hit the main tent, they saw the most ridiculous thing ever. LOL, no way. This Dragon Baby is literally too much. Oh man, that's gold. Everyone in the live stream was absolutely losing it because that Dragon Baby actually put Nangong Yunduo's hair clip right on top of his head. He doesn't even have hair, he just let it sit there. And he was even wearing the sunglasses over his eyes. Since his ears aren't like a human's, the glasses were all crooked and messy. Imagine how hilarious that looked. He definitely snatched that clip and those shades from you two, right? Shangguan Shuer finally realized it after seeing Nangong Yunduo's messy hair. He's being such a menace. Huang Ziqing shook her head and asked, Hey sisters, do you want me to get your stuff back for you? The little guy actually listens to me. He'll definitely give them back. It's fine if he likes them, he can keep them. Nangong Yunduo was surprisingly chill about it. Sister Nangong, are you sure you don't want your clip? It's kind of a mess with your hair all down like that. Wait, Shayer looked at Nangong for a second. I actually think you look more like a goddess with your hair down. Who knows, maybe the dragon baby likes you better this way. Of course, Shangguan Shuier was just joking. She didn't realize Luofeng had a plan, but Nangong Yunduo totally bought it. Really. Then I'll just keep my hair down for the cameras from now on. As she spoke, Nangong Yunduo brushed her hair, looking even more like a celestial being. She had that pure but low-key, spicy goddess vibe. Can I touch him? Sumeiji looked at the dragon baby, but stayed back a bit. Of course, he usually doesn't get mad. Huang Ziqing walked over. She took the sunglasses off the dragon baby's face. You can't play with these. We don't want them hurting your eyes. Wu Luofeng nodded inwardly. A dragon's eyes are built different from a human's. He's so cute. Is that a little bump right where he was wearing the hair clip Nangong Yunduo carefully reached out? She gave it a feel. Oh yeah, people online were saying the other day that he's about to grow horns. Seeing the little guy wasn't mad, Sumeiji got bold and touched him too. These two bumps are really bulging out. They're growing slow, but he'll definitely have horns later. Shangguan Shuier said it with total confidence. And ever since that giant wave incident, the bumps have gotten way bigger. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. Backstage, Lu Changfeng and the crew were hyped. They noticed the two bumps during his last checkup too. They were pretty sure those were dragon horns. Man, it would be so hype if they grew out soon. For real, once those horns pop out, it's over. At this rate, he looks exactly like a real dragon. No cap. It is totally normal, though. He has only been around for about 10 or so days. Let him take his time. The Professor Squad is low-key proud. The little guy is growing every day, and the surprises just keep coming. Did he seriously eat all those plates by himself? Nangong Yunduo stared at the empty dishes. Those plates were literally the size of computer screens. She was totally stunned. Oh, for sure, this little guy is a total glutton. 3 meals a day, and he is easily clearing 500 pounds of food right now. Oh my god. Sumeiji almost fainted when she heard that. She saw clips online of him eating a lot, but hearing the actual numbers, absolutely insane. 500 pounds a day. That is like the appetite of 100 grown men combined. Right. Especially after he came back from that giant wave incident, his appetite just exploded. Huang Ziqing added 500 pounds. He really eats 500 pounds a day? Mama, he is a bottomless pit. Is there anyone in the Empire who can even afford to keep him fed? Haha, remember those bros who wanted to raise a dragon when he was still tiny? Do they still want in now? He is only 10 days old and doing this. Just imagine when he is thousands of meters long. That appetite is going to be straight up terrifying. Haha, I am not worried about that at all. I just feel bad for teacher Tang Yongzhen. The man is already working himself to death. Is he even going to survive this? I hope teacher Tang makes it out alive. Haha. The comments section was blowing up with people trolling teacher Tang. Even though he is miserable, everyone can't help but laugh. Shangguan Shui saw the two new goddesses and started fanning himself with his hand. He said, honestly, it really is getting pretty hot on Peach Blossom Island at high noon. Yeah, I would kill for some ice right now, Huang Ziqing said. It was like she caught it from the two new girls. She started fanning herself with her hands, too. That is just coastal weather for you. Freezing at night, scorching during the day. The temperature gap is huge. Like right now, the sun is literally melting people. Luo Feng was sprawled on the table, listening to them complain about wanting ice. Suddenly he felt a spark of inspiration, but before Luo Feng could move, Teacher Wang spoke up, saying it was actually fine. I do not really feel that hot. Me neither, Li Xian said, standing right next to Luo Feng. Everyone else was dying from the heat, but these two were perfectly fine. Eventually, everyone noticed what was going on. Weren't those two both standing right next to Luo Feng? Everyone turned their heads at the same time to look at the innocent-looking Luo Feng. Is it because of the little guy? Teacher Wang guessed, I definitely feel something. One night when it was freezing, I stood near him and realized he was actually quite warm. Li Xian spoke up, No. One time I stood near him and I felt a cool breeze, hearing that the entire film crew froze in their tracks. If that is true, then this little guy is basically a walking central AC unit that stays warm in winter and cool in summer. No way our dragon baby can really do that, Sumeiji joked. Hey, do you want to sleep with Big Sister tonight? Haha, for real, I will just cuddle with you. The two new goddesses completely ditched their idol images. They were just here for the vibes and the jokes. Hey. You two are cold-blooded. You just got here and you were already trying to steal our dragon baby. Shangguan Shui joked back. He had been the one sleeping next to Luo Feng these past few nights anyway. The temperature was perfect, way better than any AC. No way was he letting them have the little guy. Otherwise, sleeping would be a total nightmare. Everyone burst out laughing. Seeing them fight over who gets to sleep with the little guy was just hilarious. Meanwhile, backstage Professor Lu Changfeng and the others were looking at each other in shock. Lu Changfeng asked, does Dragon Baby really have a skill that lets him regulate the surrounding temperature? Is he doing it on purpose, or does he not even realize it? I do not think it is necessarily on purpose. Lu Changfeng analyzed. After all, many animals have natural ways to regulate their body temperature. Like when it is hot outside, their internal temperature stays cool, and when it is cold, they heat up. We cannot jump to conclusions yet. Let's keep observing, Professor Joe said. But if we can crack how Dragon Baby changes the climate around him, we might make a massive breakthrough in climate modification research. Suddenly, Gu Pingtao dropped a bombshell. Do you guys think the little guy is a true dragon? Is he not? Lu Changfeng was speechless. What kind of dumb question was that? Why is he asking this now? I mean, his rank. Like, is he a flood dragon, a horned dragon, a divine dragon, or an azure dragon? Gu Pingtao had been binge reading dragon lore and myths, lately trying to figure out the hierarchy. I have read those myths too, Lu Changfeng said. A 500-year-old snake becomes a flood dragon. After surviving a lightning tribulation, it can cultivate for another 1,000 years to finally become a true dragon. At that point, it can literally summon wind and rain on a massive scale. Man, cultivation's no joke. Zhao Yubao sighed. You guys have no idea. If you level up enough, you can actually grow wings. Gu Pingtao's words had everyone shook. Growing wings. Calm down. I know what you're thinking. How can a dragon have wings? But in the myths, there's this dragon called Yinglong that's got wings. We're talking a high-tier god-rank dragon. The creator dragon. Gu Pingtao's eyes were literally glowing. Creator dragon, SSS rank, back in the day. This Yinglong was cracked. It took down legendary gods like Qiyu and Quafu. Versions change, but the power is real. Who knows, but honestly, look at this little guy. He was breathing fire the moment he was born. He's already controlling the ocean. Forget evolving. He's already mid-tier dragon level at the very least. Lu Changfeng agreed. If his mom was high rank, he's born with that power. He doesn't even need to grind for it. We'll see. Once he grows up a bit, we'll know exactly what tier we're dealing with. Gu Pingtao was hyped. I really hope he grows wings. If he does, it's confirmed. He's in Yinglong. That's a top-tier creator dragon. Only the Yinglong has wings. Meanwhile, back with the film crew, everyone was fighting over who gets to sleep next to the little dragon, Luofeng. He was chill. These 5 goddesses, he's cool with any of them. Luofeng didn't care. They kept talking, and he got bored, so he hopped off the table. He stared at a basin of water nearby. He controlled the ocean last time, right? So what about this little basin? It was getting hot out. He dipped his claws in to cool off. He jokingly thought about turning it into ice. All they saw was him reaching into the water. He let out a little roar at the water. Then something insane happened. Even Luofeng was shocked. A wave of cold surged from his claws into the basin. The entire thing froze solid instantly. Holy crap. Luofeng just stood there. He was completely stunned. Did I just do that? I can turn water into ice, but it wasn't just him freaking out. The live stream chat was blowing up, and the professors backstage were losing their minds. Everyone was trying to figure out what just happened. Lu Changfeng was shook. That was just water a second ago. Did he do that? Cryokinesis. He's literally freezing water, just like the legend said. Zhou Weiguo was hyped. When he said those words, everyone went dead silent. Nobody expected this. Fire breath and ocean control were one thing, but this is a whole other level. Freezing water like that is actually broken. He just turned a whole basin into a block of ice in a second. No way. Is this magic dragons are seriously built different. I see it now. The little guy can freeze water. What else can he do? Of course there's more. He's a dragon. Everyone was talking at once. They started guessing what other powers he was hiding, but honestly, this ice thing was a total flex. It looked incredible. The giant wave last time was crazy, but that felt like some kind of spell. Some haters said it was just a natural phenomenon and had nothing to do with him, but nobody was buying that. Probably just some trolls online, but this time he froze it right in front of them. He literally put his claw in and it froze. You can't call that a coincidence. He's him. The crew finally noticed the ice. Wait, what's going on? Why is there a basin of ice here? Mr. Wang was lost. He literally just brought that water for washing hands. In this heat, how is it frozen? It's boiling out here. This feels like a dream. Everyone else just stood there completely stunned. Mr. Wang, are you sure you didn't bring ice? Shang Guanshui asked, totally confused. I'm telling you, it was water. But as soon as he touched it, boom, ice. Mr. Wang pointed at the dragon. Everyone crowded around. Little guy, did you do this? You have ice powers too. They all started asking him, but Luo Feng just ignored them. Like, are you guys blind? Obviously, I did it. Why are they asking such dumb questions? Are they okay? Huang Ziqing reached out to touch the ice, thinking it was a prank. But the second she touched it, her fingers went numb. This wasn't just regular ice, it was freezing. The temperature was insanely low. Guys, it's real. Huang Ziqing was so hyped. Everyone else was just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Nobody expected Luo Feng to be this cracked. I get it now. Everyone was just saying how hot it is. Did Long Bao make those ice cubes on purpose to help us cool down? Huang Meiji remembered their earlier conversation and shouted in excitement. Honestly, she might be onto something. Xiang Guanshuier nodded. After all, Long Bao is super intuitive, she's kind-hearted and incredibly smart. Everyone cares about her and loves her, so she's giving that love right back. Oh, my sweet Long Bao, come on, give us a little more. Seeing this, Tang Yongzhen went to grab another basin of water. Right, let's get more basins ready so the little guy can hook us up with more ice. Everyone chimed in. Since ice absorbs heat as it melts, more ice meant a major cool down. If they got enough, it'd be straight up chilly in there. Soon everyone was scrambling to bring in more water and basins. Meanwhile, Luo Feng found himself a nice spot to soak up some sun. Man, this is the life. Wait, did the little guy stop making ice? What's going on? Li Xian looked a bit disappointed. Maybe she's just tired, Huang Ziqing laughed. Luo Feng just thought to himself, Psh, don't waste my divine power. If I run dry, we've got problems. Luo Feng just lay there like a boss, totally ignoring them. Meanwhile, over on social media, another topic was absolutely breaking the internet. The topic was simple. The true dragon's talent strikes, again, turning water into ice. Honestly, at this point, people weren't even that shocked anymore. But still, within just 10 minutes, it hit number 1 on the trending charts. The video was clipped from the live stream, and when people saw it, the little guy just sticks a claw in and the whole basin turns to ice instantly. People were losing their minds. Everyone was just stunned. With skills like that, it's a crime he's not doing magic shows. Sure, science can't explain it, but he's a literal dragon. Why are you even trying to use science? Haha, I bet nobody's calling this a coincidence now, right? Oh, why not? Maybe the water just happened to freeze right when the little guy put his hand in. Insert sarcasm here. Yeah, totally. Last time with the ocean was a coincidence too, just a natural tide thing. This is definitely the same. Massive eye roll. Just ignore the haters. I bet they're just paid trolls from overseas trying to smear our Long Bao. With such a direct connection, who dares call turning water to ice a coincidence? Those foreign bots probably don't have anything to say now, do they? Calling this a coincidence is a reach. I just Googled how to turn water to ice in 1 second. The search results said that currently no human can make water freeze instantly in 1 second. Technology just isn't there yet. It's not a natural phenomenon, and it's not man-made. That means it's divine power. The little guy is a god dragon. Our national guardian beast is legit cracked. Just think about it. If the Tiger Empire ever tries to send their warships over, our little guy could just freeze the whole ocean. How are they going to sail then? That would be broken. Their warships and carriers would basically be turned into scrap metal instantly. I feel like controlling a tsunami would be less work, though. Freezing the entire sea surface might take a full-grown dragon to pull off. As long as the little guy eats well and gets his sunshine, I bet he'll grow into a 1,000-meter dragon one day. He hasn't even shown his true power yet. He's been eating way more lately, though. The film crew is working overtime just to keep up with the meals. The hype on social media about Luo Feng freezing water was nonstop, but the part that had everyone talking the most was the idea of freezing the ocean to turn the Tiger Empire's fleet into useless piles of junk. That theory clearly started rattling people over in the Tiger Empire, too. Over at the Tiger Empire Intelligence Bureau, Observer McLean was staring at the screen so hard he practically forgot to breathe. How could anyone have a power like that? McLean remembered last time how he was laughing like a maniac watching the little guy face those massive waves only for the waves to get scared off. While he couldn't say it was 100% divine power back then, he knew 80% of it was because of that dragon. But now the kid is literally turning water to ice. If this ever gets used for military purposes and the Pacific gets frozen solid, then their warships and carriers really would become nothing but scrap metal. Mr. William, get over here and look at this, McLean shouted. What is it now? William had already reported the wave control incident to the higher-ups. But the hottest topic was still what the netizens said, freezing the ocean to turn the world's warships and carriers into scrap metal. This concept was clearly sending shivers down the spine of the Tiger Empire. Right now, at the Tiger Empire Intelligence Bureau Observer, McLean was glued to the screen. He looked like he was about to pass out. How is this possible? How can such a power even exist? McLean still remembered how he was laughing his head off last time while the little guy stood before those giant waves. But those waves really were driven back by the little guy. Even if he couldn't be 100% sure it was divine power, then he knew the dragon was 80% responsible. But look at him now, just straight up freezing water. If they actually used this in war to freeze the Pacific, their fleet would be totally cooked. They'd be nothing but scrap metal. Mr. William, you need to see this right now, McLean yelled out. What's the problem this time? William had already filed the report about the wave manipulation to his superiors. The higher-ups are totally shook. They're saying if he really has the power to control the ocean, we're in trouble. If Luofeng uses those waves against them, it's going to be a disaster. The top brass is already scrambling to find a way to take that dragon out. They used to think that no matter how big the waves were, our high-tech warships would be safe. They thought technology could conquer anything. As long as your tech is top tier, why fear nature, right? But just as William was thinking that Michael mentioned the dragon again, he can literally turn water into ice. If he freezes the entire ocean, it doesn't matter how high-tech William's warships are. Waves weren't a problem, but hearing about this freezing power, it scared the life out of him. Turning water into ice. Is that for real? You need to see this video, sir. Man, McLean looked so miserable being dragged around by the dragon. He looked totally defeated. This is just too insane. William watched the video and looked like he was about to explode. Everyone in Dongsheng is hyped and debating this. If that dragon reaches its final form, if the sea freezes over, we can't even move. Damn it! William was hit with pure rage, his hands shaking as he grabbed the phone. You can try to fight against giant waves, but if the water turns to solid ice, it's over. You're cooked. Peter the Great Side just made a new discovery. The little guy can turn water into ice. If he can do that on a massive scale, what happens to our warships then? Peter over in the Big Tiger Empire was completely speechless. There was a long, heavy silence before the other side just hung up the phone without saying a word. At the end of the day, this was just the Intelligence Bureau. Their job is to find info. Assassinations and cleanup are for a different department. We absolutely cannot let a creature like that stay alive in Dongsheng. It's a threat to the entire world. It's Dongsheng's ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, on Peach Blossom Island, Zhao Yubao was just living his usual life as the manager. His day consisted of taking photos, filming, and sometimes running errands for the professors. Lately, since the dragon came back from that giant wave incident, he hasn't been acting up much. He's just been chilling in the sun. No drama, no trouble at all. He and Wang Yusheng were having a relaxing time. It's been a bit hot on Peach Blossom Island lately, but the weather has been great. Right now, Zhao Yubao, Wang Yusheng, and some of the crew were just wandering around the island since they had nothing to do. Yeah, I feel the same way Wang Yusheng said. I remember what the old villagers used to tell me. They said Peach Blossom Island was a nightmare. Every few days there'd be thunder, heavy rain, and crazy winds that made life miserable. Yeah, but we haven't seen any of that lately. Zhao Yubao nodded in agreement. It's supposed to be the rainy season right now, but it hasn't rained once in over 10 days. I'm telling you, Manager Zhao. Stop playing around, okay? What do you mean it hasn't rained? Wang Yusheng laughed and shook his head. Last time that little guy roared at the sky, it literally started pouring live on camera. Oh, right. Zhao Yubao suddenly remembered and froze. Everyone had been so focused on the little guy's other powers. They were all researching his biology and forgot the basics. Does this dragon baby make it rain or stop every time he roars? Could his roar actually control the weather? When he thought about that and looked at how perfect the weather had been, the two of them looked at each other, the realization hitting them both at once. They bolted straight for Professor Lu Changfeng's main biology tent. Professor Lu Wei found something huge. We have to tell you right now, Zhao Yubao shouted, totally out of breath from running. Manager Zhao, take it easy. Have some water and tell me slowly. Lu Changfeng said as he handed him a cup. He just smiled. He figured they were about to talk about the dragon turning water into ice. He'd already seen that, so he wasn't in a rush. You don't seem worried at all, but what I have to say is a game changer. Zhao Yubao was frustrated. Go ahead, tell me, Lu Changfeng said with a chuckle. I'm listening. Based on what the villagers said, this is supposed to be the peak of the rainy season. It's usually constant storms and wind, but for the last 10 days or so, nothing. Zhao Yubao added more details. Today we saw him turn water to ice, and whenever we're near him, it's always the perfect temperature. I'm betting all of this. is because of the little guy. Even if it's not, the climate on this island is way too weird right now. Lu Changfeng was stunned. He thought they were going to talk about the ice trick, but this was a much bigger discovery. He stood there in silence for a long time, totally dazed. Is that true? You're saying that ever since Dragon Baby arrived, the climate on Peach Blossom Island has been totally different. Absolutely, it's sunny every single day. That sounds normal, but not for this island's history. That is straight up abnormal. Yeah, that is what the villagers are saying anyway. Zhao Yubao nodded hard. All right, Bet. You guys handle your business. I am going to find a few professors to look into this, Lu Changfeng blurted out before bolting out the door. Lu Changfeng made it to another tent. This place was packed with phones. Office workers were everywhere. This had to be the comms center for the whole island. Lu Changfeng barked at a staffer, "Listen, Xiao Wu, get the Jiangnan Weather Bureau on the line right now. They should have the data. I need every single climate record for Peach Blossom Island over the last few years, water levels, everything. And I need the weather change data for the last 10 days since the moment Baby Dragon was born. I want details. Don't leave anything out." The staff were stunned by Lu Changfeng's intensity. Why is Lu Changfeng suddenly so hyped about the weather? Anyone watching would think he is a meteorologist or something. Bro, you are a biology professor, but they did not question it. Lu Changfeng looked way too serious. They followed orders and started making calls. In under 30 minutes, a mountain of data was ready. It was dropped right into Lu Changfeng's hands, and he started scanning it immediately. "Old Lu, what is the move?" "Everyone is saying you are going crazy calling the weather and water bureaus." Zhou Weiguo rushed over. "It is about what Zhao Yubao told me. The weather on this island is completely sus." Lu Changfeng said dead seriously, "I think these climate glitches are likely because of Baby Dragon." Everyone froze. If Baby Dragon could solo carry a whole region's climate, that is actually cracked. That kind of skill, only a true dragon god could pull that off. This means the moment Baby Dragon was born, he already had that power. His species isn't just some low-tier serpent. He has got that true dragon bloodline for sure. No way, right? Changing the climate on this scale. Zhou Weiguo paused. Like that giant wave last time that drained a ton of Baby Dragon's energy. I know dragons control the weather, but he is just a hatchling. His power should not be this broken yet right. The wave proved it. Baby Dragon is still low level. Dealing with a 15-meter wave was a struggle for him. How much energy would it take to change an entire region's climate? The room went silent. What if the abnormal weather is just a coincidence? The professor started crunching the numbers immediately. They fed it into the system. The simulation was ready. "Professor Lu, we are ready to run the big data comparison." Lu Changfeng said, "Do it." With the word given, the simulations went live. When the results hit, everyone's jaws dropped. "It is actually insane. The data is totally off the charts," a staffer shouted. "God mode. Did he really do this?" "He has got this much juice already." Zhou Weiguo was shook. The data did not lie. For the last 10 days, the climate on Peach Blossom Island has been straight up impossible compared to previous years. It is a total night and day difference. Even the nearby counties are feeling the effects. Like, it is supposed to be peak rainy season right now, but instead it is nothing but blue skies and vibes. This level of abnormality, you cannot even call it natural anymore. It is just weird. I still cannot believe Baby Dragon's energy is this massive. Zhou Weiguo was in total disbelief. "Old Zhou, wait. I found something even more shocking." Lu Changfeng's eyes widened. The range of these climate changes is getting bigger every single day. Wait, every day? What do you mean? Zhou Weiguo asked, totally confused. "When the little guy was first born, the range was tiny. But as he grows, the area he covers is expanding like crazy." Lu Changfeng explained. "No way. So it is like that. Everyone finally got it. As the little guy levels up, his influence reaches further and further. In other words, if this little guy grows to a length of several thousand meters, the climate he controls could be an entire empire." My God, that is absolutely insane. Right now, only one thought was racing through everyone's minds. What kind of crazy consequences is this going to lead to? They looked at each other and went quiet. If this dragon baby can really pull this off, the entire empire's climate will be whatever he wants it to be. Just think about it. Having a divine beast station in Dongsheng means perfect weather forever. He can literally change the climate. The empire will have massive harvests every single year. Imagine how many billionaires will want to move here. Especially with global warming these days, Dongsheng is the only place that stays chill. Just thinking about it is such a rush. Let's look at the data again. In the last 5 years, Peach Blossom Island, definitely hasn't had weird weather like this. What about the last 10 years? Lu Changfeng spoke up right. Not just 10 years, check the last 20. Check every piece of data we can find. Zhou Weiguo felt like this was massive. This might be the biggest deal ever. You can't ignore something that affects the climate of the entire empire. Right after that, the professors compared the climate data from the last 20 years. Even though Peach Blossom Island and the nearby towns had some weird weather before, it was never this extreme. Basically, this level of insanity hasn't happened once in the last 20 years. But as soon as the little guy makes a move, everything goes wild. How can this not be his doing? Old Lu, I found something else, Zhou Weiguo suddenly shouted. His voice was so sharp it caught everyone off guard. What else did you find? Lu Changfeng asked, looking totally dazed. I think the little guy didn't just change the weather, he changed everything else too, Zhou Weiguo said excitedly. Looking at the issues his team found and the data they compiled, it was absolutely mind-blowing. There's more besides the climate. Yeah, and it's a massive shift too. It literally breaks my brain. Old Lu, Old Gu, you guys need to see this report. Zhou Weiguo clearly knew what was in there and couldn't hide his excitement. Lu and Gu looked at each other and immediately started reading. Slowly, their faces turned pale. The more they read, the wider their eyes got. You see it now, right? Zhou Weiguo smirked. He really is a divine dragon. This is actually insane. Lu Changfeng swallowed hard, trying to keep his cool. He's literally built different. The report showed that since the dragon baby was born, it wasn't just clear skies and blue seas. Everything was thriving. Fishermen in the coastal towns nearby said the fish schools are massive now. The harvest is several times bigger than in previous years. They're constantly catching tons of rare seafood in the waters near the island. Of course, the area right around the island is still off limits, but these catches are happening outside the protected zone. Like we said before, as the little guy grows, his range gets even wider. All these climate changes and the boom in farming and fishing, I think it all points back to that little guy sleeping over there. Zhou Weiguo felt so proud. His own student was the one who went out to talk to the locals and figured this out. Otherwise, since the residents moved away and the professors don't farm or fish, they never would have noticed. Now that you mention it, I was wondering about something too. Lu Changfeng suddenly said, "Oh, Old Lu, what did you find?" Gu Pingtao asked. "It's about those wild animals we moved here. At first I saw they were breeding well, so I didn't think much of it. I figured this place was just better for them, but looking back, that has to be the dragon baby's buff." Lu Changfeng smiled. "When we say everything thrives, it doesn't just mean the farm animals. For livestock to flourish, the grass has to be lush. And when the nature is that good, the wild animals get a piece of that luck too. It's like they say, where the dragon goes, prosperity follows, a golden age for every single household. In short, wherever the dragon baby is, the weather is perfect, and the harvests are massive." Zhou Weiguo laughed out loud. "The key is his range. It gets wider as he grows. Eventually it'll cover the whole empire. I seriously can't wait for that day, a guardian beast that brings peace to the nation. He totally deserves that title." The professors looked at the projections on the computer. If the dragon baby keeps expanding his range at this rate in less than 10 years, the entire empire's climate will be under his protection. This talent is way too important. Meanwhile, in the capital inside Old Man Huang's office, right then a phone started blaring out of nowhere. The sound was super abrupt. No ordinary phone, though. This was the top-tier blue line. No cap, if this phone is ringing, it means something absolutely massive just went down. It only rings when things get real. Real talk. This phone has been sitting there for years and has maybe buzzed once or twice total. But lately, this blue phone has been blowing up nonstop. Back in the day, Grandpa Huang hated hearing this thing ring. It always meant some high-level emergency was popping off. Usually those emergencies were natural disasters. I mean, who wants that smoke? But today the vibe is totally different. Now, whenever this line rings, it's usually about Peach Blossom Island. It means the research team just hit a massive breakthrough. Regular staff, they aren't even allowed to touch this phone. Even if Grandpa Huang isn't around, his assistants have to scan their fingerprints just to pick it up. If anyone else tries, the line gets cut instantly. One of Grandpa Huang's assistants picked up, and he was straight up shook by what he heard. As soon as he reported it to Grandpa Huang, an order was blasted out to summon every top-tier official in the capital. "Everyone needs to get here. Yo, old Zhang, why's the boss calling us in such a rush? Did something go south?" That was the chief minister asking. He just sprinted over and was grilling Grandpa Huang's assistant Zhang before the meeting even started. Everyone just calls him Old Zhang. He took a slow breath and said, "We just got a blue-level emergency call from the Jiangnan Command over on Peach Blossom Island." A blue-level emergency. Did the dragon baby find something new? The old man's face was a mix of pure shock and hype. For sure, they found some crazy data on the little guy. 3 top scientists just confirmed the climate around the dragon baby's acting totally weird. Jang was explaining it, but the old guy was still looking pretty lost. What's that even mean? The other ministers were looking at Jang like, bro, speak English. Climate anomaly. Like, how weird are we talking? Zhang just poured them some tea and flashed a smirk. Literally, the weather has changed, but we're talking a good kind of weird, not a bad one. The chief minister finally caught the vibe. So you mean it's actually better weather? Exactly. This climate makes everything on and around the island perfect. The livestock are absolutely thriving. The crops are booming. Zhang checked the direction of Grandpa Huang's office, and since he hadn't come out yet, he leaned in and said, Professor Liu and his team looked at 10 years of weather data from Peach Blossom Island. They checked the harvest, the fishing, the forests, everything. The output for all of it is like 3 or 4 times what it used to be. It is insane. The minister straight up gasped. No way. This thing really is a god-tier dragon. That is way too broken. But wait, did we really need to call every single top official in the city just for this? The chief minister kind of shrugged it off, acting like it wasn't that deep. Deep down, he thought it was cool, but not a total game changer. It's just one tiny island. How much money could it really bring the empire? Maybe a few $100 million. It's a flex, sure, but the impact seems small. Yeah, the chief minister's right. This feels like a bit much. Even if this happened to an entire city, it would just be another $10 billion in farming income. Whatever. Zhang just gave them a tired smile and said, You guys really don't get it yet, do you? What I'm trying to tell you is that the range of this effect, it's not staying in one place. It started small around Peach Blossom Island, but as the dragon baby grows, this field is expanding fast. Professor Liu's team did the math. At this rate, it's going to cover the entire empire in less than 10 years. Zhang handed out some smokes and grinned. Now do you still think we're making a big deal out of nothing? This isn't just news. This has been classified as top-secret high-level intel. The Security Bureau and the Cyber Division are going all out to bury this info and these files. What we need to decide right now is, do we go public or do we leak this to the people? The ministers just stared at each other, their faces going totally pale. Everyone was stunned. Even the chief minister, who was acting all cool a second ago, couldn't say a single word. This is beyond a shock. This is a straight-up nuclear bombshell. To put it simple, this means in 10 years, the entire empire is going to be eating good. Farming and livestock are going to get a massive buff. The chief elder looked like he could not believe it. So you are saying the range grows until it covers the whole empire in 10 years? Exactly. That is the plan. You got it, the assistant said firmly, but the full files will be here in a few hours. The basic stuff will just be sent over the web or faxed. But the insane top-tier intel? No way we are putting that online. Can't risk the hackers. Gotta hand-deliver it to stay safe. Suddenly an old man's laugh echoed from behind the elders. It is Elder Huang hearing this news. It feels like a straight-up dream, doesn't it? Elder Huang walked in. Everyone bowed down and cleared a path for him. They let Elder Huang take the seat of honor. The chief elder said, This is a dream for real. I even pinched myself to see if I would wake up, but damn, it hurt. This is actually happening. It is insane. Real talk, if this covers the whole empire in 10 years, our farming and livestock, even the fishing industry is going to go crazy. And it is not just that. The environment will be top tier. Wildlife will thrive, the rivers will be clean, and no more soil erosion. It is a total win. Facts. The side effects are too many to count. Just the climate alone brings 10,000 more wins. Everyone was hyped. They were all joking around like bros. The 4 elders and Elder Huang are basically like day one homies. Elder Huang did not act all high and mighty. He just asked, So do we tell the people? Or do we keep this locked down? His eyes went cold as he got serious. The room went silent. The chief elder spoke up, saying there are perks to going public. The people would be hyped. National unity would be off the charts. But keep going, Elder Huang said. But if we do, people might get lazy and stop grinding, Huang added. The chief elder agreed. We got to stay hungry even when things are good. That is how a nation matures. Makes sense. Elder Huang nodded. And once this leaks, everyone is going to flood into farming and tourism. It will be too much. We cannot just rely on those. We need to level up the other sectors too, right? After debating it out, they finally made a call. Keep it under wraps. We will only tell them when the time is right. I just hope the little guy grows up fast, but we cannot meddle too much. Elder Huang was about to wrap it up, then he stopped. Oh, about the Jiangnan Combat Command. We need to send more reinforcements to Peach Blossom Island. and build a massive missile defense system there. I am worried some people might lose their minds and try something. They might just ignore the rules. He was obviously talking about the country across the ocean. They were already scared we would surpass them. Now with this divine beast, they are going to be desperate enough to do anything. But once the little guy grows up, nothing can stop us. So what should our cover story be, the chief asked. Just make something up. Tell them we are protecting our carriers or something. Elder Huang laughed. We got some big toys over there. Protecting our own property is just business as usual. Basically, even if the West finds out they are just protecting Luofeng, it is not even a big deal. We are straight up telling the world this is our legendary beast, but we are keeping the files on private. Major flex. Meanwhile, back on Peach Blossom Island, it is business as usual. Luofeng is just eating, drinking, and vibing. He has been grinding his flight stats and can already hit over 1,000 meters in the sky. But honestly, that is kind of mid. I heard there are birds that can fly over 10,000 meters high. We are talking about the Ruppel's vulture, the actual goat of the sky, and the highest flying bird ever. It can cruise at 11,000 meters, but Luofeng knows he is still just a baby dragon, breaking 1,000 meters already. Yeah, he is built different. In the future, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, or even flying off the planet is totally possible. But today, everyone brought Luofeng to the beach to play in the waves and hunt for seafood. Just like last time, the crew caught all the ingredients themselves. Seeing the little guy eat is pure happiness. Meeting him was fate. Since they were lucky enough to bond with Dragon Treasure, everyone cherishes every single day. Whoa, the ocean is massive. One day when you grow up, you have to take me out to sea to play. Nangong Yunduo walked barefoot on the soft sand, her perfect feet looking absolutely flawless. Fans were low-key jealous of the sand for getting that kind of treatment. Haha, you want me to take you out to sea? Aren't you scared of the giant waves? Luofeng laughed to himself. Why do girls always want to be dragon riders? Is this some kind of fantasy? Lately, these girls have been taking turns just to stay by his side and keep him company. Luofeng felt like something was sus. It seemed like these girls were secretly plotting something with those professors. No way are they actually trying to make dragon babies. Luofeng thought those professors just wanted him to breed with a cow, but he didn't realize they were this crazy. But he really couldn't bring himself to do it with a cow. This is too hard, unless he had a god mode power where one look could make a cow pregnant. That would be more like it. Sumeiji, do you know what's right above our heads? Suddenly, Shangguan Shuxie shouted. The two new goddesses looked up at the sky over the beach. It's just a cliff. What about it? Is there something special? Sumeiji didn't get it at first. Haha, this isn't just any cliff. Shangguan Shuxie shielded her eyes from the sun and pointed. Do you see the writing on that cliff? That was written by the chief minister himself. There's writing. What does it say? Sumeiji's vision was a bit blurry. Is there... Let me see. Nangong Yunduo chimed in. She wasn't nearsighted like the other. The two new girls were shocked. They obviously knew how big of a deal the chief minister was. He's a total legend. He probably wrote it out and had master craftsmen carve it into the stone. Kind of like how Li Si in the Qin dynasty wrote the script for the imperial seal and had craftsmen carve it. Nothing in this world is impossible as long as you're willing to climb. And the main headline says, the clumsy bird flies first. The two goddesses were stunned. Why would he write those words? What's that supposed to mean? Not bad. This is where the little guy learned how to fly after all. He failed so many times before he finally got it. This quote and those 4 words were definitely a tribute to him. Shangguan Shuyer knew that the term clumsy bird was actually a compliment. It's meant to be inspiring. It's talking about people who might not be naturally gifted, but work incredibly hard. It's an old school way of being humble. You say you're not that great, so you have to try harder. It doesn't mean the person is actually bad. They're just being modest about their grind. Yeah, I've seen the videos of him flying. I didn't realize that was this cliff. Nangong Yunduo remembered. But the video showed the view from the top. Now we're looking up from the beach. As they say, a mountain looks different from every angle. Depending on where you stand, it's going to look like a whole new place. It's normal not to recognize it. We don't even know if our little guy counts as a clumsy bird. There are no other dragons to compare him to. Shangguan Shuyer laughed, but failing over 20 times before succeeding. That does seem a little clumsy, right? You're the clumsy one. Luofeng was annoyed. He's a dragon. Maybe other dragons have to try hundreds of times. How can they call him clumsy? They literally just said there's no comparison. Haha, don't be mad, little guy. That word just means you're a hard worker. You've got that hustle. Huang Ziqing walked over and rubbed his head. Our dragon treasure is definitely not a clumsy bird. I bet his talent is top tier even among dragons. And since he works this hard, he's definitely going to be the GOAT in the future. Now that's what I'm talking about. Luo Feng felt a little smug and ignored the rest of them. Hey Shuyer Zeking, what if we all climb up there? We should see the spot where the little guy risked it all. Su Meiji suggested it to the group. Everyone was down. It's still early, so why not? But the mountain is really high, so everyone be careful. It's going to be exhausting. If anyone doesn't want to go, speak up now. Hearing Shangguan Shuyer say that, everyone got fired up. Who's scared of getting tired? The little guy climbed it over 20 times. I'm definitely not scared. Su Meiji might be stacked and soft, but she is not exactly built for hiking. Still, she is determined to see that sacred spot where the dragon first took flight. Gotta keep climbing. Fun fact, this place actually becomes a massive tourist trap later on. Every time they see this cliff, they remember the dragon spirit and little Luo Feng's tiny body from the videos. He is a constant inspiration, but that is all future stuff for after Luo Feng moves out. For now, it is time to move. Everyone is feeling hyped and ambitious. They rush back to grab hiking boots and all the gear, and they are off. Wait, is everyone hiking? Does the little guy even need to climb? Bro should just fly up. Haha, I am so jealous he can fly, but I guess he earned it. He really put in the work. Thinking back to those 20-something failures still hits deep. So emotional. My dragon baby had it so rough, I thought dragons were just born knowing how to fly. If the little guy had to learn, does that make him a slow learner? Haha, you are the slow one. Say that again, and the little guy will literally zap you through the screen. But honestly, that is how it was. Since he transmigrated, Luo Feng kept his human memories. Even with that natural talent in his DNA, having to figure it all out yourself is a pain. Later on, he masters fire breathing, turning water to ice, and controlling the ocean. Most baby dragons are absolute monsters from birth, but Luo Feng is just a human soul. The cliff is steep, sure, but it is no 7,000-meter peak. Compared to Everest or Mount Huang, this place is basically nothing. It is only about 700 or 800 meters from the base. But since there are no tourist stairs, the difficulty is way higher. Nengong Yunduo and Su Meiji are leading, while Shangguan Shuyer and Luo Feng bring up the rear. They are using climbing picks, hacking their way up bit by bit. Even though Luo Feng can fly, he did not just zip to the top. He wanted to stay with the squad, but man, he is making it look easy. Being a four-legged animal is a total cheat code for climbing. He is just chilling, cruising up the rock. He is so steady, and man, this mountain is not long, but it is vertical. No joke. Gotta be careful coming back down. Su Meiji is definitely the weakest link here. This Asian supermodel is probably used to the high life. She is stopping now, totally gassed out. Almost there. Not much further. Shangguan Shuyer is gasping for air too. At least she is a former idol. All that singing and dancing means she has got better cardio than Meiji. Keep going, Meiji. You too, Nangong. You guys look like you are struggling. Huang Ziking was the main dancer, so her stamina is cracked. She is not even tired. You just wait, Zeking. How dare you look down on us? I am catching up. The two of them got triggered and started climbing with everything they had. Let's go, let's go. Su Meiji hyped herself up and hurried after them, even if she was dying inside. She kept pushing. She did not even ask the staff for help. I mean, the camera crew and staff are already carrying a ton of gear. She is so soft, Luo Feng thought, looking at Su Meiji. Looking up, he could see the curves of those leather pants. She is fire. Truly top tier. Good taste, MC. He has got high standards, baby. Why did you stop and look at me? Su Meiji felt it. That female intuition that someone was staring at her curves. She turned around and saw Luo Feng staring right up at her. Ah woo, Luo Feng acted cute to hide the awkwardness. Then he put his head down and kept climbing. Wait, why am I embarrassed? I am an animal. What is there to fear? I was literally in her bed yesterday. Man, this is tough. No way our girl Sue actually made it. Yeah, I did not expect it. She is usually so fragile. I cannot believe she climbed such a steep mountain. I remember on other shows she said she was always sickly. A girl like that needs a few guys to take care of her. Honestly, I am down. I can handle her by myself. The rest of you can go home. Nengong Yunduo is slaying too. She usually looks weak on variety shows, but she held it down today. Both goddesses are stunning. Those leather outfits really show off how stacked they are. I have got some bold ideas. Holy crap, you guys are wild. Keep going, almost at the top. Remember, the little guy tried this 20-something times. Netizens were totally simping for these two soft goddesses, and before they knew it, the whole squad finally hit the summit. Vice Director Zhao are these two new girls, also celebrities. Lu Changfeng asked while watching the live feed from the backstage. They're just here to climb the mountain. Yes, academician Lu, these two actually started out as internet influencers. But they've got movies and shows under their belts now, so they definitely count as actresses. Zhao Yubao nodded and said, not bad at all. Regardless of their acting skills, anyone who wants to set foot on Peach Blossom Island has to be vetted. Everyone goes through a full medical check, and I actually heard from the medical team that these two girls had some health issues. Their physical condition wasn't great. Lu Changfeng recalled, but then added, these two are actually really solid. They've got such pure vibes and zero bad intentions, it's no wonder the little guy handpicked them himself. I guess divine dragons really do have that passive ability to sense good and evil, so anyone he chooses is definitely a W. I'm literally dying. We finally made it. Su Meiji reached the top and immediately flopped onto a rock. She was gasping for air, her throat felt like it was on fire, and then she remembered something crazy about this place. Dragon Baby climbs this peak over 20 times in just a few hours. She finally realized how hard the little guy actually grinds. We're all totally cooked, and he's just a baby doing this with ease. Pure respect, Nangong Yunduo gasped while giving a massive thumbs up. She felt like if she had to climb it one more time, her whole body would literally fall apart. Light work, light work. You guys are just way too weak. Luo Feng let out a cute roar, totally vibing with all the clout. The view from here is actually insane, like I'm standing on top of the world. Shangguan Shuir stood by the cliff, which now had a safety railing. Apparently after that viral video of the little guy flying a ton of professors from the other islands started coming here to hike. Everyone was worried about safety, so they installed these railings on the cliff. Then she noticed a stone monument sitting right there on the ledge. Luo Feng was honestly speechless. This was literally just the spot where he first learned how to fly. Why did they have to make it so extra? Wait, what's that? Ziking Xian Meiji, get over here. Someone's getting off a boat. Shangguan Shuir's vision was sharp as a hawk. She could see everything clearly. Right then, a medium-sized cargo ship was docking right at the beach. You're right, it looks like they're struggling to haul something heavy down. Su Meiji was gorgeous, but she was a little bit nearsighted. Even though she was basically perfect in every other way, this was her one tiny flaw. But honestly, when a beauty squints like that, it's actually a top-tier aesthetic, kind of like that famous actress, Kathy Chow, back in the day. People used to say she looked stunning when she squinted because of her nearsightedness. She mentioned in an interview once. People thought she was flirting with male actors, but she explained she was just struggling to see. Wait, what are they carrying? Huang Ziqing squinted toward the shore and shouted, "It looks like a dragon." A dragon, Luo Feng heard that, and immediately crawled over to the edge to look down. It was a massive dragon forged from some mystery metal, and it looked exactly like him. Total God mode. What's the deal? Is someone gifting Dragon Baby a golden statue? Shangguan Shuir asked, totally confused. Miss Shangguan, here's the scoop. A staff member nearby started explaining the situation. This was sent by the villagers who used to live here on Peach Blossom Island. Because of Dragon Baby, their lives changed forever. They all moved to the county center nearby. The staff member added, and their new place is right in the prime real estate area. Every single one of them, from the kids to the adults, landed their dream jobs. They all said the same thing. They owe everything they have today first to the Empire and second to Dragon Baby. But let's be real. Saying they thank the Empire first is just being polite. In their hearts, Dragon Baby is number one, so they saved up for this golden statue. How much did that even cost? Shangguan Shuir couldn't believe it. There were only 500 families. How could they afford a solid gold dragon? It's made of about 666 pounds of gold. Each household pitched in 200,000, making the total over 100 million. The staff member dropped the bomb. No way. Their relocation payout was probably only 500,000 each, and they gave up half of it for a statue. Shangguan Shuir was caught in her feels. These villagers were just so incredibly grateful. For real, if they hadn't met Dragon Baby, they never would have gotten such a cracked relocation deal. Moving from the countryside to the city with a 1-to-1 property swap plus guaranteed jobs is a massive W. Not only that, but they know Dragon Baby loves big lobsters, so every time they catch a huge one at sea, they send it to the island for free. The staff member sighed. These people are honestly the goats. Luo Feng was actually moved. He remembered when the film crew ran out of food, and these villagers brought over so many ingredients. It was all the meat they had in their own homes. Keep in mind, back then they survived entirely on fishing and had zero money. They said it was an offering for the divine dragon. Thinking about this, something started swelling inside Luo Feng's body, a feeling he just couldn't hold back. It was a strange sensation, and even Luo Feng was stunned. How did this feeling suddenly surge up like that? Luo Feng opened his huge mouth and let out a long, deep breath. It was almost like he was just exhaling. Whew! But the next second, everyone around him was completely floored. After the little guy exhaled that single breath, that breath actually started expanding. It condensed into a cloud and slowly floated up into the sky. Oh my God, no way. In an instant, the entire livestream chat and the goddesses on set were losing their minds. What is even happening right now? Back at the research center, Professor Lu Changfeng was just as shocked by the footage. His voice was shaking as he spoke. Is he breathing clouds into existence? My God, the legends say dragons can breathe out clouds and turn them into rain. They say even a dragon's sneeze can cause a storm. Could all of that actually be true? But this only happened because the little guy heard how much the villagers worship him. He saw how grateful the villagers were and his expression changed, and then he just took that long breath. What's the logic here? Usually in the myths, summoning clouds and mist is something only an adult dragon can pull off. Our little guy is just a baby dragon. He mostly just flies around or splashes in the water. Last time he tried to control a huge wave, he was literally half dead from exhaustion. Professor Lu, look, that cloud doesn't look simple at all. Suddenly, Zhao Yubao pointed at the video, totally frozen. He was pointing at the sky on the screen, his fingers shaking slightly. What do you mean it's not simple? As Lu Changfeng spoke, he looked over at the video, and the next second he was completely stunned too. Because that cloud in the sky wasn't a normal cloud. It was glowing with every color of the rainbow. Those are literal 7-colored clouds. The fact that Luo Feng could breathe clouds already had everyone's jaws on the floor, but now he's making rainbow clouds. This is just a straight-up double shock for everyone. Anyone who knows basic science knows that while solar and lunar eclipses are rare, they still happen. But rainbow clouds, that's a once-in-a-lifetime sight. In folklore, these things are legendary. They carry a massive omen of good luck representing a huge harvest and the best wishes for the future. In ancient times, people would print these rainbow patterns on their clothes or things they carried to show their hope for a better tomorrow. Whenever rainbow clouds appeared in the old days, villagers thought a god was about to descend, and they would all drop to their knees to worship. There's even that famous movie line that says, "My lover will come to get me riding on a rainbow cloud." So do rainbow clouds actually exist? On December 11th in the skies over Lanzhou and Dali, a cloud just like this appeared. It was vivid and colorful looking, absolutely breathtaking. If you look it up, you'll definitely find the photos. The rainbow cloud in those pictures looks like a ball of fire. It kept constantly shifting colors. Dali is a famous tourist spot, and tons of young people go there just to wait for a perfect day to see a rainbow. That specific rainbow cloud attracted so many tourists. It stayed in the sky for a long time. Then it just vanished. The locals said those divine clouds are a sign of good luck, and that the harvest this year will be massive. According to experts, this is actually a natural phenomenon. These rainbow-colored clouds are caused by tiny ice crystals inside the cloud mass. When the sunlight hits them, those ice crystals reflect the light. Through constant reflection and refraction, it creates the incredible sight we see. But it's still incredibly rare. You're extremely lucky if you ever manage to catch this on camera. But here's the real issue this cloud was formed because a living creature, a dragon, breathed it out of his own mouth. No doubt about it, the entire live stream has absolutely exploded. These are all Luo Feng's hardcore fans. Everyone was already getting used to the supernatural stuff, but these rainbow clouds, it's a total system shock for everyone, both visually and mentally. These people are going feral. Unbelievable, this rainbow cloud actually came out of Baby Dragon's mouth. He's really him. He's so broken. This is pure God mode. A divine dragon breathing out clouds. Everyone held their breath. This scene was like a literal miracle descending. It's beyond words. Every single thing Baby Dragon does moves the hearts of millions. Breathing clouds like this, never heard of it. He's cracked. The goddesses on set had no idea how to even express their shock. They could only stare at that rainbow cloud in silence. This is the true power of the divine dragon. He's so OP. This is it, the divine dragon breathing clouds into life. He exhales and it turns to rain. Long bow. I could handle a regular cloud, but a rainbow one. Bro, what are you even doing? According to scientists, this kind of natural phenomenon shouldn't even happen once in a blue moon. Exactly rainbow clouds. Get this. In our entire history, there are only 10 confirmed photos of them in the Empire. This is insane. Rainbow clouds are literally the ultimate cheat code for good luck. Everyone screenshot this now for good vibes. Do it, do it. Hurry up before it vanishes. Hearing that everyone in the stream started spamming screenshots, it was absolute chaos. You either have fast hands or you're taking the L. Plus, the chat is going wild. People are saying, seeing a rainbow cloud adds years to your life. Everyone is losing their minds. The comments are flooding in like a blizzard. People are literally trying to pull up to Peach Blossom Island right now. Even if they can't get onto the island, they're heading to Eagle Peak in Lynn County. They're just going to camp out with binoculars and watch from afar. That place has been packed lately. Since no one can get onto the island, they just gather there to stare at it from across the way. All right, let's talk science. How do clouds even form, and how do you get a rainbow one? Liu Changfeng said the words, but he honestly didn't even want to finish the sentence. Why? Because science has zero answers for this. Science is cooked here. It's got to be some kind of special energy inside Long Bao. Zhou Weiguo forced a smile, his eyes glued to the monitor. Is everything he eats just turning into god-tier abilities? Like, if he eats cold stuff, can he turn water into ice? Does he breathe fire if he eats spicy food? Gu Pingtao couldn't even finish the thought. Science is useless here. All we can do is guess. Meanwhile, the internet is absolutely on fire right now. Rainbow clouds used to be just a rare natural sight. Cool, but not something people would go feral over. But now, a literal dragon just exhaled the topic instantly shot to #1 on Weibo. Rainbow clouds see them and get infinite luck and a longer life. This is massive. Even the skeptics are starting to believe. I mean, a real dragon is standing right there. What else do you need? Everyone in the stream is hitting the share button, telling their families to come watch the dragon's rainbow cloud. See it for long life and good luck. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the stream is about to break its maximum user limit. Fang Ting, an elementary school teacher, was right in the middle of a lesson when the dean suddenly burst into the classroom. Teacher Fang, stop the lesson right now. Fang Ting nearly jumped out of her skin. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Why am I stopping the class? Hurry up and turn on the projector. Put the live stream on. Fang Ting was stunned. What the heck? You're the dean. You're telling the kids to stop studying and watch a stream. Stop talking. That rainbow cloud might disappear any second. We need to see it while we still can. They say seeing it gives you luck and a long life. Plus, it's supposed to bless the kids. They'll grow up healthy and have a cracked future. Fang Ting stood there dazed. Wait, are you saying a rainbow cloud appeared somewhere? Is that really such a big deal? It's not just some weather thing. A dragon breathed it out. Oh my God. Fang Ting's eyes went wide. She sprinted straight for the classroom computer. Of course she knew who Long Bao was. Lately, whenever she wasn't teaching, she was constantly checking the crew's live stream. Just a while ago, the legendary Long Bao started breathing fire and controlling water. He even scared off a 30-foot-high tidal wave. Then he started turning water into ice. People online were saying that when he grows up, he'll be able to freeze the entire ocean. No battleship or carrier would even be able to get close, and now he's just exhaling rainbow clouds. How is this even possible? It wasn't just schools either. Tons of CEOs were telling their employees to stop working just so they could all watch the stream together. Rainbow clouds are rare enough. Only about a dozen photos exist in the entire history of the Empire. But one coming from a dragon. This is a historical first. Nobody has ever seen anything like this before. And who knows if it'll ever happen again. Unless Luo Feng does it himself, this is a once-in-a-universe moment. Professor Liu, the stream is about to explode. We had 16 servers with a limit of 100 million people, and we're hitting it right now. Zhao Yubao was at a loss. According to some analysts, for a normal live stream, 25 million people watching at once is the absolute limit. But our little dragon guy is just built different. He kept pulling off miracles until he smashed 30 million, then 40 million. For the last few days, the numbers have been sitting steady between 40 million and 45 million viewers. The bosses figured 16 servers could handle 100 million people and that we were good on upgrades, but right now, the whole system is about to explode. Get the higher-ups on the phone right now. We need 10 more servers. No wait at this rate. 16 more won't even be enough. Liu Changfeng was completely shell-shocked. The back-end viewer count was jumping by millions every single second. It was terrifying. If a female streamer had this kind of hype, he'd probably black out from the shock. Just as the room was about to crash, the Empire itself stepped in. Technical issues solved. They fired up 32 servers at once, finally fixing the lag and making the stream butter smooth again. Oh my god, Shui, our crew just hit 130 million viewers. Huang Ziking's jaw literally hit the floor. What is even happening? Everyone analyzed this and said 40 million was the absolute ceiling of all ceilings. But now an extra 100 million people just appeared out of nowhere. And that's just 130 million accounts. Who knows how many families are huddled around a single screen? Huang Ziking figured that about half of the entire Dongxing Empire was watching those rainbow clouds right now. The whole empire is going viral. Work is basically canceled. Every street food stall is packed with rows of people just sitting there. They aren't even eating. They're just staring at their phones. The owners aren't even cooking. They're glued to their screens too. Even drivers on the road are just pulling over and taking their phones out to watch. Big corporations. Schools, offices, everywhere you look, people are on the stream. A dragon breathing out rainbow clouds, that is some legendary stuff right there. No one has ever seen an omen like this. It's absolutely shocking. Elder Huang, if this keeps up, the entire empire is going to be paralyzed. In Elder Huang's office back in the capital, Assistant Zhang was losing it. He heard the traffic in the city was already a total nightmare. To put it simply, at this exact moment, half the empire is staring at their phones. That is a terrifying thought. Don't worry, those clouds probably won't last long. Once they're gone, people will get back to work. Elder Huang was also staring intensely at those rainbow clouds. Even though he's a top leader who's supposed to be logical, deep down he totally believes in this. He knew it. An omen like this has to be a sign of something massive. It wasn't just people on their phones either. Over at Eagle Mountain near Peach Blossom Island, the area outside the naval blockade, people were starting to climb. Climbing, Elder Huang asked, confused. Yeah, they're scaling Eagle Mountain just so they can use binoculars to see it from a distance. Assistant Zhang explained, people are saying that watching on a screen doesn't give you the blessings or long life. You have to be there in person. There have to be hundreds of thousands of people gathered at the base of Eagle Mountain right now. The whole mountain is covered in people crawling up. It's a total bottleneck. From the peak to the base. Man, I just hope there isn't a serious accident. Elder Huang started to get worried too. This is insane. How many people even live in that tiny county? To have that many people show up instantly, and the numbers are still growing. People from all the nearby cities are rushing over. Whether they can make it in time or not, everyone is heading that way. The traffic for miles around Eagle Mountain is completely paralyzed. Elder Huang started breaking out in a cold sweat hearing all this. He wanted the omen to end so things would get back to normal, but he also wanted it to stay. He was totally conflicted. Back with the film crew, the goddesses were still standing there, completely stunned. How did the little dragon even do that? And why is it rainbow-colored? Nanggong Yunduo had just arrived, so she hadn't seen Luo Feng's miracles before. Seeing this with her own eyes, her entire worldview was getting cracked. She stared at the rainbow clouds in the sky, unable to calm her heart for a long time. Shangguan Shuisu, Meiji Huang Ziqing, and Li Xian weren't doing any better. One by one, they tilted their heads back, their perfect necks stretched as they gazed at the sky without even blinking. A scene like this should only be possible with top-tier CGI, but the little dragon just made it happen. Honestly, if he just spit out normal white clouds, they wouldn't be this shocked. But rainbow clouds, that's next level. This little guy is so broken. Hey, do you think he can spit out another one? Shang Guanshui asked. The entire internet is going wild right now. Everyone is waiting for Luo Feng to drop another one, but he is just staring blankly. Your boy doesn't even know what happened. I just spit out a rainbow cloud, and you want another one. Luo Feng is totally lost right now. It just popped out of his body for no reason. It wasn't even on purpose. But this time, he doesn't feel drained at all. He's still full of energy and has this strange feeling inside. He probably couldn't spit another rainbow cloud like that for another 100 years, slowly up in the sky. That rainbow cloud let out a blinding light and started to fade away. The colors got lighter and lighter until it vanished. It's completely gone. No, my rainbow cloud. Don't go. I haven't seen enough yet. Damn it. Why did it have to disappear? I just woke up and got here and I missed the whole thing. Does this mean I don't get the luck and long life anymore? Man, what a waste. Hey, little guy, can you spit another one? This stuff is beyond rare. For real, drop another one for those of us who missed it, even though the rainbow cloud was gone. The number of viewers didn't drop. Everyone was still hanging on, hoping Luo Feng would drop another one. Meanwhile, the professors like Liu Changfeng were overthinking it. Why wasn't it a white cloud? Why a rainbow one? What's the hidden meaning? Listen to me, everyone. We need to look into this. It's time for some deep research, Lu Changfeng said. First, we need to do some work. We'll go to the site once the little guy leaves to investigate. Even if science can't explain it, we have to try. We also need to check the environment. Maybe some landscape triggered the rainbow cloud, Joe Weiguo added. Second, we have to rewatch the stream footage over and over. What exactly triggered the little guy to spit it out? This rainbow cloud is a 1 in a million phenomenon. I agree. I have a gut feeling that something huge is hiding beneath the surface here. Exactly. We have to figure out this dragon. Myths talk about dragons spitting white clouds, but rainbow ones, that's unheard of. The professors were hyped and immediately split up the work. They sent people to check the air quality. They also deployed drones and checked the light refraction from the seawater. A group of professors watched that stream clip over and over with intense focus. Since this came from a real dragon, it was way more important than any natural phenomenon. They wouldn't even look at normal clouds since those are just light refraction. This was different. Back with Luo Feng, he was heading down the mountain with the film crew. Everyone kept asking little guy, how did you do that? Why did you spit a rainbow cloud? Are you trying to boost our country's luck? I bet it's related to the national fortune. An omen like this means our country is about to go God mode. Everyone was talking all at once as they hiked down. It was steep, but not as exhausting as the trip up. With their hiking poles and the crew's help, nobody was worried about falling. This is weird. Usually Dragon Baby is exhausted after using a move like that, but he's looking totally cracked right now. Lu Changfeng watched the live feed of them heading down the mountain. He was confused too. Every other time, like with the giant waves or the fire, he was completely cooked afterward. Joe Weiguo said it was because he used too much divine power, but this time he's totally fine. Like I said, this rainbow cloud is definitely not simple. Gu Pingtao paused before making a bold claim. I'm with the others on this. Is this a sign for our country's destiny? I hope so. That's why we have to get to the bottom of this. Just as they finished talking, a messenger ran in. Assistant Zhang from Elder Huang's office has a message. Assistant Zhang from Elder Huang's office. Assistant Zhang. The professors looked at each other as the room went silent. What did he say? Lu Changfeng asked, shaking a little. He knew Assistant Zhang's words were basically orders from Elder Huang himself. Assistant Zhang said, Elder Huang wants us to make the rainbow cloud research our top priority. Drop every other project. We have to figure this out right now. Turns out Elder Huang was watching the stream too. He's a total believer that this cloud is the key to our country's future. Even though Old Man Huang wasn't exactly a believer in the supernatural, before he still kept an open mind with a believe, and it might be real kind of vibe. But now that a literal dragon has shown up and started breathing stuff out there, there's no way he can deny it anymore. Got it. We will make that our top priority. Lu Changfeng hadn't realized that Old Man Huang was even more hyped about this than they were. What is everyone's take on this? As soon as the messenger left, Lu Changfeng let out a frustrated sigh. It feels like we have zero leads for this research. Why on earth did the little guy spit out those rainbow clouds anyway? It is honestly a total mystery. After Lu Changfeng spoke, the other professors just traded looks, dead silent. At this point, everyone is just throwing darts in the dark. We have zero direction and zero clues. How are we even supposed to crack this? But right at that moment, Zhao Yubao came sprinting into the room. The mountain... Zhao Yubao looked like he was about to collapse. He was clearly losing it, hunched over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He was pointing straight at the peak outside the tent, the exact spot where Luo Feng had just been flying. What happened on the mountain, Lu Changfeng was already hitting a wall, and now the old man was breathing down his neck to prioritize this research. Did Zhao Yubao actually find something cracked up there? Up on the mountain, there is this insane, blinding light shooting out. Even in broad daylight, it is freaking dazzling. Zhao Yubao was panting so hard he could barely finish his sentence. Wait, what? Are you serious? The professors were completely floored. What is even going on? Is this world turning into a straight-up fantasy novel? A glowing light shooting off the mountain. That is wild. Could it just be a glass bottle reflecting the sun or something like that? Lu Changfeng snapped out of his shock. Surely we aren't making a huge deal out of nothing. No way, man. No way. That glow is definitely not just some glass bottle. Zhao Yubao gulped, trying to catch his breath. Didn't you professors say we needed a team on the ground to figure out those rainbow clouds? So I headed up with the staff. We got halfway up and looked toward the summit right where the dragon and the others took off. To be exact, right under where those rainbow clouds were hanging in the sky, there is this golden light radiating from the ground. Everyone was shook. We were too scared to take another step forward. I told the crew to stay put and not move a muscle. Then I sprinted all the way back down here to notify you guys immediately. I know how top secret this is. I couldn't risk sending a message or letting anyone else find out, so I had to come in person. Say what a golden glow right under the rainbow clouds, Lu Changfeng was totally lost, but he was also incredibly hyped. What is actually happening here? Someone please tell me I'm not dreaming. Right now, Lu Changfeng wished he could just use a cheat code and teleport there like in a video game. Is it some legendary treasure appearing? Why else would it be glowing like that? That was Zhou Weiguo speaking. Usually if he said something that crazy people would have roasted him alive. Imagine a literal professor believing in legendary treasures like it's some web novel. But this time nobody was laughing at him. In fact, they all thought he was spitting facts. Manager Zhao, you did the right thing. This absolutely cannot get out to the public. Lu Changfeng took a second to think. Okay, change of plans. Get those workers back here right now. And get the police to lock down the base of the mountain immediately. I don't want a single soul getting near that place. Also sweep the entire area for any surveillance or listening bugs. We need to check everything. Lu Changfeng knew that if this really was some legendary treasure, things were about to get complicated. Is this something we share with the world, or do we keep it hidden? He didn't know yet. He'd have to wait for the big bosses to decide. Got it, I'm on it. Zhao Yubao didn't even catch his breath before sprinting off again. Lu looked at the team. What are we thinking? That light is directly under the rainbow clouds. Even though Lu Changfeng hadn't been running, he was breaking a sweat just from the pure shock of it all. I think old Zhou is onto something. It sounds like some fan fiction plot, but right now it is the only thing that makes sense. It is definitely a legendary treasure. Gu Pingtao chimed in, totally hyped. Exactly that golden glow. It has got to be some god-tier artifact. Secretary Hua added. There is no way those rainbow clouds just showed up for nothing. Lu Changfeng scanned the room. Everyone was buzzing with energy, just waiting for him to give the green light so they could sprint up there. All right, let's head over and see what we're dealing with. Lu Changfeng paused, his expression turning serious. Listen up. We need to stay on high alert during this mission. Crazy phenomena like this usually come with unknown risks. Everyone grab your essential gear and hazmat suits. Our goal is to confirm the nature of that light source, and we are not letting this leak. Gear up. We move in 5 minutes. We can't bring a crowd this time. For a legendary treasure like this, the fewer people who know the better. What about the ones who were just on the mountain? You know, the ones who saw that golden glow, Zhou Weiguo asked. That question nearly gave Zhao Yubao a heart attack. He thought to himself, I saw it too. Are they going to drag me out and shoot me? Relax, Mr. Zhao. It's not that deep. Actually, it is serious, but not in the way you're thinking. Lu Changfeng gave a reassuring smile. Trust me. Nobody's getting arrested or locked in isolation. We don't need that to keep a secret. See the professors on this island. They don't have any way to reach the outside world, even if we wanted to make a call. We're being monitored 24 hours a day. As long as the people delivering supplies don't interact with us, the secret stays safe. Man, what a relief. Zhao Yubao really thought he was about to get quarantined or something. Plus, the professor squad hadn't received any orders from the top yet. They couldn't make a move until the higher-ups decided if this stays secret or goes public. Soon the professors led a group. Straight toward Dragonflight Mountain. This place is legendary. First the dragon baby learned to fly here, then those rainbow clouds showed up. Between the island and the internet, this spot is already famous across the whole empire. Most netizens were saying, this mountain needs a proper name. They went with Dragonflight Mountain, meaning the place where the dragon learned to soar. The group finally reached the base. The professors grabbed their climbing gear and started the trek. These guys were mostly old-timers in their 60s and 70s, with Zhao Yubao being the only young one there. But look at them go. Not a single one was complaining. They were all pure hype. It wasn't that they were in peak physical shape, it's just that the thought of that golden treasure was too tempting. These professors are built different. Forget this rough 1,000-meter dirt slope. Even Mount Everest wouldn't stop them. That's the power of science for you. Actually, scratch that. This isn't even science anymore. Have you ever seen a dragon spit out rainbow clouds and golden loot? In the real world, anyone who says they aren't curious is straight up capping. Where's the golden light? Lu Changfeng asked. He's 61 years old, not ancient, but he was starting to feel the burn. Still, he wasn't about to tap out. Academician Lu, you can't see it from here. We have to hit the mountainside to see the glow. Let's push through. They reached the halfway point fast. Zhao Yubao, being the young gun, looked up. Only about 300 meters left. Lu Changfeng shouted, All right, you old geezers. Time to see what you're made of. You guys always flex about being 60, but still doing 50 push-ups. Now's the time to prove it. Let's go. Lu Changfeng glanced at Zhou Weiguo. This guy was always bragging about being a total beast like he's still 18. Why is he gassed already? Just like when he was a kid, he's all talk. Don't look at me like that. I'm just so hyped today that my body feels a little off. Normally, I'd be at the peak in a flash. Even Zhou Weiguo didn't believe his own lies. The other professors started cracking up. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch this. Try and keep up. Zhou said, his climbing shovel moving like a blur. He started stabbing into the slope, climbing like a man possessed. Old Zhou, wait. Suddenly, Lu Changfeng narrowed his eyes, looking at the surroundings like something was sus. What's the matter, old Lu? If you can't handle it, take a breather. I'll just wait for you at the top. Zhou thought he was just tired. Lu Changfeng gave a dry laugh. Stop playing, Zhou. Look around. Doesn't something feel different? Lu jammed his shovel into the dirt. He anchored himself and did a full slow turn, scanning the area. Different. What could be different? Zhou was a materials science guy. He didn't care about the scenery. He took a quick look and didn't see the problem. Wait, didn't someone check the air quality earlier? What were the results? Lu Changfeng turned back toward Professor Zhao and Professor Qian, the two biology experts. Academician Lu, the data is in. The air quality here is level 1. It's basically perfect. Zero pollution. Professor Zhao spoke up. In other words, the air here hasn't changed at all. Yo, seriously, take a deep breath. Do you guys feel that something is definitely different here? Lu Changfeng took a massive hit of the air, soaking it all in. Yeah, one breath, and I am feeling totally refreshed. It is like a natural high. Professor Chen closed his eyes, just vibing with the feeling. It is not like one breath makes you a god, but I can literally taste the spiritual energy in the air. Professor Zhao took a huge gulp of air and admitted it felt amazing. My whole body feels so light right now. This is pure bliss. Everyone started yapping at once, throwing out random hype words, but nobody actually had any real intel. Is it really that deep? Look, I have been here a ton of times, and I am telling you, the air is not what it used to be. It has got to be those rainbow clouds doing work. Lu Changfeng knew exactly what was up, though. If he had not said anything, they probably would not have noticed, but now that he mentioned it, were they just psyching themselves into thinking the air was special? Either way, we need to bag some of this air and take it back to the lab for a real deep dive. Professor Zhao spoke up. I mean, breathing in quality air like this is a game changer for your health. Long term, your physical stats would literally go through the roof. It will boost your cardio lung capacity and basically act like a shield against getting sick. No more respiratory issues, nothing. Facts. But let us put a pin in that for just a second. While Lu Changfeng was talking, Zhou Weiguo was still huffing the air like he was smelling a 5-star steak. He looked straight up greedy. I do not know about all that fancy stuff, but it definitely smells like fresh grass. Zhou Weiguo closed his eyes and took another whiff. Wait, there is flowers too. Smells fire, honestly. Hearing that everyone did a double take. They looked around and realized the place was covered in fresh green grass. No wonder it smelled so earthy. Hold up. Hold up. Lu Changfeng's face dropped as he spotted something else. What is the move now, old Lu? What is wrong? Like I said, I am a regular here. I know this place like the back of my hand, so I can see the changes instantly. Lu Changfeng scanned the area. Just a few days ago, the weeds on this mountain were not even close to being this thick. Now they are literally exploding everywhere. Maybe the grass just grows fast. I mean, popping up in 1 or 2 days is not exactly impossible, right? Professor Chen chimed in. But then Lu cut him off. Look closer, guys. Lu Changfeng pointed toward the slope ahead. Don't you see the closer we get to the summit, the crazier the plants get? They are thriving way too much. No way, the professors were shook. They locked their eyes on the path ahead, and a second later they were all nodding in sync. He is right. It is getting way thicker. Even from here you can see the summit is just covered in massive amounts of flowers and greenery. A horse would think this place is heaven. But why is this even happening? Lu Changfeng looked at the group. He said it has got to be that golden light. The peak is glowing, and that is exactly where the growth is the strongest. All this lush growth is literally crawling toward the summit. The professors just stared at each other, totally speechless. The more magical it got, the weirder it felt. This whole situation was becoming legendary. The old professors were officially obsessed now. They needed to know what that golden thing at the top was. Zhao Qian, I am literally losing my mind here. We need to move faster. Once we hit the peak, we will get all the answers. Lu Changfeng started picking up the pace, moving with some real energy. But then he stopped mid-stride. Wait, we need soil samples from this mountain too. We have to figure out why these plants are going God mode the higher up they get. Exactly. Science says the higher you go, the more erosion you get. Usually there is less water at the top, so the plants should be dying out, not thriving like this. Professor Chen started analyzing it. We need a soil sample for every single meter we climb so we can study the transition. Professor Zhao added to the plan. Right, it is over 800 meters to the summit, so we are taking 800 samples. That is the only way we will solve the mystery of why the summit is so cracked with life. Lu Changfeng nodded. Nobody said another word. They just put their heads down and grinded their way up. The closer they got to the peak, the crazier the greenery became. Spots that were completely bare just a few days ago were now overflowing with flowers and grass. It was like they just spawned out of nowhere. This is insane. I know for a fact there was zero life here 2 days ago. Now it is a whole garden. This growth speed is absolutely broken. Lu Changfeng could not even believe his eyes. He pointed at a spot by the road, totally shocked. He remembered it perfectly just 2 days ago. That place was bone dry and bare. The professors were speechless. Seeing plants grow well is one thing, but this was beyond weird. Going from bare dirt to a lush green paradise in just over 1 day that is actually cracked. This is straight up a miracle. Wait, if those rainbow clouds were actually breathed out by the dragon, they must have been packed with some insane divine energy. The whole mountain got soaked in it, making everything sprout like it is on God mode, right? Zhou Weiguo caught his breath, huffing and puffing. It is possible. If we confirm this is real, we need to put this mountain under heavy lockdown immediately. No one gets in or out. And we have to relocate all the animals. We can't have them roaming around here. Lu Changfeng barely finished his sentence when Professor Chen looked toward the base of the mountain and screamed, "This is bad, old Lu. Look at all those wild horses and deer heading this way." Lu Changfeng looked closely and yelled, "Oh my God!" A massive swarm of animals already hit the base, and they are straight up devouring the fresh grass. Get security on the satellite phone now. Drive them out of here. Lu Changfeng was losing his mind. Every single flower and blade of grass on this mountain cannot be eaten by those dumb roe deer. This is all research material. Even if the mountain is full of greenery, we can't let these idiots have it for free. Shoo, go away. Go eat somewhere else. Lu Changfeng was devastated and furious. He grabbed a rock and chucked it down the hill. He tried to scare them off, but it was useless. Those dumb deer just kept their heads down and kept eating. They did not care at all. These things are actually brainless. I should just turn you all into BBQ. Lu Changfeng was so tilted he started cussing right in front of the professors. There is plenty of grass everywhere else. Why do you have to eat right here? Haha. Take it easy, old Lu. If the dragon baby hunts them, it is fine. But if you do it, you are definitely going to jail for a few days. Zhou Weiguo teased him. After all, these roe deer are technically national level 2 protected trash, right? Zhou Weiguo was using an online meme. It is always hilarious when people call them level 2 trash. But seriously, these deer are incredibly stupid. Since they are so brainless, they are way too easy to catch. They do not run when they see humans, and they do not even dodge when a car is coming at them. They actually follow the car's headlights. They are kind of cutely stupid, honestly. If you scare them, the white fur on their butts poofs out. It sounds funny, right? It actually looks pretty cool. A lot of people scare them on purpose just to see it happen. Usually they just jump around eating grass. They move with this little hop, and hunters find them super easy to snag. If you take a shot and miss, they do not even run away. Instead, they walk towards you out of curiosity to see what happened. That is usually how they get caught. It is honestly painful to watch. Bro, you have to be smarter next time, or if they sense danger, they will literally bury their heads in the snow. They think if they cannot see you, you cannot see them. They are the only animals so dumb they almost went extinct on their own. The government had to step in just to save them. That is why they are called National Level 2 Protected Trash. The name really fits. Usually these deer live in the Northeast, but these specific ones were moved here from a wildlife park. Get out of here. Move. Stop eating. Beep, beep, beep. Security finally showed up. They were driving big off-road trucks and laying on the horns. The roe deer finally got a little scared. Some ran off, but some just kept eating. The security team had no choice but to start throwing small pebbles. It took forever to finally chase them off. It was such a headache to make sure they did not come back. They could not build a fence fast enough, so they decided to light torches and block the area tonight. They would be careful with the fire, of course. Security had it under control. I see it. Young Professor Lee was the first one to reach the mid-slope. He stood on a rocky platform jutting out from the cliff. From there, he could see the peak. At the very top, there were bursts of blinding light flashing everywhere. Professor Lee was so hyped. Hearing about it from Zhao Yubao was one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes was a total plot twist. Now Professor Lee finally understood why Zhao Yubao was so certain. This was not some reflection from a glass bottle. This golden shimmering light looked like straight-up CGI effects from a movie. Anyone with eyes could tell this was something legendary. You would have to be a total idiot to miss it. Everyone knew this wasn't just a reflection from a glass bottle. That golden glow was the real deal. Lu Changfeng was losing his mind, eyes popping out of his head. He wasn't slowing down at all. He charged straight for that glowing platform, climbing like a literal madman. Zhou Yiguo was running on empty, but he was still scrapping his way up, basically crawling on all fours to keep up. The group was all gasping for air, lungs burning as they reached the top. Once they made it, they looked up, and sure enough, that golden light hadn't vanished. It was still there, absolutely fire. If it's this bright during the day, imagine the night. It's going to light up the whole mountain like a neon sign. Let's go, we got to see this. Lu Changfeng didn't even stop to admire it. He gripped his shovel and gave the order. Time to dig. Old Lu, hold up. Give me 60 seconds to breathe. Even though the hype was real, old Joe was straight up cooked. Forget rest and get up, old Lu didn't give a damn. He just grabbed him and hauled him back to his feet. This material science professor was totally out of his element. Zero cardio, but he's always flexing like he's built different. Biology guys are used to the wild, but materials guys, they're basically lab-dwelling shut-ins who never leave their desks. Old Joe was officially done for. Everyone told him to chill while they checked it out, but he wasn't having it. He insisted they all go together. Everyone was speechless. They had no choice but to carry this dead weight up the mountain. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and the squad were back at the set. Tang Yongjin wasted no time and sprinted straight to the kitchen. Stir-fried pork and Yangzhou fried rice were on deck. Luo Feng looked totally fine, but you can't skip mealtime. The goddesses were fully recharged after their break. They were all lining up with spoons just to feed Luo Feng. Literal king behavior. While he was eating, his mind started racing. Why did I suddenly spit out a rainbow cloud? Like, what even is that he couldn't wrap his head around it? It definitely wasn't on purpose. Su Meiji watched him sunbathing on the table and started asking about his origin story. Ziking was this little guy, always just an egg. I heard you guys almost... wait. You almost boiled him for dinner. To be fair, the managers and teachers told me to keep my mouth shut about that. Even the dean said not to tell anyone. Huang Ziking admitted they thought it wasn't a big deal, and if word got out, people would probably flame her. Su Meiji cracked up. For real, if you boiled a literal dragon egg, the internet would have canceled you instantly. After I pulled it out of the pot, I brought it back to the set. It didn't take long before he hatched. He broke out on his own. At first, the shell was so tough I thought he was stuck. I almost grabbed a hammer to help him out. Since they were interested, Huang Ziqing was more than happy to spill the tea on his early days. No way, Nangong Yunduo laughed. That is actually insane. Good thing you didn't smash it. He probably would have been born with 0 stats. Only the OG stream viewers knew about this. Everyone else was hooked. So how big was he when he first popped out? Nangong Yunduo asked. He was just a tiny thing, maybe 10 or 20 inches. But man, he's been growing like crazy the past 10 days. You guys already know. Shure and I used to carry him around all the time, but now no chance. He's got to be over 100 pounds already. Huang Ziqing felt so dumb. I legit thought he was just some rare lizard. I was even looking up lizard facts. Why even check he's a literal dragon? Su Meiji chimed in. Hey, back then, who would have even guessed? Shangguan Shure rolled her eyes. Look at it this way, Meiji. If someone handed you a weird-looking pony, would your first thought be that it's a legendary chillin' and... probably not. Su Meiji was just messing around. They kept chatting until the little guy drifted off into a deep sleep. They all quietly headed over to another tent to hang out, which meant it was officially ad break time. Whenever the little guy sleeps, the ads start. But the girls wanted to keep the hype going for the fans. Today, the trio from the girl group decided to put on a show. They started dressing up and performing right there on camera. You say I'm trying way too hard, trying to make me back off. I don't need expensive gifts, just the falling leaves from the street. Let's make this a romantic date. I'm not afraid of messing it all up. To have you is to have the whole world. Luo Feng suddenly woke up to a familiar song echoing from the distance. Wait, is that Shangguan Shui's voice? Damn, why didn't she wake me up if she was going to drop a performance? And she is literally singing Jay Cho's Love Confession. Back when these girls were first getting famous online, they actually starred in his music videos. They are tight with the legend himself, so they probably just asked and got the green light for the cover. But honestly, With those three being the stars of Peach Blossom Island now, no artist would even dare to complain about them covering a song. Even though the mainstream is focused on the girls dancing, Luo Feng has his own camera angle too. Right on camera, Luo Feng hopped off the table and headed straight for the stage tent. He started spectating from the sidelines. All 5 members of the girl group were up there. They were all rocking matching black pleated miniskirts and white shirts, jumping around on stage. It was total eye candy. Those moves were cracked, and their waists were so thin you could practically wrap one hand around them. Everyone watching wanted to get up and dance. As the main vocal, Shangguan Shui's voice was absolutely goated. So elegant. Honestly, Luo Feng thought her version sounded even better than the original track. People always say this song hits different when a girl sings it, and honestly, she is not capping. This is straight up pro level. She sounds like a professional singer. Let's Go Luo Feng was so hyped he wanted to start clapping for him. But instead of a cheer, a massive roar came out. As he got louder, he realized his voice was changing. He couldn't even make those cute little sounds anymore unless he really tried to control it. Wait, is that a tiger? Did you guys hear that? Yeah, that sounded like a tiger. No way did a wild tiger break into the camp. Everyone stay safe. The chat was losing it, and the staff started frantically looking around. But since Long Bao was crawling low to the ground, they couldn't see anything. Relax, everyone. It's just Long Bao. Gu Pingtao hadn't gone up the mountain with the rest of the crew. He stayed behind specifically to keep an eye on Long Bao. He wanted to see if the little guy was into music, so he didn't tell the crew right away. He didn't expect that dragon roar to scare the life out of everyone. They really thought a tiger had invaded. Even the girls stopped their performance. This little guy just woke up and came straight here. Did he show up because he heard you guys singing Gu Pingtao? Asked the people around him. Maybe he just followed their scent to find Miss Shangguan, one professor analyzed. I mean, my dog always looks for me the second he wakes up. Bro, you can't compare a dragon to a dog. Whatever, just record it so we can study it later. Gu Pingtao checked the wind direction toward the mountain. Lu Changfeng and the others, they should be at the summit by now. He really wanted to go too, but they had to play rock, paper, scissors to see who stayed. Someone had to stay and manage the base. I just got unlucky and took the L in the game. Oh, hey, little guy. Why are you acting all tough? You don't like our singing or what? Shangguan Shui walked off the stage and stood right in front of Luo Feng, putting her hands on her thin waist. She was teasing him. Luo Feng was so speechless. Bruh, no keep dancing? I was literally hype-manning you. Did we read the room wrong? Do you think we sound trash? Huang Zikan joked. Long Bao, you're tripping. This girl group is fire. I'll agree with you on anything else, but not this. I'm calling cap on Long Bao's taste. Maybe to a dragon this music is just noise. Their vibes are probably different. Since the little guy was awake, the commercial break was officially over. Everyone took him back to the main filming area. Yo, look at the little guy's head. Is it just me, or is this bump getting bigger? Shangguan Shui rubbed Luo Feng's head and realized something was definitely up. In every dragon myth, they always have horns. No doubt about it. This bump is getting sharp. It's definitely a horn. Huang Zikin was so hyped. Why were they so excited? Because flood dragons don't have horns. But a true dragon does. So it's official. Now the little guy's species is confirmed. He's at least a high-tier dragon. He doesn't even need to grind for evolution like a basic flood dragon would. But those are just myths. Nobody knows how it works in real life. Holy crap. He has horns. That bump is actually sharp. Cameraman, zoom in right now. I need to see Long Bao's horns. That's fire. The horns are actually coming in. All those haters saying he's just a flood dragon can shut up now. Haha, facts. He was born dragon tier. I'm hyped to see just how OP he gets once he's fully grown. I was low-key hoping he was a world creator dragon, but he doesn't have wings, so it's not looking good. True, if he was a world creator, his rank would be insane. But the highest level is supposed to be the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, right? Yeah, and five-clawed doesn't mean he has 5 legs. It means he has 5 fingers on each claw. That's royal status. As Luo Feng grows, everyone in the live stream is getting obsessed with figuring out his actual dragon rank. Honestly, even if he's just a flood dragon, that's still a massive W pure luck right there. Oh, by the way, I gotta tell you guys something. The little guy just grew something new. Shangguan Shui almost forgot to mention it. He spotted it yesterday and reported it to Lu Changfeng immediately. He grew something new. What is it? Huang Ziking asked, totally blanking. Everyone was leaning in. It's the reverse scale, Shangguan Shui said seriously. There's an old saying, touch a dragon's reverse scale and you're dead meat. This isn't a joke. Everyone needs to make sure they stay away from that scale. The group looked completely stunned and pretty confused. They'd heard the saying before, but was it actually legit? Tang Yongjin saw their doubt and laughed. The classics don't just make stuff up, guys. The original quote is actually from the Han Feizi. A dragon is a creature you can tame and even ride, but under its throat there's a reverse scale about a foot wide. If anyone touches it, the dragon will kill them. Even rulers have their own reverse scales. If you can talk to a leader without hitting their reverse scale, you've basically won the game. The crew was speechless. It sounded pretty terrifying, so basically, don't go touching the area under the dragon baby's neck. It's about the size of a kid's palm. The scales there grow backward and they're white. Whatever you do, do not touch that spot. Tang Yongzhen gave them a final warning. Nobody knows what'll happen if someone messes with it. And nobody was brave enough to try the experiment. Seeing how spooked everyone was, Shangguan Shui tried to chill them out. But look, don't panic. Dragon Baby is actually really sweet. Just be mindful of the spot and you'll be fine. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng, Zhou Weiguo, and the other professors finally followed that golden glow all the way to the mountain peak. I'm cooked, you old geezers. Can't you guys rest for even 1 minute? Once Zhou Weiguo finally hit the summit, he was gasping for air, his mind went totally blank, and he just collapsed onto the ground. The top of the mountain was a huge plateau. The golden light was coming from a spot right against the mountain wall. Lu Changfeng didn't even look at the exhausted Zhou Weiguo. He headed straight for the light. 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, but when he got within 7 or 8 meters, something crazy happened. In a split second, that golden glow just vanished. Everyone froze, totally spooked by the sudden change. Academician Lu, what's the deal? It was just there. How did the light just disappear like that? Professor Chen looked shocked and started getting really worried. Did we scare away the spiritual energy, or maybe the treasure has a mind of its own and dipped? Professor Zhao's theories were sounding like straight-up fantasy novels. They weren't even trying to use science anymore. Lu Changfeng was getting anxious too. He felt a bit of regret. He shouldn't have been so reckless rushing up here. Why'd the light stop? Zhou Weiguo stood up and hurried over to join them. I have no idea. As we ran toward it, the glow just cut out once we hit 7 or 8 meters. Lu Changfeng sounded crushed. Whatever, let's just go look and see what's there. Chu Weiguo took a few deep breaths and walked toward the spot where the light had been. Everyone remembered the exact location, 7 or 8 meters ahead. Of course, as they got closer to the peak, the plants around them were insanely lush. The flowers were blooming bright, and the scent was super strong. It was a mountain spring. When they reached the spot where the light originated, they saw it tucked against the mountain wall. You could hear a dripping sound as water from inside the mountain leaked into a small pool. The spring opening was about the size of a basketball and maybe half a meter deep. Something's wrong. This hole was definitely dry a few days ago, but now water is actually flowing out of the mountain. The water gathered into a small puddle. Lu Changfeng figured it out. This spot must have been hollowed out by mountain spring water dripping over ages. But these mountain springs are hit or miss. Sometimes they're full, sometimes bone dry. It all depends on the rainfall. But it hasn't rained in days, right, old Lu? Are you saying this spring just manifested today? Zhou Weiguo was shook. He swallowed hard. If that glowing stuff came from this, then we're looking at a straight-up divine omen. For real, maybe one sip cures every disease and lets you live to be 100. Lu Changfeng's mouth twitched, hearing them. Stop the cap, guys. We need to take this back and run some tests before we start making claims. Even though Lu Changfeng wasn't buying it, this thing literally appeared alongside those 7 colored clouds. I mean, it was birthed by the rainbow clouds themselves. No way, it's just normal water, right? Who wants to take a hit and see if it's poison? Zhou Weiguo joked. Old Zhou, this mission's all yours, buddy. If you kick the bucket, I'll take care of your wife. Don't think these old geezers don't know how to troll. Usually they're all professional, but with no cameras or live streams around, they totally dropped the act. Of course they were just messing around, something this valuable. No way they'd just chug it. Even if it's safe, we can't risk it. My priority is putting this mountain and the spring water under max security. Lu Changfeng spoke up. Let's grab some samples and do a deep dive back at the lab. They didn't stick around. They had to get all this data organized and report back to the big shots in Jincheng. Once they were back in the tent, the 4 professors started grinding through ancient scrolls and myths. They had to figure out why the dragon baby spat out those 7 colored clouds. What was the hidden meaning? They spent the whole afternoon digging, but came up empty. No myths mentioned a dragon spitting rainbow clouds at all. Old Lu, my student figured it out. He found out why the dragon baby spat the clouds. Gu Pingtao burst into the tent, clutching a piece of paper. What you found, a matching legend. Lu Changfeng was honestly at a dead end. Formal history and mythology had 0 records of dragons and rainbow clouds. But maybe some random folk tales had the answer stuff that never made it into the official books. Yeah, there's a story about a divine dragon spitting rainbow clouds, but it's not an exact match. Gu Pingtao stepped forward, hype as ever, and smoothed out the paper in his hands. Is that the research? Lu Changfeng asked. Not research. It's an oral legend from an elder. Gu Pingtao started. The legend is called The Divine Dragon Opens the River. Dragon opens the river. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Gu Pingtao began reading from his notes. The legend of the dragon opening the river goes like this. The people of Zhejiang really needed a safe harbor for the ships traveling along the Yangtze River. So every year on the 6th day of the 6th month, they held a ritual for the divine dragon. The dragon was actually moved by their sincerity. In a single night, it opened up a new waterway. From then on, ships could dock safely and hide from the storms. The locals called it the Longkai River to honor him, but after hearing the story, the group was still lost. What does this have to do with the rainbow clouds? It's just a story about a dragon getting in its feels and using its powers to help people, right? Lu Changfeng shrugged. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with our dragon baby spitting clouds. Old Lu, check this clip. It's the footage of the dragon baby spitting the clouds from a few hours ago. Gu Pingtao fired up his tablet. The video showed Luo Feng and Shangguan Shui looking down the mountain. They were talking about Peach Blossom Island. Turns out the villagers actually sent over a solid gold statue of a baby dragon, and they wanted the government to help them build a divine dragon temple. The film crew was low-key touched by the gesture. They said they used half of their relocation money for that gold statue, and they even bring over big lobsters to give the dragon baby a feast. These people are seriously grateful. Old Gu, are you saying that when a dragon is moved by humans, it drops a massive blessing? Lu Changfeng finally got it. When you connect the dots with the dragon opening, the river legend, it makes total sense. Exactly. Gu Pingtao nodded aggressively. In the old days, a true dragon was basically an emperor. Think about it. If an emperor is out on a stroll and sees a bunch of kind-hearted villagers, he's going to be moved. He just waves his hand and blesses the whole area. It's that easy for him. I mean, for a being like that, it's light work. Touchy-feely stuff happens all the time, but the key is that the emperor has to actually see it. So those 7 colored clouds were the dragon baby's direct reward, a literal divine gift to the villagers. Lu Changfeng gave a bitter smile. To think he was actually touched by how grateful the villagers on Peach Blossom Island were. This whole idea sounded totally out there. But if you really think about it, in all those ancient legends, whether it is gods, the heavens, or even demons, they all have a breaking point where they get moved. And once they are, that person or that group gets some kind of divine blessing. Sure, this analysis is based on straight-up myths, but myths are all we have right now. Science is honestly cooked here. Lu Changfeng took a moment to think. Decision made. This is the official answer he is handing over. Trying to find another lead is a total dead end. Now the real focus shifts to that mountain spring. What does that stuff actually do? No one has a clue yet. It needs some serious research. Meanwhile, over in the capital, something absolutely massive is going down. Seriously, this news just shook the entire city to its core. But get this, it has nothing to do with Dragon Baby over on the island. Outside a hospital, the high and mighty Elder Huang just showed up in person. He is not the one who is sick, though. It is someone who, in a way, is even more of a VIP than Elder Huang himself. Actually, he is not just sick. He is literally at death's door. What happened? Elder Wang Xianji. How did he suddenly get hit with such a critical illness? Elder Huang asked as he rushed inside. He was talking to a middle-aged man next to him. That was Wang Bo, the legend's son, ever since his father started. Watching Dragon Baby's progress on Peach Blossom Island, he could not keep his cool. The more miracles Dragon Baby showed, the more his father lost it. He was dead set on going to the island to study Dragon Baby with the professors. Elder Huang obviously knew about this. When it comes to being a tech-obsessed research maniac, Wang Xianji is the GOAT. Number 1. Period. But he wanted to go and his body just could not handle it. That is why Elder Huang blocked the trip. He told him to just stay home and wait for the results, but of course his father threw a fit. Then this morning, when those rainbow clouds appeared, he completely snapped. He even said not even Elder Huang could stop him this time. He insisted on doing a field study and researching with everyone else. Wang Bo explained. He looked pretty ashamed and said, Elder Huang, I know you told me to talk him out of it if he started acting up. But the more we tried to stop him, the angrier he got. He eventually got so worked up he fainted. You can tell the old man is dying to go to Peach Blossom Island, his drive to research it. It is like a literal obsession, and that obsession was being blocked by his own family. It is like if you have a massive gaming addiction and you are desperate to play, but someone bans you from the server, you would be losing your mind. Elder Huang listened and finally got the full picture. But look, everyone was just worried about Elder Wang's health. That is the only reason they stopped him. If we knew it would come to this, we should have just sent a medical team with him and let him go. He probably just had a sudden spike in blood pressure and blacked out. People talk about getting a stroke from anger all the time. But getting mad is just the trigger. You have to have an underlying issue for it to explode like that. If there is no blockage, no amount of yelling is going to give you a stroke. So what is the situation now? Elder Huang arrived outside the ward and stopped a doctor in a white coat. Sigh, it is looking bad. Elder Wang was already in poor health, and he is 89 years old. With this level of stress, we can't make any promises. The doctor looked dead serious. He knew exactly how important Wang Xianji was. If he just rested and lived a few more years, his contributions could launch the nation's defense decades into the future. 10 years of progress easy. It would close the gap with the great Tiger Empire so fast. But if he passes away now, the country loses its ultimate backbone. Around last year, Elder Wang's health started failing, so he went home to rest. The specialist said, if he just chilled out, living another 5 years wouldn't be a problem. But this whole thing happened way too fast. Everyone knows the legends who built the first nukes and satellites were icons. But Wang Xianji, he is the rising star who followed them. He is the only super scientist on that same legendary level. The first-gen atomic bombs and nukes were the blood and sweat of the older generation. It was incredibly tough. But when it came to the second-gen upgrades and the third-gen neutron bombs, plus the pulse bombs and that whole nuclear triad strike system he built, he was the one. Elder Wang Xianji was the one who led the team to develop all of this. But what exactly is a triple-threat nuclear strike? It is the ability to launch nuclear weapons through land, sea, and air-based platforms. Once a country has all three ways to deploy nukes, they are officially considered a global superpower. Wang Xianji basically carried Dongsheng to that level, single-handedly. He even developed the intercontinental ballistic missiles after that. So many more inventions were created by Elder Wang and his squad of unsung heroes. Now, Lu Jianyao is definitely top tier, the peak of 5-star academicians. But Wang Xianji, he is the true GOAT. He is one of only 2 legendary scholars alive today. Compared to him, the other one is not even close. For a nation to rise, it always has to face these huge tragedies. Elder Huang sighed. He thought having the dragon baby's research would be a game changer. He was sure the baby was a real dragon, but now Elder Wang is in serious trouble. Just a few days ago, he thought with Wang and the dragon baby around Dongsheng would be unstoppable within 10 years. But now they are about to lose their strongest arm. Elder Huang, I think we have to take the risk. Suddenly, Assistant Zhang standing next to Elder Huang spoke up boldly. Take a risk. You have a plan. Wang Bodang was desperate. He looked at Assistant Zhang with intense hope. Elder Huang, do you remember the dragon essence? The second he said it, Elder Huang's eyes widened, but he stayed silent. He could not bring himself to say it yet. Since Wang Bodong was also in the academy, he knew about the dragon piss. He knew exactly what the research said. The stuff was not fully tested yet. But the general idea was this. If a 100% dose is injected, the body's vitality will instantly reboot. Basically, it is a fountain of youth, but the side effects are lethal. You could just drop dead, or you could go insane or go blind. They have not figured out how to stop the side effects yet, but a 2 to 3% dose is too weak. It does not trigger the youth effect. It is just a glorified health supplement at that point. Little Wang, you know your father's condition. It is not looking good. As his family, you have the final say. Should we risk it? It is your call, Assistant Zhang said. Sure, maybe he pulls through on his own. But we do not know for sure. The dragon essence is dangerous, but we have to pick the lesser of 2 evils. Wang Bodong did not even hesitate. I agree. You agree. Elder Huang was shocked. Yes, I have read the reports, Wang Bodong said. If we use a 10 to 15% dose, there are side effects, but it is usually just blindness, mental issues, or vomiting. The death rate for that dose is less than 2%. Compare that to the 50% chance the doctors gave him. The 10% dose isn't nearly as lethal. We have to take the shot. Fine time is running out. Elder Huang was terrified Wang Xianji would pass away any second. Get the dragon essence from the Capital University lab, now inject him immediately. Wang Bodang let out a long, heavy breath. He prayed the dragon baby would protect them. He could not let his father be part of that death statistic. He knew he was doing the right thing. 20% was better than 50. After all, with a 15% dose, the death rate in lab mice was only 20%. While a full dose makes you young again, 15% only restores about 1/5 of your life. For a human, that is like going from 100 years old back to 80. A few minutes later, the lab arrived. They brought a few milligrams of the dragon essence. The doctors prepped the syringe. The whole world was watching this one needle. He was not just the first person to get injected with dragon piss. He might be the first to actually reverse his age. He is a massive VIP for Dongsheng. May the divine dragon protect him, the doctor whispered. His hands were shaking as he moved the needle toward the old man's arm. The elder was still unconscious. Meanwhile, over at Peach Blossom Island, the researchers figured it out. The dragon baby was spitting out those rainbow clouds because he was touched. It sounded fake, but that was the final verdict. Now everyone was obsessed with the spring water created by those rainbow clouds. Lu Chengfeng and the team weren't sure if they should call this stuff dragon spring water or a holy spring. Since the research just started, they had zero clue what was in it. Old Lu, hey old Lu. Major drama is going down. Zhou Weiguo came sprinting toward the research tent looking frantic. He looked at Lu Changfeng and Gu Pingtao, who were busy with the holy spring, and his face was a total mess of grief. What happened? Tell me it's not something about the little dragon. Lu Changfeng started sweating. If it wasn't about the little dragon, why would Zhou Weiguo be on the verge of tears like this? It is not the dragon. He is fine. It is the old legend, Elder Wang Xianji. As soon as he said the name, the two of them realized what was happening. That 89-year-old legend. Wasn't he just recovering? Don't tell me. Did he pass away? Is Elder Wang gone? Lu Changfeng could only curse at how unfair life was. How could the old man be gone? Not yet, he's not gone yet, but he's in critical condition. It's bad. The doctor said his chances of making it are basically 50-50, a total coin toss. So with the son's permission, they decided to inject Elder Wang with the dragon fluid, the stuff we haven't even finished testing yet. The moment Zhou Weiguo said that Lu Changfeng snapped, are they insane? That's reckless. It's way too dangerous. We haven't even finished the trial runs yet. That stuff is high risk. How can they use it? Gu Pingtao was fuming too. Listen to me. You're missing the point. The doctor said he's got a 50% chance of dying anyway, so his son Wang Bodang is just picking the lesser of two evils. Zhou Weiguo sighed. It's all up to fate now. I just hope our nation's pillar can pull through. Man, this is on us. We're useless. We still haven't figured out how to fix the side effects of that dragon fluid. Lu Changfeng looked up at the sky and groaned. To be real, Dongsheng's military power over the last 30 years was all thanks to that old man leveling everyone up. In his personal opinion, this old man is a bigger deal than all the weapon designers and scientists combined. He's the GOAT, even compared to the nuclear legends. Can we think of anything else from the little guy, like a miracle cure or something that can bring someone back from the brink? Zhou Weiguo suddenly asked, what about dragon blood? Does it have that kind of power? We have samples. No way. That stuff is a total wild card, even riskier than the other fluid. And the saliva, that seems to only work for cancer and certain viruses. As for the claws and scales, we've only tested their physical stats. We haven't even touched the chemistry. All we know is their hardness and durability, the physical stuff. Exactly, I told you to let the chemistry department handle it, but you insisted on testing defense and piercing power. Now we have zero conclusions. Gu Pingtao started throwing shade. Hey, is that my fault? As Zhou Weiguo was arguing, he spotted the test tube with the holy spring they were just studying. You two fossils, why don't we try this? Zhou Weiguo said, his eyes wide. Isn't it the same problem? We have zero research on this, just like the dragon blood. It's even worse than the dragon fluid. At least with that, we have some preliminary data, so we know what we're getting into, right? Lu Changfeng was right. When things are this uncertain, humans usually prefer to play it safe. They hate taking blind risks. But Zhou Weiguo shook his head. Think about it. This stuff was literally born from 7 colored clouds. Do you really think it could be poison? The other two went silent. He actually had a point. It made total sense. They couldn't even argue back. Should we contact the capital right now? Tell them to hold off on the injection. Let's send this over and see if it works. If it doesn't, then they can use the other stuff. Lu Changfeng spoke up, but getting it there is the problem. Even a flight to the capital takes a few hours. Don't sweat it. I'll have the military lockdown unit send a supersonic fighter jet to deliver it. Zhou Weiguo thought fast. A supersonic jet would be way faster. Fine, go make the call immediately. All 3 experts agreed. The seven-colored clouds have always been a legendary omen of good luck since ancient times. Anything born from that definitely wouldn't have nasty side effects. I mean, those clouds only appeared because the dragon was moved, right? If it was moved by us, why would it give us poison? That'd be messed up. Elder Wang, we have a top priority emergency call from Peach Blossom Island. Assistant Zhang came rushing into the hospital room. He leaned in and whispered to the elder, "It's a code blue priority emergency call. Is Dragon Baby onto something new, or is it another disaster?" Old Man Wang is speechless. Man, it's one thing after another every single day. Just how many emergencies are we talking about here? I just hope it's not a when it rains, it pours type of situation. Even if Dragon Baby is just a hatchling, he's definitely more important than Old Man Wang. Of course, the blue phone is back in the office, and Assistant Lin is handling the calls right now. Assistant Lin just reported that academician Lu Changfeng called from Peach Blossom Island. He didn't give details, just told them to stop Old Man Wang's injection immediately. Apparently, they found something way better than the dragon pea. Old Man Huang froze the moment he heard what the assistant said. He saw the needle about to pierce Wang Xianji's arm and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop right there!" The shout was so loud it rattled everyone in the ward. "Elder Huang, what's going on?" The doctor in the white coat was completely lost. "Seriously, you're trying to give me a heart attack. That injection was already high risk, and then a sudden scream. Talk about terrifying." Why did Elder Huang stop it all of a sudden? Wang Bodong was confused and had to ask. Peach Blossom Island just called saying they might have a better way. I'm going to patch them through so we can hear the full story. The moment Elder Huang said that, the whole room started buzzing with excitement, especially Wang Bodong. To be honest, from the very start, ever since Dragon Baby became the Empire's top priority, he'd been waiting for a miracle from a mythical beast like that to save his father. But all the news he got was weird stuff like dragon nail clippings or saliva that cures cancer. The problem was his old man didn't even have cancer. And what good are scales that can stop tank shells in a hospital bed? The only useful thing was the dragon pea that could literally reverse aging, but then they said the side effects were too dangerous. He was honestly starting to lose hope. But now hearing there's a new lead from Peach Blossom Island, he's instantly locked in and hyped. "Hello," Lu Changfeng, Elder Huang asked as soon as the call was patched through. "What's this better way you found? Which part of the dragon is it?" "Keep it short, Lu. It's not a body part. It's about the divine rainbow clouds." Lu Changfeng explained that after Dragon Baby headed down the mountain, Zhao Fuzhou saw something glowing gold right under where those rainbow clouds had been. It was a long story, but Lu talked fast and wrapped it up in about 30 seconds. Elder Huang was left stunned. Is this for real? Sounds like some straight-up fantasy novel stuff. It wasn't just some glass reflection. This was actual golden light, like some legendary treasure you'd read about in a story. So you're telling me when you guys got close, the light vanished, and you found a mountain spring the size of a basketball and half a meter deep. Elder Huang gulped. Anything born under divine rainbow clouds is bound to be absolutely cracked. Exactly. We don't think it's toxic, so we're planning to give it a shot. Lu Changfeng gave a nervous laugh. But look, this is all just a guess. For all we know, it could still be poison. So the choice is between the dragon pea or this holy dragon spring. That's a call for you and Old Man Wang's son to make. If the spring water doesn't work, you can always fall back on the dragon pea. I'm calling in a supersonic jet from the War Department to deliver it right now. Elder Huang knew that regardless of the final decision, they needed that spring water on site as soon as possible. I've already contacted the pilots stationed at Peach Blossom Island. They're already in the air. Lu Changfeng knew the Type 2 fighter jet could hit 2,800 kilometers per hour. That's 280 kilometers in just 6 minutes. The flight from Jiangnan to the capital is only 1,800 kilometers. It'll take about 40 minutes. Young Wang, you heard the call. Now it's your turn to decide. Do we wait 40 minutes or go with the Dragon Pea right now? He's a legend of the Empire, sure, but he's also your father. This one is on you. Elder Huang basically passed the buck. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose, but as a leader, you can't have everyone hating you later. If Old Man Wang died, he didn't want it to be Elder Huang's bad call. Even if reasonable people understood, there would always be someone looking for a scapegoat. We wait. Wang Bodong squeezed the words through his teeth. After a pause, he added, "But if my father takes a turn for the worse and can't last 40 minutes, we're sticking him with the dragon pea." The wait was brutal. Everyone was stressed out of their minds. The ward was a hive of activity, with everyone monitoring Wang Xianji's vitals, while Elder Huang stood outside the door muttering to himself. Elder Huang was dying to know the deal with that sacred spring born from the seven-colored clouds. He was low-key hyped. If it could actually reverse aging, that would be straight up broken. It wouldn't just save Master Wang. It would mean Dongsheng finally has a god-tier treasure to change their fate. Elder Huang couldn't help but flex his inner thoughts. If you want the deets, just hit up Lu Changfeng and the other researchers. Things were moving too fast earlier. A lot of the info hasn't been cleared up yet. Assistant Zhang spoke up, saying, "Fine, get me a private room. Scan the area first, then I will make the call." "Yes, sir." Assistant Zhang nodded. They cleared out a room in no time, a secure spot for the old man to call from with 0 bugs or listeners. Nobody would get near Elder Huang. Did the dragon spring arrive yet? Lu Changfeng was losing his cool from the stress. Do the math, it cannot be that fast. The coordinates haven't been set, yet they should just be passing through the central regions. Elder Huang did not waste time and asked, "By the way, what exactly triggers those 7 colored clouds?" "Did the research team figure it out?" Lu Changfeng answered. "Well, you might not like the answer, but we can't study it any further." Lu Changfeng gave a forced smile. "Oh, let's hear it." "Basically, it means the dragon was moved. That's how the clouds appeared." Lu Changfeng felt super awkward bringing it up, since it sounded so random. Emotional Elder Huang wanted to hear about national destiny and power, but instead he got this. "Fine, I guess it's hard to research feelings, so let's just leave it at that." Elder Huang laughed and said, "If making him happy creates clouds like that, then we need to make him feel the love way more often." Lu said, "I think this is a 1 in a million luck thing." Lu Changfeng continued, "Honestly, I'm positive that Dragon Spring is the real deal, not just water, and definitely not toxic." "Why do you say that?" "Because on our way up the mountain, we noticed the closer we got to the peak, the plants and trees were blooming like crazy." Lu Changfeng said seriously, "You know what, I've been to that mountain many times. A wild walnut tree that was literally dead started growing green leaves again. It was straight up magic." Elder Huang was speechless, meaning this crazy stuff is actually happening. I'm sure it's because of the sacred spring. Like I said, the peak near the spring had the best results. A spring like that, I don't believe for a second that a human drinking it wouldn't get a buff. Lu Changfeng felt that if it were his own father or son, facing the same end as Master Wang, he wouldn't even hesitate to drink it. Elder Huang was quiet again. He was way too hyped for the results. It sounded totally wild, totally legendary. "Is there a photo of that golden glow?" Elder Huang asked. "Of course, but the internet isn't safe for that." "You will get the full research report by tomorrow." Lu Changfeng added, "As for the light, just think of the golden staff from those old legends, like those insane special effects in movies. Those movie effects are fake, but what we saw was 100% real." Elder Huang felt a wave of regret. Why didn't he go see it for himself? Everything about the dragon baby was just too hype. "Right, what about the dragon blood? Any early research on that?" Elder Huang asked. "Not yet, but that stuff is intense. I don't think humans can just take it." Lu Changfeng explained. "Too intense. Yeah, it's way too much for a human body, and the energy in it is probably higher than even the dragon urine." Lu Changfeng sighed. "We will probably have to test it on mice first. Plus, this stuff is way too rare. We can't exactly milk him for blood every day. Last time during the checkup, we took a tiny bit extra, and Miss Shangguan was worried sick about him." "Haha, well, let's see what this spring can do. If we save Master Wang Dongsheng, won't just get back its strongest pillar. We will also have a source of god-tier water." Elder Huang was actually shaking with excitement. Witnessing a miracle like this, even as a 5-star big boss, his heart was pounding like crazy. It's here, the dragon spring is here." Suddenly a nurse on the balcony started screaming. She ran down the hallway shouting, and everyone on the floor heard her. The roar of the helicopter got louder and louder, the sound of the blades echoing over the whole hospital. Everyone looked out the window at the same time, their hearts filled with insane hype and shock. Right now, all they could see was a helicopter landing right in the hospital square. A fighter jet isn't landing at a hospital, no shot, so they sent it by chopper instead. The gunship lands and boom, a dozen guys with submachine guns jump out, full tactical gear. The pilot in the middle is holding a tiny bottle. The pilot sprints for the stairs while the squad forms a perimeter around him. They aren't just guarding him, they're guarding the divine dragon spring. Even across this tiny distance, one mistake and it's over. Because this stuff, it's probably the only thing that can save the legendary pillar of the nation. Click-clack. The sound of combat boots echoed through the hospital plaza. Once they hit the hallway, it gets even louder. In less than 1 minute, they reach the 6th floor ward. The Divine Dragon. Spring has arrived at the first hospital director. Chen received the spring. The pilot hands the bottle to the hospital director. "Good work, soldier. No small talk. The director passes it back like a relay baton and draws it into a syringe. 30 seconds. That's all it took to get the needle into the doctor's hand. Old man Huang can't even focus on his chat with Lu Changfeng. He rushes to the room. "Take it easy, sir." Assistant Zhang tries to steady him, but the old man is already at the door. He sees the needle going into Wang Shenji's arm. The doctor is pushing the plunger. You can literally see the divine dragon spring flowing into his veins. Every last drop. Send the syringe back to the lab. Have the experts scrape off every single molecule of residue. Old man Huang is dead serious. He's not wasting a single drop of this. Think about it. There's only one bucket of this stuff in existence. If the effects are really that cracked, it's priceless. Injection done. Dozens of high-level big shots are crowding the room, eyes glued to the old man. It's packed, but the silence is heavy. Someone gulps, and it sounds like a thunderclap in the quiet. Huang Zhang, the doctors. Nobody's even blinking. They're all watching the patient's face. 1 minute passes. Still nothing. Total silence. Everyone knows they need to wait, but the tension is insane. Then at 1 minute and 34 seconds, his finger twitches. He actually moved. It's working. The doctor is the first to see it, and he loses it. Everyone else is just pure shock and hype. But a finger twitch isn't enough. They have to keep watching. Then out of nowhere, the old man's eyes snap open. Everyone jumped. Where am I? His mind was a total blank at first. Everything was a blur. But after a few seconds, his brain goes full HD. He remembers he was supposed to go to Peach Blossom Island to study that dragon treasure with Lu Changfeng. But his son wouldn't let him. Said his health was trash. So what if his health was bad? A legendary creature like that, it breaks all logic. He felt like if he missed this, his whole life was a waste. He got so tilted that he collapsed. "Elder, you're awake." "How do you feel, sir? Is your body okay?" The people crowding him are his sons, grandsons, and even great-grandsons. I mean, the man is 89 years old. Seeing the whole family there is expected. He looks at them and then boom, he just pushes himself up. Not like a ninja flip or anything, but he just uses one hand to sit right up in bed. Oh my God, the people around him are losing their minds. What is happening? You have to understand, while he was sick, he could barely even move, let alone sit up like that. Usually he'd have to slowly crawl up or have 3 people helping him. But now he just popped up with one hand. If he were 20, fine. Even for a 60-year-old, it's whatever. But this is the dying legend. The man is 89 who put this IV in me. He just sits up and rips the tube out. Wait, why doesn't my knee hurt? He finally realizes something is very different. It's his arthritis. Most seniors worked way too hard when they were young and didn't protect their knees from the cold, which led to chronic knee arthritis. Usually when it flares up, his knees swell and the pain is insane, but today something's weird. "Dad, Pop, are you okay?" Wang Bodang went wild, shoving his sons, grandsons, and brothers aside just to grab the old man's hand. "You brat. You almost killed me with stress, and now you show your face." Old man Wang was fuming the moment he saw his son. He slapped him across the face because he was itching to get back to his research on the dragon baby. He knew his son meant well, but if he couldn't do his research, he'd rather be dead. He wasn't feeling thankful at all. Wang Bodang stood there completely stunned by the slap. It wasn't just the slap itself that shocked him. It was the power behind it. It wasn't the strength of an 18-year-old, but it was still a heavy hit. Bodang was actually hyped. Does this mean his dad isn't weak anymore? He might be the only guy in the world grinning after getting smacked by his old man. "I'm going to Peach Blossom Island. I'm going to Peach Blossom Island. Don't even try to stop me." From the old man's view, he was just surrounded by a bunch of annoying kids and grandkids. "Sir, are you feeling all right now?" Elder Huang walked over. In this world, Huang was probably the only person he'd actually call sir. The second Huang saw Huang, his temper vanished. "Oh, you came to see me too." Huang only remembered being pissed off at his son and passing out. Huang smiled and said, "Sir, you look sharp. Seems like you're doing great." Huang's grin widened. "That holy spring is seriously cracked. This is a straight-up miracle." "I feel great. Which world-class doctor did you find?" "My knees feel brand new." Old man Huang was losing it with joy, even lifting his legs up to check. "This old leg pain has haunted me for years, but now nothing." Huang's eyes nearly popped out. "Wait, your arthritis is gone. What about your elbow? Didn't that used to hurt all the time too?" Huang was dazed as he kept asking questions. "Let me see," Huang said. Huang swung his arm around. "No issues at all. Completely fine." Wang was buzzing. "I feel invincible. I've never felt this good. Huang, tell me, who's the doctor with these god-tier skills?" Huang was speechless. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone out. Let the doctors give your grandfather a full top-to-bottom checkup." Following Huang's lead, all of Huang's kids and grandkids got up and cleared the room. Huang said his goodbyes and headed out as well. Huang, you still haven't told me who the miracle doctor is. I'll give them every cent I own. It was insane. Wang might not have been a billionaire, but he was loaded from years of high-level bonuses. Just sit tight for now. We'll talk after the checkup is done. Dr. Li was beaming. He was in a great mood now that the legendary pillar of Dongsheng was officially back in action. The hospital didn't make him move a muscle. They brought all the high-tech gear straight to his room. Surgery tools, internal med scanners, ultrasounds, everything was rolled in. Soon the results started pouring in. Old man Wang's blood pressure normal, cholesterol normal, blood sugar normal, bone density perfect, arthritis gone, heart rate rock solid. That long list of good news had the crowd outside the hospital losing their minds. How is this possible? How can every single stat be perfect? His high blood pressure, diabetes, osteoporosis all gone. His joints and heart are like new. The big shots looked at each other in total shock. That holy spring is straight up broken. The dragon holy spring is the real deal. He doesn't look younger, but he's basically immune to disease now. Does this stuff cure literally everything? Maybe. We got to keep an eye on him. Something born from those rainbow clouds was bound to be pure. It's definitely safe for humans. Whether there are side effects is for later, but for now, everyone was hyped. Congrats, sir. We really need you around. Now that you're all better, it's a straight-up festival for everyone. Elder Wang, we hope you live to be 100. Not just 200. You got to take care of yourself. The Dongsheng region can't survive without you. Looking at all the well wishes in his own body, every single health stat was back to normal. Elder Wang was totally stunned. He dropped a bombshell asking, I say, are you all in on this together? Is this some kind of prank? No way. Everyone was confused. What the hell they're acting? The old man's words left them speechless. If it wasn't acting, what was it? Even if a god-tier doctor was cracked. They could fix my legs, but my high blood pressure and my heart are suddenly perfect too. Are you all just ganging up to lie to me? Or what? Elder Wang still believed in science. How could such a miracle doctor exist? Unless it was an actual immortal coming down to earth. After all, he could feel his limbs moving, but those internal health stats were things he couldn't feel. Elder, you've got it all wrong. Seriously, you're misunderstanding. Who's acting? This is 100% real. These doctors wouldn't dare lie to you. Everyone knew what he meant. Then it clicked. If anyone had been sick for a long time and was suddenly told they were cured of everything, who would believe it? I wouldn't. Elder Wang looked at the young nurse in front of him. Don't you lie to me. I know my own body. Then tell me. Besides your legs, how can you even tell if something is wrong with your body? That nurse was actually pretty playful. She shut him down immediately. Elder Wang thought about it, and yeah, it seemed only his flexible limbs were something he could actually feel for himself. How was he supposed to feel the rest? Elder, stop doubting. Right now, you are completely cured of every single illness. Elder Huang walked in with a smile, honestly feeling a bit jealous. He wished he could take a gulp of that divine dragon holy spring right now and wipe out all his own sicknesses. It was true. If you don't believe the usual stuff, what if it's the divine dragon holy spring from Peach Blossom Island? You gotta believe that, right? Elder Huang laughed. Is that divine dragon holy spring just dragon babies pee? No, we'll talk about that later. I've got some business to handle. You need to rest up for a while. I'll arrange for you to head over to Peach Blossom Island soon. After Elder Huang finished, he said his goodbyes. He had someone drive him back to the office. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. After the human trial, it's confirmed. Elder Wang is literally cured of every single disease. Dongsheng has a whole vat of this god-tier holy spring, a giant barrel of it. So what should we do now? How do we use this stuff to get the maximum profit? Selling it for cash is boring. Even if we sold a bottle for $10 billion, there are people who could afford it. But that's pointless. Assistant Zhang get me a line to Lu Changfeng. On the way back from the hospital, the smile on Elder Huang's face never faded for a second. From the start, everything about Dragon Baby was a miracle. But this is the biggest win yet. Elder Huang, how'd it go with Elder Wang? Lu Changfeng asked urgently as soon as he picked up. He was hyped too. This human trial would prove if it actually worked. You gotta realize, they hadn't even tested this on mice. They went straight to testing it on one of Dongsheng's most important VIPs. That's straight up wild. Listen close and try not to have a heart attack. Elder Huang was in a great mood. It was rare for him to actually crack a joke. A heart attack. The results were cracked. Lu Changfeng was at the edge of his seat now. What were the results? Did he regain his youth? Lu Changfeng asked. No, it's even better. Every single disease gone, Elder Huang shouted excitedly. This is too much. This 7-colored divine dragon, holy spring, is basically God mode water. Every disease is gone holy. No way, no way. At this moment, Lu Changfeng was so hyped he could barely breathe. He thought it would just make someone stronger or live longer. He never expected it to straight up delete every illness. In other words, this stuff was perfect for the elderly. Old people have the most problems, so it's more worth it. Young people usually only have 1 or 2 issues. There's no need for them. Hey, old Joe. Old Goo, have you heard the news yet? The 7-colored Divine Dragon Holy Spring can cure every single disease. And we're still watching to see if there are even more broken buffs. So Master Wang is 100% cured. Lu Changfeng didn't even care he was still on the phone. He just shouted it out. Every single disease wiped out. Oh my god, the dragon is actually goated. Elder Huang heard the cheering and was hyped as well. Listen, guard that holy spring with your lives. I'm sending a whole fighter jet wing over right now. We're bringing that stuff back home. Get ready. I've got massive plans for this. But Elder, our analysis says the dragon baby gave it because those Peach Blossom Island villagers actually moved his heart. When Lu Changfeng said that Elder Huang realized the situation. Don't worry, the government will handle the talks with them. This is it. 500 new billionaires are about to be born. So you're really going to leak this news to the public? Lu Changfeng asked. Duh, obviously we are. We're blowing this wide open. The bigger the hype, the better. Elder Huang finished and hung up immediately. Right then, Dongsheng's official site dropped a massive announcement. Rainbow clouds appeared. The Divine Dragon has gifted us a holy spring that cures every illness. More details on its powers coming soon. They even posted Master Wang's medical records. They basically told the world, if any doctor thinks this is cap, come check the old man yourself. The world literally exploded. It hit #1 on the trending charts instantly. No way. What kind of holy spring did Master Wang drink? What even is this spring? Is it the little guy's spit? Bro, are you blind? It says right there it was born from rainbow clouds. Master Wang took 1 shot and he's perfectly fine now. Is this for real, man? If his spit can kill cancer, anything is possible. The crazy part is those old research papers are finally coming to life. Facts. It's actually happening. I heard Master Wang was on his deathbed, but look at him in the video now. He looks healthy as a horse. If this is all legit, then I'm hyped for that dragon spring. Imagine turning back the clock. I'm literally shaking right now. Our dragon is fire, a literal god. This is too cracked. The military just stepped in with 3,000 troops. Peach Blossom Island is on a total 0 blind spot lockdown. Just to protect the dragon, they're spending over 100 million a day, aren't they? Congrats on the recovery, Master. We were worried sick about you. Master Wang needs to get back to 100% ASAP. This feels like a dream. Can the world even doubt the dragon now? Haha, for real. This news didn't just blow up at home. It's trending all over Facebook too. Wait, what? No way. Someone tell me this is real. That Wang guy from Dongsheng is cured, damn it. He's ancient. How is he still alive? With him back, Dongsheng's going to close the tech gap with our Tiger Empire by at least 10 years. Chill, we're at least 30 years ahead. 10 years is nothing. But is that cure-all thing actually real? It's insane. I don't believe it, but the rumors said he was really dying a few weeks ago. Listen up. Our empire already sent doctors over there under the guise of visiting him. We'll find out soon enough if he's actually healthy or if it's all a scam. I'll believe it when I see it. How can some rainbow spring have that kind of power? The dragon spit stories were probably fake too. I bet Dongsheng is just chasing clout. Those foreigners really think they're the only ones who know science. Trust the science, well, half of them did, and the other half was calling cap. The next day, those foreign doctors actually showed up to check on Master Wang, but they were stunned. The old man didn't have a single trace of illness in his entire body. A total miracle, beyond anything anyone could imagine. The whole world went wild. They said he was cured, you doubted it, and then you sent your own people to check. Now what, you gonna tell me it's not legit? But before the world could even process the shock, a brand new ranking dropped that changed everything. This list just broke the internet. Every genius on Earth is losing their minds. The Divine Dragon Holy Spring ranking is out, and Wang Shanji is straight up peerless. Zhang Zhiguo is a total legend, and Zheng Ziyao Bro is cracked. Multiple tech breakthroughs and a 5-star academician. We got Li Fuming, the submarine god, Shi Zhongming, the king of synthetic oil, and Zhou Weiguo, the material science goat. All 5-star academicians. 18 names at the top. Every single one of them is a 5-star academician who carried Dongsheng on their back. And the reward, they all get one shot at using the Divine Dragon 7-color Holy Spring. Check this out. Foreigners can get in on it too. Just switch your citizenship to Dongsheng and hit that 5-star rank. That is it. It is over. Every top-tier professor and scientist on the planet is losing it right now. The second that ranking dropped, the global scientific community went into full God mode hype. But it is not just them. The big bosses of the world empires, they are straight up panicking. Damn it, this is straight up robbery. Is Dongsheng really trying to hoard every single genius on the planet? If this holy spring is the real deal, Dongsheng is the only one at the table with a stake, while everyone else has crumbs. Every eagle in the world is going to fly straight to them. If this keeps up, it is going to be insane. The big empires are already calling emergency meetings, trying to figure out how to handle this mess. They are terrified. For years, the West played dirty to stay on top. They blocked tech, suppressed Dongsheng, and controlled everything. But if that spring is real, these scientists will not even care about their patents. They will bring their entire brains to Dongsheng. That kind of value is infinite. The whole world is shaking right now. Give the order. Do it now. Watch those scientists. Do not let them start dreaming about leaving. We need to steady the ship first. The Tiger Empire's first move was to lock everything down and control their scientists. They cannot let them slip away. Something as cracked as that holy spring is impossible for those old guys to resist. Meanwhile, at a car factory in Dongsheng, Stephen, the legendary father of cars from the Tiger Empire, was visiting. He was only there to give a speech and celebrate their 34th anniversary. Just a routine trip. But then he heard the holy spring can cure literally anything. Now even he is going wild. Strongwell, are you for real? Does this spring actually have that kind of power? Oh my god, this is insane. Stephen looked like he was about to pass out. They actually checked.